Before you drop me down,
Yeah.
please, conservatives, please answer that question. Please. Okay, thank you.
They will. Absolutely.
Do they remember the question?
No, I wasn't listening. I was talking.
Okay, well, hold on.
Okay,
Ask it.
I don't know what it was either.
Hold on.
Shocker.
This is my
Well, one thing I do, any student that protests, I throw them out of the country. You know, there are a lot of foreign students. As soon as they hear that, they're gonna behave. Let's not pretend like it's because they're like spreading like terrorist propaganda. It's because he's trying to crack down on our right to protest. That's like explicitly what he said to the group of donors. Do you think our
Illegal
problem is
action,
taking
sir.
legal action to challenge the election? Is that the problem that me, Soypill, and Bones illustrated?
No,
Honestly, that's
Okay, so it's not the same.
Quite frankly, you need to subscribe to Rinyald.
All right, but we do have to run. I gotta go. But
Can I ask
guys.
one thing before you do?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, it's actually for Sean. I wanna know why you lied about your friend. Was it an Arizona man who you said was arrested for just standing there?
Yeah, he was standing at. You watch the video, Ryan?
I'm reading an article right now. It says the Associated
By
Press
who?
reported that one of the men was carrying large black zip ties. They broke into the principal's office and they said
Didn't
they were
happen.
arrested.
Did not
Didn't
happen.
happen.
Dude.
That's just
Did not
super
happen.
curious.
Reported.
So it's super weird. That
No,
the
actually,
Citizen.com,
no. There's actually you could watch the
article does it,
security footage of the school if you want to actually do your due diligence. Nobody broke into anywhere. He went with a parent whose child was being held in the office for not wearing a mask. Okay.
Okay, I gotta get a question.
I
in
don't know
here
if
real
it's a little
quick.
different than
I gotta get a
they were gonna
question in
arrest
here.
him. They were gonna
Nobody
arrest her,
broke
right?
into nobody
They were gonna
broke
arrest
into a
her, right?
school. Nobody broke into a school and threatened to put anybody in zip ties.
They said they were going to arrest her, right?
No, they didn't say that. That was what was
This does.
purported. That was not what was
Claiming the
said.
principal was breaking the law and they were going to
I got a
arrest her.
question for both
One
of you two.
second,
Sorry, Ryan,
go
but
back
like
to free
we've
speech,
got
That's
limited
fine. Yeah,
time.
I said my piece. Yeah, that guy Sean's a liar and a traitor.
Do either of you
Okay, thanks,
understand-
Ryan. Thank you, Ryan.
Do
In fairness,
do
Ryan
either
was
of you
supposed to
understand?
Leaving the Associated
Do
Press.
either
Go
of
ahead,
you-
Mel.
Guys,
Go ahead, Mel.
I'm trying
Go
to
ahead,
get
Mel.
back into the original conversation here, which
Do
is
Hold on.
either of you
Mel
understand
was already
why?
trying to ask a question.
Do
Yeah,
either of you
so-
understand why it's good to have a fourth estate which acts outside of governmental interest?
What?
What happened?
And do you think
clear
someone who's
question.
labeled the media the enemy of the people actually supports?
Oh,
freedom
you're
of
talking about the
press?
media. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the fourth estate.
Yeah, the fourth estate. I was like, I'm tired, man.
It's okay.
Repeat that question.
I'll go with my second one. Trump has labeled the media as the enemy of the people. How does that sound like someone who favors the fourth estate?
Well, I think that when the fourth estate acts in the way that they have been for, I would say close to a decade, maybe 2 decades, where they
that
are
someone in government doesn't like?
No. That I would say.
No,
Have you taken any poll? Do they trust the media? 70% of people say they don't trust the media. So when he says they're the enemy of the people, it's backed up with evidence. The people don't trust the fourth estate.
Right.
So why,
So the
Congress
president
enemy of the
enacts that disapproval, or is that like is that not separating government and the fourth estate?
If he's a representative of the people and the people are generally distrusting the fourth estate and he says they are the enemy of the people, he's responding to the actual people telling him we don't trust the media.
You think they don't trust it because he generates distrust by calling the
You think that
media the
Donald
enemy
Trump
of
is
the
the
people?
reason the media lied to us? It's his fault that they lied? It's his fault that we don't trust them? No.
No, they
Yeah,
don't
it's
just
not his
lie.
fault that the media said the media did lie. They said that he called neo-Nazis fine
Melanie,
people. That
listen.
never happened.
Okay, well,
Very
Okay,
fine people
he
on
said
both
that he
sides.
colluded with Russia. That
Would you
never
like-
happened.
Very
Would you
fine
like-
I
people
gotta
on both
go.
sides. That's
All right,
explicitly
Sean,
what
I'll
he
see you
said.
later.
Tell you about the first
Bye-bye.
time
No, that's not what he said. He said he condemns the neo-Nazis and the white supremacists,
Yeah,
and that
and
they were good protesters at the protest that were not a part of those groups.
Very fine
You
people
know
on
it.
both sides.
You know it.
Both
You
sides.
know- yo,
both
you
sides
said
where these two groups
media
were
said-
fighting. Very fine
Shush,
people on both of them.
Shush. Listen to me. The media came out and said that he called neo-Nazis fine people. He never did that. Not
All right.
once.
What
Okay.
does
Hold
both
on.
sides
Can
mean?
anybody hear me right now?
All right, Vibe.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
we can hear you.
give you one before I go. Go ahead, Vibe.
Yeah,
All right,
Vibe. This is
okay.
that's it. I'm
First
out of
off,
here once you're done.
Thomas Jefferson was the first one to say nothing can be believed, which is read in the newspaper, right?
Cool.
So
Yeah.
he is the first Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And he was the first traitor.
And who was the last one to say
Fuck you, Ryan.
nothing can be trusted? It was Barack Obama who said Fox News cannot be trusted. Right? This has been They happening can't
Yeah,
forever.
Fox News, the whole media.
Right? So, this is a long going story here. And let's look at what the actual Constitution says. It protects our religion, speech, press, assembly, and petition. I actually wanted to ask Wick this. Wick, this is directly to you because I don't want to talk about Palestine. Sorry, Pisco. What is one thing that Trump has done to stop free speech? And I actually will even challenge you. He's probably the biggest free speech guy out there because he just freaking says what he wants. Every politician has been held to a standard of not saying what people think is offensive. But this guy just says anything. He threatens people, but has he ever done anything? He fires people. He does all these crazy things. But everything he does, they still have the freedom of speech to say.
Boys and girls, I'm gonna get out of here. All right,
I gotta run. I got a lot to prepare.
Thank you for
Thanks,
being here.
guys.
Bye. But I want to answer
Bye,
Vibe's question.
gentlemen.
So bye to all of you. But I want to answer Vibe's question. So the free speech, as I understand it, at least, and you can correct me if you have a different idea or a different thought of what it is, but it's the right to express your opinion or an idea without fear of retaliation, censorship, or legal sanction. And if you are asking me the question, at what point has Trump, against someone expressing an opinion or idea, used retaliation, threatened legal sanction, or censorship? I have a whole document I can send you. Let me, if you want, I can just list them all. It's going to take a while.
I'm a boss.
Huh?
A clear one is the law firms.
Yeah, the law firms. Yes, exactly.
Let's
what's
do
it
the
called?
law
I got it
firms.
right here.
The law firms
Perkins
were part of the
Coie.
government.
Perkins Coie for.
Right.
Hold on. So can you repeat that?
Okay.
No, Perkins Coie. The Trump administration issued an executive order on March 6, 2025, banning them from federal buildings because of who they represented.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. They're representing factions that are against the policies.
That is a violation.
You just said it. You just said it. They're retaliating. They're retaliating against the law firm because of their private associations and private speech and representation of, which is all, if you look at Supreme Court case law, all protected by the First Amendment. That's all things that they're doing, and they're stating that the purpose is that, and so that's a clear violation of the First Amendment, and that's what the court found, and that there's currently an injunction against that action because it violates the First Amendment, among other things that it violates.
No, it doesn't. I just read out the First Amendments to you.
Hold on. So if
speech press assembly, it's not against firing or getting rid of any entity that is against what you're doing.
If you're being fired because of your speech, are you facing retaliation because of your speech? If you're being, it's just a simple question. If you are fired because of your speech, right, because of what you said, either the opinion you expressed, the person you represented, the idea you proposed or advocated for, right? If you are fired because of that, did you face retaliation due to your speech? Yes or no?
No.
No?
Really? Wait. So if someone fires you, let's say the government fires you, let's say that you're a bureaucrat employee, you're just somebody at the equivalent of a DMV, and they fire you because you're a Republican, is that firing based on your protected speech?
No. Okay. So
that's not even the right way to look at free speech to begin with.
You're disagreeing with. So just to be clear, well-established case law says that quote advocacy by attorneys falls within the category of private speech protected by the First Amendment. That's what the Supreme Court of the United States says. Now you can say I disagree with the Supreme Court, but it is well-established precedent that freedoms of association with clients and even just legal advice given to clients is covered by the First Amendment. And if you do a restriction based on that speech, it would be like banning ink or banning a bookstore. Well, I'm not banning you from publishing your book. I'm just banning the store. Like, that's just a dumb way to look at it. It's not how our First Amendment doctrine works.
Here's the thing about the First Amendment. The First Amendment has always been about protecting civilians and entities within our country against overreach from the government. And that's why you could say that some of the things that have happened under Trump has been a violation of those First Amendments, because the First Amendment should not and cannot act with its authority to infringe upon those type of rights. And when you see certain people not allowed into the White House, when you see lawsuits of, and again, whenever someone wants to make a case of it being defamatory or whatever, that's a different thing. I mean, we're talking about the fact that the government does need to be we do have protections against the government using its authority.
And to be clear, the Trump banned the Associated Press because they wouldn't call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
Which is a ridiculous thing.
By a Trump appointed judge said that even on that deferential standard, it was a humongously deferential standard. Basically, when you're dealing with government restricted spaces like that, it's like the only thing that you can't do is viewpoint discrimination if you open access to some class of people. And so it's an incredibly deferential standard, and Trump didn't even meet that. And what I would love is for some acknowledgement here. Yes, it was wrong for Trump to claim as a basis to retaliate against law firms their previous representation of clients for being against the government. What could be more violative of the First Amendment than that? And think about it. You guys don't have a lot of sympathy for the law firms because they're white shoe law firms. They make a shit ton of money. I understand that. But these law firms protect all of their other rights. The reason why it's most important when the lawyers are targeted, and why even Shakespeare wrote about this, and why it's so important to protect the lawyers, is they're the ones who fight for you in court. So when they are saying, "Hey, vendors, if you hire these law firms, you're not going to have a contract with us," of course it implicates First Amendment interests.
Now you do apply this standard when they went after Trump's lawyers, though, right? You're going to apply that standard, or no?
Hang on, no.
You can't say this when these are the law firms protecting the government, and the governments have the contracts on that, and those law firms do not align with the government. They do have the right to fire them, but once going back to
not for those reasons, right? So Vibe, it's
law
a good point.
firms have the
Vibe, you're severely
wrong,
narrowing.
Vibe.
Vibe, you're severely narrowing, but you're narrowing the Constitution. You're not just putting it on a pin.
Please.
You're adopting this. You're adopting a very broad and wide, almost like spiritual understanding of what the United States is. The United States has never been a spiritual place. And that's something I like, maybe now isn't the time to talk about that. But you're saying how I run my business is how the
that's
state
why we're
runs.
talking
That's
about
not
it.
true.
So if for example the government canceled a contract and said we're canceling this contract because the head of the CEO of this corporation is a Jew, would you say, well, they can cancel contracts, so I guess they can cancel this contract because he's a Jew? You'd say no. Just because the government generally has the power to cancel contracts doesn't mean that they can do so for a purpose.
But we find that standard is applied not equally.
Canceling contracts is not a speech.
I understand that it's not, that canceling a contract is not speech. I understand that discrimination on the basis of religion is not speech. I'm not saying that is. I'm trying to give you an example that gets in your head about, hey, just because the government generally has this kind of authority doesn't mean they can't use that authority in a way that violates the Constitution. If you grant the religion example, let me give you the First Amendment example. Yes, you can cancel a contract for a variety of reasons, but you can't just cancel a contract because you have an association with a law firm that represents people that we don't like.
Okay, I have to push back on this a little bit. Pisco, where do
Doesn't make it right.
Start playing stupid video clips.
This message is sponsored in part by.
If I
please allow me the moment to read a few super chats that we didn't get to earlier, just because I wanted to get through time quickly. These are actually pretty comical, so they don't really require a whole lot of responses. The chat was sending in wine for me because this became a shit show pretty quick. Patriots are a go with the big 5. Thank you. Kissy Cat with the big 10, sending lots of wine. We also had some funny little dad jokes. What do you call a cow with 3 legs? Lean beef. A Kissy Cat again. What kind of bird doesn't have babies? A swallow.
Ooh.
Sarah, why did you put that woman's ass on the stream?
You don't like asses? Would you prefer
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves,
This message is sponsored in part by.
I'm pretty sure he prefers that.
Thank you. That's what I thought. You complain about putting a woman's fine ass on a video. Plus, there's a horse. Everybody likes horses.
This is my first time on Raging Tomato. I didn't know.
Well,
Pisco, did it not get you to shut up?
Do not like
Yeah, I guess it did. Yeah.
Kissy Cat with the big 5 says, which days of the week are the strongest? Saturday and Sunday, because the rest are weekdays. Kissy Cat with the big 5. Who were the greenest presidents in U.S. history? The Bushes. Kissy Cat again says, I
Boo.
can't take my dog to the pond anymore. The ducks keep attacking him. My bad for getting a purebred dog.
Boo.
Kissy Cat says, if a pig loses its voice, does it become disgruntled?
Boo.
Plant-based in with the big five says, asks the question, is Sean or Misfit a flat earther? And I don't believe that they are. In this question, I'm a little hesitant to read, so I'm going to read it strategically. Ask Tubby on the left. I think Wick, when this came in, you were on the far left. If having Destiny promote you, who has been making death threats against other streamers, is that a threat to free speech?
No, because it's not government action. It could itself be kind of its own criminal
I
offense.
don't
but
even know if Destiny's promoting me anymore. I haven't talked to Destiny in months.
I wouldn't see death threats as a government activity, and because the First Amendment by its terms applies to the government action, it wouldn't be a First Amendment issue.
Pisco's correct.
Also, Destiny is facing his day in court for anything that he has done wrong, it seems.
Yeah, the courts will deal with that.
So,
I agree.
Can I
agree.
So, is that the rest of the super chats? Am I allowed to?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I think one of the problems that we run into, especially with like Trump supporters defending his lack of ability to infringe on our First Amendment speech, is that we have like direct quotes from him explaining why he's doing these certain things. We can say that he was trying to revoke the status of Mahmoud Khalil or Ozturk because they were supporting a Hamas or whatever. But when days before he says to a speech full of donors, quote, one thing I do, any student that protests, I throw them out of the country. You know, there are a lot of foreign students. As soon as they hear that, they're gonna behave. Let's not pretend like it's because they're like spreading like terrorist propaganda. It's because he's trying to crack down on our right to protest. That's like explicitly what he said to the group of donors.
And can we also acknowledge, please, right, that the First Amendment and free speech, the First Amendment protects free speech, but free speech exists outside of the First Amendment. Free speech as a concept exists outside of the First Amendment. So while the First Amendment may not exist in Russia, I still would advocate for people in Russia to have free speech, even if they aren't protected under the First Amendment. Does that make sense?
And I'm willing to
when we
grant
talk
all
about
of these
concepts,
points.
if I may finish just real quick.
Okay.
When we talk about the concepts of free speech, when we talk about these things, when we even if I grant you, and I don't, to be clear, that, oh, well, non-citizens maybe not be protected the same under the First Amendment, that is still a threat to their free speech. Just because you find a legal loophole that allows you to attack someone's free speech does not mean you are not a threat to free speech.
That's a good point.
Pretty clear.
I will grant all these things if you guys will grant that there is also a more systemic problem threatening free speech more than just one candidate. And the reason I say that is because long before Trump, we've had these kinds of issues, and even with other presidents, we've had issues like anti-BDS laws, which are a clear an infringement on the First Amendment.
I'm not here to argue.
Under the
hold on,
Obama
just if I may respond to that
presidency-
just real quick. I'm not here to
Okay,
argue
I'm gonna
that
play
Trump
off
is
of
the
Wick then.
sole offender. He is not. We have had I have had problems with many administrations and how they have handled free speech. My argument tonight is that Trump is the worst offender. And I have, again, provided evidence and cases and, well, I haven't shown the documents, right? But I have documents.
Would you agree?
Over and over again.
I want to shift it only because Grid is getting ready to leave in a few minutes. So I just want to allow Grid some space to talk real quick, and then it'll open up the panel to bring Ryan back up too.
Yeah, I don't really have any other questions. It's been kind of going round robin, back and forth. I'd actually really like to hear Corinth see what his questions are. It'd be interesting.
Wait, I have a question for you, Grid. Do you agree that going after law firms on the basis of who they are affiliated with and for past representations is a problem for the First Amendment, and he shouldn't have done it?
Hang on, I got to turn that up.
Absolutely, the law firms still have full free speech.
No,
It's
they
the worst
don't.
problem
Not if
you
they're
could-
being. Not if they're
the
being
worst-
threatened
Pisco,
by the
that's the
government.
worst.
They're
It's
being
the worst
punished for their
problem.
free speech.
You're
We're
not
all
only
for
attacking
the
a
First
business,
Amendment.
you're attacking
Can
a
we just-
procedure. Shut up.
I'm
I mean,
sorry.
do that
Pisco.
law firms not have the
No, I
ability
just want to make that
speak out
clear.
against that?
Just because you can still speak doesn't mean you haven't been punished for your speech. And it is against the First Amendment for the government.
What in the
punish
First
you
Amendment
for your
says you
speech.
cannot be punished for your speech. You still have the free speech.
It says Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech, and that's been understood. That's a general term.
That's Congress. That's the government, right?
So that's been understood. So that's been understood to be not just Congress, but also to extend to the executive branch that's implementing Congress's will. Okay, so it's broader than just Congress, but it is government directed. And so, just to give you an example, just because it says Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech doesn't mean it only applies to literal spoken words. We understand that the freedom of speech means something beyond its most narrow reading of it, which is spoken word. It applies to books, print media. It applies to private representations, associations. It's understood basically in the English common law.
And Pisco, I would also argue as well that if you look at things like Miranda rights, how their Miranda rights got expanded, there was a time when it was a narrow understanding of those your Fifth Amendment rights only being in a court, but now they've been able to expand that to the entire engagement whenever you're encountering a law enforcement. So we have these kinds of cases. But I'm just saying there is case studies to show that these things become expanded. That's what I'm trying to say.
Sure. I would agree with that. But you don't even have to grant, because I know Miranda people have a problem with it because it's kind of like a precautionary rule that you have to say these special magic words, and so people think it's a little too spooky. But I agree with you. But you don't even have to grant the kind of more expansionist, living constitutionalist framework. And I'm not saying that you're doing that, but I'm just saying that a lot of people will do that. The core of political speech is associational freedoms and being able to have private dialogues with individuals. And here you're being punished because of your private representation with clients who are politically disfavorable to the government. That's core speech, and it's happening to the people who are in the best position to fight the government.
Slow down. You asked me a question. I'm trying to understand.
This is an example of free speech.
Hold on, Vibe. Go ahead,
just
Greg.
calm down a minute. So did Trump make a law saying that he wouldn't deal with those people?
No, he used his executive actions to specifically call out those law firms. And for example,
in what way?
Here's some concrete things. So number one, there's a reporting requirement now for government contractors that if you're associated with these law firms, you need to tell the government about it, and they're canceling contracts because of associations and forcing these contractors to not have representation with these law firms. Number two, they're specifically canceling all meetings between clients.
Okay, how's that speech?
And the government that are represented by
make the connection to speech.
Okay. Retribution because of speech, right? Any
negative
government action. So stop.
So Pisco, let me give you an example of my company. I do not work with porn companies because that's against my.
I mean, this is exactly.
Right? Am I?
We're going off.
You're not the government.
You're not the government. So I don't have to address it because you're not the government. Right?
I really want to interact with Pisco on this because I want to do it in good faith. So if you don't mind,
to address it. Yeah. So just because the regulation, the executive action itself, doesn't ban speech, right? That's what you're looking for. It doesn't mean it doesn't implicate the First Amendment. It doesn't implicate the First Amendment. So any kind of government retribution on the basis of speech. So for example, if they charge you with a crime, it's a high standard, but solely on the basis of your First Amendment activities, that would be a First Amendment issue, notwithstanding the fact the government is allowed to charge in the main. Now, in the case of these different activities,
can I ask you a question before you go too much further?
Yeah, I'll give you one more example.
Okay.
If, for example, they said we're not going to give you a liquor license, the government says this because you're a Republican, it would be a First Amendment issue. Agreed?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So it's not
because that would be a political affiliation. But if you said I'm not going to give you a liquor license because you served underage people or you're opening a bar where I don't want one. That's not.
That would be different. Yeah. But what they're saying here, right? What they're saying and what they put in their purposes is we're going after these law firms because of prior representation, because of the law firm's stated views on DEI, and because that you were opposed to the government. They listed out 4 reasons, and all 4 of them implicate First Amendment issues. So yes, there could be some legitimate basis.
Reasons.
The government itself, the president of the United States, he issued orders specifically
talking
to
law firms. Because you supported DEI that you were no longer allowed government contracts.
Yeah. So here I'll read out the different reasons. There's 4 of them. So Reason number one: the firm's representation. This is Perkins Coie. The firm's representations of Hillary Clinton during the 2016 presidential election. First Amendment interest. You're talking about the private association with Hillary Clinton. That's core First Amendment, and private speech and private representation is private speech protected by the First Amendment.
Look, I could see whether it's like interference in business or something like that. I'm not seeing where that's a freedom of speech issue.
Yeah, so the Supreme
you're not,
Court has
you're not tying that up.
Yeah, so first you asked for the four purposes. I'm trying to give you the purposes. I thought we agreed that retaliation on the basis of speech is implicated in the First Amendment interest. Did you not agree with that?
I agree with that, but you're not showing me that representation you're not showing me that representation qualifies as speech.
Yes, so it's well settled law that advocacy by attorneys.
Can you give me an example of anything I can go look at this
is Legal Services Corp.
Give me a legal foundation for this, because right now what it sounds like is this is yours and others' opinion that's never been tried out in a court of law.
You have to tamp it in though. If you're gonna say that this is purely procedural, if this is actual jurisprudence or it's in the law.
He's trying to cite something right now.
I'm trying to cite two cases to you. So first case, NAACP versus Button. This is 371 U.S. 415. Quote, the First Amendment protects vigorous advocacy, certainly of lawful ends against government intrusion, including litigation, which is thus a form of political expression. That's a Supreme Court saying that. The other case is Legal Services Corporation. Hang on, I can get the full citation, but it's 531 U.S. at 542, and it says that advocacy by attorneys to the courts falls within the category of private speech protected by the First Amendment. Those are two legal citations to the Supreme Court saying that that representation is protected by the First Amendment.
Right, but did the Supreme Court rule that they were in fact free speech violations? You're saying there's citations to the Supreme Court.
Other case law. So this case is now going through the courts, and one court, the district court, the first layer of review, has said that that's unconstitutional. It's against the First Amendment. So
I get that. I understand the lower courts. All right, look, I would really like to get into this with you at some point. Unfortunately, I've actually streamed like 7 hours a day.
Okay.
And I'm fucking going to bed.
Are you gonna brush your teeth?
What the fuck?
I'm not letting you.
I'm trying to drag it out for him more because he seemed to be doing that with Pisco there.
Okay.
So trying to assist him.
Thanks for stopping by, Grid. We appreciate you.
Thanks for dropping a 60 to kick me.
I tried to get Admiral Gibbs over here for you. He's a cool dude.
I'll debate him.
I like Gibbs.
Oh, I think he followed me on X. Actually, I remember that name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Admiral Akbar from.
See you guys.
Before we had
Wick wants to go, can I go after Wick because I have been waiting patiently to see.
Yeah, Mel had a question too. For
Yeah.
me, I think, as well.
Go ahead. Absolutely.
Get it, Mel.
I'll be brief. When you are told that unless you better watch what you say, or we're going to ban you from a federal building. If you better watch what you say, or we're going to fine you. You better watch what you say, or we're going to take away your security clearance. You better watch what you say, and if you speak out against us, we're going to do these things. This is viewpoint. It's called viewpoint discrimination. You are discriminating against someone's viewpoint, their opinion, and that absolutely is a violation of someone's free speech of the First Amendment. The reason that that's true is because it creates a chilling effect, a disincentive. It dissuades people from speaking their mind because they know if they do, that the government will come in and punish them. Therefore, their free speech is abridged.
But this
do we
is still
understand this? Do
outside
we
the
agree with this? Vibe, do you agree?
No, not totally.
What part don't you agree with?
Okay, so we have amendments. We're allowed to speak. We can speak whatever we want. Now, there are consequences. If I go
There's some
and I
categories
say to
of
my
unprotected
boss,
speech.
he's sleeping with my wife, even if he's not, he can fire me just for being an idiot.
Correct.
I still have the free speech to say, I think you're sleeping with my wife. And he's like, I'm not. He can still fire me. Right?
Correct.
Now, I have the right to say that. and he still has the right to fire me. But I lost my job, and I can still, even after he fires me, I can say my boss is an a-hole because I have that right. Right?
Correct.
So, yes, people can punish you for saying the wrong things, and you can go back. You can go to court and go, I shouldn't have been. You can go to the Board of Labor. Like, there's a government process to make sure when things like that and injustices like that happen, you still have a legal opportunity to say, hey, my free speech was not
Let me
wrong.
ask you. So let's ask. Can a government termination ever be a basis of a First Amendment violation? Do you believe that government termination can ever be cognizable as a First Amendment issue?
Sorry.
If you were fired, so in your example, you're using a private employer, I'm assuming. So that's not First Amendment because it's not government. So let's move it over to the government realm, right? Can a termination by a government ever be a First Amendment issue?
That's a good question,
must
right?
be, right?
So we switched from a Democratic government to a Republican government, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now your staff there is going against what your goals are now. Yes, you still have the right to go, hey, you're not on board. You're not drinking the Kool-Aid, just like in a corporate company. If you're not drinking the Kool-Aid.
So you're actually, So here, it is more complicated than I'm letting on in some areas. So for certain political appointees, because you actually, speech is one of the things, right? You shouldn't be forced to hire your attorney general on not speech related grounds. But what we're talking about is a little bit more specific. It's, let's say in the context of just random bureaucrats, right? Like just regular bureaucrats, or in the case, put it aside the government as employer, the government imposing sanctions on private employers for who they hire. So let's say that the government says, okay, we're going to give you guys licenses to be fishermen, but every fisherman that you hire, it better be someone who supports Trump, or it better be a Democrat. Otherwise, you're not going to get the fishery license, or you're going to get worse preferred fishery. And then the fisheries start firing people who aren't Trump supporters. That would be a First Amendment issue, notwithstanding the fact that they can still technically be Trump supporters. Agreed?
Well, okay. So I want to get a little clarity on that, right?
Yeah.
So where exactly on this fisherman are they? Is the government saying that you have to hire this type of person? And what is that type of person?
Yeah, the government's not saying it explicitly. It's saying, hey, guys, we have a new policy. Our new policy is we only give fishing permits to corporations that hire only Biden supporters. So, but you can still hire your Biden supporters if you. Or
but
Trump
we know
supporters
that doesn't happen, right? So it's going to be more
hypothetical. It's a thought
experiment. You can only hire this race, or you can only do this, or whatever,
but
right?
now we're doing the First Amendment stuff, right? So the First Amendment stuff where the government is saying we are going to impose a burden on private actors if they don't comply with our ideology.
Okay, Blank isn't going to get it, and I'm sorry, but I've been waiting patiently to ask my question. John Mosman, you said you were talking about systemic forms of people having their free speech tread upon. Would one of those forms be McCarthyism to you?
Yes.
Burning books?
Yes.
So what do you think about the Trump administration literally burning books in Pentagon libraries that way kids can't read about transgender stuff?
Well, I don't know of any facts of that case, but if that is the case, I think that's wrong. And I think that would be obviously a First Amendment issue.
Okay, can you Mosman, is that how you say your name, sir?
Yeah, it's my last name, Mosman.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So you acknowledge that Perkins Coie is a First Amendment issue, and that the government, if we are presenting the facts correctly, that is a violation of the First Amendment.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay. Excellent. Beautiful. We can get here, right? So it isn't just Perkins Coie that are doing this. They're doing it with Covington and Burlington. Covington and Burling. They're doing it with Wilmer Hale. They're doing it with Jenner and Block. They're doing it with Paul Wise. And these are all executive orders. So to keep in mind, this isn't a law that they're trying to pass through legislation. Trump is literally signing and executing executive orders.
Which is not illegal law, which is not by any, because it doesn't come from the Constitution. It comes from Congress, which is where legitimate binding laws are made.
Yeah, well,
just one of my reasons why I don't like Trump is all the executive decisions.
There's some authority here, like no one is saying that Trump doesn't. Like, think about this, right? Does the executive branch not have the power to make things off limits to certain people, or to like decide when to take meetings, or decide who gets access or who has like classified information clearance. Like in the main, the executive branch
that metric is very that metric though we've way surpassed that metric with just the number amount of executive
not
decisions.
Because we recognize, not because we think that Trump doesn't actually have the power in general to decide.
I know that's why you guys would not disagree with it, because you would be okay.
I think
you're okay with the Biden executive decisions.
I would just grant you that executive overreach has been going on for years. Obama did it, Trump 1 did it, Biden did it,
Bush did it,
Reagan did it, right? Like
the executive overreach is not into the Congress's authority. The executive overreach is into the individual rights of these entities and these individuals. It's not interbranch. There are other areas which are 100%. I agree with you and Wick 100%. There are overreach from the executive in other areas, but in this specific area, it's not interbranch. It is into the individual rights component. We're talking about the First Amendment. That's the issue.
Which and a lot of times it comes out of a conflict with something with enforcement of some type.
Pisco, I'm going to push back on one thing there. Pisco, you said one thing.
This is to kind of
give me 1 second, please. Pisco said one thing, that yes, there is executive overreach. I mean, again, like not losing center, because this is a debate about Trump taking away free speech or being a threat to it. There's not always executive overreach. There has been in the past. It's been specific. It's been something that you've been able to identify. But like government, like executive overreach isn't just like business as usual. That's one of the like
executive overreach is beside the point. What I'm trying to say with my whole entire argument is, even if they have the legitimate power to do something, if they do something in an illegitimate way, right? If they use that legitimate power that they have to threaten someone's free speech, or to punish someone, or to retaliate against some entity or individual because of their free speech, it is illegitimate, even if they would otherwise have that power, and it would be a legitimate power to hold. That's my entire argument. Do you disagree, Mr. Mosman?
John?
I would
John,
ask.
Muted.
Sorry, I unmuted myself. No, I
would feel like their speech is any less.
I don't
disagree with that. Why?
It's more restricted?
No, I don't disagree with that. That's what I say.
Oh, you don't disagree? Okay.
Yeah.
Then I think that, look, you're a reasonable man. I'd love to have a conversation with you sometime. Because one of the frustrating things about this conversation.
John isn't reasonable, just for the record. I love John, but
no, he is. Duck is the person who's on.
I want to say something real quick after Wick's done.
Wick was trying to
Wick,
finish.
have you lost any speech
Jesus
the
Christ.
second term of Trump?
Can we let Wick finish?
I keep getting half a point out,
please?
and it becomes, people are like, "What are you trying to say?" Well, if you let me finish, maybe we can get there. Okay. So, one of the frustrating things about the conversation that we had before, and what I think that was very telling, is that the refusal to admit any wrongdoing when the wrongdoing was very, very clear and very, very obvious. Let he who has eyes see, let he who has ears hear, right? It is obvious, I think, to the audience, and I think to, well, even you, Mr. Mosman, even though I think I get the sense we would disagree with each other politically, and you might disagree with my assertion that Trump is the worst of the worst here, right?
I don't necessarily disagree with that.
Okay, but you would acknowledge, right? You would acknowledge that there is violations that have been done by Trump and are currently being done by Trump.
Oh yeah,
and I think that the fact that Sean Farash, I don't mean to get his name wrong, or the Misfit Patriot refused to acknowledge a single thing, I think shows a level of dishonesty that was frustrating to deal with. That's all I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Can I
agree. And so, well, hang on, because I'm actually going to bounce after I say this. But first of all, I mean, although I also disagree with John on many things, he was on my channel recently, and we had a nice conversation where he agreed that he would stand in the street with me at a hands-off protest if one came near us together, and he would
John's
support
right.
pushing.
John's nice. He's just not
Donald
rational.
Trump. So yeah, sure. So but when it comes to standing against Donald Trump right now, I appreciated that much. But I wanted to say, I think I wanted to highlight the irony of, on a panel about free speech, where Wick and Pisco made a genuinely compelling case that Donald Trump poses a real threat to that. We had Grid paying $60 to boot me off the panel. And I understand this is not a First Amendment violation.
salty
I understand
there.
that.
No, that's okay.
Nobody owes me a platform, but you're shelling out cash just to silence dissent because you can't refute it. It reeks
True.
of insecurity. And speaking of cowardice, I want to address one other thing that Sean said earlier. He claimed him and other parents were put on a domestic terror watch list. As far as I can tell, that's just a lie. There's no evidence that happened. The courts threw out that entire case for lack of standing. Even the Supreme Court refused to hear it because it was completely unsubstantiated. On my channel, on Wix and on Pisco's, we welcome conservatives. You just saw it happen. Wick was inviting John Mosman onto his panel. Even fragile, petty cowards like Grid, we actually believe in our values, and we're not afraid of being challenged, and that's what real free speech looks like. Thank you, Sarah. You have a wonderful night. Love you all.
Wait, what's your channel called?
Radical Coder.
Hell yeah, a new sub.
Pisco, appreciate you, man.
Yeah,
keep up the good work.
I would probably add as well that it is kind of crazy that he kicked all of us in order to, when the other conservatives had limited time to come on and be like, Pisco, Wick, can you name one good thing that Trump has done, instead of letting anybody ask a question?
And I want to make
think
sure
that was
that
pretty
we did.
crazy.
We had no problem with doing it, right? And then he went on to ignore the fact that we had done it and pretend that we just hadn't. And he went on with his
and
little
then they
narrative.
didn't have anything for Biden except for bombing people.
But I do.
And this is double standard. The double standard that is so frustrating in these conversations.
Yeah,
that
it's
I'm
a real
willing
double
to
standard
admit
thing.
to the errors that the leftists have engaged in when it comes to free speech, but they just say nothing.
I do want to
Well,
ask.
like you guys didn't even
real quick. I do want to ask because this is something that doesn't get covered a lot, and I think it's absolutely insane. So there's a guy named Sebastian Gorka, right? He's the deputy assistant to the president, and he's the senior director for counterterrorism. Recently, he just asked the question.
Sebastian Gorka. Oh, my gag reflexes.
Yeah, I know. He went on Newsmax and he asked the question of if people who come out in support of Mahmoud Khalil are technically aiding and abetting terrorism.
Yeah, he did say that.
That's fucking crazy. That's somebody who works for Trump's administration. So I want to ask, that would be a direct example of going after criminal prosecutions for people who are coming out and using their First Amendment rights. Is that something that Trump supporters would condemn? And is that are we now asking for Sebastian Gorka to step out of the Trump administration? Because I would sure hope that if we have a principled adherence to the First Amendment, we would be calling for him to step down over some shit like that. That's crazy.
Well, to be fair, I would want him out regardless before whatever he said, because I know the type of things that he says and they make me sick. I mean, he's a lot like Prager, and I can't stand Prager either. And
I missed this clip.
So yeah.
I didn't hear any of
I
you
do
guys
have to
bring
go
up
soon.
anything
Does any
about how they
conservative have
tried.
a question, or even a liberal, right? Does any conservative
Oh, wait.
or a liberal or anyone have a direct question for me that I can answer before I go? Something I said that you didn't agree with, or you want further clarification on, anything like that? I'd be happy to answer. And now is your time to shine, boys and girls.
Sure, why not?
I have a general question. You've been one of the more successful liberal podcasters and stuff like this. I'm just curious if you've noticed anything change since Trump's been in office for 120 days. It's not typically something I or a lot of the people I associate work with, but I'm just curious, kind of wishing you luck, but also kind of how the reception's been for you out in the marketplace of ideas.
I don't see. I'll just be honest. I haven't seen a meaningful difference in reception for me. I mean, I am growing and I'm going on bigger shows now, right? I'm going to get probably going back on Tim Pool on the 23rd, right? That's not set in stone yet, but that is in the works. But yeah, it's hard to answer that question. Sorry, right? I just don't. I haven't noticed an appreciable difference that I could relate to Trump taking office. I just can't.
I mean, do any of you guys have a problem with them going after Trump and trying to impeach him when he was a private citizen? I didn't hear anybody bring that up.
Wait, what's the problem?
They tried to impeach Trump while he wasn't even president.
Before we get into this, can I just quickly sign off? I just want to quickly sign off. Thank you for having me, Sarah.
Take care, man.
Pisco, Wick, nice to see you around. I didn't expect to see you guys out here, but it's good to see you. By the way, folks, we have a show on Friday, me versus Rob Noor, with the prompt, is there a difference between sex and gender? So that should be really fun. Be sure to show up for that open panel as well.
Good luck and prepare for the FISA warrants.
All right, make sure to invite me, Gizmo, there. I've got a good debate
someone
on
just
that.
said.
No, DM me if you want to. We'll help prepping for that one.
Okay, thanks. You can reach out too, because I don't have you in my DMs. Sorry, Pisco. Were you going to say something before?
No. Thank you. No.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for the thanks. Someone was talking about the impeachment of Trump. You were like, you have a problem with Trump?
The
being
attempted
impeached?
impeachment of Trump while he was not a president.
Let me ask you this: is that
whoa, whoa? You just
they attempted listen
Before you guys kick into that, and I will hand it back. We started a quick goal because it's either, I just go to bed or we continue trucking on. And Josh sends a big 5 asking or saying Pisco is still shell shocked from the Hortz video. Did that throw you off a little bit? Not
it threw me off my game a little. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I was blushing a bit.
I mean, that is kind of the purpose of the degen videos. The doggy watching doggy porn one is my favorite. It actually really is cute, but
sounds illegal.
Doggy. Yeah, I don't know about that.
I did a
doggy watching dog porn.
Someone just said, "Is this clown guy? Whatever clown guy."
Yeah, my mouth moves when I talk.
You're aware that Trump was impeached while he was president the second time, right?
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. He wasn't impeached this time.
Wait a
Hold on a minute. No. Don't you know me and then start screaming.
Hold on.
He has not been impeached while he's been in office the second time. That was a blatant lie.
I had to do to have you was sign up for tier 2. Cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
Gentlemen, I wasn't done reading them because the group has come to a conclusion that they want to keep going. So Kissy Cat sent in a 2 and a 2 and a 2, and then she settles down, hammers it in with the big 50 to say, we're staying, keep going. So I am now betrothed to
5
all of
minutes, just FYI.
That's fine for you, but I'm obligated nonetheless. So
Hey,
Pisco
Sarah, do you mind
and
if
hold on.
say a
because
little statement?
She's not done.
Are you leaving?
No, I'm not. I just wanted to say I love
it
actually Pisco and Wick.
Okay.
Hey, love you, vibe. Keep it real.
So I've got a question. I've got a question for
We're really having
Hold
fun.
up.
You guys are cucking the fuck out of me.
I just said I wanted to give it back to Pisco. Okay.
Thank you
let's
so
give
much.
it back.
Hey, love it. So Trippy Cast or the whatever clown guy.
Yeah, you got it right.
You admit that you were wrong when you said Trump wasn't impeached during his second term, right?
He hasn't been impeached during his second term.
I'm sorry. During his first term, the second impeachment during his first term.
I know he was
impeached while he was in office.
That's stupid. I didn't say anything about that. You're the one that said that I didn't know he was impeached the first fucking time he was in office.
No. The second time he was impeached while he was in office, right? You agree with that?
He was impeached during his first fucking term. Yes, sure. But they tried to impeach him while he wasn't even president as well. And you guys have ignored that.
They successfully impeached him while he was
One
in
time.
office. No, twice.
Okay.
When are you
whatever.
impeached?
Okay. And what was the purpose? To try to get him out of office? Did it work? Did it fail? How many impeachments do you need to have before you're kicked out?
To be clear, do you agree, right? Wait, you agree, don't you, that both impeachments of Donald Trump happened while he was in office, correct?
Was he impeached twice while he was in office? I'm actually
Yes,
out of
he was
loop.
impeached twice while in office. Wait, so do you not know?
Hang on a second.
Wait. I just
Why
wanna
do
know
you
right
have
now,
to
do
change the
do you
subject?
Thank you,
know
Sarah,
or
for
not-
hosting.
Wait,
I have to go.
do you know or not know whether he was
We love you,
impeached
Wick.
twice while in office?
Hi, Wick.
Why are you changing the subject in the first place?
No, because you said that he was impeached while I was out of office.
Okay, fine. Yes, he
telling
was
you right
impeached
now,
twice. Okay, next topic.
While he was in office, right? So you
So,
were wrong
do
about
you
that?
agree that they should have
were
tried
you-
to impeach him
were-
while he was
I
not
just
in
want-
office,
I
dude?
want one person to admit when they're wrong.
Okay, Destiny,
Were you wrong
keep talking
about
over
that?
me.
Were you wrong about that?
Keep going. Keep screaming over nothing
Is your
instead
ego
of just
so big you
answering
can
what I
admit when
asked
you're wrong
you.
about one thing?
How come you
wrong,
can't just
weren't you?
answer the fucking question? Are you okay?
I need one person one time to admit that they're wrong on this panel. You were wrong,
Look,
right?
dipshit. I said yes. He was impeached twice.
Okay,
Big
cool.
fucking
No,
deal.
but
Now,
wait. Were you wrong about when
Quit
he was
acting
impeached?
stupid.
That is, wait. Were you wrong about him being impeached while he was out of office? So you're like a fucking child. Just admit
you're
you're
babbling.
wrong.
You're fucking babbling.
This is insane. This is what the Trump cult does.
I
to you.
never
You
even
can't
said
admit
he
you're-
wasn't impeached twice while he was in
You
office.
did-
I said it didn't matter to my question,
you said
does
it
it?
didn't happen. You said it didn't happen when he was in office. You said he wasn't impeached while he was in
Whatever,
office.
dude. I said
So
whatever.
you were wrong, right?
Do
So you were
you
wrong.
agree or disagree. Do you think it was a good thing that they tried to impeach him when he wasn't in office? That's all I fucking asked.
When did they try to do that?
Hang on. No, they didn't try to impeach him while he was in office.
Yes, they did.
Succeed. No, they succeeded.
They
in impeaching
attempted
him while
to.
He was
They
in
failed
office.
at it.
No, they impeached him when he was in office both times.
They
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves, fire.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Had to do it. They paid for it. Go ahead, Pisco.
Yeah, no. Both impeachments happened while he was in office. They both did. They were successful, 100%.
Yeah, and then they tried to impeach him when he was done being president.
No.
For what?
Third time.
No.
For what?
No.
Look it
What are you
up.
talking about?
Look it up and tell
He
me
was
I'm
impeached
wrong.
twice.
Trip, look it up and tell me I'm wrong.
I just
You're
looked
wrong.
it up. I read through every page of Google. You're wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong.
No,
They
you didn't.
impeached him successfully 2 times.
Okay,
Look it up and
I never
tell
said
me
they
I'm
didn't.
wrong.
Yeah,
And they
you
never
said
tried
they
a third
to-
time.
They never
don't.
tried a different time.
Yes, they did.
They didn't.
What was the
For
third
what?
thing they tried to impeach him
Holy
for?
shit.
Trippy? What do you think
The
they
second
tried to
one
impeach him
happened a
for?
week before he left office.
Yes,
so it was
while he was in
technically,
office.
so technically they were both during his tenure as president.
What did they
And I just
impeach him
want you to
for the
admit you're
third time?
wrong.
Don't they have to certify an impeachment? So like, aren't the sort of core questions for citizens in this case, like, did Trump do something impeachable? One, and then how far into the, like, I forgot the exact, whatever. I'm not a fucking.
I just want to even.
law scholar, but like,
I just want to know
Yeah,
what
you
is
have to
even
certify it
alleged.
after it
Like I
goes
need
through
to.
both
I need to
houses
know.
or something.
I need to know what they tried to impeach him for
What's
when
the
he wasn't in
third
office for the third time. I need to know what that was for.
They attempted to. I know they did.
For
because
what?
It was all over the fucking news, dude.
For what?
Now, I think
because
Trippy,
Trump is a criminal.
Trippy,
Do you not see that Trump Donald
No,
It could be the
no.
criminal. It could
Best
be the
way to put it.
indictment.
Criminal.
Was
Unless
that the
you
indictment?
blow up when somebody disagrees or comes up with some shit
You're
that
wrong
you're not
about something
studied
and
up
you
on.
can't admit it.
I
He
said
was
words to you,
impeached
Trippy.
successfully twice. He
Trippy.
was impeached
Here-
successfully twice while he was in office.
Here's the thing, though. I think what you're getting at, though, is that his second impeachment was after he lost the election. So the
It
question
would have had to
is,
have gone through after he was no longer president.
No, he's in
Exactly, that's
office
a-
until
that's
January
what I'm
20th.
saying.
yeah,
He's in office
That
till
was
January
still-
20th.
Until January 20th.
Okay.
So
And
they
how
impeached him
long
while he
was
was in
the trial?
office.
the point is, though, it is kind of
You guys are a bunch of fucking spurgs.
something to.
I'm
I wonder
sorry.
if
someone
we're going to
when-
take
when-
any of you seriously if you
Are you
can't
actually
stop
trying to-
screaming.
Wait,
for
is
5
the guy
fucking
with the
seconds.
fucking clown
Donald Trump
animated
is more felonies than
VTuber
any
talking
president.
to everyone else like
know,
we're
right?
the ones that are the jokes?
No, it turns you into a joke when you start getting serious and screaming at a cartoon.
I just want to know when the third
I shouldn't have
impeachment
to spell it
was.
out.
When was the third
What's the third
impeachment?
When it comes down to it, if he got impeached, did it make a difference?
It didn't. It didn't make
Thanks
a
for letting
fucking
him walk
difference
off,
to
buddy.
us.
Thank you. Thank
Right?
God you let him walk
Yeah,
off
thanks,
of that.
Mr.
Pisco,
Connell.
you're
Thank-
letting
thank
him
Mr.
off way
Connell.
too easy. Pisco, you got to
Why?
fire it, buddy guy. I'm not
But
gonna lie.
listen, Trippy. I think what you mean is they tried the second impeachment while he was out of office, right?
Yes.
That's what you meant to say. Okay, all right. So
Yeah, I said it was
let's
a
be clear about
failed
the terminology. Well, no, it was a successful impeachment. The impeachment happened. I don't know
he
what to
didn't
tell
get
you.
impeached 3 times
Didn't
though.
do
He
anything
did.
for his
He
presidency.
got impeached twice.
Still-
I don't know.
And this is
I
actually
just said, and if you
full
would listen,
circle
if you would be
back
able to hear me,
his speech.
the people screaming, you would hear me say he never got impeached 3 times.
All right.
I
Well,
didn't
the
say-
second
So
one
what's the
wasn't
third
when he was out of
impeachment?
office.
What?
The second one
When
wasn't
was
when
the
he
third
was out of
impeachment?
office.
Okay. Ask yourself for a second, whoever asked, when did it happen? It was while he wasn't in office. That was stupid.
No, they were both in office. He was in office
The
or both.
third time. The third
Trippy,
time.
what do you
The
think he
third
tried
For
to
time.
what?
get
What did he get
impeached
impeached for the third time? What did they?
Trippy, you have no arguments.
What was
You
the
have no
impeachment
You
arguments.
guys
for?
don't know how to listen.
Guys, we
All
should
you're
let
doing
we
is
should
quoting
listen.
Breitbart.
We should
It
listen.
is the
Trippy's
craziest
right.
thing that I've
Well, he's
No,
not answering
Trippy's
the
right
question.
here. We
What a
should
player.
listen.
He's just
Trippy, what was the
bullshitting.
thing he tried to get impeached for the third time?
I'm sure it was something fucking retarded, just like the
Well,
first
if it,
one.
if it was all over the news, then you should be able to say
Trippy.
pretty easily.
Trippy, what year did
You're
he
asking
try?
me to bring up some
How
shit
so,
from my
Trippy?
memory from like
How so?
Trippy,
Google it.
what year? Trippy, you
How
want
so?
us to
You serious
listen?
right now?
Explain that to
You
me,
want us
please.
to listen to you? It's okay. We'll listen to you. What
No,
year did he
I
try
made
to
my
get impeached the
statement.
third
You
time?
guys can sit there and scream and yell and cry about it all night,
I'm asking you. I'm
He's
trying
just
to
trolling.
listen to
I
you.
mean-
I'm trying to give you your voice.
and you can wash
I'm
me
signal
off or
boosting
brush
you.
me
Tell
off
me.
and say I'm just
What
trolling.
year was the
You
third
are.
impeachment attempt?
What was the third
2020
impeachment?
fucking whatever. 2020, 2021, something around in there.
He was in office in
He
both
was
of those
president
years.
during all of 2020.
Yeah.
So
Whatever.
it couldn't be then, right?
I don't remember the year.
Come on. Yeah, you don't remember.
It was
shit,
probably
dude.
2024.
It was probably 2024. When?
I can't remember the exact fucking date. Okay, if you guys are so
Can
studied
you
up
tell
on
us
this shit,
anything about
when
it?
was the exact date that the first impeachment went through without Googling it?
We can tell you it was 2016.
December
You're allowed to Google it,
2019,
buddy.
but
We did
You can Google it.
One guy knows it.
You're
Pisco
allowed to
knows
Google it.
You guys are.
Well,
I know it was in
bottom line,
December of
Donald
2019.
One at a time,
Donald
or
Trump
you
get
get
convicted of a
stupid
felony.
videos.
Does Trump have
Yeah,
a
she's
felony or
right.
does he not have a felony? What does Trump have?
Trump was in court, right, over the whole situation. All of it was actually other people involved with Trump. It wasn't actually anything he did in the first fucking place.
Being
But
certified
Like
to run-
commanding,
being certified to run
like
isn't
giving
the same thing
orders.
as not
do
having
you
a felony,
realize
right?
that all of the felony accounts have to do with blue collar shit?
Didn't Cohen directly say? Didn't Cohen
Yes,
directly
what do you mean
say
blue
that he was
collar
ordered
shit?
by
What are you
Trump?
talking about right now? That doesn't make sense.
Surely you
It's
mean
all
white collar
financial
stuff,
stuff.
right?
It's
Yeah,
all
not blue
financial
collar
shit.
dipshit. It's white collar. Blue
Yeah, call me
collar is
dipshit
like
because
fucking
I called you dipshit. Okay, boy.
No, hey, listen. No, you're a dipshit because you just said Trump got fucking arrested for blue collar shit.
He never
You
got
know what blue
arrested
collar
either.
means, right? He
It's
did
not
get
like they
arrested.
walked him.
Like, oh, you're a
Okay,
troll.
yeah, they got
You
the
really
Really
mug
should
did,
come
shot.
in here
yeah.
and try to blast people for stuff and then
I
being
don't care
accurate.
what you
It
say.
doesn't-
I don't even know who's talking right now.
Everyone be
It's
quiet
white
as
collar,
schizophrenic
white
is
collar
speaking.
crime,
We
not
should
blue
listen.
collar crime. White collar.
Okay,
You don't
and that
even know the
matters.
collars.
Let's argue semantics. And either way, it's not like he went to jail for any kind of essay.
Was he convicted?
Semantics is about meaning. That's not.
All right, he's
semantics.
literally a troll. He's a good troll. though.
He's a
He's a
really
really good troll.
Bro,
Yeah, I'm
He's a
elected.
fantastic troll.
Of course,
Hey,
this whole
good job.
Pisco,
diatribe
you know the
does
meme,
nothing to do
everyone
with
be
the actual
quiet as
case of the
schizophrenic is
sport- the
talking?
topic, so.
That's what's going on right
Yes.
now.
Yeah, that's the
I
meme.
couldn't hear anybody because you guys decided to talk at the same time.
Well, I was just trying to figure out
I'm
what
gonna
your
protest
how
as
your
long as you guys are
whataboutism
talking
has anything
shit
to do with the
about
topic.
mental illness.
Well, you guys
I'm
are trying to sit
protesting.
here and say that Donald Trump is a threat to free speech, but you can't actually prove it. You can
I
sit
can.
here and say, "Oh, he arrested so and so for thing."
Well, okay. What about Donald Trump saying that he wants to make burning the flag illegal? That's like a
That
direct
should be
violation.
illegal. I
But
thought
that's
that
a-
burning the
that's a-
flag was illegal.
Has
Yeah,
that
it
not been
was.
upheld by the?
Not
Has that
been-
not been upheld by the Supreme Court as a First Amendment protected activity?
I thought it was illegal.
It's not.
It should be.
That's protected by the First Amendment, though, right?
What is?
Burning the flag,
Are you going to call it? What are you going to call it?
protected by the First Amendment.
Are you going to call it free speech when it's actually?
I think it
freedom of
falls under
expression?
protest. I believe.
Well, you called it free speech. I'm pretty sure that's freedom of whatever I just
Yes,
said.
you can
So
burn the
it
Protected by the
aligns.
First Amendment
So it's
is-
protected by the First Amendment. Donald Trump wants to make it illegal, right?
It should be illegal, and I thought it was.
So why are we?
Fucking
So
your
you
mom
want to
should be
get rid of
illegal,
the
but I
Fourth?
still do
You
it.
want to get rid of the First Amendment? That's
Did
fine.
Pisco just say fucking your mom should be illegal, but he still doesn't?
I believe so.
Someone said it.
Maybe it was John.
Okay.
No, I would
all
never
right,
say that.
Pisco,
Big crap.
don't make weird. Don't admit to anything on live stream, okay? And don't plant felonies on live streams either. I don't know if you ever have, but
Don't
that should be a
plant
rule.
felonies.
All right,
What does it
don't
mean to
let me know
plant
that
a
you-
felony? I don't know what that means.
Plan.
Plan.
Plan. He said plan. It was pretty
Oh,
obvious.
my bad.
Well, there's other people talking.
Do
It,
we
it
have any
makes sense.
serious fucking Trumpers here? Where are the Trumpers?
Well, I do
Hiding.
want to ask. I think it was either Vive or John that mentioned this earlier to try to draw an equivalency between what Trump is doing right now with law firms to quote unquote like Biden going after Trump's lawyers. Are you A, insinuating Biden directed that, and B, are you talking about the lawyers that were orchestrating the false electors scheme?
I'm talking
Yes.
about the lawyers who obviously, the people who the Democrat governors and lawyers and district attorneys that all went after the lawyers, and that's what I asked. Yeah.
Wait.
For crimes, though.
Yeah, it's because
You
like
answered neither of my questions.
didn't who was the lady? Didn't Jenna Ellis plead guilty to a case where she was accused of like tampering with an official proceeding? You probably should disbar somebody like that and go after them criminally because they pled guilty to it.
Okay. Yeah. Because everybody that pleads guilty does it because they're guilty of.
I know,
crime.
I know, but like, let's be honest here. No one's against going after lawyers for anything, right? If there's a lawyer involved in some shady shit, we should go after them. What we're against is going after lawyers for some reasons and not for any reason, right? So like, if we're going after lawyers because they do crimes, that's a good reason to go after lawyers. If we're going after,
But they
lawyers
break the
because-
law, yeah. But we're talking
Yeah,
about
but
whether or
if
not
you're
we
going after a lawyer because there are because of First Amendment protected activities. That's the problem.
Oh, of course, it's a problem. Just like it's a problem to use lawfare against political opponents.
It wasn't lawfare. We have so much
do you mean
detail.
by
We have
lawfare?
so much
No,
evidence
there was lawfare.
detailing
There was
it.
lawfare on there. But however, I
Where?
will say
How?
this, Pisco. I will say this that
No.
with what you're saying with the lawyers, I think it's clearly under the First Amendment as a violation because one of the protected rights of a First Amendment is the assembly, the right to assemble. And
Correct.
so that's something that I don't know if anyone else mentioned that when they were trying to attack on
yeah,
that.
I kind of conceptualize that right as being distinct. Yeah, but I think this is probably understood more as an associational right, which I would say more under speech. But maybe you can make an argument for assembly. I haven't done much research.
No,
on
assembly
it,
is under is a First Amendment protected.
I understand that assembly is in the First Amendment, but what we're talking here about like private associations, and I understand assembly to be more like public demonstrations physically, right, as opposed to private association with a lawyer. I haven't done the research on the.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
but no, it's good.
I would also point out that, I mean, like, if we're talking about the lawyers that I think we're talking about, like, we have tons of evidence showing, like, them committing illegal activity. Like, when it comes to Chesborough, he was, like, literally conceding that they were trying to break the Electoral Count Act on January 6th. And I'm pretty sure Chesborough was even at the Capitol on January 6th. Don't we have pictures of him amongst the crowd that are breaking through the barriers? So, like, to pretend that these lawyers, like, are like, we just weaponized the justice system against them when they were, like, involved in multiple cases regarding plotting a conspiracy to overturn the results of the 2020 election, to act like that is like a conspiracy from the DOJ, and to act like there's no evidence backing it is just to not know the case.
We're not just talking about that event, right? We're talking about all the instances of lawfare that's happened since then. So,
yeah,
like
no,
what?
Then it's not 1-to-1. If you're saying that, like, we're gonna
law and there's
what?
free speech, right? So, I mean, I was trying to make this point earlier that you are allowed to say anything you want, and your employers, your government, everybody is allowed to react to that, but you still are allowed to say what you want. Trump had people in his cabinet that went against him, and he fired them. When he fired them, that wasn't against their free speech, because when he fired them, they still were able to talk. When he went against NBC, he said, "I'm threatening you," but he didn't. And they still were able to speak out. Free speech still exists under Trump. Now, just to give you guys my position on Trump, yes, I am right. I think that guy is the freaking biggest idiot in the world. If somebody offered me to have a beer with him, I would deny it. I don't like his tweets.
You would say no?
I don't like any of those things, right?
Well, he doesn't drink, but
if
you could have a Diet Coke with him.
No, I wouldn't even have a Diet Coke with him. I don't want to hang around that guy. I do not want to be around that guy. However, the policies he's putting in place and the things he's doing are things that I wanted to do 20 years ago. I was like, why are we not going against China right now? China's
hey, you know what?
Country right now. And I've been looking at these things.
Well, when they have their politicians, when they have our politicians in their back pocket.
And I'm like, okay, so I am a Trump supporter, but I'm not a guy that's going to drink a beer with him.
In order to isolate back to the topic, I mean, you said that something along the lines of like, well, you know, this is just like consequences for your actions. You know, if the government like fires back against you for protected speech, then, you know, that's just consequences for your actions. My question is like, what would even at that point constitute a violation of the First Amendment if like the government just has justification to fire back for protected speech?
Well, I mean, that's a really interesting question, right? Because this is subjective at this point. I mean, there's always.
I don't think it is.
No,
you guys asked me for dates right earlier.
Yeah, for the third impeachment. I look forward.
Yeah, February 9th, 2021.
He was February 9th, 2021.
2021.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I misheard.
And when did he leave office? January 30th, 2021.
Wait, when did they try to impeach him?
Say the 9th?
And I said 2020 or 2021. You guys are.
Did you say February 9th?
Impeachment.
February 9th,
February
you said?
when?
February 9th of 2021.
Okay.
He did not serve from 2020 to 2024, did he?
No, but February 9th, they were still working on the second impeachment.
Well, he was a private citizen by the time that would have went through, wasn't he? But wouldn't he have been?
No, but the impeachment did go through.
Wait, no, he was.
The impeachment did go through. The second impeachment
didn't go through. This was the third time they tried it, dude.
What you're talking about is the Senate.
This was the third time they tried it. Those earbuds work in your ears?
What you're talking about is the trial over the impeachment.
Can
the
you
impeachment occurred.
Actually hear me?
Yeah, the
or
impeachment's like an indictment,
on purpose?
right? An impeachment is like an indictment, right?
Sure.
So the impeachment went through.
It did not. It was the third time they tried
So
to do it.
real quick, I mean the impeachment. So he was
You're
impeached
acting
for
like
the.
you're deaf
He was impeached
right
for the second time on January 13th, 2021. I believe that passed through the House on February 9th, but the impeachment trial began before he left office. He was impeached before he left
I'm
office.
talking about the third time, dude.
The third time didn't happen. You're making that up. That's the problem.
The third time was on February fucking 9th of
That was
2021.
that was
when
the
proceedings
trial
were
for the
started.
second one, buddy. That was the trial for the second
The
one.
third one. Okay, then the second one didn't go through then, right?
It was.
So
it wasn't successful, but he was impeached.
Hold on.
Follow my line of logic here.
Hold on. Let's
So you're saying that he was impeached after he was president?
Impeachment doesn't mean that he was. Yeah, impeachment doesn't mean that he was removed. Impeachment just means that he was hit with impeachment.
Oh my God!
It's like Pisco said. It's like an indictment.
Dude,
you can be indicted
February
without
9th
being
would have been
charged.
after he was already out of the White House.
Yes, but he was indicted before he left the
So
White
for the
House.
kids at home that don't know what's going
Okay.
on, Congress has
Okay.
the power to impeach. It was the House of Representatives that
That's
did
just
vote
so
to do that, and that was both of those times were done before his term was up.
Well, they both
However,
filed by
on
Al Green.
February 9th, 2021 is when his trial with the Senate, which didn't do it, and that was probably not just a good thing that the Senate did because at that point he was out of office. So the idea of it trying to do
Who
it that
cares?
way. Well, here's the problem though, is that that second impeachment happened after he lost the election, and so that wasn't about getting him out of office. It was about making a
but,
political.
Look what we're doing. No, because there are two possible sanctions for an impeachment, and that is either A, that you are kicked out of office, and or B, you are disabled from ever holding office again. And so there was definitely something still to try. What you guys are proposing,
Right, I
is
know
that
that's why they were
would-
trying to do that.
Somehow,
Thank you for proving my
somehow it would make sense. It would make sense for us to have like a carve out near the end of a president's time in office where nothing they can do can face the punishments of impeachment, which is completely bizarre and preposterous. Why would we think that it makes sense because of the logistics of how long it would take to bring one to come, like to actually have an impeachment trial?
So
Why
would you
we-
be okay
why
if
would
there
we
was an
have this kind
impeachment
of, like,
done right now with
carve-out?
Biden?
Sure, if there's some reason to bring it forward. Yeah.
Well, I would also point out that I
Wait,
think
that's good. That's good. Don't you? Wait. I just want to say, don't you? Doesn't it so fucking stupid and weird to have like a 2-month window where it's logistically impossible to bring an impeachment?
No, it
within
has
the
nothing to
term
do
of
with
office?
logistics. We're not talking about
No.
logistics. We're not talking about.
Why would you
form.
make him immune?
We're talking about the reality of what's behind an impeachment, and again, as someone who was old enough to remember what happened during the fucking Clinton impeachment, I also felt at the time that was also politically
That's not
motivated.
relevant. No. What I'm talking about is this: is why would it make sense for us not to imply one of the most important sanctions of impeachment, that is, or a conviction on impeachment, which is disablement from office in the future? Why would we have like a whole window of time near the end of term of a president's term in office where he wouldn't be subject to that punishment for the same kind of shit that if he did it like months before, he would be subject to it? It doesn't make sense conceptually for us to make him immune in that like arbitrary window of time near the end of his administration. That's just so weird. Why would you do that?
Again, the whole point of impeachment is, in its proper context, is to deal with an issue where you have a sitting president who has broken the law.
But it bars them from rerunning.
You're begging the question. You're begging the question. You're saying impeachment is only about sitting presidents because the whole point is for sitting presidents. But you can't point to some case law or some statement from the framers or from James Madison or from Thomas Jefferson that says
You're right.
This is
You're
only
right.
for while you're in office.
You're right. You're right. There's a tradition of doing it when they're in office, but that's right. If you just want to assert that there's been new traditions that have been established during the lawfare of Donald Trump, then I'm fair with that too.
That's not what we're talking about. What we're saying is the impeachment power, the sole power of impeachment, was in the House of Representatives. So really, the House of Representatives decides what is fit for impeachment, and the Senate has the sole power to try impeachments. And to me, if there's no writings on the matter that say, near the end of the presidency, we shouldn't impeach, or, we should never try an impeachment after the term in office, there's no like writings to that effect.
That's
And
all
it makes
fine and
no
good.
sense. It makes no sense to have this window.
However, I'm willing to grant you all of that if you'll grant to me that this was a politically motivated impeachment. The second one.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Because they wanted to bar him from running from office again.
because he committed a crime. Yeah.
Because well, yes, they if that's what you define as political, then yes, it was political by that definition.
Yes, it was.
Political.
Okay, there we
I
go.
would also
but that's a bad definition of political. What you should be saying is there a legitimate constitutional basis for the impeachment? The answer is yes. Notwithstanding the fact that people could be motivated politically, it's been said that impeachment is, by definition, a political process. You've heard this before, and so if impeachment is in essence political and because it's done by the political branches, that is by Congress, right? Then yeah, I guess it was political by definition, but that differentiates it to no other degree from any other impeachment. And in this case, there was a constitutional basis that was established in the facts and law by which to remove him and disable him from office. And unfortunately, Mitch McConnell did the fucking shitty thing of not following through and trying to and succeeding on acquitting him.
I want to point out two things as well. So I mean, if we're like he just said, like if we're saying that an impeachment is just political because it bars somebody from running for re-election, we could also say the same thing for the bar of removing a president from office. That would also be necessarily political. Right. That would be a political thing to do. But on top of that, I think this argument is so fucking frustrating because during the second impeachment trial, I remember the Trump administration saying, if you want to try him in a criminal court for this insurrection, you have every right to do it. You just can't impeach a sitting president. And then when we did that, when we impeached him or when we indicted him for federal crimes relating to the insurrection, they ended up making the exact opposite argument that like, yeah, you could only try me if I was impeached. Yeah. So
do you want to use different words for that, Rinyald?
What, insurrection? Well, fine. We can say seditious conspiracy if you want to.
You said that a sitting president can't be impeached. That's literally not. Do you want to choose different words for that?
I think we know what he.
Wait. What are you?
What can't be impeached?
Well, I know.
No, what Rinyald said is a sitting that they said the sitting president can't be impeached. That's literally what happens to a president.
A non-sitting president. I'm sorry. Yeah, so my bad.
I knew what you were saying. I knew it.
I figure everyone knew what I was saying.
I figured. That's why I asked if you want to choose different words.
Yeah. Well, in that case, then yes, I meant non-sitting president. My bad.
Rinrolled.
Okay. Rinrolled.
Rinroll. Yeah. Make it a thing.
Maybe I will.
All right. How do you guys feel
Everybody's
about
great tonight, by the way. Good evening. Non-fun trippy.
But again, it's still the impeachment has nothing to do with whether or not he's a threat to the.
You should come in here and say hi to everybody, and then be like, "Powder Dusty, fuck you." You know, he likes that.
Well, he has a fun.
He eats corn when you're rough. He eats corn the long way.
I don't know what you're doing.
Powder Dusty eats corn the long way. Yeah. How do you guys feel about the arrest of that the mayor of what state is that guy in? I forgot the guy's name earlier today. I believe
was it Jersey?
He was arrested for
I think
trying to go into ICE.
I think it was Jersey.
I know he's out now.
I think it's in Newark or something. I don't know.
Yeah, Newark, New Jersey.
Name is,
I believe.
Hard to remember. Damn it, I can't remember the guy's name. But yeah. Should have been Jersey.
Well, people are trying to apply like the term insurrection there. They're just not really careful about the term insurrection. And
well, that's because as soon as a couple of people showed up to the White House and walked around with it like a guided tour, y'all
the White House
like, insurrection.
The White House.
Come on, White
They're
House.
They're trying to stop the certification at the White House.
Yo, wait, no, Rinyald, hang on. I just gave you grace on an oopsie you said with language and asked you if you wanted to clarify.
Yeah, but the difference is that I misspoke and he had the building wrong. He had a fact wrong. I didn't have a fact wrong. I just misspoke.
You said the wrong building.
Well, let's give him the opportunity.
Please don't
let's
jump
give him the opportunity. Well, let's give him the opportunity. Please, let's wait real quick. Yeah, let me make sure that he can clarify if he wants to. What building did they raid on January 6th?
It was a white one. Does it matter?
Raid is
okay. So that's why I pointed it out.
And I wouldn't even say they raided it.
That's why I pointed it out.
Wouldn't even say they raided it. Now there was an unarmed woman who was shot in the neck during that.
Oh my what do you mean by insurrection?
Wasn't there?
One at a time.
Oh my God! Either
one at a time.
Yes, because
wait, what do you mean, you people?
It was a honeypot.
What do you mean, you people?
It was a honeypot. I think Powder Dusty.
It was totally a honeypot. I tried to warn people that it was a honeypot, and they didn't listen.
Yeah,
to me.
so did Trump when he went on stage and he said, "Do not show up to January 9th."
That's that's what he said.
He
definitely did say, "Let's march on to the Capitol on January 6th."
Definitely not starting from
don't show up to it.
No talking over each other. One at a time.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Right, just one at a time, please. It starts getting.
Why does it end like that, Sarah?
He wanted to see a wet
hand
spot.
check.
Is Trump a
Hand
threat
check.
to the First Amendment?
I can check one hand.
What? Can you repeat that? Can you
Spicoli.
repeat that?
Can I go?
Spicoli, we couldn't hear your ass.
Yeah, go ahead, Spicoli.
I don't know if Trump is a threat to the First Amendment, but he's a threat to democracy. He's a retarded old dumbass motherfucker. He's corrupt as shit. He's stupid as fuck. He's got shit for brains, and I hate insulting shit. I thought Biden was dumb, and boy, I forgot how stupid Trump was. He shut down the economy during COVID and fucked things up. Now he's got his tariffs and he's fucking things up again.
Across
He's
the
taking
planet.
a $400 million plane from Qatar. They're a bunch of sand schwarzes. They're terrorists. Trump is basically just a piece of shit. All Trump cares about is himself. Anybody
Stop
that
calling
thinks
yourself
Trump
Trump.
gives a flying
Yikes.
fuck about you or anybody else is stupid. He's a fucking narcissistic, egotistical,
Who just
spoiled
worked out a
little
deal with China.
motherfucker. And I think he's got to be a Russian mole or a Russian spy.
India.
Because
Oh, yeah,
he
we're gonna
sucks Putin's cock.
conspiracy theory,
He
Bill.
sucks Putin's cock.
Guys,
I would
hold
rather have
on.
Faith Oracle as president than Trump. Trump doesn't even, Melania doesn't even want to suck his dick. The last time they fucked was when they had Barron and procreated. Melania would suck my cock before she sucked Donald's dick.
Hey, Spicoli,
And
you know,
that's the
Spicoli, guess what?
reality.
Spicoli,
Trump is a
cameraman?
sick-ass
You there?
motherfucker, and he should be impeached. They should cut his balls off and shove it up his dirt chute.
Hey,
Spicoli,
Spicoli, you want to know what's dumb?
No
Spicoli?
problem is like has this face where he really wants to engage. Can we hear from him?
Left. I just wanted Spicoli to know that it was dumb. If he would be an expert on dumb because he's got a name of a fictional character from a movie where he has another movie picture on his profile for another character. So good double reference there.
I'm looking at his face.
Got him.
He looks like he wants to say something.
There's nothing specific I have to add right now. There's a lot of
Yeah,
there's a lot of
Nonfon's a
stuff he
good little
just said,
guy.
about
Okay.
50% of
Wanna
which
make sure
I
you got
agree
your
with.
chance,
So
right? I just want to make sure you got your information in there.
And Nick H in with the big 5. I love debates. This is a party in here. Good to see Pisco, Rinyald, Non-Fon, Trippy Cast. Now we need to add Rob Noir and Destiny on here.
Oh God.
Oh, you want to see me explode? Don't put me on a panel with Destiny. I'll
Yeah.
have him crying.
We can have
Rob-
a 2-hour
Putting you
debate
with a good
about
time,
FISA
sir.
warrants. God.
Rob actually made his debut here last night during the open panel, and we also have him scheduled out already for a Throwdown Thursday at the end of the month. And then he will be in that debate with Melanie this coming Friday as well. So I anticipate we're going to see a lot from Rob here. So Pisco,
He's debating Kirby.
Here's your cue.
He's
Yeah, I
debating
have
Kirby, yeah.
I'm actually making the thumbnail right now. But Pisco, here's your cue.
Yeah.
If you want open panel,
He's really slumming.
every debate goes into open panel when it's done.
Oh, that's
Wink,
lovely.
wink, nudge, nudge. All right.
Listen, Sarah, I don't hold anything against you. In honesty, Wick pissed me off more than you did. And you know, it's just having sometimes a partner. It just bogs you down sometimes. And all love to Wick, all respect to Wick. And you know what? I did shut up when I saw the woman on the horse, and so what can I say?
Hey,
you know what?
And,
Your
and,
debate
and
partner.
The men, and the men.
Good luck.
Wait, what?
Wick was your
Yeah,
debate
Wick
partner.
was. Yeah, he's very high-minded.
sorry.
And he has this very like aspirational language. When I just want to get in the dirt and just like start asking questions and mucking around in the dirt. That's
He wants to
kinda my
find the
style.
common good in people, and you're like, no, let's get back into the tribalism. Yeah.
100%.
Somebody in my
100%,
chat
no,
suggests Sarah bring on Nuxanor sometime. I'm like, yeah, that's a big ask, I bet. Yeah, bring
Who?
on me and Nuxanor.
Yeah.
he's a lot bigger than me, or well, any of us. I think.
He is. Oh,
What's
yeah.
he at, like
no way.
600,000
No way that
subs?
guy will do debates. 0% chance. No way.
I don't know. You never know. He may be open to it. I don't know the guy personally.
Hey guys, y'all have any last questions for me before I hop off? I really appreciate the invite, though, Sarah. Raging Tomato.
How do you feel about the peace treaty with Pakistan and India, and how quickly it was broken?
I think it's a little bit early to say that there was negotiated peace. I think I saw that India said something like there hasn't been some final resolution, but if true, I think that that's pretty based that we have peace. I don't like war. I don't like the notion of nuclear powers like fighting, and so if this was actually real and not just some like planned escalation, you know how Israel and Iran sometimes have that planned escalation that they know it's just for show. If I have reason to believe that this wasn't just for show, and I don't have reason to believe that, then I would think it would be a good win to prevent conflict between two nuclear powers.
Right. I have one, Pisco. Which flag do you think is appropriate for people to put in their Twitter bios, India or Pakistan?
Which flag?
Yeah, which flag?
Which flag?
Which one is the appropriate one to put in your Twitter bio?
For what? For what? Between India and Pakistan?
India or Pakistan? Yeah, I mean, people put
don't know.
Ukraine.
I don't know.
Palestine.
I don't know much about the conflict. I don't want to step out of line. I don't know much about the conflict.
Which flag is the correct one in this one?
I don't know. I know America has historically been more aligned with Pakistan, but I also know that Pakistan recently, with harboring Osama and certain attacks against Islamic terrorists and stuff, that there's been some tension there. So I don't really know, and I don't know why I would take one over the other. I don't know enough about the conflict to comment, really.
Sorry, Trippy. I didn't mean to.
Totally fair, though. Totally fair. I'd like to see nuclear ability used for power plants instead of warfare.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it used more for that, especially in the U.S.
The correct answer, though, for the flag was the Union Jack. Right? It's the British flag.
Union Jack.
Now it looks so close to stars and bars, right?
Back when they controlled the empire.
Thank you guys very much. Love you.
Nice to meet.
Bye, Pisco.
Later, guy.
That was well.
I never met him, but I got to call him mean names. Then he stood up and he said, "Hey, mean names back."
Mean names back. Well, I mean, fuck around and find out, right? I mean, I always like to tell my kids, you mess with the bull, you get the horn. So,
yeah, but I'm always the bull.
Oh, well, that is a you problem, sir. And Kissy Cat came in with Big Five and said, "Hey, can everyone talk at the same time?" I miss that.
I have many things to say.
And oh, dang it! I'm sorry, I missed this. I was actually
those two conservatards
moment, but...
are some of the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever talked to. And I'm sorry.
This message is sponsored in part by.
So
there you go.
annoying.
Shout out to you, K2, and maybe
Not that
Pisco
Wick's a bad
was still
person.
watching for just a brief
that
moment
Wick
for that.
is a
horse
She was
to
riding bareback.
I just like to play solo.
With that amount of cheek hanging out. I mean,
starting with
maybe
CBS.
chafing. Maybe
almost
amazing that.
I
everything was
highly
supposed to be
doubt
smooth,
she
right?
actually
Not
rode that
because
horse.
It isn't First Amendment.
Oh,
related.
my immersion is ruined, Sarah.
That
You
whole
done
thing is
broke me
AI.
now.
Don't you know that,
Visceral
Grumple? That whole
has
thing is
either the
AI.
immigration
That
stuff.
Oh,
she
is
has
that
a
don't
she
exist?
has
The
a
law
she
firm
has a
stuff.
channel.
Oh, does she?
Or
Okay.
any of the stuff
Yeah,
that
no,
they
women
do.
don't
exist,
I
man.
actually got it from
even
a
the Ann
channel,
Seltzer thing, I think, is better than the,
as well as the girl
the CBS
doing
stuff.
the
That's
the
like
butt rocking,
people can
hip swinging,
obfuscate about the different rules
yoga,
at issue,
yoga.
and just like they do
What are you
all
talking
the
about?
immigration stuff,
She has
they try to
what you
obfuscate
need to
to
see
the
asking
it.
for
INA,
lane.
but it's just not as it's more effective, I think, from a position of they're imprisoning these people.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Can't raise all these issues.
Yeah, so this is it's a
start
yoga.
more
It's a
in the
yoga.
You're killing
channel.
Grumple. You're killing Grumple.
regulation
I saw him
later
turn
on,
red
and it's just
in
a
real
dumb
time.
choice.
Yeah.
And
Look
the
at that. We're still
Look
red.
Look at that.
Stormtroopers
Need to be
better,
targeted with a
and
purpose.
my kids are so excited that I'm like on a debate channel.
Wait a
I
minute.
don't
Which
appreciate
and now because we
stormtroopers?
do
choices
that,
there,
I can't show it to them.
and then just like
You talking about the
never
original
right questions
stormtroopers
to
because they
ask.
were part of a certain war.
Well, the stormtroopers
Don't
from Star
ask
Wars,
like,
not
do you agree with me?
Oh,
Like,
okay.
There could be a
Finding-
case of this or that.
I'm talking about the people that
You
are
need
named
to be
after.
like more
Bear
specific.
44.
You mean
You
the one
agree
that
that all things
that George
considered,
Lucas obviously
The
meant to
most
wink,
likely
wink,
outcome
wink
is
at?
X.
Right.
Do you think
Yeah, I got
Right.
get them now. I
reason
got you.
for that?
Okay. Still not a
But you
fan
know,
of that.
nowadays, if you put your arm
Love
out like
you,
that,
not a
you're
fan.
immediately a certain type of person. You know.
It's
Not calling for a taxi. Like,
Or if
this
you-
is. I have a question.
Or if you
This
or you
is a-
or if you
anything
go
anywhere here
and
is
you,
like no zone.
you take a photo
I'm sorry.
shoot with
Go ahead.
somebody's cleaner sword and
Real quick, I gotta go. Can I say one more thing real quick before I head off?
Absolutely.
So I want everybody to make sure, even if they're on the right, make sure that we're all rallying to get Gorka out for trying to say that it's aiding and abetting to come out in support of Mahmoud Khalil. I look forward to all of my super principled conservative brothers and calling for the resignation of Sebastian Gorka.
What?
All right.
Asking a question is bad now. Asking a question. You said he asked a question.
Yeah, he asked
that's
if
a bad thing.
he asked if supporting a person is aiding and abetting terrorism, and he's in Trump's administration.
Asking a question. You want to cancel him because he asked a question.
Yeah, I want to cancel him because he's talking about violating your First Amendment rights, and you don't care. That's the main reason. So I look forward to everybody who has a principled adherence to the First Amendment. Calling for his resignation. I love you guys, Sarah. I love you.
I already don't like
Like authoritarianism is like part of fascism.
Authoritarianism meaning?
Authoritarianism, like
centralization
of power.
Yeah. Well, then that would be every administration.
But do you agree like Trump is doing it to like an extent that like no other administration is engaged in like
No.
recent history? Really?
Not even close. Not even in
Do you
the same
think- do you-
universe.
do you- can you give me an
Abraham
ex-
Lincoln
can you give me an
assessed way more
example?
power. Yeah, Abraham Lincoln assessed way more power to the
I said
Union.
recent
So
history.
Andrew-
Did I say 1860s, bro? Did I say 1860s or say recent history?
What's recent history?
Like just past 50 years.
Or
past
yes, of course.
or past 100 years.
When Obama tried to nationalize health care, that was bringing in an assessment of a lot more centralized power to the government, especially over people's bodies. So yes, there's many cases where I can give you examples of when the federal government has tried to centralize more authority to themselves, or one branch has. The Patriot Act would be another such example of the centralization of power in government, and that was authorized by Congress.
We're talking about centralizing it to one person, not centralizing it to the government.
The Patriot Act did that. The Patriot Act centralized to one person, authorized by Congress. Yes, that was giving way more authority. Obama killed people using the Patriot Act. He unalived people utilizing the Patriot Act. Obama
Can you give me an example of the FCC like canceling shows of people they didn't like?
Yeah, that's a super specific
Yes.
example.
Well,
Obviously,
hang on. I gave you first of all, I gave you a super specific example of a government which centralized more authority towards the executive branch under the Patriot Act.
So
authorized by
I'm
Congress.
just
That was a
curious. Do you think-
hang on, and then I'll give you one on the FCC too. So this is what's really funny about this. The Biden administration was putting political pressure on Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook, which at the time was one of the largest media operations in existence from private media individuals, in order to deplatform people for what he would call, quote, misinformation and other things. Zuckerberg didn't even want it. That was a private company being badgered by the government of the United States, a Democrat government, by the way, to shut up and to deplatform people. And not just one person, thousands upon thousands of people.
Are you talking about the Twitter files?
Yeah, I think didn't Donald Trump also do the same thing at the same time?
Yes.
Do what? No, he didn't. What
Yes, he did.
political
He
pressure
tried
was
to
he putting on
pressure-
Facebook?
He tried to pressure X and Facebook both to take down posts.
He sued Facebook.
What?
So
Yeah, he sued Facebook, yeah.
He sued Facebook. He's suing law offices. He's using the
That's
power
not
of the
putting.
president.
Wait a second. So your whole thing is, Andrew, can you give me examples of another administration doing the same thing? Yes, here you go. But what about Trump though? I just answered your question about how. So I just want to make sure, was that fascist authoritarianism when Joe Biden was applying pressure to Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg to deplatform thousands of conservatives?
Well,
Like,
I mean,
when you say apply pressure, like what do you mean? Like what was he doing exactly?
So not just his Department of Justice, but the FBI was in correspondence with
that's
Mark.
Biden didn't have a Department of Justice.
Bro,
That was his
Shh.
campaign that did that. It was Biden's campaign, not Biden as president.
Yes, Biden as president too.
No, it
yes.
was Biden's campaign.
Bro,
It was Biden as president, too.
administration-
Stop.
Yes, it was. You're crazy. And by the way, yes, they applied through the FBI, especially. And this was under the, we have to do good by the American public by getting rid of disinformation actors. They were telling Zuckerberg and Facebook that law enforcement needed to work hand in hand with them to get rid of this disinformation, and most of that was about COVID. So
Now,
the thing is, yes, that's a private entity getting pressured by the government. How's that not fascist?
What was
when you say like from my understanding, if we look at like the Twitter files, I think it was even the majority of the posts that the FBI deemed like were potential Russian misinformation. Twitter didn't even take down those because it was at their discretion. So I'm gonna need like more than they were working with them to say what was and wasn't coded.
They didn't do it, so that means that they weren't being pressured to do it.
It means there wasn't consequences if they didn't do it.
Can you let him answer? Can you let him answer?
Huh?
Can you let him answer? Yeah. So my question to you
putting
is:
pressure is different than having a relation with the government.
Okay, so it's the putting the pressure part that makes you the fascist, right? Not the compliance part.
Yeah. No shit. Yeah.
Okay,
Like,
well then
they were the
Biden administration was being authoritarian in that aspect, right?
No,
I
because
wouldn't
they
call that
didn't put
authoritarian
any.
because the businesses
of course not.
Like those individuals or businesses still had discretion on what they wanted to do or not.
So did ABC. Hang on. So did ABC.
No, ABC didn't have the same because they were going to get their license revoked.
Coming out and saying if you don't like take care of Jimmy Kimmel, then we're going to be like revoking.
We could do this the easier or the hard way.
I think that's a way more.
So wait a second. All you're doing is talking about degree, not that it's not authoritarian. Only that you think the degree of authoritarianism is off-putting when it's Trump, just not as off-putting when it's Biden.
No,
wait, is that not valid?
If the government is working with individuals to do something, and those individuals still have discretion if they want to work with the government or not, or if they want to follow along, that's not authoritarian. So when
Zuckerberg did not feel like
to do it.
No, Zuckerberg did not feel like he had a choice. He felt like he was being pressured.
He clearly did have a choice. The certain posts weren't taken down.
What happened when he didn't comply? Were there any repercussions?
He complied. He complied clear up until it became the Trump administration.
What happened to the people who didn't comply?
Nothing.
Nobody didn't comply. They complied.
That's not true.
What do you mean? Facebook literally. Wait, I'm sorry. Wait.
Show me the evidence that Zuckerberg wasn't complying with the FBI because they were.
You said nobody didn't comply. Dorsey literally didn't take down particular posts that the FBI made recommendations to.
Zuckerberg was complying with the Biden administration.
Yeah, so what happened to the ones that didn't comply?
Which ones? Who were they? Who are these?
I'm pretty sure
you're talking about.
Didn't they make recommendations to Dorsey to take down certain information?
Who's
the FBI.
Who's they?
Or I think it was I don't remember if it was the FBI or the Biden campaign.
The FBI was asking Dorsey to take certain things down. He didn't. I'm talking about Facebook. Dorsey's the head of Twitter.
Right. So I asked what happened to other social media platforms when they made recommendations and nothing happened.
I'm talking about you're going to have different policies for different places that you're pressuring.
Okay,
so
what do you think would have happened if Zuckerberg didn't comply?
Do we have like specific threats that were being made towards Facebook?
According to Zuckerberg, yes, and not only that, what would have happened if ABC didn't comply?
They would have gotten their license revoked.
Prove it.
Donald Trump previously said that they would have gotten their license revoked.
So that doesn't mean that it would have happened, right? Just like if
so what was Zuckerberg expecting to happen?
Nothing would have happened because nothing happened.
What was Zuckerberg expecting to happen?
What are you talking about? But by the way, you're still moving away from the point. How is it authoritarian?
Andrew, here's the difference.
I agree. That was a stupid fucking bar for these people to bring up. I agree.
Wait, let me tell you the difference, okay? Both of them apply pressure on people. If those people don't comply, one side gives repercussions and one side didn't give repercussions. We can see the people who didn't comply with Trump got repercussions, like being sued, like having.
So it's only authoritarianism if it isn't empty threats.
Wait, there was no threat. There was no threat.
There was no threat, Andrew. Andrew, your premise is wrong. There was no threats.
There was no threat. It was recommendations.
Yeah, it was recommendations.
There's a difference between a threat and a recommendation, Andrew.
Yeah, all Biden administration was saying is like, we think this might be misinformation. Do with it what you want.
I know you're not this dumb. Come on.
Yeah, please.
No, actually,
you can see there's a
difference. You guys are not in a position to be ad homing. I just want to let you guys know.
Holy shit!
I agree.
Zuckerberg did say that he felt like he was being pressured. And that he thought that there could be the power of other government agencies who got involved if he did not take down what they called the COVID-19 misinformation on Facebook. And he had to put in a much more aggressive policy that he was not thrilled about at all. He did feel like he was pressured.
Was there ever a threat?
The entirety of your argument. Well, the threat may not always be implicit. But that wouldn't make it less authoritarian. Like if
yes, it literally would. If there was no threat, then that would make it less authoritarian.
So let's pretend for a second. I'm a law enforcement agent. I call you, and I'm like, "Hey, man, I need you to do this for me." probably bad things will happen if you don't.
That's not what.
No,
that,
well,
that's
you
not
already
what
baked
was
it
on.
in.
Probably.
I'm sorry.
Baked it
Probably.
in. No, he said it's
Is that
literally.
a threat? Do you consider that a threat?
That's not what happened.
Okay, wait. I said again.
Bro,
I said wait again.
it is
I
what
said
happened.
wait.
That's
again, it
not
was
what
more-
happened. They never
No,
said
again,
maybe something bad will happen if you don't do it. That never
Andrew, Could you
happened.
prove that? Could you bring up that that's what the FBI
I'm
is
actually,
telling Mike
I'm
Zuckerberg?
actually bringing it up so I can show you what Zuckerberg himself was talking about.
No, not what Zuckerberg said.
asking
What
you,
actually
like,
happened.
Yeah, not what
Quote,
Zuckerberg.
quote,
Zuckerberg's,
Quote, basically, these people from the Biden administration would call our team and scream at them and curse. It got to the point where we were like, oh my God, no, we're not gonna take down any more things that are true. They would scream at us and scream at us and scream at us. Man, that doesn't sound authoritarian at all.
He
Sounds
never
like
said
nice
threaten,
people.
right? He never said
What do
threaten,
you
right?
think?
Did he ever say threaten?
If I'm from the IRS
Did he ever say
and I
threaten?
call you and start screaming and cursing at you, would you take that as a threat?
Only if they said I'm going to do something to you, or I
You're
face
so
repercussion
full
if I
of
don't
fucking
do
dog
it.
shit. So if a cop
Andrew.
was
Wait,
in, so
Andrew,
if a cop
wait,
was in your
Andrew,
face screaming
Andrew,
and cursing at you,
Andrew,
you would feel threatened.
just out of curiosity, what's more of a threat? The FBI calling you and say, "Hey, you should do this," or the FBI calling you and saying, "Hey, you should do this, or else we're going to arrest you"? Which is more of a threat?
I think a direct call from members of the Biden administration screaming and cursing at
No
me
answer
that
to
I
that.
need to do X
Wow.
is a
Was
fucking
that an answer
threat.
to Rinyald's
No
question?
answer to
I'm
that.
curious.
It's a worse threat. It's a worse threat.
Was that an answer
Do you think?
to
Do you think there's
question?
Do you think there's the potential
Yeah,
for
it
the
was.
first one
It's
to
a worse
not be a
The
threat?
other way is a worse threat.
Do you think
So
there's the
here,
potential for the 1st
I'll
one to
even show
not be a
you.
threat?
I can actually demonstrate this to you. So if one cop said, "Do what I say, or I'm going to put you in a chokehold," right? Then you would say that's an implicit threat, right?
No, that's a direct threat. That's not implicit at all. Yeah.
Okay, it's a direct threat. The cop next to him gets up and he starts screaming in your face and cursing in your face. Would you feel threatened?
Was it after the guy told me he was going to put me in a chokehold?
Before.
I probably wouldn't think he's going to put me in a chokehold. No.
Oh God, dude. Okay. Well,
Okay.
now that we're done with that, we're done with this series of lies, I guess we can move on to the next one.
Yeah, I made you look really good,
A
buddy.
cop got in your
Yeah, for
face
sure,
and
bro.
was screaming and cussing at you. You wouldn't feel threatened.
So I'm curious.
very-
you think it's?
very
Wait, I'm
strange.
sorry. So
Yeah.
I'm just
Okay, bro.
curious. Do you think it's
Okay,
more or
bro.
less authoritarian if you intentionally circumvent the Constitution or to like?
I'm just saying that
exert
they're
some
both.
sort of, some set of
I'm just saying,
actions?
by your standard, both of these things should be authoritarian, but they're
Well,
not.
I'm
somehow,
I'm
and I
just
don't
curious. Do you think it's
understand why.
more or less authoritarian if you intentionally circumvent the Constitution and judicial orders in order to carry out some sort of set of actions?
Yeah, you
than
mean
if you don't.
like not enacting the removal of the president of the United States when he's a fucking vegetable in office?
That's not
That's
unconstitutional. What?
That's circumventing your constitutional duty.
No,
and
it's
then
not.
hiding it from. Yes, it is. And then hiding
How?
it from the American people.
me?
Yes, it is.
How? Wait, how is that
You
unconstitutional?
have an obligation. You have an obligation. If the president's not able to actually enact any of his orders and agendas, and he's unfit for office because he's
did enact
a fucking
them.
vegetable. No,
enact
other
them. Then we
people
should-
around him did. He didn't have the
Then we should-
capacity to do it.
He literally
Then we
did. He
should
was signing
25th
executive
Trump.
orders.
Then
Yeah,
we should
actually-
25th Trump.
Yes,
no, no.
exactly. That would be the duty that they would have had. but
Where
they
does
didn't
it
do
say? Does it say in the 25th Amendment that you have a duty to do it?
Yeah.
It's implied that you have a duty to do it. Yes.
No.
Really?
it's not.
Okay. Who said this?
What's
So-
implied?
so-
What's
Wait, I'm
ex-
just
what's
curious.
implied?
Wait, I'm
What's
curious.
implied and what is
Hang on,
explicitly said? What is implied and what
I
is
just wanna make sure I
explicitly
got this
said
right.
is that it's up to the
So our
discretion.
constitutional framers wanted to make sure that we could have a vegetable for a president.
Hey, buddy, the 25th Amendment
So
was
can you
was,
answer my question?
was an amendment. The framers never even put the
yeah.
25th Amendment in place. So what you're saying they had the
Excuse
duty
me.
to do, the
Hang on, I
framers
just
didn't
wanna
even
make sure,
include in the
because
Constitution,
I
Andrew.
just want to make sure that I got this right. Regardless, let's say it was made yesterday. Let's just say the 25th Amendment was made yesterday. Do you think that the drafters of that amendment wanted it there so that you could have a vegetable for a president
Andrew,
if you wanted to? It was a choice.
The
Can you
legal
answer my
the
question?
legal duty you're saying they have was not put into the Constitution by the framers.
What did I just say? I
So
just
the
said,
duty
let's say
doesn't
it was put
exist.
in yesterday. Let's say
Okay,
it was
so
put
it doesn't
in yesterday.
exist. It doesn't
Do
exist.
You think
No.
anybody
The
who
framers would have put it in.
Do you think anybody who would put in that amendment would put it in so that you would have a choice to keep a vegetable president or not?
No, they
Yeah,
put it
it's
in
just
so
up
you
to the
could
discretion
remove
of the
a
vice
Answer my
president.
question, bro.
It's just
let me
vice. It's
answer.
just up to the. It's just up to the vice president.
The
So
answer
you
is
think,
no.
So you
The
think
answer
that
is
the
no.
option? Yeah, of course it's no. Of course that's there.
No,
and
no.
they're supposed to enact it. They're supposed to enact it when they're
They
unfit.
theoretically
That's the
can.
point.
They can
You
enact
are
it.
incorrect, Andrew.
Oh my
can
God!
enact
So
it,
you,
not they
you
have to.
Why didn't they put the 25th Amendment in with the Constitution?
So you actually think that
why didn't the framers put the 25th Amendment in the
drafters-
Constitution?
The drafters of the 25th.
Framers.
Well, let's start with
Framers,
this.
they're
When was
called.
the 25th? When was the 25th put in as an amendment?
I don't know. You're
let's
making the
look.
argument.
Let us look. The
Wait,
25th
actually,
let's
Andrew,
make
do
sure
you-
we
wait,
get it right.
Andrew, I'm just curious. You know who wrote the 25th Amendment? And do you have any
1967.
quotes from them?
Yeah, Congress.
1967.
But no, like who was the main? like?
That doesn't fucking matter,
First
Cringy.
one.
Stop doing the
Yeah.
owns. It doesn't matter. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
it's because he's
Yeah,
doing the
so-
Tim Pool thing. So
Yeah.
So it was 1967.
Yeah, so this is the clarification. And this was on, oh, okay. So hang on a second. So this was on the back of the JFK assassination.
Uh-huh.
Yeah?
Uh-huh.
So what do you think the intent of this was, by the way?
To fill vacancies?
To to fill vacancies.
Yeah.
So if I could give you some express quotes here about the obligation that you would have to remove unfit presidents from office, would you then concede the point?
Potentially.
Depends who the quote is by, but yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that we had that clear.
Is it a Supreme Court?
Yeah,
quote?
it would depend, but yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I'm pulling
Like
up
if the Supreme-
yeah, go ahead.
While you do that, if the Supreme Court said that, like, yeah, sure. Supreme Court's the supreme law of the land, but I at least don't know of any Supreme Court judgment that said the 25th must be
Well, wait a
enacted.
second. I don't know why you would defer to the Supreme
Well,
Court
also,
as being
to-
the only ones who could say this.
I'm also rejecting the fact that Biden couldn't execute his presidential duties, but
True.
Yeah.
Like, if we're using that standard, Trump should have been 25th in 2016, but
yes.
Oh my God.
like,
Yeah, so
the
let
mental
me
faculties of this man are unbelievable.
Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure that I got these right. So as far as we must remove unfit presidents from office, this was a quote by Nancy Pelosi. I have another quote from Chuck Schumer.
I don't give a
another
fuck
one from
about
Bill
Nancy
Clinton.
Pelosi or
Another
Chuck
one from
Schumer.
Richard Nixon. Another one from. the list goes
fuck! Richard
on
Nixon
and
said it.
on
I love
and
Richard
on.
Nixon. Oh fuck! I forgot. I love Richard Nixon. I take all of my constitutional advice from
So
Richard
I just
Nixon.
want to make sure. Hang on. I
Fuck.
just want to make sure.
Richard Nixon said that? Oh, damn it.
Your own. Hang on. Who was Nancy Pelosi in office at the same time as
You
Joe
said
Biden
the
was president?
framers. You said the framers, buddy.
I'm not talking about the framers right now. That
you
was
were
an
you
hour
were talking
ago.
about the framers. You
Talk
said
to me. Tell me.
You said,
You
do
were
you
talking
think the
about the
framers?
framers.
Wait,
Yeah, you
Andrew,
said the
Andrew,
framers.
Andrew, you said, do
Yeah,
you think
okay,
the framers
we're
would
way
have
past
wanted
that now? Way past
Wait,
that
do
now.
you
And I
concede
didn't
that the
ask about a
framers?
quote
Do you,
from the framers
do you,
just now.
do you
I said
concede?
if I could quote
yeah, I know
you
because you walked
for
off
these
the point.
politicians saying
Because you
this.
walked off the point. Can you acknowledge
What
that
are
the
you
framers
talking
didn't
about?
say anything about it?
I need you. We can go back to that in a second, but let's try this.
Let's go back
Do
to
you
it
think
now
Nancy-
before
do
you
think
pivot
that
it off
Nancy
to a
Pelosi-
different thing.
Do you think that Nancy?
Before you pivot it off to a different thing, let's talk about the claim that you initially made.
Look at you running. Look at you running, bro.
Running away from your pivot, buddy.
Or you're just running. You're running from
You pivoted off and you ran away. And you were like, "Oh, look at this dude running away."
And I'm the one running. Give me a break. So anyway,
No,
real
you just
quick,
pivoted. It was a pivot.
help me out here.
I don't give a
help me
fuck
out
about
here.
Nancy Pelosi.
If
There's your
Nancy
help.
Pelosi-
I don't care
if
about Nancy Pelosi.
Okay, so shut up. Let me ask the question. If Nancy Pelosi
It's a pivot. All right.
says that there's a duty to remove unfit presidents from office, then didn't she have a duty to remove Joe Biden from office?
Theoretically, she did. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so then
By
why
her
didn't
own
she?
standard, I don't like
So
Nancy
why didn't
Pelosi.
she?
I don't know.
So why didn't any of these Democrats who say that they have a duty to do this, why didn't they do it?
I don't know.
Because then the president
You don't
would have to be
know?
unfit.
Because they wanted to keep power, right?
But again, keep in mind, I
you
was
interrupt-
contesting
sorry,
the
this
fact
is
that you said
moderation.
the framers
Yeah.
wanted to do this.
It's
All
just a
right.
moderation thing. I'm clicking Antoine because there's too many people up here for debating one person.
Okay, that's fine.
That's just the reality, guys.
Kicking
I
the
need to
only
get-
black guy in a
if
panel?
Oh, it's sick.
Literally,
If somebody else
three
could
black people up
leave
on the
too-
panel?
if
Are you
somebody
sure
else-
we
if
can't? We
somebody
can't
else
just
could-
stick. You sure we can't just stick with the
Guys,
6v1?
don't
That's usually how you TikTokers
If,
do it.
if somebody else could leave too, that would be great too.
True.
Yeah. So anyway, I'd like to get
I'm gonna
back to
drop
the
down.
idea of the fascist rhetoric.
Okay.
Before I
thank you.
drop
I'm
down,
sure.
I wanted to say thank you guys. I love you lots, Andrew. I hope you can open jars in the future. And Happy New Year, Happy Jewish New Year.
Yeah, I
Talk
hope
to
you
y'all
stop
later.
having gay sex one day. So anyway, back to this.
Maybe
though.
one day.
Can you
Why is
tell
Andrew
me,
the only
Wait,
one
why
on the
does that
panel thinking
matter?
about gay sex?
Yeah, can you tell me real quick what makes Donald Trump a fascist? Because that's where we were at.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's done authoritarian actions to like a higher degree than any other president, especially such as intentionally.
Well,
ignoring
let's
a-
establish what a fascist is first.
Huh?
Let's establish what a fascist is first.
Ultranationalist, authoritarian that engages in like some otherization, otherization of a certain group, as well as like as well as like the subversion of individual will.
Okay, so an ultranationalism, extreme nationalism, you want to use the definition for that ideology?
That wasn't the only ones that he gave.
Yeah, what? Excuse me?
I'm just specifically talking about this criteria of ultranationalism. Do you want to use the definition of ultranationalism?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, so a form of
nationalism to a higher degree
in which a country asserts and maintains its hegemony, supremacy, other forms of control over other nations. Ultranationalism entities have been associated with the engagement of political violence even during peacetime. Let's see if we can find something that we can agree to for an ultranationalist definition. Maybe an academic definition.
All right.
Something like this. Would you associate ultranationalism with racialism, for instance?
Good luck, Cringy. I love you.
Love you, Rinyald. Racialism?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I can't.
Racialism?
He's getting railed. Notice how
necessarily
Andrew didn't contest anything that I ever said, by the way. Keep that in mind. That was a little silly.
The idea of racial.
That was silly and cute, wasn't it? Okay.
Wow, Andrew Olson, huh? That's crazy.
Yes, so he was wrecking Cringy and Scratch pretty fucking bad, wasn't he?
I don't know. I feel like they got to take some of this political stuff a bit more seriously. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think I think they got to take some of this to heart.
Pretty insane views, though. I think they were like hitting like 200 at a point.
Why is Scratch in the waiting room? We're live on TikTok, baby. Also, if any MAGA come up, it's 1v1. Just to let you know. Oops. Yeah, I feel like the little time I spent with Andrew was pretty good. I felt pretty good about it.
There was definitely a need for
a need for a superhero to come in. A need for the goat.
That's one way to say it.
Step in. No, I'm kidding.
Dude, I don't know what the fuck.
Oh, you guys.
Oh my gosh, the first thing Cringy should have done is drop like Antoine and Noah. I'm not gonna lie.
If you guys want to also argue, like
Antoine and Noah were completely derailing the entire conversation.
This hit.
I love them, but they were not making any kind of good points.
This hit at exactly what most of your guys' biggest problem is. It's that you don't dynamically engage with conversations. You're trying to get. It was Antoine, it was Noah, it was Cringy, and it was Andrew that were all trying to funnel the conversation into their particular hole so they could just ram down on what they know, right? And that's what all four of you guys were doing, and that's why the conversation sucked ass, is because one, you were trying to ram the conversation into four different holes, and two, it's because Noah and Cringy are really fucking bad at ramming the conversation down a hole, so it just feels like it's derailing the whole thing. That's what you guys can't actually, when somebody says something, it doesn't feel like a lot of you guys can actually engage with that thing that was just said. It feels like you're just trying to take that thing and twist it into however you can make it a conversation that you want to have. If you don't want to have the conversation, just say, "Hey, I don't want to have the conversation. I don't care. I don't care about this conversation." And then that's it.
Cringy shouldn't have engaged in the UFA stuff. He should have just said, "Yeah, we're just the prompting."
I think you guys should also probably hone down the definitions of certain phrase. Like, if you're gonna invoke fascism, I think you have to study like
exactly better definition. Look, I barely talked. I barely talked for that reason. So
I would say, like, if you're going to say that, I think you have to study like some sort of fascist regime. Like, you have to study like multiple fascist regimes and take some sort of commonality they have. You can't just be like centralizing power. Like, really, that's the only definition of authoritarianism? I feel like
that's a fine definition of authoritarianism. But one of the problems is that Andrew was asking about fascism, and Cringy was like, "Oh, this is authoritarian." Authoritarianism is necessarily just further centralizing power. Sure. Now, it is a degree problem.
Well, you need
genuinely
authoritarianism for fascism.
Yeah, it is genuinely a degree problem where something like it's authoritarian for me to not take a vote on whether or not I get out of bed. Like I guess that's centralizing power to one person to an extent, but that's an acceptable level. Whereas, not having votes on anything at all and just having an autocracy, well, that's not an acceptable level. So that's a fine definition of authoritarianism because it scales, it's a gradient. But fascism isn't so much of a gradient. That's like an ideology that you basically either have it or don't have it. And to walk off of fascism to only hone in on authoritarianism, I can't believe that Andrew bit it, by the way, because he did bite that pivot, but it was a pivot.
One slip up. I made one fuck up. And I'm going to take the L for it right now. Go ahead and give me the L. And it was on the 25th Amendment when I made the founder's comment. Shouldn't have done that. That was my one slip up.
So I just wanted to come up and say, I think the liberals should be glad that, Trump got elected.
Yeah.
We had Trump because Trump saved America. He saved America from having an actual fascist government. Without Trump, because of what the liberals, because of what the liberals been doing during the Great Awakening, during 2010 to 2020, what y'all have been doing, you should be glad you got Trump instead of an actual fascist. Trump is like a 90s
What is
Democrat.
fascism?
Well, fascism
What
is
is
a
fascism?
centralized, authoritarian, militaristic government, usually based on a hierarchy. If you want to look at German fascism, but if you want to look at Italian fascism, it wasn't as racialized as German fascism, but that's what fascism is.
And you think that Kamala was going to do that?
No, not
I think what he's saying is that the left is so crazy that we're lucky that we didn't get a real fascist instead of a fake fascist like Donald Trump.
What y'all been doing since 2010, so before Kamala.
No, he's saying that if Democrats were in
No,
power,
Ryan,
that we would have been
No,
fascist.
that's not what he's saying.
Right. What I'm saying is what y'all have been doing since before Kamala, since 2010. What y'all have been doing. You're lucky you didn't get actual fascism. You're lucky you got.
So what did the Democrats do? What did the Democrats do that was so bad that you think it would have led to fascism?
Well, they systematically oppressed straight white males.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
How?
You feel oppressed?
How?
How so?
Well, you look at the recent article by Michael Savage. He detailed it. They got kicked out of every single institution. You look at. Sorry, not Michael Savage.
They got kicked
it
out
was
of every
something
single
Savage.
institution?
Yes,
Like
they
what?
were not allowed to be in academia, in Hollywood.
White people. Wait, hold on. White people weren't allowed to be in academia.
Yes. The most oppressed group of people. And I'm not white, by the way.
Yeah.
The most oppressed group of people.
Thanks for adding the little
since
pick me
2010
on there.
has been
pretty cool.
The most oppressed. This is fact. You can look it up. The most oppressed group of people since 2010 has been straight white males.
You don't think it's been like
straight
trans
white
people?
males.
You don't think trans people have faced more
Nope.
oppression than white people?
Nope. Trans people have gotten more visibility.
Hold on.
Look at the article.
Where
on
can I
Compact.
look at? Where can I hold on? Wait. Where can I find that like white men were kicked out of all of these institutions? Like, where would I see that evidence?
Yes.
Like,
Michael
if I look at
Savage wrote an
stats
article.
on like all of these sure, but I mean, where would the evidence be? Not just his
It
article.
was an
Because
article.
if I look at like,
Yes, he
if I look at
provided the
the
evidence. He provided
if
the
I look
evidence.
at if I look at the STEM fields, the majority of graduates from all universities are still majority white men. If I look at or Indian men, but the
Yes,
sorry, not Indian, Asian, white or Asian men.
So there was an article written on Compact called "The Lost Generation."
So
It
only
describes
one
in
article
details.
says this.
He has all the data. He provides.
So only
numbers.
one article
Clear,
you're saying
what do you
says
mean
this.
one number? This is a groundbreaking report. That
Wait,
was
the
released
numbers
a couple weeks ago.
themselves don't prove anything. You're saying that they were barred from these institutions, right?
Yes, they weren't let in. Yes, they weren't let in. They
What,
were
don't you
systematically
think that would
discriminated
reflect
against.
itself in some sort of policy?
Yes, the policy was
Okay,
DEI and affirmative action.
do any of these institutions have a no
DEI
white
was
people
not.
policy?
Can you tell me these
DEI was not
institutions?
no white people.
Wait, no, DEI, that's not what that is. You're not allowed to do
Yes,
a no
that is
white
what it
people
is.
policy. That's illegal.
What do you
I hate
think
to break it to you,
DEI
buddy.
DEI is discrimination against white straight males.
No, it's not.
It's
No,
not.
wait, hold on, wait. Like,
You know what?
literally,
Accept the
What
facts.
do you think? Hold on, wait. What do you think? Like, if we ask like DEI, if we found like a pamphlet for DEI somewhere, how would it define itself?
Well, DEI, critical race theory, and affirmative action, they're all as a way of quote unquote uplifting oppressed groups, but really what it does is it discriminates against white males, specifically white males.
Can you answer the question
and I
though?
think they should. I just
Can
told
you
you
answer the question though?
my response. I just gave you a response.
No. I asked you for a definition. And you gave me what you think about these things. Whereas I asked you for a definition.
DEI is diversity, equity, and inclusion, but it's a fake name. It's a fake sounding acronym there. It's actually exclusion. It's not for diversity.
So it's
because
actually
it limits
exclusion.
all.
Okay.
Yes, it
diversity,
is.
equity, and inclusion
Because-
is just the title of like what it is, though. Like if I say something is affirmative action, I'm not. If you say like, well, what is affirmative action? I'm not going to be like it's something that is in the affirmative
It's
and has
action
an
that is
action.
affirmative. Yeah.
Well,
Yes,
DEI,
that's like
DEI is a
it's an
program.
action that's affirmative. Like that's not what DEI is. I'm asking you what is
No.
DEI?
DEI is a program, supposedly, for getting people of color, racial minorities, sexual minorities, and other so-called oppressed people into these institutions. But what it actually did is it discriminated against white males, young white males, by the way, because there were older white males that occupied these institutions, and they weren't kicked out. It was only the
You
white.
think
the young
DEI
white
policy
males
was
that weren't allowed
kicking
in.
white people out?
It wasn't allowing them to
There-
come in
yeah.
the first place.
Okay.
Do you think
okay,
DEI
what-
policy kicks
through
people
what
out?
processes? Wait. Yeah. So that's
It
what I'm
wasn't
trying to get to.
allowing
Through
white,
what
straight,
process?
young males to come in.
Wait. Through what process do you think DEI is doing that though? Because that's what DEI is. DEI is a process.
Do you know
it's
how
not just a
universities hire
philosophy.
people? Do you know how?
Hold on.
Do you know
hold
how
on,
universities
hold on,
bring
hold on, hold on, hold on.
professors,
I'm
tenured
trying to.
professors?
I'm trying to ask you the question before you start talking. The DEI is a process, right? It's not just like a philosophy of like we should have more black people. Like it's a actual process, and that's why I was asking you for like a definition or to explain what it is because it is an actual process for things, and you're just saying, oh, it's just getting more oppressed groups into these positions, but it's an act, like the process is how they do this, and it include like white women benefited from DEI and affirmative action more than any other
Yes,
group.
because they were
The
women.
white
Because
men-
supposedly women are an oppressed group.
White men have
Supposedly?
also benefited from
Wait,
DEI.
supposedly?
So it's
Yes.
So wait, what do you mean by supposedly?
Well, because nowadays women go to college more. I think they earn roughly around the same.
No, they do not earn the same.
Yes, roughly around the same. There isn't a
Not
gender
in the
gap.
same,
It's a
but
myth.
try
The gender
again.
gaps disappeared a long time ago.
the wage gap didn't disappear. The data still shows that there's a gap. It's just that there's
Yeah.
reasons
Yeah,
for the
no,
gap,
the gap
but the
is-
gap still
is-
exists.
The gap
It's
still
so
exists.
minimal. It doesn't even matter anymore. It's
It doesn't
basically
matter?
the same. It's basically the same. They earned about the same now.
Oh,
Wait, what's the gap between white people who are admitted into college and any other race?
You mean? What do you mean? What's the gap?
What's the gap? Like, are white people underrepresented in the amount of
No. I'm not saying white people as a
admissions?
group. I said no. I'm talking about millennial. This article specifically focused on the millennial generation. Millennial young white males.
young white males? Those are okay.
Yes, that is specifically the group I'm focusing on.
why do
That
you
group
care if you're
can
not
be
a white man?
Because I'm against oppression of all sorts. They've been the most oppressed group. You know, the left
I think
sneers
the
at
most.
them. They hate
I actually think the
young white
most
males.
oppressed group are young 23 and a half and 2-day-year-old white straight Irish men named Craig Peterson. I think that's the most oppressed group personally.
They probably are. They weren't allowed into these institutions.
Like if you add like a billion different qualifications, there's obviously gonna be like, okay, I just don't understand
Right,
how you can say
they
these are the
need
most oppressed groups when like we're literally signing executive orders to ban trans people from the military. Like, do you genuinely feel like that's less oppressive than DEI policy?
Well, probably, but I'm focusing on this specific group, right? They
Wait,
need
so you acknowledge
reparations.
that they're
They
not
need
the
to be
most
made
oppressed
whole.
group, right? The most oppressed group is trans people, and it's very easy, right?
I mean, now that the right's getting back into power, things may change, but this group needs
wait,
reparations.
hold on.
They need to be made
Do you
whole
acknowledge
again.
that didn't answer anything? Now that the right is in power, things may change. I didn't ask if things are going to change. I said, do you acknowledge that it's more discriminatory to sign an executive order to ban trans people from the military than it is to engage in DEI policy?
Well, it's not. If you're
It's not?
different gender than you claim to be. No.
Wait, that's
You're a
not
different
discrimination? It's not discrimination to sign an executive order to ban trans people from the military? That's not more discriminative?
It's not discrimination to ban books that could possibly allude to, gay or LGBTQ anything
Listen,
in
I'm
schools.
not
Like,
for
you don't
this
think
stuff.
that's discriminatory?
I'm
Do you
not for this
not
stuff.
think that's
I'm not
creating a
asking-
hate group?
We're not
Take a
asking you
list.
if you're
Very few
for
on
this
this
stuff.
I'm
We're not
actually
asking you if
for
you're
gay
for this
rights
stuff.
and
That's
trans
more.
rights.
We're
That's
not
more
asking you to back
It is-
transgender people.
It is
We're just asking you to
1,000%.
acknowledge.
It's 1,000% more discriminative to sign an executive order to explicitly discriminate against somebody because of this thing, right?
I mean, let me throw a curveball at you guys really quickly. So the reason
Wait,
why a lot
before
of
you
these...
throw your curveball, can this guy concede to that? Like,
Yeah,
it's,
no, can
this
he,
should
like,
be
concede?
like this should be as simple as 2 + 2 = 4. It genuinely should be.
We'll accept this. They're an oppressed group, just like millennial white males were. I will.
Different
accept
people
that.
are oppressed in different
They're-
ways. I'm
well,
asking you.
yes,
You're
they
saying
are
these are the
oppressed.
most oppressed people. It's trans people, though, right?
Right now they may be, but this group wasn't made whole.
Okay.
How many families were lost? How many families weren't created? How many, jobs weren't given out? How many opportunities were lost? They need to be made whole again.
How many people actually really lost their job when there was an executive order to get rid of all trans people from the military? How many people actually lost their job? People who wanted to serve our country.
I don't agree with
Right? Those people are actually losing their job. They're not like just refusing to be admitted. These people are actually really losing jobs.
I don't agree with that stuff. Again, as I said, I'm for.
You don't
trans
agree
rights, I'm
with
for
what
gay
stuff?
rights.
Okay.
I'm for all that stuff. I don't agree with Trump on this stuff. What I'm
When
saying
it comes
is,
to white man, you prioritize them over everything. Doesn't that
no,
sound
I also think trans people need to be left alone. I also think they need to, the right. What they're doing to them is wrong. I don't agree with that stuff.
If you agree with that, I don't understand why you would think that white millennial men are the most discriminated against. I feel like that's insane.
No, since 2010 to 2021, during the woke era, they were the most oppressed group, and they need to be made whole
woke
again.
era.
They need reparations. They need to be made whole.
They
in
need
any way possible.
reparations? Really?
Reparations?
Yes, sir, they do.
For that little gap in history where they were unequal.
No,
they
don't even concede that. They weren't
Don't
unequal.
even
That's not true.
concede that, sorry.
That's not true. They weren't unequal.
No,
That's,
it's not
you're
true.
conceding
Sorry,
too
I
much.
didn't want to concede
Yeah.
that.
So,
But it's just so funny in his mind. White men have been in a dominant position for all of history. In his mind, he thinks that for the last 10 years it's been down, that we need to provide the white man some benefit, some gain for that lack. That's crazy.
So you do acknowledge that nobody lost any position because they're white, right? You agree with that?
Nope. I would ask you, do you agree that white men were discriminated in these institutions?
No.
Okay, just real quick.
No, I don't.
Or you just disagree with facts?
Discrimination is something that you need to prove. It's a policy.
Hold on. I'm reading the article right now. It only gives like very few examples of where this happened. So I'll read the one paragraph where he gives the majority of his claims. It says, the doors seem to close everywhere and all at once. In 2011, the year I moved to Los Angeles, white men were 48% of lower level TV writers. By 2024, they accounted for just 11.9%. The Atlantic editorial staff went from 53% male to 89% white in 2013 to 36% male and 66% white in 2024. White men fell from 39% of tenure track positions in the humanities at Harvard in 2014 to 18% in 2023. Those are all of his examples. He has 4 examples of where this happened in very specific companies or very specific universities in very specific divisions. He's not even giving the broad, general aspect. So, even when he talks about the lower level writing staff for Hollywood, the majority of disproportionate amount of senior level writing staff and editorial boards are still white males. That
Does that not
he's
seem
giving just
systemic discrimination to you?
No, that's not
that
you just read?
that few
not
specific
systemic.
companies or universities have some sort of disproportionality? No. If that was something that happened across the entire institution, that would be true. But to give me specific universities and specific divisions within those universities, no, that is not. This is like if I went and found one football team or one basketball team that happened to have more white people than black people to try to make the point that the NBA doesn't have any black people in it anymore.
Well, this data also tracks with all the other universities, all the other Ivy Leagues, all the other institutions, Hollywood to publishing houses, everywhere, every single place where the left controls, and they control a lot of places. White men have been discriminated against. I just don't see why you won't accept this.
Because you're not actually you're not providing anything. You're just providing things that happen. There's no policy of discrimination.
I'm able to be consistent in that I stand against the oppression of trans people.
No. This isn't a matter of consistency. This is a matter of being right on one thing and being wrong on another thing. I'm not just going to concede to your framing because you conceded that I was right on an issue. You're still wrong. I got to put the problem
is, it's not even that so when he brings up like the humanities at Harvard, right? This isn't the while white men might still be interested in this topic. You understand that like the conservative group has largely like poo-pooed college education and degrees. They have very much poo-pooed the humanities within universities and made it sound like this is one of the dumbest things you could ever do. Is like,
who said all these white males were conservative? Some of them were liberals.
No. I agree that some of them are liberals, but but you know that like there's a disproportionality there as well when it comes to like white males being more conservative than they are liberal, and then
but even the leftist
like
white males,
a more diverse group of people.
Sure, but even the white liberals and the white male leftists were also discriminated against. You look at like the Chapo Trap House people, they were also discriminated against. They wouldn't be let into any writing positions, any in the
You think the Chapo Trap House people were discriminated against because they're white?
Yes, they were.
Because they're
They're
white?
idiots.
Yes.
They
You're
are
just
some
insane.
of the dumbest people that have ever existed. The Chapo Trap
they
House
weren't
people
qualified.
couldn't get a writing job for they couldn't get a writing job for a comic book. Like these people are
let's not put down comic book
brainless.
writers, okay?
All I'm saying is we should be consistent if we want to fight against oppression.
No. There's no point in being consistently stupid. You haven't proven anything.
Proven that white males, millennial white males, were discriminated against.
No, you haven't.
That's been proven.
No, you haven't.
It has.
It
Have
has
you read
not.
the article? Have you read the article?
If you knew the article, you would actually make arguments from the article instead of just saying, go read the article. All right. If you actually read it, you would be able to paraphrase his arguments.
Yes, if I just say go read a study,
that is that right there.
racism.
That is a Destiny quote.
It doesn't matter if it's
if I
it's just
said, go
true.
read
No, I'm sorry.
if
When I say
if
it's
said
not a Destiny quote.
I'm trying to give an explanation. If I just said go read a study, it proves that like systemic racism exists. That wouldn't be helpful at all. I would have to actually quote like the data and the like the arguments from the study before I tell somebody that this is where I sourced it from. You're not even telling us what you've sourced from this except for the overall outcome, which is we're looking for what in that article actually convinces you that this is true.
No, and Michael Savage he's a
paragraph.
leftist. Michael Savage is a notorious leftist. He's not like a conservative.
Just to be clear, leftist
he's
is
a
different
notorious
from like
leftist.
liberal.
This is just brain breaking.
I know he is a leftist. He's a communist socialist. He is a leftist. He believes in
Communist socialists don't agree with us. That's kind of the whole thing.
They're left. They are on the left side of the political spectrum. They're not.
I don't
on the
care.
right side.
I don't care.
Entire
I don't
point.
care. I don't care. It doesn't prove any causation.
So this guy,
do you acknowledge that this could be explained by something that's not discriminatory? By just like white people being generally less interested in academia?
No. When you see such large drops, not because of some interests that went here or there. No, it's discrimination. That's what it is.
Okay, and you have
This happened
nothing
to
to prove
Jews
that
back
causally. You have no proof of that, right?
We have testimonies. We have many testimonies.
Testimony where? From who?
The article. Tom just read one out.
Can you
The
like
article
The
doesn't-
article.
The article just says stats. It doesn't give
Can
any
you
causal
acknowledge-
anything.
Can you acknowledge that this is limited to one article that you just briefly looked at and you didn't really read it? Can you acknowledge that?
Oh, there will be more articles. This is a groundbreaking.
There will
Okay, but
be.
can you
report.
acknowledge that when you
I
do
love
your
that quote.
research, you need to cite to multiple articles, actually reliable articles, to show
No,
consistency?
you don't even need to. You don't even need to do that. You just need to make an argument. You need to pull up anything. Okay, I'm not here talking to Michael Savage, buddy. I'm talking to you. Okay, make an argument. Pull up anything that isn't just
Michael
like
Savage's
things.
Again, Michael Savage's like numbers are not even systemic arguments. Like even like what the data that he's quoting is true. Like he is correct in those things. It's just that these are not institutional. He didn't get institutional data where he could have. He chose not to. He chose to say that this one school has this one division where they have a disproportionality, instead of telling me what's happening across all Ivy Leagues or what's
But
happening across all
correlates.
writing staff.
The data correlates with every other institution that the left controls. That's the problem. And when we see that, that is a systemic problem, not just a one-off here and there.
Wait, we
It
can
is
even say it's a systemic problem. That doesn't equal discrimination. There could be a systemic problem. That's fine. There's a lot of systemic problems that have really messy solutions. That doesn't mean it's discriminatory.
It's systemic discrimination. That's what it is. So do you agree that
Putting
they need to
systemic
get
in front of a
reparations?
different word doesn't change it.
No, we're
So
saying
at
it doesn't affect just one
2024
single.
In 2024, white men were about 50% of enrollment at Ivy League schools.
You said 2024.
Yes, they're 30 to 50%, and that's
What were they in
about the
2014?
makeup.
In
That's about
2014, they were about
hold on,
70% or
wait.
80%.
Just to be clear, yes, correct, exactly. So when we're talking about a world-renowned college that everybody in the world is trying to get to, not just Americans, but then we say America has about 33 to 35% of the country is white men, and then we know 35% of white men, okay, they're getting into this college at 30 to 50%. They're getting in either proportionally or disproportionately to their makeup of the country. So there's not a problem where they're being oppressed. It's that the other people are actually getting to about their proportionality of their of the population.
But they are being
Things
oppressed.
are-
Have you not seen how many movies were made where white males were either the antagonist or they
How
were
many
either made to
movies
be-
have you seen where there was a white bad guy? True, I didn't realize. My bad. That's my
That
whole
doesn't
point.
count.
Fuck, why
that
didn't you bring
doesn't-
that up at the
that's not
beginning?
oppression. That's not oppression. Oppression. I understand what you're trying to say. Like, if you look up how many, so 45% of men across the board, men, and 47% of white adults, so that includes women as well, but white people, about half of white adults believe that DEI, they have the perception that DEI is hurting them, and 45% of men in general have the perception that DEI is hurting them. But that's just the perception, and it kind of makes sense, because I think like statistically the DEI programs, which isn't just affirmative action, it's all the programs, they haven't actually shown statistically to hurt men, like in terms of the what they've gained for other groups, but they have shown to have made men lose some of the advantages that they've had historically. But that is the point. They've had an unfair advantage, and now we're equaling the playing field. So they're obviously going to lose some of the advantages, and that feels to them like they're being hurt and oppressed. But statistically, it just doesn't show that. It shows that everyone else is just getting more opportunity. And so, yeah, do you understand? It's like a
What is that
difference between
accent?
facts
You
and
don't even
feelings.
go here.
Australian, right? Am I right?
Close, New Zealand.
Fuck. I am close. I'll take that. I
Really,
still take
aren't
that
you a
name.
But do you understand that?
Sorry.
But does that make sense? Like obviously when there's change like this, and you're going to lose some of your historical advantages, which you are going to lose because other people are now able to play the game that you've been playing for years. Or not you, you're not white, but white men have been able to play. They're going to feel oppressed, but that feeling doesn't translate to the results.
understand that point, but the problem is this is much more than just evening out the playing. There has been a relentless anti-white racist campaign that the left has went out there.
Just go back to the
In
narrative.
every single domain, whether it's institutional, whether it's cultural, every single domain that the left occupies. Out anti-leftist
I just
hate,
want to
or I'm
repeat
sorry,
what just
anti-white
happened,
hate.
just because, real quick, we got a little off topic because I like initially you were saying that the disproportionalities are represented in the Harvard data that he gave across all Ivy League schools. I went and showed that that is not true and that it's just becoming more proportional. And instead of like responding with any other data that would back up your point to show that white men are being oppressed in some way and that things are not just becoming less oppressive for everybody else, you went back to giving the narrative that like, oh, but like white men are bad guys in movies and like stuff like, you know, or people are saying mean things about white people sometimes. But this is not like this is not, there's no data or anything to really back
I
this
just
up
want you to
anywhere,
accept
that the
no, no,
outcomes
no.
are there.
I'm not going back to a narrative. I just want you to accept the
My
left
narrative.
has a significant problem with anti-white racism.
I'm not going back to my
I will
narrative. I
admit
just
that
want you
there
to accept
are
my narrative.
people- Yes, I will admit that there are some people who do this. I don't think it's a big problem on the left, though, because I don't think that I didn't hear people like Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or Nancy Pelosi or Barack Obama using this language ever. So I don't think it's like institutional on the left with Democrats. I do think that there's some progressives who take it too far, but I don't think it's like really within the higher ranks.
Cringy, what's the
They
name
being
of
held
the
accountable.
what's the name of the fallacy where it's like you build the table off of the legs and then you kick out the 3 legs and somehow there's still the magic
I don't
floating
know. I just use
tabletop?
that analogy.
Yeah, that's
I
kind
don't
of
know.
what happens, right? Like whenever you build an argument, it should be like a table where you have all of these legs to hold up the tabletop, right? And the tabletop is your narrative that the left is biased against white people and the legs should be reasons, right? But no matter how much we kick out the legs or your reasons to support your narrative that the left is targeting white people, all of the legs are kicked out, and for some reason this magic table still stands. I just want to know if you acknowledge that that's what happened, right? That, what is it, Mantis, is that how you pronounce your name? Mantis just gave you reason, and Tom has been giving you reasons for the past like fucking 40 minutes as to why this could be the case, why you haven't actually proven anything causal. But at the end of the day, instead of actually addressing anything that's actually said or making it a valid point, you just go back to the narrative. You just say, oh, white people left targeting discrimination reparations, right? Like that's all we've been given. You haven't actually been engaging with anything we've been telling you.
I've been engaging with you, all right. It's just you won't accept my point because you don't like facts.
He's so disingenuous.
Yeah.
Don't even acknowledge him. Let's ignore
Have a
him.
good
He's
rest of your
honestly
day.
so disingenuous.
No, I think this is important because did he leave? Oh.
Um,
Damn it.
I think there's a pattern here.
I mean, it is feelings, and like the feelings.
Cringy,
can be
did you
valid,
kick him?
Like,
Cringy, what are you doing?
I am playing Minecraft on Rinyald's Minecraft server. He never logs on to.
I think it's so funny
I like
that while you're playing, you're like look at the screen, like nod, like you're agreeing to what's going on.
Welcome everybody this great Saturday night discussion, debate, whatever the fuck you want to call it, doesn't really matter. But today we got a great panelist with us today. Actually two people here. Dylan Burns, who's never actually been on Project VOPod, his first debut here. Really happy to see you here. And Rinyald, which I believe that's how you say your name. Also a newcomer here on Project VOPod. Happy to have you as well, man. With that being said, let's kind of dive into this. It's going to be the state of Minnesota versus Donald Trump and all of the chaos that's been going on over there. But before we get into it, I want you guys to kind of introduce yourselves to the audience, see what you're about, etc. We'll start with you, Teriak, just small introductions of where everybody can find you.
My name is Teriak. I'm a leprechaun. You can find me over the rainbow. My mom took Tylenol. I do memes, gaming, and a show called Wheel of Madness on Fridays and Saturdays, or Thursday nights, really late Thursday nights, or early Friday mornings and Saturday mornings. And yeah, that's basically it. TAREYA yak. AK. Sorry, fuck's sake. Already fucking up. Yeah, on YouTube, all that kind of shit. X, all the socials.
Very good. There you go. Tyler, go ahead, my friend.
Average debate enjoyer, just recently moved to YouTube, trying to hit that monetization. So come on over and press that sub button. I try to cover politics like John Madden covered football on YouTube. When you see me on X, I'm usually being an asshole for shits and giggles. So generally, classically fall on the left. Modern day politics kind of fall on the right, but pretty damn close to the center and way up at the top of the authority part. So yeah, let's go.
All right, there you go. Dylan, go ahead and introduce yourself, man.
Hi, my name is Dylan Burns. I'm a war journalist based in Maryland, the best state in the union, if you have not heard. I spend like 8 to 9 months out of the year over in Ukraine recording documentaries on the front line, embedded with the National Guard, the Army, just whatever I can get my hands on. And when I'm not doing that, I'm back in the States, just trying to look for other stuff to go around and film. I'm actually headed to Minneapolis this Monday, and I'm going to be filming a documentary there. So this conversation kind of slid up right behind me at a perfect time. So I'm happy to talk today.
Thank you so much for that, man. And of course, the replacement for the Powder Dusty, unfortunately, he ended up backing out of this debate, didn't get back to me. But we got Rinyald as a replacement. Go ahead and tell the audience what you're about, bro.
Hey, I'm Rinyald. I'm a liberal. I do debates. Formerly on TikTok, trying to move over to YouTube as well because TikTok is a really, really, really bad platform. But yeah, I'm a replacement. Hopefully I don't shit the bed too hard for not being prepared for this.
No, it's all good. You have a bit of an excuse since you kind of came in here as an emergency debater, man. I really appreciate that, dude. Really appreciate that. With that being said, let's do the openers and see what y'all's arguments is. We'll start with the right-wing side, Teriak and Tyler, whoever wants to go first on this.
Hey, do you want to go first, Tyler? Yes, Jake, I have a couple of links there. I think because we want to keep it like short or whatever, we're going to skip straight to part 2. But the main thing here is, it's like, you might be wondering, why the fuck is a leprechaun commentating on American politics? Because I can give the outside perspective. Think about Loki. Loki was the outsider to the Odinsons. You know what I mean? He was a Laufeyson. You know what I mean? That outside perspective is needed. So when you look at this shit going down in Minnesota, there's a disagreement and like this whole thing of like urge to protest, right? So a disagreement, we need to look at both sides, okay? So it's like, who's drifted off the message and why is the key question. So if our opponents can genuinely answer that question, fair play to them. But Jake, if you can pull up part 2, that link, please. So
1
we can just
second.
view it real quick.
Yeah, hold on really quick.
Because you guys don't need to trust, because you're both left wing. You don't need to trust my words. We can trust the words of Obama. Okay? So, President Obama, like I said, Jake, if you want to make that big screen, like I said, we got to respect. That's the president, Jake. We got
all right.
Let's hear him loud and proud.
The immigrants' rights community, who have argued passionately that we should simply provide those who are illegally with legal status, or at least ignore the laws on the books and put an end to deportation until we have better laws. And often this argument is framed in moral terms. Why should we punish people who are just trying to earn a living? I recognize the sense of compassion that drives this argument. But I believe such an indiscriminate approach would be both unwise and unfair. It would suggest to those thinking about coming here illegally that there will be no repercussions for such a decision. And this could lead to a surge in more illegal immigration. And it would also ignore the millions of people around the world who are waiting in line to come here legally. Ultimately, our nation, like all nations, has the right and obligation to control its borders and set laws for residency and citizenship. There are those
So
in the
that's
immigrants'
the first
rights.
step, right?
Yep.
So like that's the first thing. So you guys even got to compete with your own president. You know what I mean? These aren't even my words. So I don't want to hear no like thing in terms of like represent myself, all this kind of shit, right? That's numero uno. And before my opponents even tried to play any sympathy cards and all this kind of shit, and like, oh, like think about Charlie, all this kind of shit. Here's a demonstration exactly of what I predict is going to happen. Jay, can you please play the third clip and make a full screen?
Yeah, I got you right here, bro. Hold on. I've seen this one. It's hilarious.
Caring for people was at the core of who he was. He was incapable of causing harm. Alex carried patience, compassion, and calm as a steady light within him. Even at the very end, that light was there. I recognized his familiar stillness and signature calm composure. Caring for people was at the...
All right, there
So
you guys have it
this,
there.
this shit where this dude was an angel, he was incapable of harm. Why the fuck is he going and spitting on federal officers and kicking their fucking tail out to begin with, to the point where he's going against what Obama was saying just before Trump was in office? So, like, in terms of like the ridiculous that we have here, I'd like to again frame it, like I said, because we just have enough time. Jake, would you please play the first clip as well, because we just have enough time?
Yeah, we got enough time here. All right, let's play this one.
So I think we got to have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked. They're gone. If they've been working and are law-abiding, we should say, here are the conditions for you staying. You have to pay a stiff fine because you came here illegally. You have to pay back taxes. And you have to try to learn English. And you have to wait in line.
All right, there you guys
So-
have it there.
We're not going to do this gaslighting of we're far right, you just hate the immigrants, etc., etc. These are clearly the radicals that have shifted fucking 3 octaves to next level of extremism. They are the extremists, not the people that want to preserve their culture.
All right. With that being said, thank you so much for that opening statement, Terry. Tyler, the floor is yours, my friend.
All right, so I take most of my analysis from the pink coat lady's video that starts about a minute and a half before the conflict between ICE and the 3 people in the road kicks off. There's still a question in my mind about the first shot, and I think the investigation being done by the FBI is going to clear that up for us, where it came from and why it was done. But other than that, I think that all the actions taken by ICE against Pretty were justified. I'm a Clinton Democrat that voted for Obama, the deporter-in-chief, and Hillary myself. So in that video, we see 2 women approach an officer who is getting into his vehicle, and they stand on the left side of the vehicle, the only egress for that vehicle to pull out. That is blocking the traffic while they're also standing in the middle of the roadway. These people blocking the roadway, what that does, as the courts have said in multiple different rulings, when you stand in the roadway, you are creating a more dangerous, hazardous situation for officers. Now, that doesn't automatically give ICE the authority to police that. They have to be either in a dangerous or put into a dangerous situation, or their official duties have to be impeded. So what we see is Mr. Pushy, the officer, goes and tells woman 1 to get out of the road, a lawful command, get out of the road. He goes over to woman 2 and Pretty. He tells them to get out of the road. They refuse. He starts pushing them. He pushes Pretty out of the road. He goes to push the woman out of the road. Woman 1 comes back around the car from the road and approaches him from behind. He grabs her, puts her in front of him, pushes her out of the road. That's when Pretty steps in and assaults the officer. He doesn't even have to touch him, but he does. You can see from a different angle, the officer moves backwards. Multiple courts have cleared officers using this lowest level of force, which is open-handed force. They have let these officers retain their qualified immunity, and I have multiple examples of different case rulings that do that. This is based off the totality of circumstances, and this comes from Graham v. Connor, which I'm going to get to as well in the body of this debate. The chaos of the situation is also another circumstance. The loud whistles, the screaming, and all the chaos going on around them affected their communication. But why are these people, why are CBP and BPA even there in the first place assisting ICE? That's because local police and local state law enforcement were nowhere to be found. They were not arresting people that were doing crimes. They were being called off. We saw the National Guard called in to hand out donuts and coffee to the protesters, which again, 95% of the protesters were there being peaceful. This is a small handful of people being violent. They're organized on a signal chat that was exposed, telling people to obstruct traffic. All 13 states that are currently ignoring federal laws to deport illegal aliens in the country are culpable here. They are somewhat to blame in a moral act. Now, legally, they're not compelled to, and this comes from a Supreme Court ruling actually written by Scalia about gun rights. So it's a right-wing ruling that they're using to keep up sanctuary cities. But at the end of the day, though they are not compelled legally to enforce these laws, there is a moral wrong in allowing federal crimes to go on in your state and working against federal officers that have the jurisdiction to go in and remove these people. So who's at fault here? Pretty Good and Sosa Celeste, the 3 shootings that took place in ICE. At the end of the day, they're responsible for their actions. So at the top of that hierarchy, they lie. Next, I would say the ICE officers who are acting a bit too aggressively. Nobody wants this guy shot. We call it lawful but awful. Probably justified. Again, we're pending investigation on that first shoot. But generally, it is the fault of first, the people that did it, second, the officers, and next, the local government that's refusing to police crimes going on. We see people breaking into and blocking vehicles. We see people going after ICE in their hotel and restaurants when they're off duty. And we see state police being called and not showing up to the scene. I was against the January 6th insurrection. My first debate online was against Pisco, trying to clarify that him using hyperbole actually hurts his argument against the insurrection that happened on January 6th. It's a bad thing. I'm using that term colloquially because nobody was actually charged with the Insurrection Act. So anyone that's going to get technical on me there, Trump was called evil for waiting 2 hours, where Tim Walz waited 2 months of different instances, about 2 weeks after the first shooting, to come in with any state police to arrest these people. This is significantly more time. At the end of the day, each of the, oh shit, I lost my spot. Each of these were justified under SCOTUS rulings. We know that ICE officers and people in federal law enforcement can bypass posse comitatus under 2 conditions. One, from this ruling, it was known versus Velasquez Pomo in September 25, is if you impede their duties. The other is if you put them in a dangerous situation by creating or exacerbating danger. Blocking the road fits both of those criteria. I'm going to go into a bunch of different cases, Turner v. Driver, Graham v. Connor, and several other things, Heibel v. 6th Judicial Court of Nevada, and show you that these rulings have held up. I also have Minnesota law, federal law. I'm going to show you that is not being enforced at the Minnesota level, and the federal law that shows that he assaulted an officer. This is all almost non-disputable unless you think he has a valid self-defense claim, which we can go into that as well because I have those precedents if we want to go down that route too.
Okay, thank you so much for that opening statement, my friend. Very, very good one right there. Liked it. Dylan Burns, we'll get to you, my friend. Your time starts now, man.
Fantastic. So I don't know if we should start with the shooting. I would have brought links and videos maybe if I knew we could throw up videos up on the screen. But I think I'll start with the fact that ICE is there in the first place. When ICE goes to a community, they are law enforcement from the federal authorities. They are coming from a place where they don't know the locals. They don't know the people on the street because they come from West Virginia. They come from Florida. They come from DC. They come from wherever they're based. And if they're going into a community and they're going around masked up and not identifying themselves, you're already going to create a hostile environment. If you don't know the person who is enforcing the laws and who has the authority to enforce laws upon you, your neighbors, and make people in your community from the perspective of those in the city disappear, that's going to be an aggravative factor. Another thing that's going to be an aggravative factor is going to be ICE, the entire organization, trying to use administrative warrants and playing them off as if they have the power of a judicial warrant. An administrative warrant does not have the power of a judicial warrant. And the way that the administration is talking right now goes against what ICE's handbook from last year said, which is that, Article 4 protects from the most evil violation of our property rights and the going into people's home, and that at the end of the day, there are only 3 guidelines by which they can enter a home, and none of them said administrative warrant. Judicial warrant, extenuating circumstances like somebody shooting out of the home at you, something along those lines, but nothing about an administrative warrant. And so when you start treading upon the Fourth Amendment, when you start saying, I have to be masked up in your community to protect myself, there's going to create an environment. The only environment that could be spawned from that is going to be one that is hostile. And so they come to a community that didn't want them there to enforce immigration law. Okay, they're going to enforce immigration law. What type of immigration law? Well, we're going to go after the murderers. We're going to go to the rapists. We're going to go after the pedophiles. We're going to go after the worst of the worst. But then CBP does not go after the worst of the worst. They go after basically everybody. If you're a U.S. citizen walking on the street, the way CBP was saying, if you're anywhere in the vicinity of a raid, if you're anywhere in the vicinity of an operation, those officers have the right to card you. They have the right to ask for your identification. They have the right to stop you on the street, even if you are not suspected of any crime. My problems with this ICE buildup, we can talk about the specific shooting and whether it's murder, negligent homicide, whether it's a man who's trigger happy but will likely get away with it before a court of law. We never had to get to this point in the first place. We could talk about local authorities rejecting federal authority, but any high road that Republicans could have claimed from federal authority is disregarded when that federal authority acts in a way that they don't have the powers to act. When they say, we have the power to ignore the magistrate, when they say we don't have to identify ourselves, when they say we can shoot people in the street and then disregard local authorities in their investigations. We don't need to turn over physical evidence. We don't need to do that. You just need to accept that when the bullets hit your body, you turn into a domestic terrorist. And it's not going to be helped that every single time one of these shootings happen, or any type of really any tragedy that blame could fall with the administration and their policies, they immediately get into the blame game. I saw it first when I was in the DC area, and a bunch of our locals got killed after the Ronald Reagan National Airport disaster and a helicopter colliding with the plane. What's the first thing the president come out and says? It's woke. It's woke that did it. It has to do with affirmative action hires before any investigation was done, before any type of look into, what actually caused this disaster had occurred. They immediately come out and start pointing fingers all around the room. And they did the same thing when it came to Renee Good. And then they did the same thing when it came to Alex Peretti. That Alex Peretti was going to go there and he was an assassin. He was going to do a massacre. And then Trump started talking like a pistol was this type of with this very powerful pistol with the extra magazines. My God, he was talking the way that I expect any Democrat stereotypically to talk about guns from a Republican perspective. And so I think right now the Republican Party wants to move away from this very fast. The reason Homan was moved in there as essentially not a white flag, but almost like a truce message. Like, look, this is not doing well for us. The polling is showing that for the first time in American history, a plurality of Americans wants to see ICE abolished. 5-10 years ago, somebody says ICE is abolished. What does that mean? That means you don't want immigration enforcement. That means you don't want borders. That means you don't want any type of America to really enforce its immigration laws at all. And that is a type of weakness the American people did not want. But now, because of the actions of the Trump administration, a plurality of the American people for the first time want to see ICE go out the window. They're able to make a distinction between the organization and the existence of immigration enforcement, which existed before ICE's creation. And so right now, we can keep having these panels on this shooting, and we can talk about, whether ICE is behaving in a way that is within the laws and order that we're all supposed to abide by. But at the end of the day, the longer we talk about it, the more of a losing issue it's going to be for the Republican Party, because those videos just don't look good, no matter how much legalese you throw at it.
Okay. Thank you so much for that opening statement, Dylan. Very, very well put there. The last opening statement right here, Rinyald. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right?
All good, all good.
Okay, all right. I don't want to be rude here. I'm not doing it on purpose. Rinyald, go ahead, my friend. You have 5 minutes on the clock.
So I doubt I'm going to use the whole 5 minutes. My main argument is just that these mass deportation efforts and by extension the ICE raids are kind of a problem or a solution in search of a problem. I've never seen it seems like the definition of what even is an illegal immigrant at this point is so watered down to the point that it basically means nothing, to the point where people with protected status are counted as illegal immigrants, or somebody who was encountered at the border and turned away as somehow still considered as somebody who entered the country. It's where this giant 10 million number is. And these kind of lies justify these ICE raids. And I don't see with these ICE raids, you're basically along with it, because if you're looking to do this very quickly over the span of 4 years, you're looking to violate a lot of people's rights, because that's the only way you're going to be able to get this many people out of the country as quickly as possible. You're going to be inflaming the people, because generally Americans just don't like super militarized policing. We see that all of the time. And it's just it costs so much money, right? So I think these are 3 really big problems, especially the abuses of rights, which I think Dylan Burns pointed out a decent amount. With all of that considered, I just don't see what the point of these ICE raids are. And when we see cases like Renee Good and we see cases like Alex Peretti, I don't see why we would expect anything different, because, as I said, when you super militarize a police force, people get really unrestful. And I'm not justifying people rioting, but I am saying that I don't know what we would expect to happen other than these kinds of shootings. I just don't see when we take into account all of the bad things that we're getting from the ICE raids, why do them when we're not really even getting anything in return? Insofar as the particulars of the shooting, I've seen nothing to justify the shooting of Alex Peretti. It seems like that's the general consensus of the American people. Same case for Renee Good. I just don't understand why these ICE raids are happening and why we're willing to compromise our 4th Amendment rights, our 5th Amendment rights, our First Amendment rights, all these different rights, in order to do what? That's basically all.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that opening statement for the left wing positions on that. With that being said, gentlemen, the floor will be open. Go ahead.
Yeah, so real quick, because like again, shout out to Andrew in chat and all stuff. Like what is Tarek doing? All stuff is because Tyler's bringing the facts. He's bringing the legal precedent. He's bringing all this kind of shit, and I'm bringing this. I'm basically preventing him from doing this whole moral argument or trying to do this whole Trump derangement syndrome. This is not just Trump's policy. This was the Democrats' policies before Trump.
Okay.
Do not like listen
well,
to the videos. One sec. Do not listen to the videos where you're talking like your own president, like a Democrat president was saying we're like the fact that like there's any resistance to saying we need to deport these these illegals that like immigrants have that come into the country and are committing crime. We need to deport them. There is resistance to that. What you guys are doing are trying to look at isolated events and just look at the individual event and say this is like happened in an abstract. This is why I showed you the Tom Petty video. Why is he kicking out a taillight of a federal officer's car? And you're trying to act as though, oh, like it's just like randomly ICE is just like gunning down like puppies like in South Park. That's not what's happening in reality. What you're seeing, like what you're ignoring is this is ICE's problem. You're putting all the problem on ICE and saying we can't see a problem, but this whole anti-ICE, like the violence that they're causing, you're saying, well, hey, like that's just like people will be people. Like you're trying to hold one side to an impossible moral standard, while then ignoring all the violence that ICE is trying to prevent.
My standard is the same standard that has existed since the Constitution was written. The Fourth Amendment does say, and this was put in place to stop British soldiers from, stepping in our houses and, any future American soldiers from abusing the sanctity of the home, that you're not allowed to go into that home unless you have a magistrate's warrant, not an immigration judge, not an administrative warrant, not, the hopes and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere. You need a magistrate's warrant. Obama didn't do that. He didn't say you didn't need a magistrate's warrant. Hillary never advocated for that on the campaign trail. Bush never did that. Reagan never did that. In fact, that was not the policy of a previous presidency. That's the policy of Donald Trump's presidency. Another thing that wasn't the policy of previous
It's the same worldview.
It's the same worldview. ICE officers all have to cover up. They all have to cover their identities. Their identities are secret. Also, another thing that was not done by previous administrations, we're not going to share this information with local investigators for these types of high-profile shootings.
Real quick,
there are
real
major
quick,
differences.
just real quick. Answer this question. Just answer this question.
Or Obama.
What happens if the state is not compliant with Obama? What happens?
If a state does not comply with Obama, there's some sort of usually federal versus states' rights showdown that is done out in the courts.
And then again, like if they're still not complying, courts agree.
It depends on what the state, because if the state says, you know what, they can bake whatever cake they want, if that's what the judge says, then okay, it looks like states' rights says they can bake whatever cake they want. Like
the state commissioner is actively the state commissioner the governor, the leader of the state is actively going against the federal. What happens then?
What happens is that head of the state probably just sues the federal government to enjoin an action, right? And then if it rules against them in the courts, then they probably just don't do it.
At no point do you send in force.
You send in force if the states aren't complying with the judicial orders, baby.
Yeah, right now, all of the judicial orders are going against the Trump administration. Here. Like this whole open and bollocks that we have to listen to. Just like, I don't know why ICE is here. It's because they're not complying.
Okay.
We're deporting these motherfuckers, and you're trying to use any excuse possible.
Hold on, Tarek. Dylan, go ahead and respond to that.
If Tim Walz took the National Guard and he said, you need to stop these evil Nazi ICE agents from Anne Franking all of the people in the Minneapolis area in a way that only he can say, and then he does that, then the federal authorities can come in and they can stop them. This is what happened when, Brown v. Board of Education, when they tried to do integration, they tried to send in, the state government tried to send in forces to stop federal laws from being applied. Federal authority took control and it was over. If that's what he was doing, then they could stop him. That's not what he's doing. He's just saying, ICE, have fun playing, Tom and Jerry with the local undocumented community when everyone hates you. That's
when you're signing for ICE, like that's all they say is like, have fun, guys.
Let me jump in here. So
yeah, go ahead.
when police officers or anybody enters a home, it's not just warrant based. We have probable cause. This is backed up by tons and tons of case law. When you are in a state like Minnesota or one of the 13 sanctuary states that allow illegal immigrants to get licenses, to become documented illegal immigrants and such, you have to register your address. When you are a legal alien and you register your address to get a license to vote in local elections and things of that nature, you are telling the government your address. You are telling your government, I am a legal alien and here is where I live. That qualifies as probable cause to enter a home.
Certainly.
The government, number one, there have been cases where they have entered the backyards and the properties of people where there is no undocumented people registered at that home. That has happened on multiple occasions. So even if we were to apply the standard that you're putting down, ICE doesn't even always apply by that standard. We just had another video came out, something happening in an auto shop. We just had another video come out yesterday where somebody tried to go in somebody's backyard and they said, get the fuck off my property, my fourth rights, literally citing his Fourth Amendment rights, because some Americans are educated about that. But there are certain circumstances where they can't do that. But the instance where they tried to do that, the high-profile instance with the man in the shorts where they took the man out, it wasn't the correct man, dropped him off in his shorts in the icy cold. These are the profile instances where I think the government might actually benefit from letting the judges do the deciding work. Because so far, they've been pretty bad at it. When they either try to do these warrants themselves or they just try to go out themselves, if they let the judicial system be the check and balance, the Trump administration would have a lot less controversy. During the first term, ICE had a positive approval rating. During the first term, DHS had a 59% approval rating. Right now, they're both in the tank because they're trying to throw off the checks and balances that kept them on the tracks the first term.
I would add as well that, like, the argument that Tyler is making that they get probable cause by knowing an illegal immigrant signs up for a particular address isn't even the argument that they make in the memo, because obviously that would be permissible, but that's not the only cases in which they're filling out these I-205s. The thing that they say establishes probable cause is a final order of removal, and then that footnote they say that the final order of removal isn't even necessary. So, like, here, they're claiming that just having an order of removal and seeing that an illegal immigrant or a suspected illegal immigrant is somewhere gives them enough probable cause to bring an I-205 to their superior officer for them to sign as a judicial warrant. But that's not how the warrant system works, right? You need an impartial magistrate.
Yeah, well, that would be how it's working in the immigration courts. Immigration courts are an Article 2 set of courts, so they work differently than going to an Article 3 judge, and that's what they're using as the problem.
No, they're not even going to immigration judges. They're going to their superior officers. The officers are the ones that sign I-205s because that's what gives you the permission to arrest somebody, but in no world does it give you the right to enter a private area.
I hear your 3 points. Let me get to Dylan's first, and then I'll come back to yours as well. So, Dylan, you were talking about the polling. So, defund the police at one point was also something that polls cited to be something that the majority of people approved of. But when it came election time, it turns out defunding federal officers and state police.
Can you prove that to me?
Yeah, I can show you that. I can show you.
There were times where things like, you know, accountability for the police or whatever, any amount of slogans you want to throw out there. Defund the police was never popular because it was always seen as pro-crime. It was always seen by pro-crime, by working class people, and it was never able to get communicated properly by leftists on social media.
I'll get you that poll, but going into the specific poll you're citing about ICE being unpopular and the majority want to abolish, when you go into the samples of that poll, it's about 70% women. And I'm not saying women are prescribed to think any certain way, but if you look at the
they are.
Both sides.
Let's say that the women ruin my. Let's say the women ruin my ICE polling data, and let's just go off the DHS polling, which has seen a 20+ point drop since the first administration and the second administration, where Americans, for the first time, many of them actually learned what the DHS was in the first place. And for ICE, whether or not it's a plurality or it's tied, in the first term of Trump, a majority of Americans wanted ICE to be there. Abolish ICE was seen as a fringe, radical position. Trump has thrusted it into a position that is relatively mainstream through his behavior and the behavior of ICE.
Sure, I agree with you that Trump might have been going overboard, and I even said that in my introduction that ICE is going a little tick gung-ho. CBP and BPA are not trained to deal with stuff like this. The reason that they're being brought in is because the state and locals that are actually supposed to be doing this are not. So they needed backup. They brought in other people. If you actually look at the breakdown, only 2.2% of ICE's activity is going on in Minnesota, meaning 97.8% is going on outside of it. There's been about 500,000 people deported by ICE since Trump took office, and about 2.2 million have self-deported. So out of the 2.7 million people deported, we're talking about 0.01% of incidents that have taken place. So we're talking
That's interesting. Let's focus on that.
Boy is spitting fire.
That's interesting because Minneapolis's population is very low when it comes to undocumented people. We're talking about, I think, roughly 2% of the population of Minneapolis, right? So that means 98% of the people are people who are documented individuals, right? They're not the individuals. And of those undocumented people, how many of them are the blood murdering, blood guzzling criminals that Trump portrayed on the campaign trail that he was going to go after? An even smaller percentage.
The second part I was going to get to is
so much
Trump
force
extra
has been focused in Minneapolis, just like so much force has been focused in Washington D.C., and just like he tried to threaten rejudication funding, rebuilding funding for the Maryland Bridge. I don't know if you knew about the Key Bridge collapse, but when that collapse happened and the governor of our state said, hey, you know what? We need to rebuild. They go forward with that action. He tries to threaten that funding over them just critiquing these deployments as, hey, this is obviously targeted towards Democrat cities. This is not right. And so my question to you is, do you think a lot of this is happening, not necessarily because just ICE is operating, but there's an overabundance of agents? I mean, we just heard Holman come out like, yes, we do need to actually decrease the amount of agents. We're going to decrease the amount of agents, that there's a certain amount of targeting of Democrat-run cities that's going on here.
Yeah, so I'll first address what I was going to get this before too. What the Trump administration said in both, what the Trump campaign said before they actually took office, and the administration said, is they're not just targeting the worst of the worst. Those were some people; those are the ones they focused on for the PR narrative. But they also said everybody with a valid deportation order, which is about 2.2 million of the people that were here illegally. So they are focusing. On top of that, they said collateral damage. When we go for those people that we are focused, when we find any other people that are here illegally on the way, we're going to get them as well, even if they don't fit the top priority list. So just because they're the top priority does not mean they're also not acceptable to be arrested. They're just not the main target. So they are going after exactly.
I mean, does it really speak to somebody
one
being
sec,
the
one sec. Let me just echo this. Like, for example, Dylan, if you owned a nightclub and someone like got round like the $10 fee to entry and was in the club, would you kick them out of the club? Would you get the bouncers to kick them out of the club?
Yes.
Alhamdulillah, brother.
Now let's say you had to spend $1,000 in order to do it.
So ICE is ICE. One sec. We're looking for justification. We're looking for justification, sir. And when you look at the big picture, Dylan, the main principle that you just admitted to there, Dylan, the main principle there was they're not here like the right way. They need to go out and they need to go and wait in line, which is what Hillary Clinton was saying, which is what Barack Obama was saying.
Okay,
and
Hillary
that's
and
what
Obama
that's one sec, Dylan. That is the
Dylan.
justification of why ICE is there. And you're trying to ask that this is not justified whatsoever.
Okay, Dylan, go ahead and respond to that.
This isn't a nightclub. Okay, when you talk about removing 2% of a city's population, that has a demonstrable effect on the local economy.
What is an analogy?
That has a demonstrable
Hold on,
effect on
Teriak.
people's families. That's not, hey, I'm not getting drunk. If me removing somebody from their nightclub meant that other people in the nightclub who used to have to rely on their income, whether it was spending at their store, spending at the barbershop, going to the doctors, they were an integral part of the nightclub community for 25 years. They were like all these other factors that isn't involved in some drunk college kid trying to get around a $10 fee or around his ID because he's 19 and not 21 in the United States. These are not equivocal.
Well, I don't know, Dylan. It actually might be kind of a good. It actually might be kind of a good analogy, right? Because let's say that somebody gets past your bouncer and doesn't pay the $3 fee to come into the nightclub, right? But that person who bypassed the $3 fee is giving like $1,000 buying drinks. You need to pay $1,000 to the bouncer in order to get him out. You might kill him in the process. Would you do that in order to get the guy out who bypassed the $3 fee?
Yeah, so you're telling me that if a guy comes in and spends a lot of money, he can start selling cocaine in my club?
No, that's a different question. We're just talking about bypassing the entry fee, right?
You added in the incentive of financial gain. It's like if you're willing to try and go around my skirt and all shit, I don't trust you. You're not welcome. Get the fuck out.
So you would spend the
Hold on. Real quick. This is actually a pretty good counter hypothetical here. Teriak, let's say you own a club, a nightclub, and somebody got past the $3 fee to get in, but he spent maybe $1,000 at your bar before you realized he didn't pay the $3 fee. Would you kick him out?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go up to him and we're going to have a discussion. You know what I mean? I'm saying you're going to pay the $3 fee.
You're gonna kick him out?
Maybe $5. We put an extra bit of a fine on all this kind of shit and say, listen, you're spending money, but if there's any more funny business out of you, you're out the fucking door.
Wait,
no
Teriak, but that's not what's happening, right? We're not coming up to people who...
One sec.
But
that's
what's
one
happening.
aspect.
You're breaking the analogy.
That is one aspect. When you look at the individual, like I said, if they're selling cocaine, if they're like doing crazy shit in my club, they're getting the fuck out of there. What are you talking about?
Right, but let's actually go with the analogy, right? So they're paying $1,000. Let's say that you go up to them and you say, "Hey, you're either going to pay
someone who just
you're either
breached your
going to pay the
security.
$5."
Should you kick them out? And Dylan said yes.
So
that
no,
was the
you
analogy.
go up to them and you say, "Hey, you're going to pay the $5 or go
This
out."
is
So
your
do you
analogy.
agree? So wait, in that case, do you agree that ICE should be going up to these illegal immigrants and giving them a pathway to citizenship instead of deporting them?
No, they're offering to pay them money to leave or self-deport. They're giving them up to $2.6 thousand.
Well, you're not. That's again as disanalogous, right? You're talking about having
How's
a
it not
conversation with
disanalogous?
them, saying,
How
"Pay
is
the
it not
$5 or I'm
disanalogous?
going to
It's
kick you
basically
out."
saying you're
Right?
not
You're not
welcome.
paying him
We
$5 to
don't like your
leave.
character. We don't like your character. And when you look
It was
at, for
actually- it was
example,
secretly
when you
a
look
really
at-
good analogy, but we
hold
can't
up,
stick
hold
to
up.
Look
it.
at, for example, the
Hold on.
Somali fraud that's happening in Minnesota.
Okay.
Like small populations can do massive damage. When you look
We
at the
understand
small
that-
population, one sec, when you look at the small population of the Pakistani Muslims in Britain who raped God knows how many women because of the amount of God knows how many little girls because of the cover-ups and the shit like that, and because of motherfuckers like you said, well, the data doesn't show it. Yeah, because it's not reported or
Well,
whatever.
what the data
In
shows
terms
is
of this
that
whole thing,
73% of
one
people in
terms of
ICE
this whole thing
detention
where
have
you're
no
showing
criminal
an image
record.
of,
That's what
of
it
a guy,
shows.
and then also on CNN, they edit it to make him look more handsome. It's weird shit going on. When I show you the counter image, like this is what the dude is. This whole thing of this guy was an angel. He was incapable of harm, and he's kicking out a fucking federal agent's light bulb. Like you're trying to act as though this is not like crazy people who were literally going after federal agents who were storming churches. Storming churches because why did they storm that church? Why? But why?
I appreciate
they
walking
stormed
off
that
of the
church
analogy.
because the
I
leader
do.
was linked to ICE. So
It was-
again, who was the aggressor?
Get another point.
I appreciate walking
Who
off
is
the
the
analogy.
aggressor?
Wait, real quick, can I just
Okay.
ask? Do you
Rinyald,
acknowledge
go ahead.
about,
Who was
Hold
the
on,
aggressor?
Teriak. Rinyald, go ahead and respond to that.
you do acknowledge that like roughly 70% of the people in ICE detention have no criminal history?
I'll acknowledge that. Yeah, absolutely. Criminal
So
record
it's not
is
just like
so-
going
it's
after
so-
criminals like that. That's probably
They're
not
all
an accurate
criminals.
framing.
Just
Hold
because
on.
they're not being charged doesn't mean they're not committing crimes. Most of these people are here illegally. If you're here illegally and working, you're working illegally.
But they're not
You're
trafficking
living illegally.
fentanyl like Teriak was saying, right?
The system
70% of them are non-violent. That means 30%, 1 in 3 basically are violent criminals.
What are you saying?
And you're
is that
saying,
you allow
oh
the
guys,
system-
you're going over the top. It's like this is actually a good ratio when you talk about like actually
it?
going in and being strategic about and all this kind of shit, and you're ignoring all that kind of shit and pointing to the 0.01% case and saying,
Well, this is
is
an
a
ICE
travesty.
detention,
But
right?
because when
In
we
this case,
all
it'd be
saw how you
0.1%.
motherfuckers acted when Charlie Kirk happened. So like this,
Okay.
I
Dylan
don't
was
care
very
what
good on
makes
Charlie
you
Kirk.
cheer
How did we
because
get
I've
to Charlie
seen what
Kirk?
makes you cheer.
Dylan was
Okay,
very good on
pivot.
Charlie Kirk.
Okay, hold on. Let's go with Dylan. I think go ahead and respond to Teriak on that, and then we'll get to Tyler.
Sorry, we got to Charlie Kirk somehow. I genuinely missed the plot how we got to Charlie. But I'll give. Let me give the liberal club example. Okay, the
You
counter.
can't do
the
the moral
idea
shit.
of the liberal club
Hold
versus
on,
the
Tyler.
conservative
Say-
club.
yeah.
The liberal club versus the conservative club was the you deny the person because they didn't pay the $10 fee versus you let them in anyway. The real version of the liberal club would be, oh, you're in the club, you spent $500, you didn't pay the $3 fee. We're now going to have you pay the $3 fee and become a U.S. citizen over a probate period. Like that would be the liberal compromise position, not that you either let them in or don't let them in. That's why I didn't think that it was a good comparison. It's not because, I would be like a bad club owner. I probably would. I've seen Bar Rescue. That shit's hard. But it's probably just because it's not comparable. But the
when
other
the
thing about him
analogy-
being an angel, the guy doesn't need to be an angel. I don't care if he was an angel, but the fact is, from the majority of the work he did, it looked like he did have a contributive, positive impact on his community. And then for many of the factors that I expressed earlier, he was probably very pissed at a protest and ended up kicking that cop car. That's not nice. That's illegal. In fact, they could have detained him at that point. You want to know something interesting? They didn't. They dragged him to the ground.
so
they
is he a
pinned him
criminal?
down. Then they backed up. Then they left. And that
Should
also
he be a
shows
criminal?
that it is possible to detain a man with a gun without executing him.
Dylan, do you believe that if the Minnesota Police Department actually arrested Alex Purdy,
That was an execution, by the way.
if they actually did arrest Alex Purdy 11 days before his death, that he wouldn't have been at that protest before to even die in the first place?
Probably.
Probably. So Tim Waltz and his,
I really have no clue.
Okay. But I am saying like Tim Waltz and his police department didn't actually arrest Alex Purdy for at least damaging government property, right?
And ICE
So
didn't detain them for it either.
Well,
real quick,
I get you there, but
let me just refocus because this is what's happening. Just to explain, because the audience and all this kind of stuff is part of this as well. Like to the audience, what's happening here is they tried to make the legal argument they're breaking all this kind of stuff. Tyler comes in. He's basically saying it's like, no, like you're talking about like 0.01% of the cases. Then they switch up and say, well, the moral argument, Trump is the big meanie, fascist, all this kind of shit. And then I come in and say, it's like, actually, no, these are actually the same words that Obama and Hillary Clinton was saying. So in terms of this rhetoric and words and all this kind of shit, that's all in you guys' head, okay? So in terms of like the whole moral argument or the legal argument, they're beat. So it's just basically cycling back and forth.
Well, no, I mean, there's a huge difference between how the Democrats. There's a huge difference in how the Democrats like Joe Biden or Barack Obama engaged with deportations than Donald Trump, right? Like the aim can be the same. And by the way, I disagree with the aim. All right, I'm gonna be the pick me kind of Democrat, right? But we can say that both of them had the same aim, and that's fine.
Democrat.
But isn't it kind of weird that like 32 people died in ICE detention, which was like a 20-year high? The last time this happened was under a Republican. The kind of people that like the kind of deaths that we were seeing were like 3 people in 2022, 7 people in 2023, 12 people or 10 people in 2017, 5 people in 2012. Like this is a giant departure, not only from the Democrats' previous endeavors, but also Trump's previous endeavors, right? Like the first year of his presidency, we see a 20-year high in the amount of people that die in ICE custody. We never saw that Barack Obama invoked shit like the Alien Enemies Act, right? We never saw Barack Obama saying that, administrative words could be used as impartial magistrate words. Like it literally says in the memo, a part of DHS, that there is no historical precedence for how they are using the administrative warrants, right? So to claim like all of this is the same thing, it's just not true.
So I agree with you because, as you were saying in your introduction, the word illegal immigrant has been watered down. It's been watered down for different reasons on both sides. Under Barack Obama, the term deportation meant people turned down at the border. What you were seeing under Trump is ICE deportations are skyrocketing. Trump has surpassed Obama's 5 years of ICE deportations by about 5 times in 1 year. ICE deportations are massively up. So if we're seeing significantly more ICE deportations, we're going to see significantly more downsides. Like, as you said, the highest number, I think, was 26%. Of people dying in a single year. So yes, absolutely.
32 this past year.
So when you're seeing 500,000 ICE deportations, which again is 5 times more than Barack Obama did in 5 years, his first 5 years in office, it's 5 times more than that in 1 year. Obviously, yes, you're going to see about 5 times as many other instances of bad things as well. 100%.
But we agree that the two parties tackle these deportations in a completely different way. So the ties to Barack Obama is probably a little disingenuous, right? Because it's the pathway to getting to the same aim.
I'm using your argument here.
Sure, and I appreciate that you agree with me, right? But Teriak, do you agree that the two administrations are going about the deportations in a separate way?
No, I want to go back to the bullshit you were talking about, the deaths in the ICE.
Well,
studies.
hold on, Tarek.
One sec. What was the total number? I'm not letting him get away with this. What was the total? They even referred to it as an execution. It was like the greatest shit ever.
But he did ask a direct question, Tarek. He asked a direct question here. Let's kind of answer that question, then you can go to your next.
Sorry, what was the question again?
We agree that the two administrations are going about the deportations in a different way, so it's okay to be mad when one administration does it and not when the other one does it, right?
Sure, you can justify saying that you're upset or whatever.
Okay, so the appeals to Barack Obama are probably falling on deaf ears.
To my main question, you're talking about how many deaths was it in terms of the bomber? What were you doing with comparison with like deaths in the ICE facilities? What was the total numbers?
Total numbers, it depends on what year you're talking about. I'm saying that last year there was 32 deaths in ICE detention. The last time we got to 32 was 2004. Right, so just in 1 year of the Trump administration, we saw a 20-year high.
So
the comparable numbers from Obama was like 9, 5, 9, 6, 7. Yeah, I mean, you can look these numbers up.
Yeah, and so like, how many people died in Israel on the October 7th?
Probably a lot. This is a nice debate.
So you have no idea. This is this first world bullshit where it's like, oh my god, we went from 12 deaths in the ICE facilities to 32. Difference of 20 people. But
wait, Teriak, what do you think my argument was
actual
going to be?
Oppression, when you talk about actual, like literally like tyranny and fucking like all
Teriak,
that,
why would I bring up deaths as a part? Why would I bring up October 7th? Why would I bring up
far worse? So it's like this whole
why
thing.
Why would I bring up October 7th deaths?
All right.
In an ICE debate, what is the relevance?
People died.
Hold on.
my God.
I don't want to sway to October 7th or Israel right now. I
agree.
think that's kind of a minimal thing that has
I'm
to do with
trying to put,
the
I'm
ice
trying to
rates,
put
but-
it in perspective. I'm trying to give the audience like perspective.
an
Like
ice
they're trying to say
debate,
that this is an unbelievable. This is a crisis of a thing. But it's like when you look at the actual things within one day, how many people died in that one conflict? How many people have died within one day of when the Russian Ukraine thing?
I didn't
kicked
come
off?
prepared to
You know what I
talk
mean?
about October 7th. I came to say this is
You know
an
what I mean?
ice
They
debate,
have-
right?
this
Where
whole
I'm
thing of, like,
demonstrating
we're
that
being
the ways that they
oppressed
treat
in,
immigrants
like,
is
the
different
most,
between the
like,
Trump administration and the
luxurious
Obama
fucking, like,
administration.
First world problems.
Okay, all right,
Karen,
all
like,
right,
you
all
sound
right.
like a wine mom, bro.
All right. I want to wind it back to the footage that happened with Alex Purdy about kicking the tail light and everything like that, etc. I want to sway to the debate here. Was Alex Purdy justified with the shooting, or was it a bad shooting? Let's shoot it out to that. Let's shoot it out to Dylan. Go ahead and make your argument. Was this a bad shooting, good shooting, neutral, etc.? Dylan, we'll shoot it out to you. Tyler, you got the response afterwards.
I got to take 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay, Teriak, you have the response afterwards. Dylan, go ahead, man. You're muted, bro. You're muted. You're still muted, bro.
I don't
There
know
you
what I muted. I don't remember muting myself. I must have been disobeyed or something.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, man. But yeah, let's get your thoughts on whether it was a good shooting or a bad shooting.
No, it was a terrible shooting. Those cops kind of, I mean, if you want my blunt opinion, I think the cops were trigger happy. I think that they were overly aggressive. I think they were obviously pissed, maybe overworked, frustrated, but none of it really justified the behavior they showed that day. They didn't really show the restraint that a police officer or any law enforcement officer should show.
Okay, all right. Teriak, what's your thoughts on the shooting here? Do you agree, disagree with that?
Yeah, so again, I'm a leprechaun. We don't even have guns, right? But again, like this whole thing of like they have so much empathy for people who were literally like kicking taillights out. Like they're seeking out the fight. They're looking for trouble. These are the individuals that they have so much fucking empathy for. But when it comes to like an actual like the average police officer who puts their life on the line every day going into that fray, that these people literally view them as fucking Nazis, even though they're their own countrymen. You know what I mean? Who is even willing to put up with that amount of shit? Like you talk about like these service workers, they work in retail and all this kind of shit. Oh, I have to do customer service. Try and do a fucking one night trolling those streets. When you view them, they view you as the devil. You're the Nazi. See how it happens. See how safe you feel. See how quote unquote trigger happy you are.
Does Dusty usually call police officers
when you analyze the footage, the whole fact that he interjected. Like, why is he even there in the first place? These are Obama's own words. These are Hillary Clinton's own words. This whole thing of like rhetoric. Like Trump is not the one that's like locking the actual physical criminals up himself. You're just trying to act like this is an isolated event and we're all radicals when it's clear yous are the one that have shifted so far over the other side you don't even recognize your own countrymen anymore.
The reason I don't recognize my countrymen is because my countrymen don't respect the Fourth Amendment or constitutional rights. Then they're not my countrymen.
So you became more radical
physically as my countrymen.
No.
If they don't respect the
and
foundational
you became more radical. Say it. You became more
That's
radical.
not radical. I'm radical the way George Washington was radical.
You
I guess. I'm
moved
radical
more
the way
radical.
Thomas Jefferson was or Ben Frank was. Okay, maybe that's difficult
and
for the
you
Irishmen
took
to
the step
understand.
away because it was
But-
Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama that were reading off the same script that Trump's reading off right now.
ICE took the step away,
And you're not happy with your own Democrats.
Okay,
You hate
if
your
I
own
committed
country.
a crime
Okay,
13
hold on,
days
Terry.
and an officer came and shot me 13 days later, that's not justification for shooting me 13 days later. I don't care if he kicked the taillights out. I don't care if he pissed on the car. If it was days later, the officer doesn't need to shoot him in relation to that. And why is he there? He's there because it's Minneapolis. It's his town. Why is the ICE officers there?
Well, I look real quick. I do believe that he
Why
was
is
there
there
because
security at a nightclub?
the police never arrested him, put him in jail. But I do want to get to this. Rinyald, let me ask you this, and let's kind of go with the debate here, guys. Rinyald, give me your opinion about the shooting specifically. If it was unjustified with the ICE agents, do they belong in prison? Who's at fault here? Is it Donald Trump or is it the state of Minneapolis that didn't actually put Alex Purdy in jail that would have avoided this situation in the first place?
Yeah, the legal standards. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an expert on self-defense rights. I don't know. So for that reason, I'm not going to say that the ICE officer deserves to be in jail. And I don't know if I'd ever say that. I think it was an unjustified shoot. I don't see a reason why you needed to load off into this guy's back. especially when his gun was already deholstered. I just don't see any justification for it. As to where the blame lies, I just feel like the ICE officers probably shouldn't have been there. I don't see the reason that they have been there. It hasn't been demonstrated to me why we need these mass deportations. Whether or not Freddie should have been in jail for kicking that taillight off, I don't know. I don't know if it was referred to the people, if it was being investigated, who knows. But I mean, at the end of the day, there could be multiple things contributing to something, but I mean, that doesn't make the killing of this person any more just.
Okay, fair enough on that. Tyler, I want you to respond to that. As far as the justification of the ICE shooting, was it a good kill? Was it a bad kill? And who's at fault here? Is it the state of Minneapolis, or is it Donald Trump and his ICE agents?
On the level of morality, I would say that it is probably not the best and ideal outcome for anybody, including the officers involved in it. I don't think any of them wanted that to happen, but it's lawful but awful, as I was saying earlier. Lawfully, I think they have court precedent backing them all the way. Now, Rinyald, the reason why this is happening is because it's the law. We are compelled morally to uphold the law. Donald Trump ran on mass deportations. It was arguably the second biggest issue of the election cycle.
Well, the problem is that when, like, please just forgive me. When I hear conservatives or I guess former liberals say that it's just in service of like enforcing the law, I kind of feel like it's laughable whenever we elect somebody like Donald Trump to do it, right? When they're violating people's Fourth Amendment rights, 14th Amendment rights, Fifth Amendment rights, but all of a sudden the only, law that matters anymore is the Second Amendment and, well, maybe not even the Second Amendment anymore, but like just the INA. Like I'm just like super like, if it was just enforcing the law, you probably wouldn't have elected Donald Trump. You probably would have left him by the time that he deported that person in violation of his withholding order. Probably would have left him whenever he signed the Alien Enemies Act to rob people of their due process rights. Probably would have left him when he sent a bunch of people to CCOT. You probably would have left him when the ICE memo leaked about, the administrative warrant stuff. Like, in terms of like deportations, I don't know why we violate the Constitution in order to enforce the INA.
The only time that it's ever been proven by the courts, when it got to the end, there's been a lot of challenges by district courts that are being overruled by appeals courts, by being overruled by SCOTUS. The only time we saw that the Trump administration was actually violating anybody's rights was when they deported 300 people on 3 different planes to CCOT, and that was the use of the AEA. Yeah, thank you. And what happened there was they said you can't give them 2 to 3 days like you're giving to file for an appeal. You have to give them 2 weeks. The Trump administration said okay, and that was the end of it. They're still using the Alien Enemies Act. They just won a case on it.
That's not true. That's not true. It wasn't. The court didn't say, oh, you're not providing them with the 2 to 3 days of notice that they need. The problem is that the notice that they were given was none. These people on the plane asked to talk to their lawyers, and then they said, oh, you will, and then they shipped them out the same night. Right? This wasn't 2 to 3 days. This was 2 to 3 minutes.
They were under the premises that since they were labeled a domestic terrorist group, that they didn't have to give them the same amount of time that they give a normal criminal. The court said no, and they
didn't have any time. They didn't have any time.
Every other claim about people's rights being violated has yet to be adjudicated by the courts.
The alien enemies class never had any ability to file for habeas corpus, like the Trump administration conceded in court that they have the ability to do. There was never any opportunity. They never got to talk to the lawyers. The lawyers didn't know what district they were being held in. It wasn't a case of I
read the oral argument. Amy Coney Barrett straight up said you're giving these people 2 to 3 days at best, and you have to give them at least 2 weeks. And
but that's not even the case. They weren't even being given that much time, and they weren't being given the ability to. Right? If you need to file for habeas corpus in the district that you're being held, and they're not telling the lawyers where the district in which their client is being held, how are you supposed to file for habeas corpus?
This is what they said in the actual transcript that Amy Coney Barrett said it herself. You're giving them 2 to 3 days at best. So the at best means that you could be right about some of them. Other ones I could be right about as well. But the Trump administration agreed and started doing it. And that's the only time they have been proven to be violating someone's rights. Every other claim has been dismissed by appeals courts or Supreme Courts.
I'm fairly familiar with these cases. I'm pretty sure you're getting your cases mixed up because there were 2 things on the Alien Enemies Act, right? There was AAUP versus Trump and there was JGG versus Trump. I'm pretty sure the one that litigated time to appeal was AAUP, which was after JGG. So what happened is they tried to fly these people out on the planes. The Supreme Court struck them down. And then they tried to fly out even more people on planes, saying that 2 days was enough to actually file for any sort of legal relief. And then they got struck down again.
Well, the first planes left. They were struck down on. They were allowed to fly those planes out there. That was the Boasberg case, and Boasberg's actually received 1 writ of mandamus, and he's currently in litigation to get a second writ of mandamus, which is the highest discipline you can do against a district court judge for ignoring the Supreme Court.
But you understand after JGG,
So if anything,
there was a
the Trump
different appeal as
administration's
well.
rights are being violated by district court judges significantly more than the Trump administration's violating illegal immigrants' rights.
You understand that JGG was kicked down because it was in the wrong district, and then it got brought back up again in AEUP, and that was the one that litigated the amount of notice that was necessary, right? So that's two different cases. It's not one. And the JGG class, the Coney Barrett quote that you're talking about is from the second one. So the first one, they weren't given any ability, right? There was no meaningful ability to actually file for any of this, and it was absolutely done in bad faith.
Yes, I understand that some of the people that you're talking about are correct. The other ones that were cited in the Supreme Court, she said 2 to 3 days at best. So some of those people could have had less than that. They could have been filling out immediately. Yes, they were doing something wrong. I'm admitting, yes, that's a violation of rights.
With malice,
Since then,
right?
They have not been doing it. They have been told it was wrong, and they stopped doing it, and they're continuing
after
to use
the second time.
properly. So
After
yes,
the second time. But to be fair, what we're establishing, well, because I feel like we're being incredibly like coddly to the Trump administration's opinion here. But regardless, like this is a case where you admit the Trump administration was acting with malice and robbing people of their rights. Why are we surprised that people are against ICE now?
I don't think it's with malice. Again, this is 0.01% of the deportations that happened, and it happened with narco-terrorist groups. It wasn't just
No, it was with who they alleged to be narco-terrorist groups. One of the things that needed to be litigated on appeal was whether or not they actually were a part of that case before you shipped them out on planes to a place where they would be tortured.
And they admitted they weren't
Osama bin hairdresser wasn't real.
But this is what I'm talking about. One like the disingenuous arguments to it. It's like a lot of these like people like will have like influence in terms of politicians, and like this whole like litigation and all this kind of shit. It's like if we have them in the place at the right time to get them, like this whole thing of like, well, you have to prove that they're the criminals. So well, let us detain them first at least.
The detention in this case, at least the case that me and Tyler are talking about, wasn't the problem. The problem was that they detained them, they deported them under a statute that hadn't even been announced, and they never gave them the ability to talk to lawyers. That's insane. That's insanity.
The Trump administration admitted that they read it a different way. They thought this is how they took, because the administration, a president, the executive branch has the authority to interpret laws and things the way that they see it, and the courts are there to parse that out. Yeah. To say it was malicious and done in bad faith is a little bit
question,
of
though. Do you think?
I have to explain. Let me explain. Let me just explain. Let me just explain because I don't know if you're doing its intention or not, but like I'll just kind of clarify and make it simple for you. Is it possible for the Trump administration to make a mistake, or is it always nefarious? Is it always bad?
It is possible for them to make a mistake, but the reason that this was nefarious is because there's no world where you're complying with somebody's due process rights when you're putting them on a plane under a law that hasn't been invoked yet, and then you're not giving them the ability to talk to lawyers, and you're shipped off in a day. Do you think that there's a good faith world where that's compliant with somebody's due process rights?
If you read the ruling in the law, and if you read again the Trump administration's lawyer defending this, yes, that is how they interpreted it, and I could read the law and give you a reasonable person's interpretation saying
Tyler,
that's correct.
I don't even know if you believe.
Have you ever heard a Mormon interpret the Bible?
I think they were wrong, but I can see how a reasonable person.
Basically, you're saying like there is no way.
One sec,
guys.
Reynald,
I can't hear anybody here. You're saying there is no way for like two people to have a different interpretation of a text. Can I introduce you to Protestantism?
That's not what I'm saying. That's pretty clearly not what I'm saying.
So it's impossible. So you're saying it's impossible for it to have been a mistake, and it had to have been bad.
In this case, yes.
In some instances, yes.
So, like, in this case, if you're saying, like, oh, I had a good faith interpretation that when I stabbed this person, the knife was going to miss all of their body and it was going to, like, molecularly fuse and not hit any of the cells, and I was going to pull it out and there wasn't going to be a wound. That's my good faith interpretation, right? Like, no, that's not a good faith interpretation. Just because you make a statement, that doesn't mean it was made in good faith, right? There's no world where it's compliant with your due process rights to not let somebody talk to a lawyer, to deport you under a law that hadn't been enacted yet.
But that's the thing, is I'm reading off of what the Trump administration said. I don't know where you're getting this idea that you know what's going on inside their heads when their lawyer argued exactly what I'm telling you.
Because that argument in no world can possibly comply with somebody's due process rights. Their argument was genuinely, just to be clear, the argument that the Trump administration made was that these people have the right to file for habeas corpus, but I only need to give them a day. And even though you need to file for habeas corpus in the district that you're being held, we don't need to tell the lawyers where they're being held. That was their argument. And you're asking me if I think that that's good faith? Obviously, it's bad faith.
That was
I mean, this
the
is
law,
at the
they
same
were wrong.
exact time that Donald Trump was saying, and we only know this because of
This is
because
what
of
I'm
it was
saying.
leaked
It
off of a
always
mic.
ends in this.
Donald Trump
this
is looking for
bullshit.
ways to deport U.S. citizens to foreign prisons. He is perfectly comfortable violating U.S. law in order to do it. It's just a question of whether or not he can get a lawyer in there to buy him the time to do it. For example, do you agree with me, Tyler, that the President of the United States does not have sole tax authority, that he cannot come out and just put a tariff on anything at any time for any reason that he wants?
He's
That's what the
overreading IEEPA.
the administration is doing by using emergency powers maliciously. You cannot tell me that every single time they've placed a tariff on every single country, it was a national security emergency that had to be immediately addressed through the implication of tariffs, when sometimes those tariffs are implicated because Trump gets offended.
Not all of the tariffs were based off of IEEPA. There were several other tariffs that aren't based off of national security. Like when the Biden administration did a 100% tariff against China for EVs, there was nothing national emergency related about that. There's different laws that they use and come to different tariffs. So you're only talking about the reciprocal tariffs, and he's talking about the national emergency of our trade deficit, which he views as a national emergency. I don't like the emergency powers as much as anybody else, but they are what they are.
Here's a question, and please, I want you to. I know you're good faith. If Donald Trump said his honor was a national emergency, because his honor, our country is based in his honor. He once said, in reference to a journalist saying, why do we need to own Greenland if we can have bases there anyway? He said, it's psychologically important. They said, why? For the country or for you? And he said, for me. So if he came out and said, it's psychologically important that we place this tariff of national security, psychological importance, could we just say, sure, we're just going to run with that for years. We're going to say that's okay. And that has no maliciousness attached.
Hypothetically, we could have.
That's naivety.
Hypothetically, we could have, but there's a check on that. There's a check on presidential powers. And just like when he declared a fentanyl emergency on the Canadian border, the Senate came together in a bipartisan fashion and said there's no emergency there, voted the emergency away, and all of his tariff powers against Canada disappeared overnight because the Senate is the check on the presidential power, because they allocated him that power to do temporary tariffs based off a certain criteria. He can't unilaterally apply a tariff for any reason, no matter what. Yes, you're right. He might be overusing IEEPA particularly, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have some power to delegate some tariffs on countries.
Wait, but having some power does not mean you can interpret that some power to be unilateral power, which is how he's interpreted it and how
that's for the courts to parse out. That's exactly what they're doing right now with the IEEPA.
That doesn't mean we can't. We have to stay in like. We need to stay in our little bubble saying, oh, well, it might be malicious, might not be malicious, when we can see it's malicious, that there's no honest interpretation that one could make.
Malicious and different interpretations. Now, malicious and different interpretations are one thing. If he's interpreting it in a way that's incorrect, that's not the same as being malicious. If he's interpreting it improperly, you have to prove malicious intent. That's a very high standard to do.
He's interpreting it in a way that allows him to act in that manner. That's always how he has used his lawyers.
Okay,
I mean, this is just this is an argument that you could make for any violation of the law, saying that, oh, I just interpreted it differently.
Yes, like when Biden tried different student loans multiple times, he got slapped down in the courts after saying, I can't do this. I don't have the power to get rid of student loans, and tried 9 times anyways. I could say that's malicious, but I'm not, because that's his responsibility as the executive.
Do you think that's as malicious as the Trump administration's claim to giving people habeas corpus rights, even though they can't do it in the district?
I don't think there was maliciousness. I think they read the law a certain way, and if you read what
I'm saying, do you think they're equal levels of maliciousness?
No, I don't think either of them are malicious at all.
Not at all.
No, I think you need to prove maliciousness. It's just assuming it. You're mind reading and branding.
If you're giving something
is a charge that you can prove in courts, it has a defined terminology in the courts, and it has not been proven.
I mean, if you're saying that you have the right to something in my house, but I'm not going to let you in my house, then you don't truly have the right to get the thing in my house, right? Like if you have the right to habeas corpus, but your lawyer can't know where you're being held, then you don't actually really have the right to habeas corpus, right?
Again, it's not their responsibility to inform the lawyers in their mind. They were incorrect about that, but that doesn't necessarily imply maliciousness. Again, maliciousness and reading a law improperly are not the same thing. Otherwise, you could argue Biden maliciously abused his parole authority because he knew better. Biden maliciously abused the laws when he tried student loan forgiveness 9 times under different laws. Biden maliciously ignored the Congress when he created an illegal visa program, bypassing congressional approval to allocate money to where it wasn't supposed to be. All these things were done. I am saying none of them are malicious until you can prove maliciousness.
Okay.
They could be malicious whether or not you could prove it. We're just saying that the evidence points more clearly to maliciousness rather than legal.
If you want to speculate, that's fine. Just say you're speculating. Don't say it is this. I'm perfectly fine with you speculating it.
Well, malicious, I'm not even using it like a moral. I'm not using it like a legal term.
Everybody has one.
Maliciousness is a legal term in this instance, and you're saying they're doing it maliciously, and the judges side with them, then you are somewhat saying that it is legal.
Sure. So when I say maliciously, I mean he's doing this, he's giving this right in court, even though he doesn't actually meaningfully want to give these people this right.
I don't know what he thinks, but I see that they interpreted it that way. They brought it to the courts, as is their right to do. Every president has this right to interpret the laws a certain way. What the Supreme Court says, what Kavanaugh says, what Gorsuch says, people that have ruled against Trump in 6-3 against putting National Guard in Chicago said the president has the right to interpret laws, and it's up to Congress to write the laws more clearly if they leave this interpretation open.
These interpretations aren't infinite, though.
Act. The Electoral Count Act was the exact same way.
Oh, that's like the worst example, Tyler.
It's the best example, I think.
Actually, that's a pretty good example when interpreting laws here, because you guys are saying you guys literally say you 100% believe that Donald Trump's being malicious on this particular situation. Why is it that you're going about it to where interpretations of laws or interpretations of whatever you're reading could be interpreted in different ways depending on whether you're right-wing brained or left-wing brained? Why would you come to the conclusion that it's 100% malicious on the Donald Trump administration?
Because I don't think this is a right-wing. I don't think this is a right-wing, left-wing problem. I don't think it takes a left-wing person to see that somebody has the right to habeas corpus, which dictates that you know what district you're in, but you don't have a right to know what district you're in. Like that just logically doesn't make sense. I don't think that's a left-right paradigm. I think that's just an obvious paradigm, right? In the same way that there's no world where the Electoral Count Act give the vice president to just choose the winner of the election, right? There's no world where that's a valid interpretation. But right now, any like malicious violation of a law could just say, oh, well, it was a different interpretation, and then just hand wave it away, right? Like it's not an interpretation of a murder statute to say, I thought I could stab the guy because I hated him, right? And that's my interpretation of the murder statute. So you can't hold me accountable because it was I have the right to interpret law, right?
Were they legally compelled under the AEA to inform the lawyers? And the answer to that is no. Just like Minnesota is not legally compelled to enforce the federal law and get the illegals in their state out. So I could say that Tim Walz is acting maliciously by ignoring federal laws, but I'm not, because that's a standard that's not proven yet.
I'm saying
he's acting in a way that his party believes.
If you're saying that you have the right to do something, but there's
here to prevent this whole moral bullshit that you tried to do, where it's like they start referring to it as an execution, all this kind of shit. So again, like this whole thing where it's like, well, technically in the letter of the law and all this kind of shit, why is the anti-ICE there to begin with?
Because ICE is violating people's rights.
Yeah, there's people from out of state that they're to quote unquote protest, which like we've seen from
because ICE is violating people's rights all around the country. That's why.
Was Alex out of state?
One sec. Was storming into churches. How in God's green earth is that going to achieve anything?
No one is supporting the people who stormed the church. Nobody's supporting that.
One sec. How is storming a church? How is storming a church?
Teriak, nobody's supporting storming the church.
The immigration process.
Nobody's supporting that.
Okay, great. So that is a problem though in Minnesota.
Yes, just like it's a problem that the Trump administration is violating people's constitutional rights. They're both problems. Yeah.
One sec. What are we going to do about those individuals that keep storming into these things and don't have an issue of using violence or threatening
You hit them with
behavior?
a conspiracy charge. All right, I support that's a conspiracy charge. I think that's fine.
Okay, so we have to send federal agents after them. One sec. Rinyald, you're in favor of sending federal agents after them, correct?
Yeah, if you're
okay, great. So because you're in favor of sending federal agents after them, a risk is that there may be a death, correct?
Correct.
And although there's a risk, you should still do it, correct?
Correct.
Ergo, Trump is justified.
Now let's weigh the two, right?
Okay.
So in this case, I think it's fine to send federal. I didn't. I was talking about the people who invaded the church, right? I think it's fine to send federal agents into people who engage in a conspiracy against rights. I think that's fine.
What needs to be done. That is a possibility of what needs to be done.
Yeah, so my counter argument is that the ICE raids don't need to be done. Right? You need to justify the ICE raids, right? That's what I'm saying. Those ICE raids are not justified. You haven't demonstrated that those need to be done. That's the subject.
And what terms it needs to be done is you need to deport these criminals, all this kind of shit, and in terms of the other references as well.
Yeah, I'm asking you for that justification. Why do we need to deport the illegals? That's the question that's the real question, right?
No. What I'm saying is that it's exactly.
If you're morally compelled to uphold the law, why do you elect Donald Trump?
Hold on, guys.
Like you admitted, when you have to do what's right, to do the law, a risk of that is there may be death. So the people who are actual guilty and people who are not related to it should stay the fuck out of it. They shouldn't be traveling multiple states to go and quote unquote protest, show up in church kind of type behavior.
That's what they're that's
Enforcing
an
the law.
example of this quote unquote what they say protest. This is why I say you have to be very careful in the language that Dylan and Rinyald are using. They're saying execution, they're saying justification, all this kind of stuff. And when
Clear,
you
I
look at
said
what the
that, not him.
behavior of these protesters, they're storming churches, they're doing crazy shit. So in terms of like this whole thing, you have to send in the troops at that stage. These people are crazy.
Enforcing the law is not a blanket like that, but you know.
I was going to ask Reynald and Dylan. I have to direct this to y'all. Teriak brought up about the storming of the churches, that it was specifically Don Lemon who recently got arrested for that situation. What's y'all's takes on that? Do you believe Don Lemon actually belongs in jail for what had happened over there?
Is that
at the
how
church?
his name's actually pronounced? Is it?
No,
It's Don Lemon or Lemon. He pronounced it Lemon because it's French, I guess. Sounds more fancier. Don Lemon, whatever you want to call him.
Like,
do you believe that's justified, that under the FACE Act he should be, thrown in jail, whatever the case is?
No. Don Lemon, no. The rest of them, yeah.
The rest of them, yes. Dylan?
I don't think Don Lemon should be put in jail. The rest of them, you could make a much better case. Him, no. I think he was operating as a journalist. I've listened to these justifications as like, oh well, he didn't tell the cops that it was going to happen in advance when he had prior knowledge. Yeah, that's how a journalist works. I'm not like if I was to go report with any military embed or do any embed, I can't tell people, hey, this is what we're about to do today. If I want to film a protest happening, I have to be a silent party there. But that also means I can't participate. It means I can't go in there and start saying no KKK, no fascist USA, or I would literally have to be basically a silent fly on the wall. And as far as I could tell, when he was asked to leave, he left 7 minutes later. So I don't really see the necessary to bring it on him. The rest of them, I think there's a better case, but this is also not the only instance of this happening. I know of some instances where there's like anytime there's like a gay pastor, sometimes there'll be some like people who come in and like heckle them and like this is wrong, and they'll wait till the session's over and that's all probably solved by just getting them out. And that's probably nobody really needs to be put in jail, but it is illegal. And if you continue to persist and do not comply and do not leave, you can be charged.
The thing that kind of reinforced the fact that you could probably charge them is that like there's allegations of them like blocking doorways and stuff and preventing people from leaving. So I think that escalates it to a certain level. But
yeah, so again, like I said, I would beg of you as an outsider to look at your fellow countrymen, right? Look at the behavior. You have one group that is literally going into a church service, people who were just praying because the dude is suspected vice, and then you have this impossible standard where you say they shouldn't mask up. Well, if they're literally going to start disrupting church for everybody because I'm doing something with ICE, like I have to wear a mask. So this is why I'm saying you have to be fair.
Why?
You're not being
That
fair
isn't
here.
fair. I mean, like,
if I don't wear a mask, people are gonna go to church.
The soldiers have done like national security
Disrupt
work
the
before.
church.
Literally,
one sec.
troops on the street.
If you have an issue, one sec. One sec. And this exposes.
Okay, guys, I can't hear both of y'all at the same
ICE
time.
gets special protection compared to every other police officer.
It's not
or law
special
enforcement
protection.
official in the country.
It's to save your identity, because in those neighborhoods, people will find out where you are and they will disrupt your church service. So why are you disrupting the church for everybody because you've an issue with me? If you have an issue with me, take it up with me on my own fucking time. Don't be interrupting people worshiping God.
Hold on. Okay.
If a masked man comes up to
Atheist
me
heathens,
and points a gun at me and says anything, my first
Y'all need
assumption is,
Jesus.
oh, maybe they're MS-13,
For
maybe
real.
they're a gang member. I don't know. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, don't you think there's like a public interest in...
That's one sec. That's one aspect, and like the other one, just saying like we just want like this fraud to stop. There's like this mass immigration to act as though multiculturalism is a good thing, but if you define your culture as multiculturalism, you have no culture.
So I would say on this question that you're asking here, that generally it seems as though he could have violated the SAVE Act?
The FACE Act.
The FACE Act.
But he was indicted by a grand jury. And that's not something that, like, the Trump administration just didn't make this decision and make it happen. They took it to a grand jury. Grand jury looked at the totality of evidence of him saying he was coordinating with the people.
After it was thrown out twice.
Yeah.
He tried it in Minnesota court, then they appealed it, then it was thrown out, then he went to Cali, it didn't there.
Yeah, he did it in front of a grand jury. The grand jury said yes, so I will see what plays out. But I am under the presumption he is innocent until proven guilty. I'm thinking they probably have a chance to make this happen, but I don't want to call him a criminal until we actually have proof to call him a criminal. I want to hold everybody to the same standard. So I would say that he probably shouldn't have been in there. It looks like he was coordinating, but he is still innocent in the eyes of the law until he's proven guilty. We will see what happens.
Here's the question. When we take coordination, if he's planning it, that's one thing. But if he's planning to film it, that's a different thing, right? If all we found the coordination is where can I get the best angle or something like that? Are we going to say, oh, that's criminal conspiracy to commit a crime? Or is that you're doing your job as a journalist?
I hate to take this to this completely different place here, but all the people that were journalists that entered Israel on October 7th definitely should have been locked up.
I understand. Look, a lot of people blur that. A lot of people blur that label. Nick Shirley's one of them.
Shalom,
a lot of
brother.
people blur the
Shalom.
label between activists and journalists. I'm one of those people who somewhat blur that label. But at the end of the day, if he's performing his role as a journalist in that moment,
okay,
what can you say?
Dylan, let me give you the olive branch. Let me give you the olive branch, Dylan, right? If I grant you, okay, I'll give you Don Lemon off and all stuff, but the rest of those motherfuckers, like we need to lock up all those like anti-ICE protesters for that shit.
I think
all anti-ICE protesters, or just the people who went into the church?
There we go. Yeah, no, actually, it was like justifying all this kind of shit because you don't get to interfere with the religious expression.
Tyriak, are you saying
That's First Amendment shit?
Are you saying just the people who entered the church, or like all people who protest ICE?
That type of behavior. Like kicking federal agents' fucking lights out.
Oh yeah, lock them up.
Storming churches.
That's fine.
Lock them up. Okay, so you have to send in the troops to that. So there is a justification
for those people. Yes, not the immigrants.
A risk of sending in ICE or sending in any high-ranking.
This is just a misunderstanding, right? ICE doesn't arrest people for.
You want to say
ICE doesn't arrest people for that
already
stuff.
admitted
That's
that
not
a risk
ICE.
of that.
That's not
you already
ICE.
admitted that a risk of that
ICE
is
doesn't
you're
do
going to have
that.
potential fallout. You're going to have people
ICE
that
doesn't
will
do
die
that.
inevitably.
ICE doesn't do that. ICE doesn't do those kind of arrests. That's not what ICE does.
No, I'm saying like anything. You send National Guard, like whatever military, whatever level it goes to. It is,
Yeah,
like
you
that's
have
you
police
already
enforced
admitted.
crime. Yeah.
1 sec, listen to what I'm saying. You already admitted the potential risk of doing that, and you already said it was just justified to do that because there are people storming
Yes, there's
churches and doing
different
wacko
justifications
shit.
for enforcing different laws. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, you can try to go to statistics. I'm just saying in the big picture, in terms of the morality, in terms of justification, it's clear that ICE is justified, and a potential risk to that is
No, not
people
ICE.
will lose their lives. 1 sec, there will be tragedy. I can even grant you that the whole Alex Petty thing was a tragedy, but the dude was like
But
looking for trouble.
we keep shifting the questions. You've
But
asked me like
these people
5
are-
different
no,
questions.
because
I
you're
think that if
ignoring.
you
No,
attack
you're ignoring
law
the big
enforcement officer. You should get
You're ignoring
arrested.
the big group that like Alex was a part of.
You're ignoring the
behavior
big
that
group of the Trump
You're
administration.
ignoring that group and saying all the fallout of that group is completely on ICE. That's what you're doing, and it's unfair.
I'm saying that inflaming the public is going to cause the public to be inflamed. Yes.
What do you mean inflaming the public? These are the words of Hillary Clinton. Was Hillary Clinton inflaming the public in 2008? Was Barack Obama inflaming the public in 2010?
No.
No, because he was our guy. He was a Democrat.
When Donald Trump is saying that they're like poisoning the blood of Americans and talking about crime
was
rates
7.
and, you know, saying that a bunch of people who came across the border with protected status are illegal immigrants and saying that there's like 5 billion immigrants in the country. That's what inflames the people. Sending all these ICE raids, federalizing the National Guard, that
because you
inflames
expect
people.
perfection. Because you expect perfection. You expect
No, I
Trump to be
expect
100%
competence.
with everything. And then, like I said, no, 1 sec. And then we cue fucking Joe Biden falling up a flight of stairs. I don't even know how
would
you're
rather-
able to fucking do
Hey,
that.
listen,
to
I would
fall
rather-
up a flight of stairs.
I
And
would
then it's
rather
like,
my president-
Trump is not
I
being
would much
very
rather-
specific and 100% to the law in this country.
Yes,
Can you
I would-
see the
I would much
ridiculous
rather-
standard that these people do?
Yeah, here's my
It
standard.
drives
I would
one
rather my
bonkers.
president fall
Holy
upstairs
shit.
than shoot somebody in the face. Yeah, that is my standard. I would rather someone fall up the stairs
Okay,
than kill a person.
who did
Yeah,
Trump? Who did Trump?
I'll bite
Yeah,
that
who
bullet
did
for
Trump
you.
shoot in the face? Who did Trump shoot in the face?
I don't know. Who knows?
Exactly.
Who knows what I'm talking about?
Exactly.
But yeah, I know the metaphor of what you're speaking about. How like I can murder somebody in broad daylight and people will still support me. I think that's where you're alluding to. But I want to get back to this. You guys went back to because he brought up the church situation here. I want to get y'all's opinion. But you were talking about Don Lemon shouldn't probably be in jail. However, we do know, and it's footage here. I'm not trying to get into the debate, but I am saying that Don Lemon did have premeditated knowledge that that particular group of people were going to go into the church. Okay, so my argument would be if he had premeditated knowledge that they were going to go into that church and cause a ruckus, he literally gave them Starbucks, stuff like that. It seemed like he was part of the activism at the time with these videos, what I was looking at. So if you want to make the argument that he was just doing journalism, therefore he shouldn't be charged under the FACE Act and the other people should be, it kind of seems like because he already knew that a crime was going to happen and instead he's just saying, well, I'm just going to go in there and just document it. It would be similar to somebody that knew that a robbery was going to happen. and that these group of people were going to rob the bank, and he knew about it and he gave them Starbucks, then he went into the bank and filmed it. Wouldn't you say that that would still be a crime?
Well, there's a
I might take the radical position, but I think someone should be able to do that, by the way. If somebody knows robbery is going to happen and they're a journalist, they should be able to film the whole robbery and not be charged. But
really?
But
there's some important...
Well, you're Dylan, you are...
I want to film with terrorist groups. I want to film with everything that's possible to film with because I think it's important to film all of it.
So one second.
That is radical. That is radical.
One second, Dylan. One second.
You're not going to run from this. You're not going to run from this, Dylan.
You're not going to.
Everybody get on my
Why are
penis,
you running?
please.
Hold on. Tarek. Hold on. Let Dylan finish.
No, I just want to clarify. Just clarification real quick. So would you say if everyone on January 6th declared himself as a journalist, that it would have been legal?
I think if somebody was to go in there and really be able to show that they were just working as a journalist and nothing else, then I don't think they should be charged.
But let's say they got charged anyway.
But there's also a question
and all
of
the
like,
rights was
if
violated.
you
One sec, and all the rights was violated anyway. Would you say?
I was there, okay? If you go into that Capitol building and you film some of that like classified shit or you film something on somebody's desk that you're not allowed to show, you could be charged with that even if you were still working as a journalist. So all these people ended up getting caught up by either that or caught up with directly participating. But if you're just a journalist, you should be free to go.
Yeah, so I heavily suggest you actually look into it because, like I said, I was going to give you the hypothetical that if someone was actually just there, just filming the event, and they weren't there with any ill intent, they were just literally just filming all the crazy shit that was going on. They didn't even enter the building. If those rights were still violated, and they were locked up straight away. Would you say that's not necessarily a Trump issue? That's actually an issue of the system.
I was there. I filmed. I didn't get arrested. My footage is public and uploaded somewhere.
No, I'm saying if.
Archive site.
I'm just saying if. See the way you can't even commit yourself to a conditional right now.
I can't, dude.
Because you know that someone's going to dig up some shit of an actual case of some dude who literally was just there filming, who got all his rights violated, which is the same thing that happened under a Biden administration. So, like I said, I'm pointing to something where it's a system problem, not an individual problem. But you've trumped the arrangement system, so whatever Trump does is bad. Even though this is actually no purpose.
Can you translate for him, man? I need like an Irish translator.
Oh my god! See what I'm saying?
Okay, don't be fucking for it. Terry, I would deport you too.
Yeah, I do want to say. You know, the funny thing is, Dylan wouldn't have said that to a black man. I'm just saying.
True. I just want to say there are some things that
dude,
I think kind of
Baltimore accent before. Never mind.
I think there are some things that kind of alleviate Don Lemon, right? Like the fact that all of the people who were storming the church posted about it beforehand, right? There was like I don't remember what the specific flyer was, but one of the people, I read the indictment, one of the people posted a flyer saying that they were going to do some crazy shit, right? So like Don Lemon had reason outside of coordination to know about that. He didn't directly partake in anything. It seems like all of his actions were explainable by journalistic intent rather than like intent to prevent somebody from worshiping their right or their God or whatever.
Was Don Lemon aware of those posts before?
I don't know if we have knowledge of that.
Okay.
Honestly, I will say I think if he gave coffee and gave that might be what screws him.
That's what I was thinking too.
How are they going to break into the church without the fuel? Yeah.
But I don't think. But I want to be clear: premeditation and the idea of him not pre-knowledge. I don't think that should be it. I think that's wrong. Because in order to work as a journalist, if you want to capture something from a perspective, the only way you can do it is with prior knowledge, without going and telling.
You're making. I'm sorry, I'm not going to get involved in this debate.
So if I want to do an in bed with the cartels, there's no way for me to do it if I'm going to tell the cops.
They're debating the moderator because they can't debate me and Tyler. Because like I said, me and Tyler's argument is locked down.
I'm just trying to shock you of what Dylan's saying here.
I can't debate you because I can't understand you half the time.
I want to get back to the legality every day. I want to get back to the legality of the Priddy shooting, so I'm all done on Don Lemon.
Okay, let's go, Tyler. You got the floor here. Go ahead and shoot back to circle back to the Alex Purdy show.
The last thing I have notes for that you guys said that I took some umbrage with was that it was an execution. So Turner v. Driver is a civil case that sets the standard for what reasonable force is. There's been multiple cases when somebody's standing in the road. They're not only creating an exacerbated threat to the officers, but they're also impeding law enforcement. These two women walked up and impeded the vehicle by standing next to it. They are able to use the lowest level of force, which is open hand force, which is pushing. He told them to leave the road, so they were ignoring lawful orders, and then he pushed them out of the road since they were blocking cars, and they were not just ICE vehicles, but regular traffic as well, creating a more dangerous situation. So these people were pushed out of the road. When Priddy stepped in after that and put his hands on the officer, even if he meant to protect a woman, even if he had the greatest intent in the world, that is still assault on an officer, and that justifies him pulling out the mace and using it. The first gunshot, there's speculation it came from his gun misfiring. I don't think there's anything backing that until we get an investigation proving proving that. But what we heard was gun, gun, gun. The gun was disarmed, and 0.6 seconds after the gun was taken off of him, the first shot rang out. There is no amount of time, or no situation where a reasonable person could not be told this because of the chaos of the situation and react accordingly after they hear gun. So even if the first shot did come from the officers, I could see the totality of the circumstances still letting all the officers that fired walk.
Okay, so being maced sucks. I don't know if anybody here has been maced, but it's not fun. And you can't tell anything is going on. Your eyes, you can't see out of them. It fills up your nose. It's a terrible experience, one of the worst experiences. Now, you combine that with getting shoved to the ground, and then you're getting bashed in the back of the head, which was the series of events that he went through as the events continued. I am not so clear in saying he obviously knew everything that was going on the whole time. He obviously knew what was being requested of him, and maybe he did, but ultimately it's impossible for us to be able to tell. And because of that element of his sight being destroyed, of his nostrils being filled with that terrible, terrible smell, his head getting bashed and getting dragged to the floor, and all that manner, all the yelling, all the whistles, we can't really know if he exactly knew what was going on, how many men were on him, if it was 2 men, if it was 5 men, if it was 6 men. I don't think we can say. And trying to guess, we can guess, but we can't do much more than that. So he's brought to the floor. He's bashed. When you look at his arms, people say that he made a clear movement towards his hand, towards the belt, towards the gun. Here's the question I have: and I've watched the video from as many angles as I can. Obviously, I wasn't there, but when he moves his hands towards his body, it's not even like he immediately goes towards the guy. He's moving his hands. He has his hands on the floor. He moves it back towards his body, where really any backwards direction would have been towards his belt line. At that point, if they're paying so much attention to see his hands going towards his belt, how are they not paying enough attention to see the gun going out of his holster? Also, I do want to throw out again, we don't know if it was a misfire. You said this before, but we don't know if it was a misfire. And if it was a misfire, then there's no debate.
Just real quick, Tyler, I just want to point out for the audience, just real quick, just want to clarify for the audience. Notice how they were like, it's 100%, law is always 100%, interpretation is like, it's clear and all this kind of shit. And then notice that they're using the word execution, and it's like the shadiest fucking shit that I've ever seen for the justification of the word execution.
I'm not
Ironically, the fact that Dylan described that as an execution, like, even though there's multiple different interpretations to it.
That's a fair criticism, but nevertheless, like, I'm sorry, Dylan brings up a good point.
He's framing for a debate. These two are vetted. They're obviously intelligent people, able to argue their perspective well. I'm not arguing with Chad. There's a bunch of retards down there.
Nah, I got TDS. I'm not gonna lie to you.
But chat is part of
it's fine. You can hold your own in an argument.
You gotta teach chat.
Yeah, well, fair enough on that. Yeah, Dylan brings up a pretty good point about the macing and like with individuals behind him, etc. This is a pretty good point here because I've seen the videos myself. It does show that he did reach out, or at least knew that he was armed. It did show an officer that took out the gun before. When you look at the videos, it didn't look like any of the officers actually saw that happening. Now, it could have been a misfire, whatever the case is. When that happened, gun, gun, gun. And then, of course, the shots rang out, right? So I think this is the debate of whether it was justified or unjustified. I think this is a very complicated case. Compared to the Renee Good situation, I think that was a lot more clear, that I believe anyways, that it was a justified shooting here, right? Compared to the Renee Good situation, I think this one's a lot more clouded up. Would you guys agree with that situation or with that take?
I don't think so until we find out the first shot, but we also needed extra footage to figure out exactly what went on with Renee Good. We didn't get that immediately as well. I think everything besides the first shot is pretty cut and dry. They were standing in the road, so that is illegal. They were impeding ICE's ability to do their law and creating a more dangerous situation. That's proven. Gravity counter backs the use of hands-on force with open hands, that they can keep their qualified immunity. This has happened dozens of times in courts. So everything up to that point. We also hear from the fourth camera angle, the woman in her car, he is telling them, get out of the road, and they're walking toward him. We see him tell woman one to get out of the road. She walks right back in the road and approaches the officer from behind. He grabs her, pushes her away out of the road, and that's when Pretty steps in and puts his hands on him. Or some people say he didn't touch him. I think he definitely did, because you see the officer move back after the hand makes contact, then he puts his hand off of him. That's enough to say he assaulted the officer, even if he didn't touch. just enough to say he assaulted the officer. That warrants the macing. And because he was ignoring lawful commands, he assaulted an officer, and he violently resisted arrest, they have every right to put him to the ground. Even if he was just trying to get off the ground, him reaching in that direction is enough to say he was thinking he was going for his gun. Now, to say the officer should have been paying more attention, most of them didn't even know he was armed until they said gun, and they had about 1.3 seconds from gun to the first shot, 0.6 seconds from the disarm to the first shot. And then once the first shot goes out, all the other officers that were unaware of these factors are justified to shoot. So only shot number one could potentially be a negligent discharge that could result in some charges. But because of the totality of the circumstances laid out in Graham v. Connor, I don't think that will work that way.
Okay, fair enough. Really quick, guys, I'm sorry to interrupt the debate a little bit, but Flow State just gave out $100. He was supposed to be on this panel instead of Rinyald. No offense, Rinyald. And by the way, shout out to Rinyald for coming in clutch for this debate, man. I really appreciate you doing that for me. I really appreciate that. But the Powder Dusty sends out $100 saying, my bad, y'all. Really appreciate that, my friend. Thank you so much. We might open up the panel if everybody else wants to do it. I'll probably just keep streaming afterwards. If you guys feel free to stay. If not, it's all good. We still got about maybe 15 minutes before closing statements. Everybody's okay with that, right? For that? Okay, cool. Awesome, guys. So I'm sorry to interrupt the debate. Go ahead. Whoever wants to take the mantle after Tyler. Tyler, just
so like
say that.
this key point, I just want to like drill home because again, like I said, it's not that like we're wanting chat's opinion, or whatever. It's like we're making our case to also chat. Like they're the majority here. Do you know what I mean? And like I said, chat, like notice the key distinction in language where he's like, this is an execution, as if like it's like a public hanging and all this kind of shit. Versus when it comes to the law, that's like very kind of like when you're using these words again, it comes down to interpretation. You know what I mean? So notice that this is an execution, all this kind of stuff, and then if you don't see our way, it's 100% clear and all this kind of shit. There's no room for mistakes. There's no room for all this stuff. And like I said, we were literally watching a president falling up the stairs and being called sharpest attack. I mean, come on, people, come on.
Okay, when we talk about rights, it's not a mistake, right? When we have the FBI director going on TV after the shooting, suggesting that bringing a gun to a protest is a hostile act, that's something that is the direct contradiction of the nature of the intention of the Second Amendment as it was written by the Founding Fathers. That isn't a question of like, oh, you know, this is just a question of like, you know, a mistake. That's not a mistake. That's ignorance. That's ignorance on behalf of the FBI director. That's
So
ignorance amongst Trump. When he
second
talks about a
reaction?
gun, he sounds like a toddler. So when we say mistakes, these are mistakes, maybe, but if you're continuously ignorant, you stay ignorant and keep making the same mistakes, that's a dereliction of duty. And that's the case when it comes to people's rights, whether it's the Fourth Amendment, the Second Amendment, the First Amendment. All the amendments seem to be produce a little bit of distaste in the administration at the moment. So look, I understand that asking for perfection is hard, but when it comes to people's rights, we have no other choice.
Well, also, to be clear, like, I think that watering illegal activity down as if, like, it's all black and white or it's all gray, I don't think is true, right? Like, obviously, there's certain gray area for what's a violation of law, but there are certain things that you could do that might violate the law, might not, and then things that you could do that definitely violate the law, right? Like if somebody's coming at me and I stab them, it's kind of murky as to whether or not that, like, there's certain details that go toward whether or not that's self-defense, whether or not that was, you know, me protecting myself. If I walk up behind somebody and stab them, oh, well, that's just illegal, right? Like, there's not really much debate there, right? This framing of like, oh, well, you're talking about some legal things as if it's complicated and other legal things as if it's not. Well, yeah, there's certain things that are not complicatedly illegal and other things that are complicated.
Right. We interrogate, let's say we have we got the truth serum thing with the CIA, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bit of LSD and methamphetamine. Pump that motherfucker full, he'll tell you the truth, I'll tell you. And he goes basically and he says, like, bro, honestly, like hand to God, or like 100% truth. Like all I saw was him reaching for the gun. I heard a bang, and then I'm like, I'm not waiting at that moment. I'm not gonna let him kind of, because I've heard a bang. Potentially one of my bros is down. One of my actual like comrades and all this kind of shit, like people I put my life in, he's down. I'm not gonna wait for him to take a shot at me then. You know what I mean? So if that's why he's firing, and then like literally like every single one of these people around him, like that was the same situation, then would you not say it's like, well, then maybe it's not an execution?
I mean, if you presuppose that he's telling the truth, that he felt his life was under threat.
It's a tragedy.
I mean, I guess it just depends on what.
But you chose to call it execution, correct?
I guess it just depends on whether or not we think a reasonable person would do that, right? Like if he was delusional, he just loved pulling triggers, and that was the honest truth.
About you.
Would you prefer the term manslaughter?
One sec. It's a tragedy.
Well, I mean, I'd never used the term execution. I'm pretty sure at the beginning I said that I don't know the legality of it, but I think it was immoral.
Yeah, no, that's me. That's me.
Yeah. Well, you said you
So
specifically.
would you not
right?
say
That
that
when you-
tragedy is a fair word to use?
Tragedy also, yeah.
Yeah, it would be a better word because execution, like I said, like if that was the case, that everyone who fired a shot into the dude,
If everybody who fired the shot did it as a legitimate mistake, thinking that something had, like, if there was a misfire and XYZ, then maybe I wouldn't use the word execution. Maybe I would use the word manslaughter,
Tragedy.
negligent homicide. Tragedy also could be attached to that, no matter what, really.
Yeah. So, like, would you say that anybody who's currently using the word execution because they don't have that knowledge is being unfair?
No.
At this point, no.
I mean, just because we don't have a truth serum where you tell your intentions, that means we can't call it execution? No, I don't think so. I mean, like, it clear, like the court of law isn't going to inject him with an FBI truth serum either, right? That's not the standard that we.
The reason, one sec. The reason why I
I'm
point
not
this out,
saying
'cause
it
this
meets
is
the
a
legal
continuous-
definition of execution. I don't think they had to shoot that guy. I think they shot him 10 times in the back for really not the best of reasons. And whether he can get away with it, whether or not he's going to go to prison, that's besides the fact. To me, he didn't need to shoot him. And I think the ICE officers, honestly, in that instance, showed a lot of cowardice in the way they engaged with the general public.
Dylan, was it just one shooter, one officer shooter that shot him, or was it multiple?
There was two. There was two shooters, but we don't know if the first shot was a misfire that then maybe hit him, and then the second was a real. We have no clue.
Right. But we do see a correlation when it comes to particular situations where when you see a shot, usually you're surrounded because cops come in packs, right? So when there is a shot going on, we do see multiple shots. Like a lot of the arguments that I see from the left, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you see this to be probable, is 10 shots a reasonable amount of shots to shoot at somebody in that situation?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, whatever amount of shots disables the target. It's not a matter of like whether it's 10 shots or it's 8 shots or it's 7 shots.
Yeah, but you have to realize
disables the threat.
Sure, but it's multiple.
But I don't really see there was a threat.
Okay. But I'm just saying, like, you see this all the time with multiple cops here. When a shot is fired, usually they put out their guns and shoot at different angles, right? So this is not uncommon to have 10 shots in a body here.
Sure, but if you watch the video, I'm pretty sure, isn't it the case where like they load them up once and then they like kind of check for a second and then they keep loading them up, right? Like I feel like there was enough time to know that the target was immobilized before you kept pumping them up, right?
No, what are you talking about? That they reloaded their guns in order to shoot more?
No, not like a reload, but I'm pretty sure there was like a pretty decent amount of time between each shot.
No, shots depending on the trigger that goes by. Look, again, 10 shots can be shot in a matter of like 3 to 4 seconds. Rinyald.
Sure, yeah.
So that's a small amount of time. So I don't think that's.
Do we know how much time there was before the first shot and the last shot?
I'm not necessarily sure, but if I had to guess, it's around probably that 5-second mark. If I had to guess.
You see what I'm saying?
But that's what I'm saying. Like within the moment, 10 shots could be round out within less than 5 seconds, bro. So that's what I'm saying.
We've gone to like we like even if we had produced that number, let's say it's 1.2 seconds. I mean, what relevant? Like, does that actually genuinely?
Well, if
change
it was 1.2 seconds, that would
take?
suggest that there was. Like if it was 10 seconds, that's a long time to just sit there.
Sure.
Bam, 1, 2, 3,
right,
4,
yeah.
5.
Yeah. But if it's multiple cops, Dylan, just like you said, it was 2. Yeah, a 5 second seems pretty reasonable. It's probably around that 3 second mark or 2 second mark if it's 2 shooters, right?
If the guy's a threat, my contention has never been the 10 bullets or the 7 bullets. If somebody's a threat, you disable the threat.
Sure.
Period. And so the problem is, I think they identified the threat wrong.
Okay, fair enough. Tyler, what's your thoughts on that?
I'm all good. I got all my talking points. I'm. What was that?
Okay.
Question one more time for me. I'm sorry.
I had a question for Tyler.
My closer. Yeah.
Go ahead, Dylan.
Can you send me the clip where you say, because you said
I should
that
be
Alex
writing my
Peretti
closer.
assaulted the officer, and there's not like any shove or any punch, and I know you're not saying that. I assume you're saying he like when he got in front of him and the woman, maybe the front of his body like clipped him or something. You're saying like there was maybe like something along those lines.
Yep.
Could you send me like a clip or like a link to that specific?
I said it, and I also sent you my notes if you want to fact check anything I said after the debate's over.
Okay, got it.
Tyler,
Got it.
could you send
Because
in the back
I didn't
chat?
see Alex Peretti assault him,
Yep.
and it's not a popular description of the events.
Okay, awesome. We got it here. Hold on. Let's open it up. So this is what Tyler sent me. Okay, this is the actual footage here. Hold up, gentlemen.
We only need about the first minute of it because everything else is you probably don't want to show on your stream anyways.
Gotcha. Which one, on the first clip or the second? Oh, sorry.
First was just yeah.
Okay,
So
we'll do about a minute for this one, just to kind of clarify what Tyler's point was, and then we'll go off on that.
So again, why is all this whistling going on?
Well, they're
So,
whistling
like,
for
inform
protest.
people ICE is around.
Yeah.
Yeah, to protest. Same way they're in church.
So ICE officer tells woman one to leave the street, tells the other two to leave the street. You hear him yell in this video. She approaches him from behind. He pushes her. That's the assault right there.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it, man. Honestly.
Wait, hold on.
He gets in front of him, dog. He doesn't assault him.
He is interfering with his legal duty to remove somebody from the road.
Well, interference is different
assault
from
doesn't mean
assault.
touch. You're talking about battery. Assault doesn't mean
We
touch.
just move it from assault to interference.
Interference is assault. When you step,
Those are two different football calls.
No. You're talking about battery. He doesn't even have to touch him. He has to just show he is going to step in and touch him.
So if you step in front of an officer, that's assault. You don't even need
step
to
in
swing.
front
You
of
don't
an
need to put. That's
officer,
all.
and you put your hand up. Yes.
Well,
If you punch from a
What do you mean
different
when you
angle,
say put his
the
hand up? Do you mean
officer-
physically touching him, shoving him with the hand, touching him with the hand, or do you mean just
That would be
putting
battery.
your hands up in front of an officer is assault?
Why-
That's the
Yes,
standard for
stopping it.
Why
No,
are you
it's
doing that to an
exact
officer?
standards. I have the law. You don't actually have to touch him. You just have to show intent. So when he steps in front of the officer and puts his hand up to stop him,
I don't
that's
see. No,
considered
that's not
assaulting an
intent to
officer.
assault.
Okay,
That's
so that's
intent.
the
That's
legal.
intent
so
to
that's
show
the
he's
legal
not
thing.
going
So
for
one
his gun
sec,
of
Dylan,
anything.
your
It could
question.
be that. It could be
Yeah, Dylan.
just like showing
Hold
his
on.
hands are up. Now he's gonna
Why are you
swing at him.
running?
It could be a bunch of things, but it's not assault to put your hands up. It's not even.
I have the
threatening assault to
federal
put your
law of
hands up.
assault to show you that
Why-
is exactly what it is. He stepped in front of him and put his hands up to stop
Hold
him.
on, Terry.
From a different angle, you can see the officer has to take a step back. You can see the connection from the angle inside the car.
Well, I didn't see him really have to take a step. He seemed perfectly fine. It didn't.
He
He
took a step
didn't
back.
get hurt. He wasn't pushed back.
Now it's-
Seems perfectly fine.
It just
That's
the
an-
intent to do it. It doesn't have to. He doesn't even have to make contact for it to be assault. That's battery.
She was kind of far away from, according to this video, she was kind of far before he pushed her.
She was, but she was still technically in the road. He had told her to leave the road already, and then she came back into the road and approached him from behind. He grabs her, puts her in front of him, and then pushes her out of the road.
This seems more of like an obstructive of justice. I don't know if you would counter that as assault. I don't feel like that she assaulted the ICE officer. But would
Neither
that
of them
be
assaulted the ICE officer?
Wait, Tyler.
Yeah,
So
it's-
Dylan, the question is, why would you ever put hands on a police officer?
Well, the question was whether it's assault. But if we want to move on to that question,
Well, real quick,
there
before
could
we
be
move
reasons
on.
for you putting hands on a police officer.
No, because like I said, Tyler has to research.
Can I read the definition real
Okay,
quick?
hold on,
Yeah, go
Tyler.
ahead.
So
Go ahead.
assault in US 18 USC 111. Forcible assaults, resists, opposes, impedes, intimidates, or interferes with a person's designated section 114 of the title. So all that fits into it. That is assault when you're impeding an officer.
what was
Okay.
he-
Or
Impeding an
someone on the
officer
street.
counts as assault on an officer?
Yeah, I can send it up in the back chat.
There's no way.
Yeah.
There's
Okay,
no
but
way that
also,
intent
can
to
we just
assault an
say that
officer is
even if
counted
we
as
were
the
to
same thing
grant
as
that-
assault itself.
Even if we were to grant that, we don't even know what the investigation was. They haven't given us information on what investigation was exactly being impeded. That hasn't been revealed yet to the public, and they're still not working with local investigators on it. So I don't think we're going to get that information.
Well, that's what I said earlier. Why would they work with the local investigators if they're not legally compelled to when the state itself is not enforcing federal immigration law when they're not compelled to? It's like if you're not going to throw
Because
us a
it's
fucking
it doesn't
bone-
have to do with federal immigration law. Tyler, you're getting too partisan on this. It doesn't have to do with federal immigration law. It has to do with if an officer commits murder, you want to find out if he did or not. If he did, you want him off the force. If he didn't, then you keep him on the force. So
And
that's why
because
we work with
the
local
supremacy-
authorities.
To be clear-
so you have the most eyes and the most evidence and the most hands to find what's the truth. That's
It's
why it
the
happened
law.
traditionally.
To be clear, I
Supremacy
don't think
clause takes precedent.
I don't think that this
But that's
statute
not
that you
why- but if
cited.
you want to just know what happened, there's nothing holding them back from working with local investigators. Nothing.
Sure, and then there's nothing holding Minnesota back from working with federal investigators on removing people illegally. But
That's
since they're
actually a
not
good
doing
point, too.
that, the admin's saying, no, we're not going to work with people that are
So
not
we don't
working
need to
with
get to the
us.
bottom
And
of murder until you give
They
us the
are.
undocumented
The FBI
immigrants.
is
Is the
investigating
offer? Is that the King's Gambit?
The FBI is investigating it. The DHS is investigating it. Internal Affairs is investigating it on the federal level. Because of the supremacy clause, the state cannot, unless they meet certain criteria to surpass the supremacy clause, which they have not, then it's not their jurisdiction. That's why.
Last thing I'll say, do you acknowledge that considering how many times DHS has confirmably lied about what happened, that public trust at DHS is at an all-time low, and so if you want to rebuild public trust to make it so shootings like this are less common, the first thing you would want to do is a transparent, open investigation working with local partners, no?
It would help, but at the end of the day, I don't think Kristi Noem being a liar and an awful representative that shouldn't have any place in a cabinet has anything to do with the investigative team of professionals that work underneath her. She's a mouthpiece for the admin. These are working professionals.
According to Stephen Miller, he got his report from CPP. So, I mean, that came from somewhere.
Yeah. So they walked all that back. They took Noem out of there. They put Holman in. The administration admitted that she bungled this entire thing. Absolutely.
Was it her or was it Stephen Miller and they're protecting Stephen Miller?
Stephen Miller said, hey, I got bad information. Trump said I got bad information when he saw the video. He said that looks pretty bad, actually. They took her off. They pulled her ass out. Apparently, they're talking about firing her right now. She's on the hot seat.
She should be 1,000% fired, by the way.
Yeah, so I agree with you. She's awful at her job, and the Trump administration.
Do you think she's the fall gal? It's not just her. I mean, the whole administration ran with it.
No, I think that she's the fall girl for that particular narrative in the media. But Trump hates bad headlines, and I guarantee he'll fire her if he can get a good headline out of it.
I just want to add, I don't think that the statute that you linked said that like forcibly assaulting, resisting, or opposing is all the same thing. I think it just outlines that all of it is illegal, and then it goes on to say that each of them are punishable by different metrics, right? Like it says, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than a year or both, where such acts involve physical contact of the victim. Like this doesn't say that they're all the same. This just outlines that they're all illegal.
I'm not saying they're all the same. They just all fit under the criteria of what assault, resisting, or impeding certain officers or employees. 18 USC.
Sure, but
code.
your initial claim. Your initial claim, I thought you said that like threatening to assault somebody is assaulting you. I thought that I explicitly asked you that question.
It says it right in here that they don't actually have to touch them. They have to show the intent that they want to touch them.
In order for it to be illegal, in order for it to be illegal, not in order for it to be assault. So to say that this person assaulted a police officer, that's just not true. You could say that he impeded or resisted. That's fine.
He impeded in a way that violated this law. Let's rephrase.
Okay, yeah.
It like
if you said that Alex Preddy illegally impeded the officers, I don't think anybody would disagree with that. But he definitely, I don't think he assaulted this person.
Okay, that's better framing. Yeah.
But like, notice that it's like we're just doing the dog walk thing, walking the back, and all the language, all this kind of stuff.
I think assaulting a cop and impeding a cop is
really different. Yeah,
it's the same penalty under this law.
I don't even think it is.
But it's different context for how an
Hold on, Terak, really quick. Terak, finish your thought. We'll have Dylan and Rinyald respond to that. Go ahead, finish your thought, Terak.
Grazie, senor. So, like I said, like they ignore like the like simple things that are going on in that video. Why is there fucking whistles? What the fuck is going on in Minnesota? Like they're acting as if like, oh, that's normal, yeah. And then, like I said, like this shenanigans is coming. Get the fuck off the road. She's like, no, I'm not getting the fuck off the road. Why are you not listening to cops? Why are you putting hands on cops? Why are you getting cops' faces?
I don't think anybody's saying that what's going on is normal. Like, I don't think anybody sees that video as like, oh, this is hunky-dory, nothing's wrong with this, right?
So
obviously, we're not saying that because
He's like, you know what, guys? Let's get rid of the people that are actually trying to enforce the law. They're trying to clear the roads. They're trying to stop these shenanigans.
Have you been listening throughout this entire... I feel like we've been very clear what we want to do. We want ICE to leave, and we want people who assault police officers to be put away.
Yeah, my mom took Tylenol, so I'm fucked. I'm just fucked, bro. So you need to like use simple language. Yeah.
We want the people who assault police officers to be put in jail, and we want the ICE raids to stop.
I would have much rather he be in jail than dead too.
Yeah, but the only way for the ICE raids to stop is to get all the legal motherfuckers out of the country. So you're
absolutely not true.
Motherfuckers out of the country.
Never gonna happen though. So
no, because if that was to be the case, well then ICE would no longer be justified, and then I'd join your side.
ICE isn't justified now. I'm still waiting for the justification for the ICE raids now.
We get there, comrade. Call me Tom Comrade Teriovsky.
All right.
Like, if that is the case, then ICE no longer needs justification, and then I'll join you in that. So till then, we stand hand in hand, comrade. We join fight for
get rid of hand in hand.
I will walk with you. I will fly plane. I will come over to Americas. I will hold hand with you, sir.
Okay. Russophobia is kicking in. I do want to say that the difference between assault and impeding is significant for how an officer should respond and analyze a threat. If somebody's trying to impede an officer, knowing that you've been in Minneapolis for months and there's a bunch of these liberal wine moms and other types that are trying to stop you from doing your job through blowing whistles, stuff like that, you should understand that poses a different threat than an assassin coming to massacre you with a very powerful gun loaded up with 2 fully loaded magazines, as the president described it. So I do think the difference is substantial. Also, the whistles,
what happened
the whistles
with Trump,
are there.
Like what happened with
The
Charlie
whistles,
Kirk,
man,
and like
he
I said,
just he.
Hold on, Terry.
Just answer one question, just real quick, because he's doing the whole thing, like I said, with the language. Just show me show me like the examples of like the people that are cheering this on the conservative side. The same
People
way
that
they
are cheering
cheered
what?
on after Charlie Kirk, because they keep saying,
There's
"Don't
a
bring
few.
on Charlie Kirk."
Take a scroll through
Cheer for
TikTok,
Alex
buddy.
Brady's death?
That's a valid question because it's related to.
Take a scroll through TikTok.
Show me the mass, like the hundreds of thousands of reshares, the hundreds of thousands of
What
likes
is this in
of
relation?
these
This isn't
people
even in response to anything
cheering,
I was saying.
enjoying,
This is
saying
your
this
own
is a
Terry,
great
have you
thing.
not heard the conservatives
Okay,
say, like, fuck around
so-
and find out? Have you not heard that?
Do you want me to talk about?
Yeah, well,
Charlie Kirk
hold on.
now? I wasn't finished with my point.
But okay. I'm sorry, Dylan.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was expecting. That's what I was coming to.
That's what I'm saying.
I thought you were going to bring a real argument, Dylan. Like,
Terry,
this is
Terry.
resource.
Let me finish my point.
I'm going to
Then we'll talk about Charlie Kirk or whatever.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll sit back.
Okay.
Tyler,
We
Tyler,
carry
you have
the
the floor
flame.
for the team.
Whatever you
I
need
grant
me
you
to
permission
say,
for the floor
so
too.
I can finish my
Go
question.
ahead, darling.
Please.
Okay.
Tell me your
okay,
myths.
really quick. Teryak, hold on really quick. Teryak's question is that, of course, during the Charlie Kirk situation, we had a bunch of TikTokers, a lot of people celebrating his death, etc. His question is, do you see anybody on the right celebrating the Alex Purdy death? Rinyald mentioned the fuck around and find out. That's actually a quote from Destiny, by the way, who, during the assassination attempt of Donald Trump, where Corey Carpenter got shot. That's a quote from Destiny that's spoken about that. That's kind of the question here that Teryak's coming out, is that was there any right wingers that celebrated or were happy about Alex Purdy's death?
Now, there's a question about like whether or not somebody is genuinely supporting something or making jokes, but like, yes, the answer is yes, obviously. There's more complicated questions, but like in shorthand, yes, there were right-wing people supporting the death of Alex Purdy in the same way that they were Renee Good.
Significant? Okay, was
on
there any
camera, like literally screaming, going, "Yes, this is the best day of my life." Any conservative, show me one. Just show me one.
Screaming, "Yeah, this is the best day of my life."
Uno más, por favor.
Yeah, well, like I said, I don't think there was any footage of people making TikToks dancing about Alex Purdy's death or anything like that.
There
I think
certainly
there's
were.
Distinguish that.
And
Well, I mean, if you can bring them up
And
for
they're
me,
the far
I've never
right.
seen.
They're the
Hold on,
extremists.
Teryak, hold up. Rinyald, if you could send me a couple of those TikToks, I have a whole fucking montage of people celebrating Charlie Kirk. I mean, literally people doing that. But nevertheless, well, guys, we'll edit there. I think we kind of went through a lot of this stuff. Unless Dylan, you have any last words to say on that, we'll get to closing statements. If there's any questions you have for Teryak and Tyler before we end off the stream, same thing with you, Rinyald.
No, I mean, I think we've basically gone through everything. I think we've gone through everything that we need to say. Anything I had to say, I could say in any statements.
Okay, awesome, bro. All right, with that being said, we'll shoot out to closing statements here. Now, from here, we'll do from since you guys opened up the panel, I think it's fair for the left to close out the panel here. Actually, have the last word. I'm sorry, guys. You guys will have the last word. We'll start with Teryak on the closing statements, and then you guys can have the last word. Teryak, go ahead, man. Closing
like,
thoughts.
Fundamentally, like to answer Andrew's question from the beginning of the debate, I don't know if he's still watching, maybe he's still lurking. Like my whole point here was just to negate all this moral shit that they were going to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. I mean, call me Patches O'Houlihan. That's why, like, I was here. Like, that's my purpose. And then let Tyler shine with the stats and the legal. Like I said, pull out the legal definition and say, what the fuck you talking about, bro? You know what I mean? And then they, like I said, expose them in terms of, like, the language they're using, saying it's like, oh, this is, like, 100% interpretation. Like, it's everybody is on the same page here. Like, you're an idiot if you don't get this, all this kind of shit. Like I said, I can just point to Protestantism as just a clear phenomenon. So in terms of like that aspect, and then like this whole thing of like the execution, I said, well, like I said, if that was a situation where going through their heads, we hit them with the truth serum, and they honestly were saying, it's like, I heard a bang, I saw him reach for the gun, the hand was on the gun, and we just unloaded. It was just the instinct thing. That, yes, said, like I can even say, it's like, I can even grant you, it's like, yep, it was a mistake, fire them, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But in terms of this whole thing of justification of ICE and all this kind of shit, like the basic questions for like that video. Like why the fuck are like they blowing whistles? Why the fuck are they getting in cops' faces?
I don't even
Why
know
the
if
fuck are they
Turiak
storming
was listening. I think he's a troll.
churches, all this kind of shit. My main goal here was just to negate this whole thing of where they want to go into the very specifics and the high detail of an isolated part of the event. I'm like, we have to look at the big picture. What's going on? And like I said, both of them even conceded and fair play to them for conceding this, that it's like, if you send in force, things like tragedies are going to happen. It is what it is. But sometimes it's noble, sometimes it's justified, sometimes it's necessary. So in terms of that aspect, that was my role again. Shout out to Tyler for being the partner again. Dylan and Ryan especially coming in last minute as well. But yeah, I appreciate you both stepping into the ring as well. I always respect the people that want to go, you know, and embrace the debate and all that stuff. And again, shout out to Jake for hosting as well. Salute to you, sir.
Yeah, appreciate that, my friend. Tyler, go ahead, man.
The two people to my right, both very skilled, both very intelligent, gave me a damn good run for my money, audience. I hope you're entertained. So the shoot was more than likely justified, lawful but awful, pending the FBI investigation that's ongoing. Under Graham v. Connor, which sets up the test for justified force, it is shown that most of the force here was more than likely justified in a perfect world. The state does not have the jurisdiction under the Supremacy Clause to investigate this unless they prove certain criteria they haven't even attempted to disprove yet. So we have tons of cases where hands-on force is justified if you impede officers or create a dangerous situation for them, like standing in the road. And No v. Velasquez Perdomo shows us that these are the two criteria that ICE can use to detain or arrest U.S. citizens. We also have tons of cases where attempting to push an officer is assault. But most importantly, January 6th, where we saw several people charged and convicted with both assault and battery just for pushing officers. Should they have to? No. The state and local police should be taking care of this. But until recently, the state police and the sheriffs weren't doing anything. They just started, and local police still are not doing anything under orders of the mayor. This is allowing the chaos to fester. This is allowing the situation to get worse because we see crimes being committed and nothing happening to the people doing them. Most of these officers weren't ICE. We have to remember that. A lot of the officers involved in the shoot were BPA and CBP that were called in to back up ICE because most of ICE is in the southern parts of the states. 20% of what ICE is doing takes place in Texas. Only 2% takes place in Minnesota. They are drastically undermanned, and when they're not being backed up by local law enforcement, this is going to be the result. So the reason we're seeing this massive push of ICE deportations is because the previous administration, within their rights, interpreted parole authority, visa authority, in order to bring in an unprecedented amount of people. Even admitted by the New York Times, we saw more people come in 4 years than ever in U.S. history in that same time frame. That being said, 500,000 people that came in under the illegal visa program lost that right. We saw that in the Supreme Court. 1 million people were brought in using that parole authority. Both of these things were struck down by courts while Biden was still in office because lawsuits came up. Next, on top of that, we have a FAIR study talking about the asylum abuse. Under both Obama and Biden, they created a credible fear. I know you hate FAIR. I know you do, but under the asylum, they created a credible fear, which is a lower standard of asylum that was being used. Trump used reasonable fear. They used credible fear, and we saw skyrocketing abuse by the asylum claims. According to this study, 60% of people that came in under credible fear either didn't even apply for asylum, applied for asylum and dropped out, disappearing into the interior, or got rejected and disappeared before their deportation date. 60% of people that use this lesser claim that Biden and Obama pushed were abusing the system and were still here when they left office. The Trump admin gave them a good phased off-ramp. Here's $2,500 self-deport. 2.2 million people took that. That's about 10 to 15% of the illegal immigrants in the country took that money and left on their own. The rest decided not to. They needed to be removed by force. ICE's sole duty is to remove them by force. They are morally compelled to uphold the laws. You can argue they shouldn't be as aggressive as they are, and I may agree with you. But the fact that Trump was elected on this, the number 2 or arguably the number 1, depending on the exit poll, issue of the last election, where he had 60% approval, including a majority of Hispanic support on mass deportations, they are morally compelled to do this. And that is all you need, no matter what a snapshot poll that has a flawed sample size in the last week says.
Okay, thank you so much for that closing statement. Dylan, you and your partner have the last word. Go ahead, Dylan.
Sure. I'll just ask people they can go and watch the last seconds before Alex Peretti was pepper sprayed in the face if they want to, if that's assault or even going as far as battery. I think he was getting in their way. You can make a statement about impeding an investigation, but that's very different than assaulting a cop, brandishing a weapon, assassinating, and many of the things that have been claimed to justify the shooting of Alex Peretti. As for the idea of the polling data not being sufficient, and Trump was elected on this, Trump was elected on a platform of deporting the most violent criminals, deporting rapists, deporting murderers, deporting boogeymen, bedtime story type of figures. The ways that they would talk about these people was the worst of the worst, and those people do exist in the United States, and that's who we went with this campaign to go against. And a lot of people in the country, and you can say, well, he said in this podcast when asked on this show that yes, we are also going to deport these people. That wasn't the message they delivered on the campaign trail. You have a lot of people who voted for Trump saying, I don't know how my cousin got deported. I thought they were going after the gangsters. I thought they were going after the murderers. I thought they were going after the X, Y, and Z. And so you could say Trump has a mandate with a vote where he didn't even get a majority of the population to vote for him. But I think that the pitch he made to deport rapists, that's popular. The pitch he made to deport everybody, that's not popular. And I don't think that violating the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the 10th Amendment, or really any of the amendments in order to accomplish that is helping anybody. Is it supposed to help me? I'm the American citizen that these rights are being violated against. Is it helping the people who are being deported? Well, obviously not. Is it helping the United States? Because you could say, well, we've deported somebody who wasn't supposed to be here. Okay, maybe if they're 25 years, maybe they're productive in the community, you remove them, you pissed a bunch of people off, you've accomplished that, and then what? Then we've given the government more powers to violate our Second Amendment, First Amendment, Fourth Amendment, 10th Amendment rights. We say, okay, they can do it when it comes to immigration enforcement. Why wouldn't they be able to do it in other instances? How quick our government is to declare us terrorists, declare anyone terrorists. And so I don't like how the way this word is being thrown around willy-nilly. He's a terrorist. Renee Good's a terrorist. If a bullet hit my body, am I a terrorist just because the bullet happened to hit my body? My problem is not only that rights are being violated, but if you think it will stop with ICE when it comes to this administration, I think you're a little foolish. Why would we imagine that we give any power to the government? It's just going to stop when it comes to immigration enforcement. They'd never do it against their own citizens, except for the fact Trump did ask if he could deport his own citizens on a leaked audio file. Anyway, I think besides that, I don't really have anything else to say besides I really, really, really do hope that my documentary gets all the viewership in the world, and I'm rich and I'm famous and I have all the money. So if you guys could support that at Dylan Bird's TV, that'd be great.
It's very good. I checked it out. It's very good.
Yes, and by the way, guys, all of their links are in the description below, so you can check out Dylan Bird's YouTube channel as well as his Twitch. That's over there, linked down below. Rinyald's the only one that's not in the description. Sorry, bro. I'm gonna add you there. Don't worry about it. But yeah, he's the only one that's not in there. But we'll get him in there if you're watching on replay.
One last thing. I will say, you could say there is a high ground that conservatives had when it comes to federal cooperation, state governments working with federal authorities when it comes to immigration enforcement. But whatever high ground they may have had is evaporated if in the process of trying to enforce said laws, you also violate the rights of either the state government powers or of the citizens that you're enforcing the laws against. So any high ground that could be retained is annihilated. Sorry, I'm done.
No, you're good.
No one said like Dylan. Like one could argue, America's high ground was lost.
These were closings
after the war.
Yeah.
One sec, just because I need to address that lunacy.
Teriak,
do you?
Like they lost the high ground in 1945 when they done Operation Paperclip and then formed the CIA. But go ahead.
Okay. All right. There you guys have it. There. Thank you so much, Dylan, for that closing statement. I will say this as I think after listening to y'all's arguments, I might be a paranoid liberal now. If Donald Trump's going against all these amendments, etc., who knows? He might be going against the 13th Amendment now, and we'll have slavery all over again, according to all this paranoia that I've been listening to. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. All right. I'm not saying black people are going to go back to slavery. Nevertheless, Rinyald, which, by the way, your name sounds like a Shimigami from Death Note, by the way. So
it's memorable. That's the point.
I don't even know if I'm going to remember your name tomorrow, but if I do, I'm going to remember it from Death Note. Anyways, bro, go ahead. You got your closing statement.
Yeah, I'm Rinyald. Find me at Rinyald on all platforms. I think Teriak actually accidentally hit at a lot of good things. He just kind of walked back on a lot of them. If you send out force, there needs to be there is necessarily a threat of violence. I think that's super true. So that there needs to be justification to send out the force, right? But throughout this entire conversation, I heard no justifications for the mass deportations other than just like this vague concept of enforcing law, which like I wouldn't support sending ICE to enforce jaywalking. I wouldn't send, elect a felon for the president if I wanted to do that. I just don't think that really makes internal sense with the Republican Party. And, me and Tyler talked about this one-on-one like a week ago, and I think that was a pretty good conversation. I didn't really get any real justification for the deportations there either. There wasn't like a real denial of the violations of rights that we saw either. We didn't really get like much pushback on the AEA other than the fact that we can never tell if somebody is doing something in bad faith. There was no real pushback on the administrative warrants being against the Fourth Amendment. So I'm just going to kind of, take that. Yeah, I see no reason why we should be sending these raids in the first place when considering all of the different things that we need to deal with as a result of all of these raids, right? Like it just, again, it feels like a solution in search of a problem. That's something I said in my opening. I think, again, it was really, really convenient because we got a really, really good example of the bar thing, right? Where if you let somebody in and they got past the bouncer and they didn't pay the $5 fee, but they're spending thousands of dollars in the bar and that you might need to kill them to remove them. And, it's going to cause all the people to leave the bar whenever you come in and get him. I don't even know if there is a real argument to get him out of the bar. I think the real way to do it is have a conversation with him, make him pay the fee, have a conversation with the immigrants, give them a pathway to citizenship. I think that's a way easier explanation. And then in terms of the shooting,
Somalians.
Okay.
Hold on, Teriak, let him finish.
In terms of the lawful but awful thing with the ICE shootings, I feel like that accidentally just concedes that it could have been avoided and therefore it's unjust, right? Like whether or not it's lawful, I'm not even super interested in. Whether or not these ICE officers get charges, I'm not particularly interested in. I don't think that these people who are doing unjust killings that could have been easily avoided, I'd say this about Preddy, I'd say this about Renee Good, should be out in the force like that. But the fact that we have to pull so many untrained, unqualified people to do all of these unjustified ICE raids, I think is an argument against the ICE raids. But yeah.
Net immigration loss in the United States. Net immigration loss in the United States is seen as this huge win. That's a big thing that
just real quick to kind of like short circuit you a little bit. Yes, they don't want immigrants and they want less immigrants. So for them, it is a win.
So not to get too nerdy, right? Like if we're playing any kind of game where you have like worker management, if you're just saying like, hey, we can give you like 50 more workers, and that's kind of going what Dustin was saying during the debate is like on the net,
answer,
people are going to work
to that
more.
Is we're not an economic zone. That what they would say is we're not an economic zone. We're a people. We're a bloodline. We're a culture, and they worry that immigrants will change the culture, and a lot of them that's code for white replacement and shit like that, right? But that, I mean, like this argument doesn't work because they don't care about that.
I mean, it does work because despite that line of thinking, throughout the entire inception of the United States, we have had giant waves of immigration. And despite that, we have allowed people to come in. I mean, do you disagree with that? I mean, I know that you're not like...
Look, I'm pro-immigration. I am just giving you the argument.
Well, no, I'm sorry.
Right?
I shouldn't have said that. I should have said...
Yeah, no, you're fine.
Do you not see how that
I'm pro-immigration.
the other direction?
I think they're wildly incorrect on their assumptions, wildly incorrect on what they should care about. But I'm telling you, having dealt with these people, this is their argument, and they do not care whether the GDP go up a point or two, right? They would argue that immigration hurts the culture. We are not an economic zone. We are a people. We are a bloodline, and it pollutes our bloodline, basically.
Right, and my answer to that would be the fact that since the inception of the United States, we have been a country of immigrants, and we have had giant waves of that. And I think that kind of short circuits in the other direction. But aside from that, like I don't really have any other.
Well, you got friendly test in Rinyald. What do you
Hello. I am. Oh wait, do you want to go first, buddy?
No, go nuts, man.
I am Team Wick. Okay, I want to ask, like, when we have debates like that, what are we angling for? Like, what's the point of doing those? Because like I don't think there's a world where like anybody watches that and comes out with like more information in regard to the Insurrection Act or with like a better view of anybody who's not,
well, it's
pro-MAGA.
interesting you bring that up, man. That's actually the reason I'm here. The fact that like all these guys kind of jump on. So Destiny at one point in time, and don't get me wrong, I'm not a huge fan of Destiny, but the fact that all those guys jumped on like all at once, and they kind of nitpick at each thing they like about Trump, like it's a weird sushi train, you know, taking what they like, gobbling it up, and then hating everything else, despite the fact that the entire sushi train has been infected with salmonella. You know, the fact that they keep doing this over and over and over again, representing what they enjoy, but trying to dissuade themselves from being connected to Trump in any regard is insane, because it's all been tainted. So it's very interesting to see these guys jump on, make these conversations over and over and over again, despite the fact that it's all poison.
I agree, and I agree that like I agree with the overview of like how corrosive MAGA mindsets are, but I feel like we're slowly working to the point where debate just isn't useful anymore, right? Because like we're not changing anybody's minds here. I don't think we're changing, like what it used to be is that you change the viewers' minds through debate, right? Like you kind of use, you know how like in video essays they do like the straw man voice for different talking points. You could kind of do that, but it's not a straw man voice because somebody else is saying it. But I didn't like when I was watching that debate and I watched the whole thing, I didn't see like any straw man voice get addressed, right? It just kind of felt like all memeing, which if it's all memeing, then it's all memeing. But like, I just don't like, was that what the angle was the entire time? Or like, were we expecting to have a productive conversation there?
I'm not the moderator.
I feel like debate is kind of dying right now.
I think that question is to Destiny, right? Like I was expecting a productive conversation, or at least maybe not productive, but at least we would talk about the issues at hand instead of you're lying, right?
Sure, like
my goal was to have a conversation, but we have to establish a shared reality. And then if we weren't going to establish a shared reality, then my goal was to just meme into fucking oblivion. Because this is what you would do with any single topic in the history of everything. We can bring up any concept of engineering or science or math or whatever you want. If somebody didn't have a basic fundamental groundwork of what they were talking about, you wouldn't entertain a higher level conversation. Nobody would waste their time on that. Nobody would do it. This is true in gaming. People who try to talk strats or whatever in StarCraft or League, and they're like fucking Silver League players. Why the fuck were you talking serious? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're a little noob. No offense, but it would be the same thing with the concept. If you don't even know the basic facts of a thing, then why would you discuss the application of the Insurrection Act to it? It's stupid.
I partially agree, but I feel like that argument could probably be used against debating MAGA period at this point, because like almost any Trump supporter that you're going to be able to talk to is either going to be so mind-numbingly retarded on everything that they're not going to have a solid position, or they're going to be lying because they have a position and they can't defend it. Right. So like, I don't even know why we debate with Republicans at that point.
They're not full-fledged MAGA, man. They're not like, they're individuals that just pick and choose. They just like the aspects that are actually going for them in every regard. It doesn't matter.
It's the same thing though. Like, I don't even know why we would debate with these people if like the bar is we can't engage in ideas because the person that's delivering the ideas is bad faith. Like, I agree that's the case, but then it kind of feels like debate as a concept is kind of dead at that point, right?
Until they kind of get the idea that their ideas are already tainted by the fact that they're supporting basically a regime that's doing absolute damage to the American system as a whole, it doesn't matter at this point, right?
Well, I think that
like they're holding up a house of cards.
If I may, then I want to hear from the rest of you, right? If I may, though, like I think that one of the, not the only driver, maybe not even the main driver, but a substantial driver of why things are going the way they are going politically for MAGA right now, and I think they're going to suffer. They're going to suffer a wild defeat in the midterms, right? Is because this keeps happening on not just WIC TV, right, but on actual CNN, on MSNBC, and all these kind of news organizations, these interviews with high-profile people. It's clear that, like, did you guys see Jake Tapper versus Kristi Noem? Did you guys see that debate that they had? It was clear Kristi Noem had no idea what she was talking about. And I think it was helpful that Jake Tapper was able to just calmly go through and give her the facts and showcase the facts and kind of juxtapose his knowledge and mastery of the topic versus someone who was just there, didn't know what they were talking about. And I think that is helping.
This is not an interview.
Do that. But if Jake Tapper had all he had done is just started memeing, I don't think it would have been as effective.
This is not an interview. We're not interviewing individuals from the Trump administration. We're literally discussing amongst
I disagree with that.
natural
If he could have
citizens of the United States.
If he could have made her cry on TV, we would have won every election immediately. They would have resigned from office. She needs to be crying on TV.
I disagree. I think that's a kind of a mean position. Tess, do you have anything, or are you just here to hang out?
No.
I had three things. First of all, I was a bit mad that you didn't read my super chat.
Which one is it? I'll read it right now.
No. I can say it myself. So
Let him be mad.
basically, I made fun about the fact that you could establish that the church protesters were actually just praying very loudly. So everyone just prayed on their own, and basically taking them out of the church would have obstructed.
You guys do know that that
faith.
a lot of people are in you might I think it's a little silly, but a lot of people are justifiably angry at what happened at that church. Like they did disrupt the service. I think that the right is taking it way out of proportion, right? And I think that honestly, sometimes
I am being good faith. They're not here anymore, so you know I'm not lying to you about it. Okay, I'm not lying to you. I really did look for videos of what the fuck people were talking about.
No.
I saw videos, I think, of for less than an hour, people were inside of a church protesting. I didn't see anybody telling them to leave or asking them to leave. Maybe somebody did off camera. I don't know if I saw cops show up or not. Like, what the fuck happened?
So
yeah, I'm a bit confused on that as well.
Yeah, as I understand it, they organized a protest, about 20 of them. Don Lemon was there to kind of be the reporter. As I understand it, again, I watched this a couple days ago, right? So forgive me if I make mistakes, but they came in and they started yelling and shouting at the congregation and to the pastor, and they were there to protest ICE. They started going around yelling, screaming, etc. I don't think it was appropriate, frankly. I think there's good reasons not to allow protests in a church, but I think that calling it like an attack was kind of
well, okay. So like my question is like one, and I know this sounds really pedantic, but I'm like, did anybody ask them to leave or tell them to leave?
I didn't hear that, but again, I don't know.
But wait,
because like I don't think that's illegal, right? Like anybody can walk into most churches and then you can start shouting, and then if they tell you to leave, then you don't leave, then it's illegal. It's trespassing. You should be kicked out or arrested.
When I was,
but like I don't even know
when I was active when I was growing up in the Mormon church and stuff, we would have on occasion, and it happened 2 or 3 times, where someone would actually actively challenge the preacher or whoever was speaking, and things like that, and they again had a discourse. There was a point, at least in one of them, where we did escort the guy out because he was just yelling, screaming, and disrupting everything, right? But yeah, the other 2, it was fine. But I think it's kind of like, if they're actively trying to have a conversation, it's one thing, but if they're just actively screaming, I think it's fair for the church to be like, get the fuck out of here. You're just
no one is disputing that. I'm just asking, did they say that?
Not to be charged
did
with
they
insurrection,
ask them
right?
to leave? I don't know.
Like, do you understand how problematic it is that nobody even knows this? And I only watched an hour of the video, maybe, but so like my intuition is that nobody even told him to leave, because I feel like if that was the case, we would just have video of that, and the conservatives would be screaming about that. But if I were to listen to
people in chat are saying they do. If you have a clip of them asking him to leave, send it to me.
I'm just curious because like I said, I only watched about an hour, I think, of the Don Lemon stuff.
If they did, then they should have left. Problem solved.
Yeah, for sure.
Fucking A.
But like listening to what the one guy in here was talking about, it sounds like there was like a fucking like a riot at the church, and like the building's being destroyed, or that like people were being attacked or threatened. And I don't know. When I saw it, just looked like kind of a protest. People were inside being kind of loud.
People are saying that there are. Like, send it to my DMs and we will watch it. But like, yeah. Anyway.
Meanwhile, can I ask a question?
I interrupted you. Go ahead. Continue.
I like my second thing was I'm a bit confused about, like, we know that on May 11th of 2023 Title 42 expired, and on May 23rd of 2024 the Senate voted down the border bill. So basically Trump has time until the February 1st to establish a bill to seal the border, or otherwise he objectively is worse in sealing the border via legislation than Biden, which is kind of funny.
Republicans don't even want a bill, right? Like that's something that they probably say. So
yes, they'll say that the executive order was enough, and they don't actually like the idea of having more asylum judges, and they just want them all fucking thrown out. Or
we
whatever.
didn't need new legislation. We needed a new president.
Yeah. Trump showed that he could do what needed to be done, just as the president, without needing the weak loser Congress to do anything.
And the last thing I wanted to ask is why didn't no one address the fact that the Ash guy at the beginning in his opening statement said that the people voted for Trump to do this shit, but basically the people where Trump does his shit voted against him, like Minnesota, California, and so basically.
I mean, I kind of brought this up when that's just like a stupid point. Like the people vote, just because somebody votes for the president to do a thing doesn't mean he has the unilateral authority to do whatever he wants, like in any part of the country. But yeah, I mean, like to your point, even more specifically.
I mean, they also
like,
voted for like
What was the specifics there? He was saying literally like everything he's doing with ICE as of right now is okay.
Basically, because people voted for it. It was a stupid talking point.
I mean, by that standard, the people voted for the
Biden going to come into measure here
invasion,
at some point in time. That's going to be an issue for them, right?
The people what?
That funding is going to become an issue for him in regards to ICE. Hey, sorry, excuse me. Like at some point in time, Congress is going to look at the funding that they're actually attributing to ICE, and that's going to become a problem in a month, isn't it not?
I don't know. I don't know. When you say Congress, I don't know what I'm not actually sure what they do anymore, so I don't know.
We talked about this in backstage, and it seems like the Democrats actually become the party of states' rights when it comes to stuff like that. Just kind of funny.
Yes. Well, I'm going to cycle a couple of you. I want to get as many people as I can. So thank you for coming.
But
did you find, let's just focus on the authoritarian part. Like the motivation behind it seems to be less important than the acts itself, right? Like, for example, if Trump's team decides to round up a bunch of people because Trump becomes a communist, you would still be against the rounding up. The motivation's less important than the act, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so did you have a problem when we saw like
today? They
did
have
you have
no other option other than you.
Did you anyway? Sorry. Did you have a problem when we saw like claims through the Twitter files and elsewhere that after January 6th, there were government agencies that pressured social media companies to censor people that had questions about the 2020 election? Would you call that authoritarian?
My understanding is that they flagged certain accounts. But they didn't like say like, oh, ban these accounts. There was just like a list of accounts that they were like, hey, these are like shady accounts or whatever. Did they actually say like ban these people, or was there even like an implied?
In fact, if you're doing that research, right, for the topic that we're going to talk about here in late June, that at least one judge that looked at the case said it was the biggest attack on the First Amendment that he ever saw. Now, granted, the Supreme Court overruled it for a lack of standing, but the evidence strongly suggests that these social media companies felt pressured. In fact, we saw directly when it came for the heads of Twitter, when it came to the censorship of the Hunter Biden laptop story, that internal communications
like 24 hours, right?
What's that?
Wasn't that censored for like 24 hours there?
Well, it's irrelevant. The point I'm trying to make here is that the people at these companies, at the head of them, felt that they were being fucking really pressured by the government. But my point is, even if we just say it was just flagging, isn't that sort of an anti-free speech, sort of authoritarian thing that the government did?
Well, it depends on what they're being flagged for.
Well, let's say criticism, saying that the 2020 election was, I have to be careful, we're on YouTube, I don't want, saying that there were problems of a magnanimous effort in the 2020 election. You get what I'm saying without using the actual word?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's all they were flagged for. I'm not sure.
But let's say it was, for the sake of argument. Would that be okay?
Actually, you don't even need the sake of argument. You have congressional testimony where they put this out over and over throughout the course of months. And Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger and a number of other high-profile journalists were a part of it, and they showed all of the internal communications between the federal government and Twitter, where they were specifically saying you need to remove their internal emails showing. You can go back to the Twitter files, as much of a limited hangout as they are. You can go back to them and you can look at internal communications between the Biden administration and Twitter executives, where they're highlighting specific accounts, where they're highlighting specific tweets, saying this has to go, this isn't okay. We would prefer, and yes, they do kind of couch it in a little bit of more nicer political.
So they're not just saying this has to go. To be clear, you're saying they're couching in language. So they're not saying that it has to go.
Okay,
right?
It's an implied directive with the threat of punishment on the back end. So in
Didn't Trump
diplomatic
actually
circles, I'm
explicitly
not
ask for tweets to be
sure
taken
what
down?
else you would expect. Do
Let's-
you think that people are going
Sarah,
to give
I've got
over
to jump
threats?
off. I've got.
Okay,
I'm
Greg.
going. Yeah, I'm going fishing. I got to get up at 5 a.m.
Take care, Grid. Hope you
You
catch a lot
guys
of
have a great
fish.
rest of your
Don't.
night. Enjoy the
See you, Grid.
enjoy the rest of the train wreck as it unfolds. Please don't get
I'm
any
having
on
fun.
you. That's all
Stay
I'm gonna
safe.
say.
Hey, we'll talk to you soon, Grid.
What's that?
We'll talk to you soon.
want you to touch
Yeah,
me,
hang
baby.
And
Yeah, didn't Donald Trump
AM,
explicitly? Oh, yeah,
AM,
go ahead,
you got 10 minutes in the back, okay? And then let me just put just to make sure. Crazy Rooster.
No.
Hello. Okay. Yeah, that's
It
stupid.
doesn't work, Rooster.
Yeah. All right, we're not going to play that game. All right. Sorry. Continue on.
So,
Oh
so
yeah,
I
so,
don't
so
think
Donald
AM
Trump. Hang on,
I'm sorry.
real quick, Rob. Donald Trump specifically asked Twitter to take down the post of Chrissy Teigen calling him a pussy ass bitch, which is hilarious because he is a pussy ass bitch.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I have a problem with that. I actually also have a problem with Trump sort of paying lip service to his administration, saying that Terry Moran should be suspended or fired. I don't particularly like that, but the magnitude of those two people facing some sort of consequence that will basically led to nothing versus millions of people being banned off social media from certain subjects seems to be completely different. And so I don't disagree with what AM was saying, but the problem, AM, is this. Like, what'll happen is you'll say, but this did happen, and Ryan will say, prove it, and then you'll spend 3 hours going through a piece of evidence. I'm not saying that that's not an appropriate discussion to have, but in the long form panel, I'll just ask for the sake of argument, Ryan, if that did happen, right, without us proving it, just hypothetically, if it happened, if people in the Biden administration pressured social media to censor posts because they contained what they thought was disinformation about the 2020 election, do you think that that's authoritarian and something that we should criticize?
Wait, hang on. Somebody clarify this for me because I might be confused. What time span does the Twitter files reference?
I don't know. It references slight at the beginning of the Trump administration or the end of the Trump administration with the pandemic, but then goes largely into the Biden administration.
And this is where I'm thinking, right? So when you're talking about like the suppressing of like the Hunter Biden laptop, from what I'm looking at, that looks like October 2020.
Correct.
Who was the administration in charge of the U.S. government in October of 2020?
Irrelevant.
It was Trump,
irrelevant. Right? It's irrelevant to this point, right? It's irrelevant to the fact that
you're arguing the U.S. government was.
Does Donald Trump? So you would argue that every single governmental employee that was there under Joe Biden was operating at the behest of Joe Biden, and he's responsible for all their actions?
I mean, that's what I hear argued all the time.
Well, I think you're arguing with morons then. Like, it's clear.
It might be possible. Yeah, that's true.
Right. Get a better caliber of opponent. It's clear that there were people within these agencies that were not Trump supporters. For example, is it your real argument that you think 51 former intel agents and people within that still had security clearances that were there when Donald Trump was in office were censoring the Hunter Biden laptop story because they were helping Trump?
Couldn't it just be because they thought it was misinformation?
It could be theoretically, but why don't they step in? Why is it always when they step in
I know
about
most of
misinformation, it
Biden's
goes one
requests about
direction?
the laptop had to do with the explicit images of his son in there.
But that wasn't what
other stuff.
But that wasn't what was going on. So, for example, there was this meeting that occurred in the Aspen Institute, and I forget the name of the agency through the government that was putting on this hearing, but it had a bunch of these social media places, and it was talking about Russian disinformation to affect the 2020 election. And it specifically said that, hypothetically, what if, this is going to blow your mind, what if there were accusations made that someone in the Biden family worked for corrupt groups in places like Ukraine? Well, this would be a good example of Russian disinformation to censor the 2020 election. So the people at Twitter admitted, and I think Zuckerberg's admitted this as well, though I could be wrong, that they were primed for this exact story, not because it had Hunter Biden pictures of him nude, but because the allegations made forth were something that the intel agencies knew. They knew about this laptop. They knew the information and it was accurate. And so they were priming media to not just censor. The censorship's not even really the problem. It was the fact that it was censored for a moment, and then the American people were like, wow, that's unprecedented that this was censored, that these intel officials came out and said this is garbage. So no one believed this story.
Yeah, but isn't like isn't the worst story on the Hunter Biden laptop like a meeting that was appointed for like $700,000, right? It was like a Gazprom meeting for $700,000, and isn't that like the biggest story on the Hunter Biden laptop?
No, there's
because like
tons of...
we can talk about $1 million deals that go on inside of the Middle East when it comes to Trump's family. But like when you look at the Hunter Biden laptop, it's not that big of a deal. Like, yeah, it's some level of corruption, but goddamn, we're talking about millions of dollars being traded in the Middle East when it comes to Trump's family.
First, polling suggested that 1/3 of Democrats said that they may have changed their vote if they understood that the Hunter Biden laptop story was true. Second, it's not just that Hunter Biden was making money from these corrupt foreign institutions. It's that it was happening while his dad was the point person for weeding out corruption in those very same areas. For example, I
don't think people would change their mind, though. I think even if they had the facts on the Hunter Biden laptop, they wouldn't have changed their minds.
Even if you
like we went through, he grabbed them by the blank, right? We lived through that. We have lived through time after time again of this should end someone's political campaign, but it doesn't. So like I think even if people got the full story of the Hunter Biden laptop, half of the people that should be listening to would have been in denial. They wouldn't have disagreed, and the other half would have fought and wouldn't have cared.
Even if you start with something so small and minuscule and what seems very unimportant, usually that means it can get bigger and bigger and bigger to other things, right? So, just the same as if somebody lies to you about something it was really small and tiny and minuscule, it didn't matter, then what else are they willing to do with the bigger stuff, right? So I think the whole Hunter laptop thing, because it just shows that if they're willing to cover that up just for one thing, then what else are they willing to do?
Well, and that was part as the FBI was doing it on behalf of the campaign for Biden, and they were in cahoots with both big tech and the FBI to basically spread out false narratives about it and to willfully choosing not to let it get out.
Is it truly? Sorry, Rob, you can go. I know you've been trying to.
There's several arguments to make about this.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Seems like you guys have got this one down, so I'll be back.
Lost my train of thought a little there, but to do it in reverse order, whoever that was just talking there, the real story here is it doesn't matter if it would have changed one vote. What matters is that our government agencies were putting their thumb on the scale of the election in order to attempt to help one party win. That's the problem. Post hoc justifying by saying, well, we don't think it would have changed votes anywhere is irrelevant to the whole conversation. However, if we delve deep into this, no, it's not just a matter of, it was as simple as he made money at Gazprom, but haven't people in Trump's family made money as well? The problem was the exact nature of this political attack. One, when you look at what this was saying, it was saying that Hunter Biden did things like work for, and I'm quoting now, the spy chief of China, which most people in this country would think were the biggest foreign adversaries that we had. Secondly, it showed that the attacks on Trump, other than the pandemic, that were the most successful and the most used by Democrats, were his connection to a hostile foreign power. So if it turned out that actually Joe Biden himself said Zlochevsky, the guy that was running Burisma that his son was working for, was working as a hostile Russian oligarch, that would seem to take away one of their biggest offensive weapons against Trump and prove him to be a hypocrite and a liar. And the last thing was, I'm open to hearing any discussions of corruption of the Trump family. Can you show me him, or for that matter, any president in the history of this country that has issued a quid pro quo to the tune of any amount of serious taxpayer dollars to force the firing of a prosecutor? Can anyone show me in the history of the United States that ever occurring?
And not just a prosecutor in a foreign country.
Right. Well, not just a prosecutor in a foreign country, but leave them answer first, and then we'll get to the...
Hang on. Wait. I remember Donald Trump making a very good phone call in 2019.
Me too.
Right? I remember him making a very... So, like, in my opinion, that is a certain level of pressure when
it's hard to
you
get
literally
words
have a
in,
president
whatever. Everyone's so thirsty to get after Rob. But
Hang on,
that's kind of the nature of the beast,
difference
I
was one
suppose.
was official State Department policy and one was a president looking to get dirt on his political opponents. Wasn't that the difference of those?
Okay,
two
several
situations?
things. Show me the official...
from the executive branch.
Show me the official State Department policy before Joe Biden issued that quid pro quo. Go ahead.
What do you mean?
a claim was just made that it was okay for Joe Biden to
Okay,
issue
so
a quid.
if it's
Let me
directly
finish, please,
benefiting
please,
Donald
please,
Trump,
let me
if he's
finish.
trying to find
Please,
dirt
let me
on his
finish.
political
Davis,
opponents, what the
let
hell
me
would that
finish.
be?
When you
Why you
ask
guys
the
keep
question,
doing
would
this
you-
pull out the evidence out of your ass right
Hold
now
on. So,
thing when we're bringing up a subject?
Yeah, like
out of the
I
blue,
don't
like,
have.
I love how
the
you
article on
guys
me.
are
I'm sorry.
ignoring the whole
I
point
should
of
have
what
had the
Rob is
article on me.
bringing
I
up.
love how you guys are all ignoring me when I try to interrupt and tell you to
Yeah,
be
we should
quiet.
apologize for that.
Shame.
You should.
Yeah,
Shame
true.
on you. Okay. Go ahead, Rob.
Okay, there's two people I'm talking to that are making two different arguments. One person is making the argument, but what about Trump? The other person's making the argument, there's something that was uniquely different here because it was actually official State Department policy when it came to Biden's quid pro quo, but not with Trump's alleged quid pro quo. And so
When it's coming from the president himself, how is that not?
And then what we have is Avius continues to interrupt me as I'm trying to answer the person that wasn't him.
I'll stop.
That's what's
Okay,
going
I'll
on.
stop.
Right.
Yeah, go
so
ahead.
I'll
My bad.
happily answer
I'll own
what
that.
you're talking about as well. Right. What I'm saying is, Effigy, of course, no one expects you to have this evidence at a moment's beck and call. I totally understand that. The problem for you, though, Effigy, is I've debated people over and over and over about this, and that evidence doesn't exist. There is no evidence that says it was official State Department policy for Joe Biden to issue a quid pro quo. In fact, there's not even compelling evidence prior to November, I believe, of that year that there was anyone at the State Department or anywhere else that was suggesting that Victor Shokin, the prosecutor that was looking in to Joe Biden's son's company, should be fired. Quite to the contrary, we see contemporaneous evidence that suggests that when it came to our European allies, they were saying that they thought anti-corruption efforts in places like Ukraine were ramping up and that they were happy and okay with sending money there. But we actually have audio or video evidence of one of the staffers that was on Air Force Two with Biden as he went over for his famous quid pro quo discussion, saying it was Biden himself that came up with the idea of the quid pro quo. So even now, post-talk,
but that's the point, though, right? Wasn't the official policy of the United States of trying to get the people they thought in the Ukrainian government who were basically bad actors that were backed by Russia out of the way? Wasn't that the whole point? I could be wrong, but
no, the whole point was
that. Wait, sorry. Can I?
No,
seize control again? I'm gonna seize control.
Let's let Coder speak. Okay.
Go ahead, Ryan.
I haven't researched this in like 2 years. I'm out of my depth.
Yeah, I don't know that much about it. But what I'm just wondering, Rob, do you think that are you saying that Joe Biden did an illegal quid pro quo? Like he went through illegal channels to do this.
It's interesting. You make this illegal. I'll say. It depends. I say that
you do make this point a lot for good reason.
I would say that it warranted a significant FBI investigation, right? The channel, as what you're trying to say is, did he properly register as a foreign lobbyist or something like that? It's irrelevant to the question. Let's ask the question. I'll ask it to everyone in the panel.
I think it is relevant. Wait. The reason it is relevant to what I'm asking because I'm asking if Biden did something that was criminal.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, let me ask the question real quick to everyone in the panel, right?
Well, when I get the chance, I will tell you.
If an executive agent, right, whether it be president, vice president, someone in the cabinet, etc., from the executive branch, takes a huge sum of your tax dollars to force the firing of a prosecutor who's looking into one of their family members, do you think that reeks of corruption and should be investigated?
Could absolutely be investigated, yeah.
Sure. It should be investigated. Yeah, I'll give you that.
So then why did the FBI not immediately start investigating it? Why was it that this was basically covered up? And why did the FBI then go the step further and seem to prime social media companies that stories that would show that going into the 2020 election would be Russian disinformation?
I mean, as far as covering up the Twitter files, I feel like it's a completely understandable explanation to say, like, yeah, the story of Hunter Biden dropping his laptop off to this blind laptop repair person, and then Rudy Giuliani picking it up and not sharing it to anybody and making sure that nobody can corroborate that. That doesn't feel super believable to me. Now, the fact that it did turn out real, that is a problem, and I think it's unfortunate that the story was censored. But to be fair, it also kind of gives people reason to be like, hey, this story sounds kind of fishy. Like, I can understand why people would say, hey, this reeks of all of the tellings of misinformation, even if it wasn't.
Okay, let me ask you a question real quick.
Hang on. Okay, we're so off the rails. We are so off the rails. Like,
well, if we're gonna switch the topic, can we let Rob ask the question?
Just real quick. I'll be quick, bro. I promise.
Yeah, okay. Before we switch the topic.
Did you think it sounded believable that a germaphobe like Donald Trump rented a hotel that Obama once stayed in to get pissed on in a bed?
No, I don't think that sounded believable either.
Happened.
And yet, all the
I
media
believe it.
reported on that.
Look, crazy things happen.
Let
He
peed on someone.
Let me finish. And yet, all the media reported on that uncritically, and no one at the FBI said this reeks of Russian disinformation. In fact, the FBI knew at that
they
point
just said
that
it
that
was
was
part of the-
disinformation that was paid for by Hillary's camp, and yet they didn't intervene. I wonder
It was
why.
originally paid for by the Republicans. That's how
No, it
Hillary
wasn't.
got it.
Prove it.
Yes,
You're a
it
liar.
was.
You're a liar.
Because it came from that former MI6 guy, and they got it for
You're
during the early campaign.
You mean the guy that the guy that was paid to give his dossier to the Clintons and the
I
Democrats?
mean, there was substantial reporting at the time that the McCain camp was responsible. That doesn't mean it was necessarily corroborated. I'm not going to say it was corroborated.
We are way off course.
The Hunter Biden story wasn't censored, by the way.
Before there was a Hillary
Of course,
Steele dossier.
if you were
I don't know if you guys
watching,
remember or not. It did
if
happen.
you
though.
are
You can look it up.
watching over on Rob's side, please shield your eyes. Unless you're a lady, you'll like this.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves, fire ahead.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Shout out to Kissy Cat, sending some love over to K2 because she said he is literally begging for the fireman.
I believe it.
And Teferi comes in with a big 5, says, thanks, Sarah. Rob doesn't think anyone else should be able to talk, so I'll check back later if I'm still awake. Hashtag boot Ryan. I didn't understand that one. We're complaining that Rob's talking, but then booting. I don't know. Does she like you or does she hate you?
Look, every lady likes me, so you know.
Lovable.
Well, and let me set like a little preface here. I know Rob talks a lot, fully aware of that, but he's also incredibly respectful when he hands the mic back over, and he will be quiet until you are done. And that's why I allow him to do the way he does, because when I say stop, he stops, and he's very respectful, and that gets you a long way here. If you continue to interrupt people and do all that stuff, I'm probably not going to be as nice. Calvin Collage with a big 10 says, please, libs, do not allow Rob to railroad you in half-truths. He is not being honest that Trump was actively using his DOJ and personal lawyer, Rudy, to go after the Biden family, private citizens. Shots fired, Rob. What say you?
There's no evidence that he was using the DOJ. There is evidence that Rudy Giuliani was looking into this situation in Ukraine. Here's what happened. Trump got impeached for inquiring as to Biden's quid pro
to answer the
quo,
question,
which
because I
everyone
don't think
here
I'll be able to
admitted,
give,
or at
I don't
least
think I'll be
tacitly was
given the
silent.
opportunity
When
to.
if we had someone in the Trump administration or any other administration
My
that
guess
used
is
$1
that
billion of our tax dollars to
the
force
Stormy
the firing
Daniels
of a
stuff, the
prosecutor that
pissing in
was
the
looking at their
hotel room,
son's
probably
criminal
happened in
policy.
2016,
That would-
which is when the
It's
alarm
already been
bells
brought up. It was
for,
under official policy. Why are we
Russian-
going back over this?
Jesus. Which is when the alarm bells for like Russian disinformation was probably going off. So it would make sense that in the next election, the very next election, 2020, they would be way more on on high alert for Russian misinformation. That'd be my guess, but I don't know if I'll be able to bring that up. So
Very girthy.
Twitter requested take out the links to the revenge porn, and we'll put the article back up. They refused, but the story itself was not censored. It is such a lie.
There literally an email exchange between the Biden administration and Twitter saying you have to remove posts about the Hunter Biden laptop? I'm pretty sure.
No, the
all of
article,
that
not
testimony.
posts about the story. The article specifically.
That link to
Yeah,
the
so there
New
were
York
people
Post
posting about the
article
story.
That was the
People posting about
original
the story were
article
not
about
banned.
the
or
laptop.
You
Yeah,
could
do you
post
have
about the
that
story.
right?
You could talk about the
You
story.
you can
you're allowed to
you
talk
can look
about
up the archives on Twitter. It was constantly being talked about all day, every day. It was the
Everyone's
New
talking
York
about
Post
how huge
article.
Hunter Biden's cock
right?
was. Everyone said it.
Once again,
if
it
we
took
talk
place
about-
in
if we talk about a
2020, so
softball
you
game-
cannot say that the Biden administration did anything. They
Yes,
were
they
not
weren't
an
in power.
administration.
Right. It wasn't the Biden administration. It was allies of the Biden campaign. though.
Yeah. Go
Okay, I
post
apologize for
fucking running
interrupting,
like
sorry.
the wind now.
Huh?
And of
Here's
course,
the thing. I want Ryan to answer my question. I was trying to, because I wanted to answer the question. He was talking about whether Trump or whether, excuse me, Biden did something illegal.
I think we
when
got to
it
get through
came-
the super chats first.
And,
That's
and,
why.
and here's what he did, Ryan. And I know you guys, for some reason, have like a memory hole where this clip went out. But he was on video in front of people, and he bragged about the fact that he told the prosecutor in Ukraine that he was going to withhold United States aid for unless he was going to stop if they fired the prosecutor investigating Burisma. And if it was reversed and it was Trump, all of you liberals would be losing your fucking minds.
You do not understand the difference. You don't
What's the
understand
difference
between official policy and a quid pro quo that benefited Trump personally?
So no. But what I'm saying.
Yes, that's the difference.
No, you guys are
Why
missing
do we
the point.
keep going on circles in this? Come on.
No, because you guys are ignoring the bigger points.
No, you're ignoring official policy versus personal gain.
So it's official policy of the United States.
I don't want to ignore the super chat. Shout out to Naomi with the big 5 to say, my love. I love you too, Naomi. Okay.
Yeah,
Ryan, did you want to interrupt in there somewhere?
I do want to interrupt. I want to bring it back because I think Poseidon in chat made a great point that we've let the topic go way off the rails. And like what we were talking about before we started talking about fucking Joe Biden is we were and Hunter Biden's giant dick is that what we were talking about was the current administration setting soldiers on American urban soil. Like that's not a big deal. It obviously
can I
is.
just
It's a huge deal.
promise 5 seconds? I'll just finish with this. You guys keep asserting it was official policy. You're wrong. By the way, it was official State Department policy. It was official State Department policy for Donald Trump to issue his quid pro quo.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
And this is
the same amount of proof. You fucking liar. That's
You're
lying. That's how you gaslight the audience.
I'll follow up with you, Rob.
Yeah.
It was official.
Go lose the Pisco again. Yeah.
Rob, did you move your mic away from you? You're coming in quieter all of a sudden.
Oh, let me check and see what happened.
I just want to be able to make this point because unless you guys are, I guess you completely have memory hold the fact because it sounds like you're saying that it's official state policy for an acting vice president who is in charge of our state policy with the foreign nation to withhold or threaten to withhold aid to another country if they don't fire a prosecutor. How is that official state policy?
What do you mean? We meddle in foreign countries all the time. Like, what do you mean?
No, let him answer. Let him answer.
So my that's my point here is that unless you can say that that's what is the case. Now, there are cases where there were
Trump
obviously
just undid all aid for no reason. Why do you have a problem for undoing aid for a reason?
No. You are missing the point. Like always, I'm asking you, is it illegal? Is it illegal or official state policy of the United States for a sitting vice president to threaten to withhold aid to another country? And he bragged about it. He was glib about it when he was asked about it.
To do so by the president, right?
What?
So
No,
I'm just reading.
No, he was in charge. He was in charge of the policy.
No, you're mixing up illegal with like ethical. You can say it's unethical that we meddle in foreign country business.
So you think it's
period?
legal for a vice president to do what he did then?
Yes, I think it's legal. Yes.
For their investigation into his company.
Could I ask where the constitutional authority for that is?
I'm taking the steering wheel. The
Go
USA
ahead.
Today. This is a headline, and maybe they're lying. Don't. It's possible, I guess. But the headline says, "Fact check: Biden leveraged $1 billion in aid to Ukraine to oust corrupt prosecutor, not to help his son."
Well, I mean, that's the claim.
If you think it's illegal,
All right.
just cite the law they broke.
Kindly
That's all.
remind all of you again that interruption, talking over each other, and all of those things just doesn't fly by my book. It just doesn't fly. If you continue down this path, I'm going to make you all raise your stupid hands like children. Okay, Ryan, you asked a question, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody one at a time wants to respond, that'd be great.
And then I want to bring it back to what's happening now.
Sure. I'll respond. It's a joke, right? The Biden State Department or the Obama State Department and sycophants there said, we know that Joe Biden's intent was for good reasons. He forced the firing of a prosecutor that was looking at his son. And the argument is, oh, it's okay. He did that for good reasons. You would never give Trump that same benefit of the doubt. By the way, just to illustrate how infactual you are, I just want the audience to think of what one of the other things they said, just so you can see who has more credibility in this issue. Ranting Mike and others, I believe, have said the following. The reason that Twitter decided to censor the New York Post story was because the New York Post, a newspaper, had dick pics. So when you went to the newspaper stand, there were dick pics. That's
no,
what
links
I think it's
to
that
the
it
dick
linked
pics.
off to the dick pics.
Specifically links to the dick pics.
You're
Where
lying.
are
You're
these
lying.
dick pics?
You are lying.
I said links.
You're lying. It was
Okay,
censored.
fine,
It was
whatever.
censored under the hacked material policy. The reason that Twitter gave was we thought that this material may have been hacked. They did not say we are censoring this
So they
because
broke
we think there are.
TOS potentially.
Oh, so now you ignore the fact that you bullshitted
I said
and lied
broke
to everyone.
TOS in my
Now
original statement. I said it was a TOS issue, buddy.
No.
So
no, what
chill
you-
out.
You said it was a TOS issue because it had dick pics.
So it's still
why
a
they censored
TOS
it.
issue.
So you lied.
Okay.
Admit,
So
say
it's a
I
TOS
lied.
issue.
Say I lied.
Well, it's
Okay,
a distinction
Say
with
you're
a difference.
stupid.
All right, you're killing
Liar.
me, Smalls.
It's a distinction with a difference.
Rob, I'm turning your
difference
mic up.
being pics
Sorry.
or links or whatever. But what Rob is saying is that there was a link on the New York Post article, because there was, to some hacked materials. They were all censored secondary from the New York Post. New York Post wasn't showing anything inappropriate. So ranting. What you're doing is you're trying to make a distinction without a difference.
Wait,
when
hold up.
there's
Did
a
the dick pics
distinction with
be
a
part
very
of the
major
hacked
difference.
material?
Oh my God,
I don't wanna talk
ranting
about the dick
Mike.
pics anymore.
I'm going to say this one final time, okay? My patience is getting like this thin. Please stop interrupting. When somebody's making a point, let them make the fucking point.
It's a long ass point.
I don't care. It's their point.
I can answer it in 10 seconds.
Can we get into that's what she said? To the
Thank
it's a long
you.
point. Can we?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure about stepping on toes. Okay, so if we're saying that the problem with what Trump did is that he withheld congressional aid, and that was illegal because the president can't withhold congressional aid. Why wasn't it the same when Joe Biden threatened to withhold congressional aid?
Well, no one's saying that it's necessarily illegal for the executive branch to withhold congressional aid. It's an argument that was made, but quid pro quos are done all the time. That's regular negotiating posture. There are tons of times that you could point to when an executive branch says through their State Department or other intermediaries, the money that we've agreed to give you, you will only get if you meet certain benchmarks, right? The problem with the Biden situation in particular was that it seemed clear that there was an incredible personal benefit to Joe Biden. And that benefit came to fruition, by the way. They got rid of that prosecutor. New prosecutor came in. One of the first acts the new prosecutor did was drop the charges against Joe Biden's son's company.
So Rob, I'm siding with you here. The question I'm asking is, why is it illegal when Trump did it but not when Joe Biden did it?
Yeah, and that's the problem. It wasn't that it was illegal, it was that it was impeached. And so they impeached Trump because he did an alleged quid pro quo, which he didn't do a literal quid pro quo. They're saying it was implied in looking for evidence into Joe Biden's quid pro quo. So Joe Biden's quid pro quo was okay because the USA Today and Radical Coder will say, well, trust us, bro. He did it for a good reason. It had nothing to do with his
all
son.
I did was read a thing.
Well, you impeach people
I'm
for
not saying I know any better. All I did was read a thing. I said maybe it's fake news.
Greedy,
Come on.
He's
a good reader. He reads very fluently. I'll give you that, Coder. So.
I like reading. I love learning. Learning is radical.
I mean,
Chat GPT/radical coder.
I just know a lot of people were pointing out like the difference is that what Trump did was illegal. But I don't understand like why that how that's the difference. I mean, you could say that the aim is different or like, direct State Department policy or whatever. That could be a thing. I don't know the merits of that, but I'm saying like, how would that make it legal?
Well, parallel collection goes a long way as far as that goes. And Rob, you know this is the operation with FISA courts, wiretapping, all that kind of stuff. That was parallel collection. What happened with the Ukraine thing? There's a gentleman named John Kiriakou. Are you guys familiar with John Kiriakou?
No, we're not doing it. We're not going down another fucking rabbit hole. No,
well,
this is part of the postmodern neo-fascist playbook.
all related.
I was about to go down the rabbit hole. Come on.
Very succinctly.
Let me,
very succinct.
Coder, can I bring it back to maybe something you want to talk about? Would you think that it would be fascist type behavior if Newsom himself called on the National Guard? Or is the act that Trump did it over Newsom? Or is it the act that just deploying the National Guard in the first place is an act of fascism?
So I'm not against necessarily like deploying the National Guard. So no, I'd be okay if I mean it depends on why he's doing it. I might have I might disagree with his reasons for doing it, but it wouldn't necessarily be like illegal or authoritarian.
So you would say then that anytime the president deploys the National Guard against the wishes of a governor, that's what would be authoritarian?
Yes, a little bit. At least it's characteristic of authoritarianism. But I understand that like this is what happened with the Brown v. Board, right? Like after Brown v. Board, like they sent the National Guard,
like with George Wallace, and right.
Yeah. But like I mean, the goal of that was to protect black children from white supremacists who wanted to attack them for going to school.
I would say Brown v. Board of Education was a little bit different because they had to march in because the states were directly going against the orders of the Supreme Court. They were told to desegregate. They weren't desegregating. They had to deploy the National Guard to force desegregation.
But nonetheless, the argument would be...
So they're going to enforce the law rather than breaking the law.
Well,
yes,
but that's
exactly.
It's
they
in
were
the
there
eye
to specifically enforce the Constitution.
It's in the eye of the beholder, right? It's in the eye of the beholder, right? Like, would you say, regardless of the Supreme Court, let's assume that Trump packs the Supreme Court. He puts now there's 15 justices, and they all say like, yes, Gavin Newsom has to allow fucking white people to maraud and take over black people. Then you would say, in that world, if we get a Democrat president after that and says we're sending in the National Guard to prevent this, you would say that's authoritarian? The Supreme Court spoke up and said that they have to be allowed to do this?
Wait, so I would like, I'm pretty sure that it's not necessarily illegal to deploy the National Guard over the governor as long as you invoke the Insurrection Act, right?
Yeah, but he didn't.
Yeah.
So I mean, it would depend on whether or not that was done. I think in the Civil Rights Act, in the Civil Rights era, it was.
The legality is secondary, I think, unless I'm misreading this, to radical coders' morality argument, right? That sort of it is authoritarian. In its face.
I mean,
well, I think the authoritarianism is
one.
overstepping.
Okay, hang on. It's one thing you could characterize as authoritarian, and then it's in a pattern of things that Trump does, which is almost always he regularly hedges on the edges of the law, like trying to assert and consolidate executive power to himself. Like he's authoritarian, like in spirit.
The federal court did just deem it illegal, by the way. It'll go to the Supreme Court, though.
The appellates just overruled it. So the appellates, like 20 minutes before I came on, overruled that court and said that, yeah, the injunction was stopped. So I guess to answer the legality question, that's simple. I guess we'll see. And if the court rules that it was legal, then you have no leg to stand on there. So I would think that you're making more of the morality argument.
I would still say that like the way he went about it, I think it was authoritarian, like in character. I would say
so. Then it's, but then it has more to do with like a morality of it, not the legality of it. You would agree with that, regardless of how the Supreme Court rules. You're going to think this was authoritarian.
But I would say it's like a willingness to bend the law into his interest. I would say and to play in the edges of the law, because I think there's a lot of debate about whether or not this is like obviously it's going back and forth, like debating whether or not it's legal. I think this is a very common theme with Trump, is that like we're playing in the edges of constitutional law.
I mean, it's curious how that keeps coming up.
It's curious. It is curious how your subjective beliefs. It is right. It is curious.
Well, even the Supreme Court, the conservative Supreme Court keeps having to bring this up, right? Because like keeps on getting brought up to them. It's kind of curious how that happens.
Your curiosity means nothing to me. The fact that we have a bunch of people, my curiosity. Please interrupt again, please.
All right, my bad. Go ahead.
No, Avis. By all means, I'm doing so stellar tonight.
My curiosity stems from the fact that when you look at Obama's term, we didn't see this type of behavior, right? We didn't see the blue Supreme Court constantly making decisions on the behalf of Obama. So that's where my curiosity stems from.
We didn't see the Supreme Court rule on behalf of Obama for Obamacare. We didn't see the Supreme Court intervene in terms of challenges to the Smith Modernization Act. The Supreme Court, in a number of cases, intervened on behalf of the Obama administration in terms of Obama having whistleblowers imprisoned, a number of other, there's precedent for a lot of this. There really is. It may not be in the exact category, but Obama and his Supreme Court were hand in glove. It's a pattern in DC. It really is.
Rob, you keep hitting your mic. I swear.
Maybe something's going on. I'm so sorry. It might be. I need to get a new aperture here I think that it's springy, so maybe that's what you're hearing. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'll try to keep
metal plate over your lap.
That's okay.
Rob,
if I could make a point, this is the thing, is that the reason why we've got into this rabbit hole, Ryan, about legality, is that you were missing the bigger point that Rob was making, which is if this is a principled position that you hold, regardless of whether it's legal or not, or whether it has legal backing or not, if it happens to be morally similar to other things, then that means that you would not have some type of dissonance on your side. That's what he's trying to point out,
Okay,
is
so
that if you make these
it-
kinds of things, that would happen.
So if we're comparing unleashing the National or using the National Guard to quell allegedly mainly riots, but obviously there weren't enough riots for that to make sense right now. So it's, I would argue, to quell protests, to disincentivize people from protesting. If we're comparing that to people or to sending the National Guard to protect black children so they could go to school, I think morally one of these is very obviously much more acceptable.
Let me answer this question, because I don't think you're going to give me an answer, but you probably don't think people's property or their safety is worth upholding either, then, huh?
Of course I do.
So if you have cars that are on fire, you have police vehicles being damaged, that you wouldn't step in for that?
I don't think that we wait. I think that there are plenty of enforcement arms that are already dealing with those problems. That's
You mean the fact that there was a highway shut down by a bunch of guys throwing rocks at police cars? You call that being contained? You call that?
I mean, would we?
Even Gavin in his speech?
I mean,
he
is
said
it still shut down? Is that wait? Hang on. No, let me go back. Let me go, Mosman. Is that highway still shut down?
One at a time.
Yeah.
Spicoli, you're why don't you hop out and fix your mic and come back in? It sounds terrible.
Please try again. Mosman, is that highway still shut down?
No. Yeah, it is. No, it's not. But guess what happened? There was also the National Guard that was brought in.
Did the National Guard? Wait, did the National Guard fix that?
It doesn't matter if they fixed it or not.
Doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
I mean,
I
would
don't
we
think
really
realize
say
how big the LAPD is
I think it's
and militarized?
Would we really say
the
that
LAPD handled it? Then that makes my
LAPD
point.
handles riots
And-
probably more than any city.
Calvin Collage coming in with a Big 10 says, Rob's lying again. How dare you, Rob? Trump could not ask Zelensky for a Biden investigation because Joe
Go
was
right back to Burisma. Holy.
Presidential candidate, and FEC law prevented Trump for asking foreign nation for a thing of value in connection to a U.S. election. I'll leave it open to you, Rob.
I could dispense with this in many ways. One, under this interpretation, what Calvin College would say is if you are a criminal in the United States, all you have to do is announce that you're running for president, and that means that the executive branch is no longer allowed to ask cooperation from any foreign governments into any potential criminal investigations into you. Second, Joe Biden was not the formal elect at that point. He was just someone that was looked at as a potential competitor to Donald Trump. Third, the Obama administration, during the run-up to the 2016 election, frequently asked our foreign allies for evidence into potential Russia collusion that was targeted at the Trump administration. Fourth, can you show me the FEC fining or announcing that there was a violation against the Trump campaign for this? It is an absurd statement to think that the executive branch cannot cooperate or ask for the cooperation of foreign institutions into criminal investigations because it would be a thing of value that could affect the election.
Calvin, I love you for pushing back, but I hate you for making us sit through that.
I moved on.
I mean, he's not wrong. Rob's not wrong.
To go back to the point, I mean, would we really say that like throwing rocks at police cars and like a car burning is a big enough threat to go over the governor's head to deploy the National Guard illegally?
No,
like,
that's not what I'm saying. See, now you're conflating my point, which is now, and this is what we're doing, and this easy gets into whataboutism. What I'm trying to say is I'm looking at what Ryan is saying, because he just said, yeah, to protect black kids from being able to go into school, that's a good thing. And I'm saying, okay, isn't it good then? Because unless you guys are going to make the case that the police had it completely handled, and if that's the case, then it was an action of them being told by politicians not to do something. There's either an official policy that did not, whatever that is, and that would still be put on the state, and that's why
it's something that makes the left look bad. It's
I think Ryan's point was they were actively defying the Supreme Court. Not it wasn't about like the level of violence or what they could or couldn't handle. It was they were sent in because the police force were not cooperating.
There was also legal.
And people could make a claim for the same thing
for the LAPD.
No, yeah, with the LAPD and with
no, you would have to show me something that the LAPD was not cooperating with
with lawful orders,
or that they were breaking the law. What do you know? What
you would also kind of have to show that the LAPD is not a fully militarized.
Yeah, they're a
force
military
ready to
themselves.
freaking wreck shop on literally any
They can fuck it up,
unsuspecting freaking weirdo
And-
at any
oh.
moment, because they're really good at that, and they're kitted out for it.
Well,
But
also,
if I
I mean,
can-
again, I mean, they signed the Insurrection Act. There is legal justification there. That's a very big different distinction between the two things. There's legal justification to go over the governor's head in the civil rights era. There's not legal justification, as it stands right now, for Donald Trump to go over the governor's head to deploy the National Guard.
And why? And why is that? Why is that?
Because the U.S. code that he cited requires it going through the governor.
Guard and Marines were deployed to L.A. It's been 33 years. You got to celebrate the really big anniversaries. And so now we have Marines and the National Guard back in L.A. People are cracking skulls, and they've got brand new flags that are fresh out the box, and all kinds of NGOs and all kinds of nonprofit organizations that have funded the brand new signs of the fresh-faced little protesters, and oh boy, it's the summer of love all over again. And hey,
I don't know what that was. I don't know what that was.
I
but
don't either. But K2 keep on trucking. It's sending the summer of love with the Big Ten just to talk to Kissy Cat. Haha, Kissy Cat. My meal was over. Had to wait on my trailer. Did my pre-trip, a swing to barn doors shut, and then slide my tandems up. Joke's on you. I
Take
love
that,
that
Kissy Cat.
they communicate to each other via super chat. It's lovely.
Yeah.
What a crew.
You guys can try that
It's-
over my channel too, just so you know.
So
But no, I think this is the issue with deploying the National Guard, right? Even on the 6th, the first day of protesting in front of the courthouse, 30 people were already arrested, right? The police were already acting. They were already getting the agitators out of the way, right? Were there people still setting fire to the Waymos, and was things getting pretty out of hand? Yes, but it was only regulated to a few city blocks. And once those people got dispersed, they would arrest the people that tried to stay behind. They were getting, 30 and 40 guys each time they dispersed one of these crowds. That's the issue of deploying the National Guard. It's a question of, was it actually necessary? Because even when you look at cases like Seattle during the Black Lives Matter protests, right? Super Blue Seattle, they let Bellevue get fucking destroyed, raided, all the shit like that, right? But all those guys that went and did the raids, they got like 3-4 years of prison time afterwards, right? Even the ones that they didn't get at the protests at the time, they waited like 6 months later, knock on your door, you got taken by the police, right? So you can't really make the definitive statement right now that the police weren't doing anything, because from my perspective, they were arresting.
I didn't say
people.
they weren't doing
But
anything.
if I may, two things. One, the Chaz zone's not going to help you, because that's an example of when the
I
National
wasn't talking
Guard-
about Chaz.
Okay, well, you mentioned Seattle, I assumed. The Chaz zone, for example,
Yeah, I was
they
talking about
stood down-
Bellevue specifically.
the
Oh my
mayor-
God, you keep interrupting him. Let him finish. Go ahead, Rob.
the mayor or whatever allowed the Chaz zone to occur. And unfortunately, we saw a 14-year-old African-American that was killed in that Chaz zone. That should have been an incident where Trump should have deployed against the wishes of the governor and mayor, the National Guard. The other thing is, I think, I could be wrong, I'm willing to have anyone correct me, but isn't sort of the primary justification for the sending in of the Guard, it was to protect federal officials and a federal building. And so the argument was, it's not necessarily to prevent the Nike store from being looted, it's that federal officials are lawfully going in and making ICE raids, right? They're being attacked, and the LAPD was unable to protect them at that moment. And so we sent in federal troops to protect those federal officials. What would be the argument as to why that shouldn't be allowed?
He should have signed the Insurrection Act. I mean, it just wasn't legal in the way that he did it.
Well, we'll see. If the court says you're wrong, then who's right? You or the court, Rinyald?
Probably the
Well,
court, but I
these
mean, the
instances
text
of
of the
federal
law
officials
seems
being
pretty clear to
attacked.
me. I don't know. I mean, it says through the governor in the law explicitly that he cites.
I don't think the
So-
Supreme Court's gonna side with him. I don't
So,
think
so
I
what
think
I'm
they
seeing
will.
from
I think
both
they will.
from
We'll
you
see.
guys is two different competing answers on this idea of legality and also on scale, right? So, and my point of bringing this up is, again, if you're going to make it on the basis of legality, and it's completely based on the legality of something, and then we have to get into that. If it's an issue of scale, that's another valid point to make, is to say, hey, it didn't warrant that intrusion. And of course, I think the other one that you guys aren't really really hitting on is that Trump obviously did intervene with the state's ability to do their job for whatever reason you want to ascribe that for. So
the distinction.
Who would like to read the super chat?
I think the person who sent it should read it.
This is a $10 super chat from Normal America with Rob Noer. And the chat reads, Rob is the smartest and most handsome person on this panel.
I would like to make a quick comment on that.
That was me. I
actually have Rob on record. I actually have Rob on record calling me a liar for saying that I was only slightly less handsome than, or slightly more handsome than him. And what he said was, what he followed that up with was that I was much more handsome than him. So this is just another example of Rob Noer coming on the panel and spreading this information.
That's true. I can't argue with that.
Let's do this.
You're gonna go.
Number one for the if you want to continue on, ladies and gentlemen, you have one more super chat to meet. And then we will get our DGen power hour, and I'll keep going. But if you don't match that goal, then Sarah goes night-night, and I'm okay with it. Number 2, I'm going to start a poll. Who is more handsome, Rob or Ryan? Okay, don't fail me. Who is more handsome? And we will leave that one up
go over there and vote.
A little bit. Yeah, if anybody wants to come in from either side and vote, the poll is up.
Kissy Cat probably wants to see the harder I'm staring, the more I'm going with me.
I voted for Ryan, so I
I would say Ryan, because he's definitely got the late 90s, early 2000s CW teen WB look going on.
You're like halfway in between.
For the One Tree Hill reboot.
You are.
You can vote. You can vote for Ryan if you choose to vote for the dog. He gets the double option there. But Rob does have a dog too, who is quite adorable as well. She's probably sleeping. We're not going to wake her up.
I have 3 dogs in the house tonight because my wife's sister's here. One of them's a Pyrenees. He's giant. He would knock over my whole setup if he came in. But
nice. That would be nice. That would be nice. My 2 little fluffy ladies are upstairs snoozing as well. And dear Lord, you guys have less than 2 minutes to make that one last super chat goal. Literally, you just have one more. One more. Are you going to let $5 stand in the way of you in 1 hour? Don't do it. I promise you, it's not worth it. We shut down early the other night too. 1.5 minutes.
Is there? 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
There may be I'll be honest. I was trying to send a super chat. It won't let me. I don't know why. I really am. I'm trying.
While they figure it out, I actually have to pee again. I'm sorry. I gotta go to the little coder's room. So
you got a little tiny bladder. Let me see. Let's see if it makes sure it works on my end here. Yeah, I'm seeing it on my end.
Fuck, I want to interject, but I don't want to get too serious. Everyone's joking now, but I need to respond to that.
You should. There we go. Jason Cassell sending in the big 5. You guys always wait literally till the last freaking minute. I don't know why you do it, but you guys should stop. You get me all high anxiety over here. You get me all like, oh my God,
to build it up.
Actually, And K2 Keep on Trucking says, Coom. JB sends the big 2, trying to buy us out, but didn't make it with the only $2. You got to hit it with the 5 to hit the goal. Jason Cassell hitting in with the 5 to hit the goal. Kissy Cat saying, win dogs. Yeah, we'll see if we can get Umbreon on screen here in a minute. Last super chat, Coom. EOD sends a big 5, says kick ranting Mike double the time because he talked back. Well, I can't double the time unless you pay to double the time. So I'll put 5 minutes back there unless you pay another 5 to double the time. Okay, it's not that hard. Who's typing and making noise?
That's my fault. I'm so sorry.
Oh, and I'm gonna yell at you, Rob. Jesus.
I brought Umbreon for a cameo.
For shout out to you, Kissy Cat. Hold on, we got to do full screen on Doggy.
He's like, what happened? I was sleeping.
Fools. Hi, Rinyald. See, the little doggies work great for getting like them on camera.
You're so cute, dude.
When they're big dogs, it's you gotta like lift them up and everything. And then Naughty German with the big 5 says, "Keep it going." All right, you guys have purchased your D-Gen Power Hour. Ranting Mike is backstage for 5 minutes at this time. Outside of that, I'm gonna leave the panel. I'm gonna kick the panel back to Ryan, and if you want to kick something off, and then you guys can go.
Sure. So does anyone, I guess, does anyone here disagree with my characterization of the postmodern neo-fascist movement? Like I'd like to kind of talk about the main topic here. I guess for Rob, if you want me to back up, because I know you were here.
Yeah, I missed that too. Please reiterate
Sure.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, let me give so very quickly. This is the definition I'm working with, okay?
Is he recording through gym equipment? Like, is there like bars on each side of his screen?
Neo-fascism's drive for rigid hierarchy, and it produces an authoritarian politics that rewrites reality in order to
on a
rule.
pull-up thing.
What do you think about that?
I would offer a very different definition, but I understand where you're coming from, and I'd like to hear you explore it a little bit more. But I have
some of the examples that I pulled up. So I pulled up some examples of Trump joking, like not.
Okay, I there was no point, but that was fun. I always appreciate Sarah letting me on and getting the chance to talk to Rob. The answer that I was gonna give that I didn't get the chance to because everyone got so fucking jokey. That's fine. But the legal justification is, I think it's fair to say that we like extremity and legal adherence is important to adhere to. Like if it's not an absolute emergency, we should probably be adhering to the law, but there are certain like extreme circumstances where we could probably justify barring or like, you know, separating from the law. So if we're saying like, you know, there's this city where like 1,000 kids are getting raped a minute and like the governor for some reason refuses to deploy anything to fix it, we could probably justify the president going over the governor's head there. But I mean, unless we're in like a super extreme case where like the actual state's gonna like endure crazy consequences, unless the president like breaks the fundamental separation between state and federal government, we should probably you know, respect federal law there, and Donald Trump should have respected federal law. And the extremity part of that argument comes in outside of the legality argument is because sometimes there's extreme circumstances where we probably don't want to super closely follow the law. But I would argue that that's a really high bar to cross, and obviously like burning cars and throwing rocks at police officers, while they're bad, while they're completely condemnable, obviously, doesn't meet that bar. But yeah, so thanks everybody.
And this is the last time the Trump movement was significantly less popular. So obviously it's about calling back to this time. The reason why is currently we have a party that's in a civil war. They failed to make new leadership for the party. They're split down the middle. They have no message, no funding. They're not serious about governing on many of the issues. Not all of them. There's still a couple good ones, but on many of the issues that they push. So since November 2024, almost every narrative against Trump and the GOP has failed. A few of them had traction, Signalgate, Obrego Garcia, and other, there are a couple legitimate others, but all of those were beaten like a horse with a dead stick until they couldn't juice anything else out of them, and even long after the public got over it. And none of these scandals really landed. And those were the few that actually stuck with all the massive piles of shit thrown at the wall. The Democratic Party is in a civil war right now, and the only thing that can unite them is uniting under the banner of hating Trump, because they just oppose each other at all these different ends. And I'm going to go into that when we get there. I really think the Dems should have 2028 as a rebuilding season, start aiming back for the center, go back to how the 90s were. Because if they keep talking about this, eventually somebody's going to compare it to the Crossfire Hurricane inception, which was much worse and a bigger manipulation of the political and justice system to go after your political rivals. So let's see what happens.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to Bones.
All right. I am Bones of Doom, known by Terps as a shitty WoW player, known by racists as a troll, known by creationists as a moron. But today I come to you as a mid-wit panelist. And let's roll right into my intro here. I'm going to give an excerpt from our great leader, Donald J. Trump. The Electoral College, it is a disaster for democracy. We can't let this happen. We should march on Washington and stop this travesty. Our nation is totally divided. Let's fight like hell and stop this great and disgusting injustice. The world is laughing at us. This is in 2012. He tweeted this during the Obama election season in his second term. So today's debate on why won't the left shut up about January 6th is a really stupid premise on its own, if not for the fact that this day we still have massive retards who wish to debate about the facts related to the insurrection. And we still have people who completely deny the facts about it. Trump knew that he was pushing knowingly false claims of election fraud before, during, and after the 2020 election. January 6th isn't just in the past, it gave us a warning as to the extent of his depravity and to the lengths that he will go to, specifically to keep himself in power. He and his close circle of cronies lied about election fraud, completely lied about mail-in voting, completely lied about ballot harvesting. And all of his court cases, save for one small little Pennsylvania case, completely floundered. He attacked mail-in voting when it suited him. He convinced millions through his tweets, through his statements, that democracy itself was rigged. And the entire events leading up to January 6th showed that he was willing to let the Capitol burn in order to maintain political power. Trump himself still clings on to January 6th as he has pardoned every single person convicted of a crime there, including the violent ones. And he is now turning Ashley Babbitt into a martyr for this cause, with giving her honors, military honors specifically, as a part of that little deal, and a little bit of $5 million cash to her family as well. What this shows is that Trump is fundamentally incapable of holding fair elections, and he does not care about any of the tenets of democracy. He does not care about maintaining the republic. He does not care about the Constitution. And he should not be a leader of a free nation that strives to set itself as a global example for democracy as a whole. That's it.
Right. Thank you so much. We're going to go to Rinyald.
Rinyald.
We're going to go ahead and tell us who you are, where you're from, and all that good jazz, and what you think.
Nice to finally meet you guys. All right, I've known about you for a long time. I'm Rinyald I'm at Rinyald on almost every platform. I think there's two reasons why January 6th has not and should not be let go for the left. J6 represents so many of the internal problems we see with the Trump admin. He looks at our values as a roadblock and not something to be upheld. Trump tried to violate the law to steal the election. He tried to weaponize the DOJ. He and his campaign knowingly lied to the people about claims of fraud in each election he's been in, and Trump tried to exploit that violence to pressure Congress to decertify. And the second is that Trump won't let J6 go. The right goes, let J6 go, and then Trump silently, pardons all of the J6 rioters. The right says, let J6 go, and then he still refuses to say that he lost. My proposition is that the left lets J6 go whenever the right stops running people that hate our democracy. I mean, you could say, well, that was 4 years ago. It's like, Trump supporters see a red hot stove and they put their hand on it in 2021. And now when the left says, hey, maybe you shouldn't put your hand back on that red hot stove, they go, well, that was 4 years ago. I don't know. I think we need to be the adults in the room and make sure that everybody's not electing people that fundamentally hate our democracy.
All right. Thank you so much. Sadie.
Hi, I'm Sadie. I stream on Pentuple TV. You can find me on SadieGirl216. I find it laughable that we're still talking about this 5 years later, 4 years later, whatever it is at this point, because of the 6 months prior to January 6th, where we were talking about billions of dollars nationwide in property damage, Americans dead in major cities, police officers, innocent bystanders, protesters, Portland and Seattle lockdown, U.S. Treasury breach, Secret Service had to get all those protesters, all of whom were released, by the way, who went on to go ahead and deface our national monuments, the Lincoln Memorial, the World War II Memorial. And it's January 6th is a great sweep for all those things that happened over a continuous 6-month period. That's why they're holding on so hard to it. Also, I have to say it's the obsession with Hollywood and the Kino event that was January 6th. This is our fight against the empire type of agenda to push forward. It's fear mongering and exactly why they didn't win in 2024. And continuing down this path is only going to make you lose harder, because we have moved on from January 6th, just like we've moved on from the BLM riots. And extremists on both sides of the platform, of both sides, they should be condemned. And we should be having normal middle of the road conversations, but we just can't do that as long as this is going to continue to be a conversation and an issue.
All right, thank you so much. And last but not least, Soy Pill.
Yeah, on the soy pill, first I gotta say, Rinyalds and Bones, they took all of my talking points. I had so many facts laid out, and they went and they said them all right in front of me like I wasn't even there. But I do want to say this. It's very obvious why we're still talking about January 6th. Donald Trump tried to subvert the democratic process. He tried to steal an election. He has refused to concede this election in 2020. He tried to organize forgery. Well, he didn't try. He organized forgery of false electors, violated the Electoral Count Act. People have gone to jail for this. And essentially, he is now the president, and it doesn't matter if it was 4, 10, or 80 years ago. He tried to steal the election. And if you're trying to keep someone in power who will not follow the democratic process, as per his own admission, it is still an issue. And we should all be aware of that. And we can talk about the riot and all that. Unironically, when I first saw that happen, I thought it was like, oh, this was just something that got out of hand. It's not Trump's fault. And even if it's not, I think he did incite. I think he did instigate. And I do think he make it more. We can just focus on the false electors thing and the fact that Trump tried to steal it. That's so fucking important. And we're never going to get over it, because he hasn't got over 2020, just like everyone else here said. He's still focused on the fact that he hasn't lost. He asked people in Georgia to find the votes for him, votes that weren't there. He had a drafted letter from an attorney general that he tried to install that was already alleging fake things about these electors. This is all him trying to steal it. And if we want to argue about those facts, I guess we can get into that. But if you can look at all of that and say, no big deal, I think you're insane or deluded. So.
All right, thank you so much. Let's get into it. Go ahead.
All right. I'll go from the smallest to the largest. So you misquoted the Georgia call. He didn't ask them to find votes that weren't there. He asked them to look through the votes that were there and find the ones that were made in error, made unjustly. And
he said, find me the number of votes I need to win, specifically,
yeah, he didn't tell him to find, yeah, but you claimed, he said, he claimed to have asked to find votes that weren't there. That is exactly
okay. Then I misspoke. Sorry, excuse me. He said, "Find me the exact amount of votes I need to win," which is fucking insane. But excuse me. Yes.
He was saying in the call.
Excuse me for misspeaking. Yeah, it's very bad.
Wait. So do you agree that he said, "Find me votes," right?
Yeah, he said find me votes, and then there's
specifically the amount he needs to win, because there was no actual.
Well, because there's more context.
Why are you being pedantic about this?
You knew what context matters. No, I know what he's mad. I know what he said. I know what he's talking about, and Soy misquoted it. So you doubling down on the misquote and ignoring the. Hold on. We don't just talk over each other.
You knew exactly what he was saying. Stop spurring out.
I knew what he was saying, and Soy misquoted it. That's how I was able to correct it. Now you doubling down on this misreading shows me that you are okay with lying.
That correction meant nothing. The central fact. The central.
Can I go back to Wick? Can I go back to Wick, please?
Go ahead, Tyler. Go ahead. Finish out, Tyler. Then we'll go to you.
Yeah, the central fact is that.
Hey! You're the exact Tyler. Shut up.
Hold on. Let him go. Tyler, go. Then you respond to about.
Okay, so Rinyald, you gave a really solid argument that Trump keeps bringing it up, but he just went into everyone who thinks the election didn't go smoothly hates democracy is a little bit of just insult casting.
That's not what I said.
That's
you did say that. You said
no. I said him trying to
Trump
violate
and his followers hate democracy.
Yeah.
I
so
said,
what?
No, wait. Hold on. I said that he hates democracy because he tried to violate the law to steal the election, and Trump supporters hate democracy for putting him up as their candidate.
He didn't violate the law. He just interpreted it.
The Electoral Count Act. He was trying to break the Electoral Count Act.
The president is able to interpret laws any way he sees fit.
The interpretation.
Yes
what was
or
the
no?
interpretation? What was the interpretation?
The president is able to interpret laws how he sees fit, and the check on that is the Supreme Court. Yes or no?
Okay, sure. What was his legal argument?
His legal argument was that the Electoral College Act left an opening for him. Yes.
Wait, I have to correct you. You said it wrong. It's not the Electoral College Act. It's Electoral Count Act.
Oh, sorry.
You said it wrong, Tyler.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, I know it's a correction that means absolutely nothing to your argument, but I just wanted to.
The argument wasn't that there's a loophole in the ECA. The argument was that the ECA is unconstitutional and that Vice President Pence has an Article 2 ability to, or like a 22nd Amendment ability to just divert away from it. It wasn't that there's a loophole within the law. It was that we need to break the law because it's unconstitutional anyway, and the Supreme Court will not rule on it.
I'm going to get into the legality of it after, with Bone's statement claiming there was an insurrection when insurrection wasn't even charged, and the Supreme Court said the exact opposite.
But he did absolutely.
Just claiming laws are broken and without even a charge, let alone a conviction,
it was admitted. It was admitted by Eastman. He said a minor violation of the ECA. He said this is where we diverge from the procedure laid out in the ECA. That's an admission. No one even disputes.
Interpret laws.
That's not an interpretation.
Then it goes to yes, it is, and then it goes to the courts, and the courts decide if the president overreaches.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, I killed a guy. But it's my legal interpretation that the murder statutes didn't apply to me.
That's not how the novel legal theory works. Something has to be prima facie.
How it works.
No, it is not. Something has to be unprima facie legal. Prima facie is at face value. It's a legal term. If something is not at its face illegal, you can make a novel legal theory around it.
Okay, it was at its face illegal. They literally said it was illegal. This violates the ECA.
That's not what Eastman said. Eastman, when pressed in a private conversation with no proof,
this action is a divergence from this law. What else are we supposed to interpret it as?
That's not what he said. When Eastman said that is if this went to the SCOTUS, there's a good chance it could get voted down.
Rinyald, quote it again.
What do you want me to quote? I mean, the fact that he emailed Greg Jacob while the certification was being paused due to the riots saying, I'm just asking for a minor violation of the ECA.
Different interpretation.
No!
He is legally allowed to do this. That's why he wasn't charged with insurrection, violating this law.
He was charged.
He was not charged not with insurrection. No, he was not.
I'm not claiming insurrection. I'm not claiming insurrection.
The only charge of it, well, yeah, Bones said the only charge of insurrection came from the Colorado Supreme Court when they tried to usurp federal power, and they got slapped down by the SCOTUS because they said Trump, at face value, was innocent of insurrection unless charged.
Okay, so I'm not talking about an insurrection charge, but he was charged for trying to violate the law, for trying to violate the ECA via criminal conspiracy to stop the certification of the election.
What were his charges again?
It was a criminal conspiracy.
It was fraud, and obstruction was what he was charged with.
Was the Jack Smith case not a criminal conspiracy case?
It was a fraud case. 3 counts of fraud and 1 count of obstruction.
Are you sure you're not thinking of the Georgia case?
It was vice versa. 3 obstructions and one fraud.
Are you certain you're not thinking about the Georgia case?
Yes,
I'm pretty sure Trump v. U.S. was a
Fannie Williams was a RICO case. Fannie Williams in Georgia, where I live, was a RICO case. Yes, I'm not confusing the two. Jack Smith charged him with 1 count of fraud, 3 counts of obstruction. Come on, guys. It's
okay, well, stuff. Does obstructing the election make it any better? I mean, he was still charged with it, right?
It doesn't. I mean, you can obstruct the election. You obstructed the count. The election was already done by 2 months.
What's the law that dictates the electors being counted? It's like it's like the
Electoral Count Act. How did he violate said Count Act, Tyler? What did he do?
He didn't violate it. He interpreted it in a way that was too liberal, and he
minor violation, dog.
Yeah, he interpreted. The president has this right. It's the same thing when Joe Biden said, I don't have the right
to violate the law.
He flat out said, I don't have the right to cancel student loans in this way, and then tried to do it that way after. He said, I don't have this legal avenue, and then
he take a different legal avenue.
Okay, I want to wait, Tyler. I want to lay out some facts. Tell me if I get something wrong here. When they have a top-down directive from Meadows, the chief of staff, and Rudy Giuliani to say, let's forge documents to appear to be the correct electors so that Pence can pick these false electors when they are sent to me. You're saying this is just a minor interpretation of how the law is interpreted and not the reason why all these people were charged with 8 felony counts each of forgery?
Were they charged federally? I'm pretty sure they were charged at the state level for violating state laws.
Yes, the Michigan attorney charged them for felony
in the state,
forgery,
because the state has their own actions. You're just amalgamating all different laws from different schools of law all together into one. The state has state laws. Yes, certain states have those laws. Every state has a different way they pick electors.
So let me.
They weren't charged in every state.
All right. So I get the argument from some of y'all on the left. Which is, okay, there were some crimes committed, and then I go on.
We do a little crime.
Oh yeah, there's a little crime. This is this y'all's argument. There's some crimes committed. You know, I don't know. I don't even know if I agree with that. But let's just say hypothetically, for the sake of this panel and moving it on, I do. Let's just for funsies, right? And I don't know even if I agree with what y'all said that it amounts to the level of a coup, or it's any worse than say what happened to Biden, where all these people voted and then y'all swapped them out last minute for somebody else. Now hold on. Just hear me out. So I'm sitting here and I'm seeing all these things, and it's 5 years later, right? And we're going on panels, and I know, and we're not talking about this specific panel, but the reason we're having this panel is I'm going on panels, and we're talking about things like, is Trump a good president, or the latest news that's happening, and we go and talk about it, and then inevitably, January 6th comes up, and we can't move on. What is this obsession? Right. I don't understand.
Gibbs, let me give you an example. Hold on. Gibbs, let me give you an analogy. Can I give you an analogy, Gibbs? All right. Let's say you're going to get married. You're married, right, Gibbs?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. So right before you get married, like you're about to give her the ring, you give her the ring, they're about to say I do, and then you found out 10 seconds ago she fucked your best man in the closet, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now 5 to 10 years later, she says, "Don't worry, babe, you can trust me." Would you trust her?
You know,
don't even say 5 to 10. Say like you tried to get married again 3 years later.
Oh, and even though there's evidence of her, there's like literally a video of her getting plowed by your best man. She continually says it never happened.
I mean,
would you trust her?
Sounds like AI. I don't know.
Sounds
like
no. This is before AI existed. This is before AI. This was 2020. Okay.
You know,
AI doesn't exist.
I probably wouldn't trust him in that scenario. However,
okay,
this doesn't seem like the same scenario to me. It doesn't seem like the same scenario, right? Because this is what it comes down to, right? Like I go. Well, let me give you the problem, right? So there has been a contingent of Republicans, and that have said this since, I don't know, before I was born, probably. And all of them are like, we don't trust the government. They're in the cahoots. There's this uniparty. They've been all saying this, et cetera, et cetera. And finally, there's a populist. Trump gets in. And he goes in there, and it's like, oh, we see during his first term an unprecedented amount of lawfare against him. We see as soon as he gets out an unprecedented amount of lawfare, what looks to me, what I would like to say is ticky-tack going for charges, right? And that seems like it's the precedent that's established. Then the Republicans turn around, and now they're doing the lawfare back. And I see the Dems going, woe is me, we're persecuted, like, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like, well, it's the same as same, but no different. But then you'll expect me at the same time to believe somehow January 6th wasn't just ticky-tack lawfare. And y'all look it up like, oh, we got a quote of him saying this one time in a meeting somewhere. And that's like, oh, go look for votes. Four times, yeah. I mean, memo. If it's coming up to if it's coming up on the election, you really think
we've got a whole
hold on. If you really think people are like rigging the election, aren't you going to want to investigate? Say, all right, go find these votes. Like, go look. Like, I mean, I don't see too much.
I agree. I partially agree that people take the Raffensperger call and make it out to be at like too much of a silver bullet when the silver bullet is right here. They were arguing the entire fucking time to break the law to have the vice president unilaterally choose Trump's electors. So my question to any Trump supporter who wants to talk about anything other than this is why the fuck would you vote for someone who tried to steal the last election?
Well, I guess what I'm saying is it feels to me that the elections have been stolen is what a lot of people feel like. I'm not saying this, just to clarify.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, they're wrong. I lived through 2000 hanging chads in Florida when the brother of the president was the governor. Like,
what's more clear? What's more
clear?
I
mean, the illegal. I mean, like, this is why the illegal aliens redistricting thing is a fight right now, right? Like, because Republicans are going, we've been getting our votes stolen for all these years, and the Dems are saying, no, that's not how it's going down. It seems to me like one side's accusing each just of games, and I don't see why this is any worse than the other. One type of stealing is a different.
The difference is that Donald Trump made an effort to throw electoral votes out for 7 states that didn't vote for him. That's the difference, is that you can talk about like weird procedure about who gets to vote, who doesn't get to vote, who gets removed from the voter or the voter rolls or whatever. Donald Trump said, hey, I realize that all of you voted for Joe Biden. Hey, I realize that the state executives certified all of it. Pence, just throw that out. You don't just fuck Congress. They don't need to say anything about it. You just choose my electors. There's nothing more I can't think of a more anti-democracy thing that Trump could have possibly done other than literally just canceling the election. He tried to change the electoral votes for 7 states.
Well, let's go to Sadie. You're the most pro-Trump person here, I think, like out of anybody here. So, what is your thoughts on this so far? Do you agree with their assessments?
No, of course not. I don't think, like, in the grand scheme of things, I really don't think that there is anything more American. I was talking to Tyler about this before we joined the panel, but, this was obviously something that was going around right-wing circles, go to January 6th, go to January 6th. And I think that the underlying conversation that really isn't talked about a lot that, like, I was telling people was do not go to January 6th. The way this is being promoted, this is obviously going to be a fed op. Some bullshit's going to go down. Do not go to fucking January 6th. And wow, on January 6th, how surprised I was to perfectly see this Kino operation in front of the Capitol. It was lovely. And I know why Democrats are obsessed with it. And I think that the thing that, like, I really need to come to terms with is just, like, I don't care. Just like I'm not interested in discussing BLM riots anymore either.
Wait, so
we're at a point in this
think
country.
that false electors was like a federal operation to trick Trump into making people forge documents to pretend to be the correct electors? Was that also a federal?
No, I think like the actual, like, just the shit that happened we saw them opening up the gates and allowing people to come into
Okay,
the
sure.
Capitol.
That's why I said, like, we don't even have to focus on that because that is a part of it. But I think the more damning thing is specifically trying to subvert the ECA by having people forge documents and pretend to be the real electors and make Mike Pence choose them, which is completely aside from the rioting part.
We're coming at it from a very different perspective because I agree with Tyler. Like, a novel legal theory is not something that you can.
That's
get
not a
this
novel
upset
legal
about.
theory. They're
It
breaking
truly
the
is.
law.
Like,
That's why they were prosecuted.
Well, let me push back on that story just a little
Interpreting
bit.
the law.
Let me just push
Yeah,
that back.
so
and
if
I'll
I
turn
were to
it back over
say I
y'all.
can kill someone because I want to, that is me interpreting the law. I'm just doing it wrong.
Well, you're not the president of the United States,
Well,
and it's
hold on.
illegal.
Oh, I do want to examine two things that Sadie and Soypill have brought up right now, right? Okay, so Soypill was like, well, let's not even talk about January 6th. Let's talk about the thing that's got more substance, right? And I would genuinely agree with you. That's maybe a better way to do it. I don't think that's the way you can do it in this case because for so long we've heard, oh, January 6th in and of itself was just a coup, right? Like they were trying to hang people. And then it turns out there really was some sort of FBI op or something going along lines. It seems like there's evidence to support there's some of these things. And that claim has kind of gone by the wayside as more and more evidence looking like it's sus, especially post-pardons. And it's moved to this kind of thing where we're at right now.
The electoral count act violations were not alleged like the day of because we only got exposure to this right after. But obviously, everyone for a very short time or months after are exclusively talking about the big riot that happened. Which, by the way, I'm not saying that's irrelevant. Only reason I'm putting that aside is because you can kind of play games with, well, did Trump really incite it? Like maybe he just kind of encouraged it or didn't denounce it enough. And like, yes, okay, people came and said, hey, Trump, you really need to put a stop to this, and he refused to do it and tweeted out things like Mike Pence needs to do what needs to be done, and he failed you. But if we can put all that aside, just breaking the law by having these false electors go is enough to be like, oh, this guy does not give a shit about the democratic process. He will refuse to concede the election despite losing and will 5 years later continue to say, hey, I'm not going to follow or uphold the results of the election when it happens. So why would you ever trust this person if unless you can just say right now, I am okay with the benevolent king who refuses to follow some of these laws. That's cool with me.
Whoa. How can you trust the Democratic Party after what they just did in the last election?
What did they do in the last election that is akin to breaking the law to try to steal it?
Voted for in the primary and put a new candidate in there that nobody voted for in the last 90 days.
And then we had a referendum on that. Wait, well, Sadie, we had a referendum on that. Excusing the fact that this has nothing to do with saying the election never happened. We had a referendum on that. Everyone said, you know what? I don't like that. And more people voted for Trump. And if you want to say, okay, cool, that's fine. All right. But also, just because you could say, well, I don't trust the fact that they didn't put who I voted for in the primary in is absolutely not at all violating the law to subvert the democratic process. An equivalent would have been if Joe Biden or Kamala Harris had said, oh, you know what? I know you all majorly voted for Trump in this referendum on whether or not you like the Democrats, but no, never mind. The president is interpreting that I don't want to honor that election, and we're staying in office.
Referendum on January 6th. Why wasn't that same election a referendum on January 6th and proof for you to drop it because it didn't work?
Sorry,
it's not a matter. J6 is a matter of messaging. It's a matter of holding Republicans accountable for trying to uproot our democracy.
Yeah. If you want to say Republicans don't care about someone who's a liar, yeah, obviously.
I just wish they'd come out and
But
say
if you want to say why are people still talking about it? Because it's happened. He tried to subvert the election. And yeah, just because a bunch of idiots don't give a shit does not mean we shouldn't care.
I would just like to know.
We had a referendum on that.
Can we?
have the
But we didn't
2024
have a
election.
referendum on whether or not he
Yes.
did it. We had a referendum on
On
whether or not
whether people
Republicans care. Yeah. So
whether
can
people
we?
care,
wait,
yeah.
So
But
can
not
can all
Republicans,
three of the
general people.
Republicans? Can all three of the Republicans on the panel say, "I don't really care that Donald Trump tried to steal 2020"?
There's only
I don't view it from your same point of view, and I never will. We're coming
Okay.
from a very
if it was,
different
if it
foundation.
was if it was
So,
just
no.
if it was just a novel legal theory, why did Eastman ask Giuliani to be put on a pardon list?
No, are you really going to bring up this argument when we're seeing unprecedented, pardons being thrown out for people who may or may not
I'm
have
asking if it
crimes
was
over the
legal,
last
why would you need
years, like-
pardoned? If it was legal, why would you need pardoned?
Probably the same.
Because obviously
probably the
he
same
wasn't
reason
handing out
Hunter
preemptive
Biden.
pardons.
Probably the same reason Hunter Biden was put on a
This
pardon.
was- that all- that all happened at the end of Biden's term.
He
And a
didn't
bunch
do
of
legal
people,
things.
a bunch of people that didn't commit any crimes in the January 6th
This
committee.
didn't happen. This was 2020. So the lawfare precedence doesn't work here. If it
I
was
asked-
legal,
I just told you
it was
probably for
legal.
the same reason. Probably for the same reason that Joe Biden blanket pardoned a bunch of people leaving office.
Why
Because
is
when
that?
the other party comes in, they go after the previous administration.
Right, and
Okay.
it still wasn't awarded. So
That's
you can
why.
ask for whatever.
So
but
if he
it
wanted
just
this,
didn't happen.
if the check for this kind of behavior is going to the courts, why would he want a pardon to evade all judicial inquiry into it?
Because the check is for him to go to the courts for his actions, not for somebody that's advising him. They don't have the same legal protections as the president.
He dictated this person to do this. Just to be clear,
Okay, but
there's
they don't have the same legal
confirmed that he both knew and told him to do this.
Yeah, they don't have the same legal protections. That's why he'd ask for a
Okay,
pardon,
right.
because
So
the other
what
party
we're
will go
asking
after
is,
him.
you're saying because the president did it and not someone who doesn't have the protections of the president, it's okay that he tried to steal the election because he's allowed to do that. Just to be
I
clear.
think he was just questioning the election.
No,
I would phrase
it's
it-
not questioning. It's not
it wasn't
questioning the election to unilaterally certify my
throw out the
electors.
people.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd say that's what
unilaterally
it is.
throw out the votes of
Oh
the
my
people.
God.
And so, okay, I'm fine with that. If
Throwing out
Tyler wants to make
electors
the
is just
argument,
backing off.
it's okay to try to steal the election. If you're the president, I think that's okay. You just have to understand that we're not okay with that, and that's why we're still talking about it.
We'll get to that. I got a question for you guys when we get there, but I want to answer Gibbs' question before we move on too much. So Gibbs, the reason why is a complete lack of empathy and being awful at politics. Not only was 2024 a referendum on this, but people that constantly go back to January 6th don't understand that most people that don't already agree with them think somewhat differently than them. It's a complete lack of empathy, and they think if they just keep hammering down this point that hasn't worked for 4 years, suddenly it'll start working.
We're not trying to do it to
they
get
don't
leverage over
understand.
you, Tyler. It's because
My-
we actually have a legitimate problem with it. And if you don't see that, we're doing a bad part of messaging, but it's because you're being so obtuse and don't care. Like you just admitted that if someone tries to steal the election, it's fine if they're president. We care about
No,
that.
if a
They don't
legitimate
understand.
attempt to steal the election
It's
is an
my-
actual
Trump was
coup
just asking questions. He was
It's
just
my
jacking
opinion.
off.
or an actual
it's just-
insurrection.
You guys don't understand. It was my opinion that the sky is red, and then the voters voted, and they voted that the sky's red. So I don't know why you guys keep saying it's blue. Like,
The
this
question
is
of the problem
ridiculous.
is why do people keep bringing this up during panels, especially when it's not a panel related to it? And the reason
Because,
why
because,
Yeah,
because
because
you
he's a
said
panel
in
related
panels
to
talking
essential
about
topic.
Trump's job
People
now,
without
and that's still
empathy
relevant. He's
don't
president right
understand
now.
how people that don't agree with them on politics think because they completely lack empathy for anyone outside of their bubble. And they think keep bringing this up that it's a good thing, but the general public has moved on. They don't give a
You
shit.
can say
Or maybe-
that we lack empathy, but you can't even understand why we keep bringing it up. You think we're some sort of like, we got to smear Trump and make sure he looks bad. It's like, no, we're really upset that the current president tried to steal and has refused to admit that he lost, and he might do it again.
Yeah, and I agree with you are, and you're only upset because he has an R in front of his name.
Let's
No, I
wait,
was
wait,
going
wait.
to steal it.
What's a comparable
I would
example
not
of this?
support Joe Biden if he did this. I would
What's a
say
comparable-
he's
what's a comparable
disqualified.
example of this from
Joe
the
Biden
from the
followed
Democrats?
Same thing. I'd be.
He followed
I'd be
the
sucking
Stacey
his cock
Abrams
right now.
model,
You're right.
and nobody cares that
What's the
Stacey Abrams
Stacey-
is still in the party.
What is the Stacey Abrams model? What are you referring to when you say that?
Lose an
Like
election, lose an election with zero proof, say the election was stolen from you, and then take legal action to try to overturn the results of an election.
Do you think our
Illegal
problem is
action, to be
taking
fair.
legal action to challenge the election? Is that the problem that me, Soypill, and Bones illustrated?
No, I
Honestly,
think
that's
Okay, so it's not the same.
It isn't because you guys misunderstand what the president's abilities are.
Did Stacey Abrams? Did she have any false electors?
No.
Are you genuinely
Was
asserting
Were there any
that it's the,
prosecutions with
difference?
anyone she dictated to question the election results?
No.
are you genuinely asserting that it's the right of the president to unilaterally change the results of the state's elections?
No.
Okay.
I've
so
already
this
laid
isn't
this out. I
this
said
isn't an
he can
official
interpret laws in the way he sees fit.
Can he
A president
interpret
can read
laws
a
to
law.
say anything he wants ever?
He can try to, and then the courts are there to check that. Yes.
Okay, and then an
so would you
attempt
be
for
okay if
Donald
Donald Trump said,
an attempt for
I
Donald
declare
Trump.
I'm the king. Donald Trump says, I declare I'm the king tomorrow. And the Supreme Court, because they're a majority Trump pick, say, okay, that's cool. Would you be okay with that? Not, is it legal?
If all of those silly things were to happen, which is impossible under our system, no, I wouldn't say that. But that's not how it actually happens or works. Yeah.
What if the president nukes Chicago?
I think perhaps
that's all this is.
You
guys don't understand
That's
novel
not the craziest thing that's been alleged so far, honestly.
Well, you guys need me to explain novel legal theory to you again? Because
I don't.
Novel legal theory. Break the law.
Please,
do you want me to
things that are illegal?
Hold on.
Novel legal theory.
Novel legal theory. Break the Electoral Count Act, please. That's my novel.
They had to change the Electoral Count Act after this happened.
Hold on. Let me just get a little order here. I do want to come back to something y'all just said, right? Soy Pill, you mentioned, okay, this is the message y'all are getting. Maybe it's our fault we're not getting a message. And Tyler's been arguing kind of adamantly here that the lack of empathy, the lack of understanding. I think that might be a big issue here. Like the crosswire, the talking past each other in some regard, right? I maybe fall in this category because it's like, my team and the alternative was just so much worse. I kind of don't give a shit, right? Although I do think it's ticky-tack bullshit and it's not any worse than any of the other stuff that's happened. Like if it was an actual coup, I would definitely be against it, right? If he'd pulled in with the military and said no, and I'd seen something like that, I didn't see anything to that level, so I'm not convinced. I think this is all pretty ticky-tack personally. However,
this is a good point. Can I stop you? Because that's a good point. I really need to ask you this then. So you said it would change your mind if he drove up with tanks. And why would driving up with tanks change it, right? Because that's a specific physical force that he is using to take over, right?
He doesn't have
so
that right as
why is that different insofar as
president?
Why is that different? Why is that different than if he tries to do it through ways that don't require physical force, but require people to go and lie and subvert and change the votes of people? Why would that be different to you?
I will tell you why. Well, one, and I'm not going to do the thing that Tyler was doing on Twitter, where he's arguing about specific legal definition that are Encyclopedia Britannica. However, that being said, I am about to do that a little bit. I think a coup is a very specific thing. It's a coup d'etat, right? You envision Napoleon walking in and have with the troops after he runs out and they all come in there and they hold everybody at gunpoint. That's a coup. You imagine an armed junta taking over, right? And so I can see whenever we talk about this novel legal theory and where the concern is, and I think you have a valid concern, right? And I think that's something that we need to let the courts play out and they decide, as opposed to y'all throwing this fit saying it's a coup, it's a coup, it's a coup, because I think the messaging y'all are having is not working with the public, right?
Sure, right? Because insurrection doesn't reflect what Sadie was saying. If you think insurrection, you don't think people walking in the lines inside the White House Capitol or in the Capitol, right? That doesn't look like people throwing out the people or guillotine. Well, to be fair, they did have the guillotine, but they didn't use it on anyone, right? I understand that. I'm very sympathetic to that argument, and that's why I try to avoid the whole thing of coup, insurrection, the specific wording. The problem we have is he tried to subvert the will of the people by saying, here's some false electors, just pick these ones. I know that's not the way these states voted, and that is our issue.
Well, let me just take a little step further. So a big portion of my audience is local people, right? In my town, right? So I live in San Antonio. I go and talk to these people, and they all are mostly center left for the most part. There's some things they're right on, but generally they're center left. And so I go talk to these people, and I will bring up January 6th to them to see kind of what their responses are. And if they're really far left and they're really online, their responses are similar to what y'all have been giving me. However, the normal person's oh yeah, something happened at the Capitol, but that's it. And you're
right. That's why I wanted to talk about the election thing. Most people don't know about this part.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. It's too complicated.
I didn't even know about this until a couple months later.
They don't give a shit. It's that no one knows how our electoral counting system works. The idea of trying to usurp the electoral college system, when I would bet that 90% of the electorate doesn't know what an electoral college vote is. I mean, that's probably mostly.
Or what an elector is, right? Let's say this: if there were videos of Trump employees, let's say people wearing MAGA hats, stuffing ballot boxes in counties, it would be very obvious to most people what that is, right?
Like in Connecticut, like the ones they have in Connecticut with the judge and the mayor.
We can get into whatever that is later. The point is, this is a very obvious thing you can see on camera. It's okay, this person is stealing, they're cheating, right? The difference is people don't understand electors. I myself didn't even know about this elector scheme until a couple months later because it took a while to get it all onto the same page. And you see, not only did this big, riot happen where people were running in, but to be clear, it's not like all these people went in there yep, as soon as we take over the Capitol, the election's gonna no, they were protesting. It got out of hand. We could talk about them encouraging it, whether or not it was trying to be be used to pressure Mike Pence. But the point is, the specific scheme to steal the elector vote, to say, hey, here are all these electors that are endorsed by the governor that go and choose the president, and those people are chosen by the will of the people, the vote. He tried to pick different ones, which is essentially stuffing the ballot box. That's the issue we have. And it's very hard to explain that to people because, for one, most people don't know, but also it's like 3 degrees of separation from you actually voting.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like, yeah, because I think that's a big problem, right? Is the messaging like with aspect of this, and it comes off. I think y'all are the Dems, especially online, are really y'all are shooting yourselves in the foot with this because it seems like the world has moved on. Even if this was a relevant thing that y'all should learn from, and if y'all get back in power, like change. And like once again, I don't necessarily agree. The idea that we can't talk about anything else and we should stop everything anytime any conversation's had to talk about this seems like a negative plan. Like, do you not disagree?
Well, sort of like Gibbs. Let's use another example. Let's make it even worse. All right, your best friend raped your wife at the wedding, and 5 years later, he's like, dude, just move on, bro. Just move on. Like, it's been 5 years. Like, look, everyone else is cool with Derek. Like, you have this big issue, and it's like, no, I don't really trust Derek. I don't like him around because of the thing he did to my wife. Like, do you not understand? Like, you can't just let this go just because a bunch of people are saying it doesn't matter.
A better example would be if it's like 10 years down the road and your wife is still bringing up that, Derek raped her and you're over here like divorced already and you got someone new in place. Like, and it's your first wife still bitching about this.
No, it's not somebody new in place. Trump's president.
Yeah, well, we had Biden in between them, and now you're on your
like Derek's still your best friend. It's like, hey, why are you still friends with Derek? He raped me, and you're like, well, what? It's been 10 years. All the boys are cool with it, dude.
4 years.
In terms of election strategy, Gibbs is 100% right here. According to the Fox News exit poll in my notes, almost half the people that voted on State of Democracy were voting against Democrats for their use of lawfare against Donald Trump. So almost as many
lawfare is probably talking about the 34 felony count, like forgery thing with Cohen, right? This is not the January 6th.
January 6th, then.
I'm telling you that in terms of what voters actually do when they're looking at
if every voter, if the polling suggested that we should just say, well, no one cares, so don't talk about it. I'm not going to drop my principle on whether or not we should keep a president who doesn't agree with democracy just because a bunch of people are cool with it. That's not how my principles work. I'm going to advocate that it matters. Now, if you're saying the messaging might be different, yeah, I think the fact that we pressed it was a coup, it was an insurrection, specifically talking about this thing, which even I, when it happened, was like, well, I don't know if he really did that on purpose. It's kind of hard to see. Yeah, that did hurt the fact that once the facts came out, it's harder to explain, one, because of its electors, but two, because you've been pressing the insurrection thing specifically on the riot to explain that, oh no, he did try to subvert the democratic process.
Elected, then, besides anti-Trump narratives, if the main message you're pushing against Trump is January 6th and the voters
I didn't say the main message. I'm saying there's a reason we're still talking about it. It should never not be in a conversation about a man.
I'm not saying that's the main message. Hold on. If what you're pushing online, I didn't get to finish my statement. If what you're pushing online, the main message online that you're using is January 6th, what do you actually use to get elected? Because almost every major Democrat stance, from supporting violent people here illegally, supporting man and women's sports, declaring two genders, closing the borders for illegal.
Can we not turn this into a democratic policy?
But that's why debate? That's my argument. The Democrats have
what about all these policies
run on? They are not serious to govern. All these things that Democrats stand for right now are extremely unpopular, and the only hope that they have right now to band their coalition together is Trump is worse than us, and that's it. And
forgive me for not being able to really reconcile the fact that half of the country are fundamentally illiberal and just don't give a fuck about a real attempt on our democracy. I mean, it's really hard to reconcile. Right. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. I don't know.
Would be removing the president from the ballot with no due process and deeming him a federal criminal without a trial, be interfering in democracy?
That didn't happen.
That happened. That happened in the
Colorado Supreme Court. That didn't happen. It got overruled.
Hold on, one at a time.
It got overruled. It got overruled after 8 states attempted to do it. That's infringing democracy.
That's not a legal theory. It's fine.
Wait. So Trump's January 6 actions didn't result in anything. They got overruled. So what's the problem, right?
The problem is that I'm not going to vote. I'm not going to vote the judge or like any of the petitioners in Anderson v. Griswold to be the next fucking president of the United States. That's the difference.
Oh, well, no, that's also that's not the difference. The difference is if you are to believe that the factual truth is this man tried to steal the election, and these people try to say, hey, based on the fact that this person committed what we could deem as treason, we believe that this should go to the Supreme Court, that we should remove this man because he's ineligible to be president. And then they say, no, I don't think that's the way it works. How is that trying to steal an election?
They
versus
declared
actually
him a federal criminal without a trial. They just decreed he was a federal criminal and then attempted to remove him from the ballot. The only reason it went to the Supreme Court is because another party challenged it.
Are they alleging to this day that he should, like, that they're going to take him off the thing and they're going to try it again?
No, the Supreme Court slapped that down. There are a lot of judges right now.
So they followed the Supreme Court precedent that it was not okay.
Yes, yeah, like Trump followed the rule of law when he realized
Trump's conceded to the election.
Yes.
What about
conceded the election on January 7th? On January 7th,
he still says he hasn't lost.
On January 7th, he said we are focused on a peaceful transition of power, and then stepped down
After he tried to steal it, yeah.
And then stepped down.
You got me. Sorry about that one. I'll try again next time.
That's what you guys are arguing with Colorado. Colorado tried to illegally remove him from the ballot, but you're saying it's not a big deal because it never happened. But this is a big deal, even though it didn't happen. You guys you're giving me cognitive dissonance.
Do you think
you're saying Colorado wasn't a big deal?
Do you think that the argument? Do you think that the argument of deeming somebody an insurrection to remove somebody under Article 3 of the 14th Amendment, which bars insurrectionists from office, is the same as saying, actually, I think that the fate of the election lies in the vice president and the vice president alone?
No, I don't. I think that a state court usurping federal power is the problem. No matter what law they picked, if they don't have jurisdiction to do it, they deem somebody a federal criminal without a trial and then try to remove him from the ballot. That's
do you think that those two claims are equally, like, legally sound?
No, it doesn't. They don't have to be the exact equivalent. If you're against the thing, you should be against it no matter who's doing it. Not, oh, he's got an R in front of his name and ran for president, so it's cool. It's bad then, but when they try to do it 100 times over, it's not that big of a deal. Just look past.
Again, every single example
you said against Republicans.
You said 100 times over, but none of this is even remotely close to what Donald Trump did.
It doesn't have to be. It's the same. It's the same fucking thing. You're just arguing scale.
One is breaking the law and saying it's okay to break the law because I'm president, and the other is the way that we interpret the 14th Amendment is that this person shouldn't be on the ballot. And then if the Supreme Court says no, I don't think that's how that works, we'll put him back on the ballot. Those are very different things.
Where are his convictions?
Let me ask this:
where are his convictions for January 6th?
They got shot back down they got shot back down after the immunity ruling.
Yeah. Oh, which means he had the authority to do it, like I said.
No, that means that he can't be criminally tried for it.
He can be criminally tried.
He can be impeached for it.
We're going to talk about law.
That's not what the immunity ruling says.
Hold on, let me frame. The president can't be criminally charged for anything that's quote unquote.
That's not what the Supreme Court ruling says. You guys are lying or extremely.
The Supreme Court ruling has nothing to say on whether or not he did actually try to get the vice president to choose the winner of the election. By the way, the Supreme Court has nothing to litigate on that.
Interpreting a law is your official action as president.
Yeah, true. He should interpret the law to say that all Democrats can't vote. That should be the next interpretation of the law. I think that'd be cute.
Well, he was trying to say that trans people can't have guns, so we might get another one of those.
Yeah, let me laws against mentally impaired people not having guns.
Let me just move a bit. We're not going down the trans for guns debate today. We're going to stick to what we're at. So I just got a message, and I think that this kind of illustrates the confusion, right? So we're talking about the fake electorate, right? That's what I'm talking about. Y'all are making out. And they want to know what's the fundamental difference. Yes, there's a legal system here on the one side that we know and everything. And I guess on the federal side with the legal electors and what a legal elector is and all that good jazz. But on the other side, they're asking is, how is that any fundamentally different than if they had cast their vote for Biden in the primary and then he swapped out last minute for a different candidate with no, a general, voting by the people that voted for him? Is the only difference one that it's because they're already in the election, the main election, and it's still under just under party laws, or is it or is there a real problem with that as well? Because they seem to sit very similar to a lot of people.
Well, Gibbs, the DNC is fundamentally undemocratic. I think they don't even have to honor the results of the primary. And if you want to say that sucks, right? Like they're allowed to pick whoever. Yeah, Tyler, you're nodding head. That's true, right? They can just pick whoever the fuck they want, right? Yeah. So that sucks. I don't love that because you can talk about. I mean, there were reforms after the superdelegates thing with Bernie in 2016, where it seemed like, oh, there was foot on the scale sort of thing. The difference is right now, it's not the DNC illegally trying to say, well, we know that all these people picked Joe Biden, but we're going to take all their votes and just swap them to Kamala Harris. The difference is they're allowed to pick whoever they want. That's already the established rule. And we can actually go through and try to reform that if we want, and not go through and say, well, we're just going to shift all these votes to someone completely different. And then when pressed about it, lie about it, and then lie about it for 4 more years later, and then say, oh, but you can trust me to pick who you pick next time. That's the difference.
It's also not even just the legal argument. It's also like Trump tried to interfere with already cast ballots in the 2024 election. You just don't vote for Kamala Harris. Democratic voters in 2020 in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, in all of these 7 targeted states didn't have the right to not vote for Donald Trump, given that his legal interpretation of the legal theory was correct.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see an analogous between the two either, Gibbs. Other than they gave the Democrats a credibility issue going into the election. Other than that, I don't see how it's analogous.
Gibbs, the other problem is, like, I can empathize. Like, I have friends who say, you're telling me that Donald Trump is a fascist and he's doing these unprecedented power grabs. However, I think the Democratic Party, or even Trump when he was in power, was fascist when they had COVID lockdowns or when they had, some sort of vaccine mandates. And so the problem is that anyone who's scrambling to be upset by any sort of thing will take whatever they can, not because it is equivalent, not because it is justified, but say, well, you did this slight thing to me, and that is why anything going into the future is okay. And like, how do you reach someone like that if they're just going to take whatever slight, and unless the Democrats were perfect and have never done anything even close to being interpreted as bad faith, they're always going to pick and choose something that justifies their belief. So there's no like way you can explain that to them. They're always going to be able to have something that's like, well, you did it, so it's okay that I do it.
That's unilateral disarmament, though. If one side stops doing that while the other side's still doing it, they have a leg up.
Right, because you think they're equivalent, but they're not.
Yeah.
But you're never going to admit
California, and then you see ballot harvesting the next election in North Carolina under Republican.
I don't have a problem with ballot harvesting.
I know, but when one does the tactic, the other side picks it up.
But one is ballot harvesting on both sides, and one is Democrats have never tried to forge electors so that they could pick different ones. Now, in 1960, which they tried to use as the precedent for why this was okay, there was an ongoing recount. So all the governors agreed in Hawaii, hey, we don't know who's actually going to win this, so we do have to have electors for both. And once that recount finished and Kennedy was determined to be the winner, they didn't not certify them from the governors. They say, yep, the Kennedy ones are the correct ones, and there was no issues. And that's why that trying to use that as, well, it was a different legal interpretation. It's like, no, this is patently false and not the same situation.
Those are state laws. State laws are how you certify your electors, not a federal law. We're talking about federal versus state. So if these people were
okay, so the state saying, hey, you forged these things, this is completely illegal. They broke the law. He's violating the law to do it, to steal the election. Right.
That has nothing to do with the Electoral Count Act, though.
The Electoral
I'm not saying that part yet.
Violation was a separate.
That's what happened after the Civil War.
That's what happened. State said, "Hey, these electors right here, these are our electors," and then Trump sends in 7 of his own electors. Said, "No, these are the actual electors," and the states are saying, "No, the electors that we sent are the real ones." And Trump didn't follow the law. Are you saying that? Are you saying that's equivalent to the 1960 shit?
No, there's some analogous that carries over, but it's not a 1-to-1. There's never a 1-to-1 situation.
So the disanalogous part about it is that one is legal, the one in Hawaii, and the 7 from Trump.
I think only 4 states found illegal activity. 3 states didn't, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know.
Okay,
that number.
So sorry. Then based off of that 4.
Well, no. 4 states prosecuted. 3 of them might not have. That doesn't mean it wasn't illegal. In the same way, immunity doesn't mean you didn't commit a crime. It means you can't be charged for it.
I don't know enough about each particular state's electoral laws to tell you either way. It's just, 4 states prosecuted only. And I think only 2 of them ended up charging people, convicting them, I mean. So, but that's neither here or there. I really think that the reason this is brought up, though, is because they're trying to evade from the fact that the Democratic Party has nothing else to run on.
Well, Tyler, do you think that's why I bring it up?
No. I think it's.
What about?
No, I
anybody
think.
else?
Could you extrapolate and think that maybe there are just as many people that care as much as I do who are not doing it because of the message?
I agree. Derailing thing, dude. It'd be different if this conversation and the things you're saying, Soy, absolutely gave me a lot. And I want to concede on a point earlier when I did bring up, switching out Joe Biden for Kamala Harris. You're right. There is nothing illegal about it. It's just we're the Protect Democracy Party, and to the right, it felt like it was subverted. It was very subversive very subversion of your
It
own
was
party to
subversive,
do
yeah.
something of your party to do this to you guys. So it is like a little bit of a hypocritical thing. You know what I mean? Like, you have given me a lot of things to think about. There's definitely things that I'm going to go back and check on. But ultimately, like, our point is we can't have a conversation about illegal immigration without
yeah, I mean,
delving into January
that's the thing is,
6th.
I
We
think
can't
you
have a
can. You
conversation
can,
about
though.
tariffs. But
bring
it's
Donald
not
Trump up.
happening.
Well,
I guess the issue
I don't
is
know.
ultimately you're allowed to have concerns about all of those policies and the way that Donald Trump is addressing them. But I don't think that the January 6th stuff comes out of nowhere, like in every conversation. I think it's usually talking about, and Gibbs mentioned this, panels on Trump's performance. And so it will, and I will admit to this, it will ultimately be the fallback to anyone if they feel trapped in a corner of, hey, like, well, Trump did this good and this good. What do you have to say about that? Well, he did the January 6th thing. They might use that as the backstop as, yeah, that's a good point. You shouldn't trust him. But that doesn't change the fact that we're talking about the border policy and how Democrats handle it versus Trump does. And I'm sympathetic to that. It shouldn't be a whataboutism derailment, but it should absolutely not be irrelevant 4 years later. That's all I'm saying.
Actually, I mean, I think that is a problem, right? So when we're sitting here talking about this, say like, okay, say we're doing a panel, right? And we're talking about, let's just say, one of my favorites, we're going to talk about border security and immigration, right? Like, and let's just pretend we're pre-Trump, we're in Biden era. And I'm over here and I'm hooping and hollering about, Texas enforcing the border and then the Biden trying to stop it, the Supreme Court, and they got all this, and I'm yelling, right? And then we have all this legal precedent that goes forward. We have the case and the Supreme Court decides one way and, all that goes forward. And nobody has a problem with the Supreme Court deciding then. No one had a problem with how it played out over time, even though it was like dodgy legal precedent from both sides kind of thing, right? Like, were we going to get like another South Carolina nullification crisis? All these things could have led from this, right? And so, not a problem. Okay, and then we all talk about policy implications, great. Then January 6th happens, and then now we're talking about something, and I'm like, okay, we're talking about border policy now. We're talking about, changing asylum law. We're talking about the border secure, or we're going to do mass deportation. And I'll be like, well, yes, we should do it for XYZ reason, or yada, yada. And we're talking about current actual policy, and they go, well, none of this matters. And it's kind of like you're saying that, yeah, it's the deflection because we can't trust that because this guy did the false electors thing or this guy did January 6th.
Yeah.
So
Well,
he's an
I'll
illegitimate
admit to that. I'll admit to that.
and no
Gibbs. Yeah, if
policy is a real
anyone's-
thing. How do you have a conversation and how do you be taken seriously as like a panelist or as like a party going forward if your only substantive argument to a policy debate is, well, this should be illegitimate because
I agree. If that is the only argument people are bringing up, I think that's very bad argumentation. However, I can understand that they would bring it up if you're talking about Trump honoring XYZ law. And it's like, well, how can you make sure that he's actually going to honor that law? Or this law will restrict him from doing the worst things that you're implying, when then you can bring up, well, he didn't do that for January 6th. And he still to this day thinks that he's in the right. So how could we trust him on violating that law or keeping within that law? That would be the only good reason to bring it up. But I agree. If they're just bringing it up to deflect away from a legitimate concern about the border and what we should do about it, yeah, that's a bad argument for sure.
Yeah, well, but to follow up with that, right? Like even within the left, right? You'll talk about like I hear systemic racism, I hear systemic problems all the time, right? This is the thing that the left, and when I say the left, I mean like liberals, leftists, all of them. I know y'all hate that, but like when I see this, I see, we talk about the system all the time. And then sometimes the right also talks about, the system, it's against us, it's all these people. And then you get like somebody like Trump or Bernie and they're populists, they come in, they want to do a world of change. And they come in and they're doing stuff. And well, to do that, you have to do new legal theory and you have to do like press the onto the envelope. And as soon as we do something like that, well, the system reacts. And suddenly all these people that are preaching about system bad are now the biggest like pro-system people. And they're like, well, our style where we switched out Biden, yeah, it's not democratic. We don't have to be democratic. But it seems like it's a bait and switch, just like y'all are arguing over here. And y'all are arguing from like the veil of like legal security. And I don't think that floats with like a lot of like the normie. They just see both being done and they're like, well, that's actually the same thing, even if one side's rigged the system with like unfair laws to their advantage, like counting illegals would be one side, or like like in the census or something like that, they would argue that, or like they got an Illinois redistrict, why wouldn't Texas redistrict that? Like when then you see these tit for tats and it's just like it seems just like hypocrisy to the normie, and I think that's kind of like what I'm saying. I don't understand why
I'm
people don't
completely
see
sympathetic to this too, Gibbs, but the problem is when people don't have all the facts in front of them, you can make it sound a lot worse than it is. is, and it's really easy to make something equivalent when it's not. For example, let's take the redistricting. Texas is going to redistrict in not during a census year, in the middle of a census decade, right? Which is unprecedented. He's like, wait, well, maybe it's happened before, but the point is, it's not really what you're supposed to do. Is like, I'm going to get more seats like 5 years before we're actually going to redo the census. So this is coming down from top down too. This is the people in Texas doing it, the legislator. Now, California responds by saying, hey, people in my country, I'm going to put this on the ballot. And if you vote and ask me to do this, I will try to retaliate to it. But if you all say no, if you're not cool with gerrymandering, I won't do it. Now, these two things are viewed as equal when I don't think they are. One is a referendum from the people, and the other is, hey, the Texas, governor or the Texas legislator is just going to do it when they're not supposed to. Now,
that's not what happened in Texas. Texas,
didn't a federal judge tell them to redistrict?
Yeah, a federal judge struck down Texas' thing, and Texas had to do it. And they
there wasn't enough
and then so Texas was like, fine, okay, we'll do it this way.
Communities.
Yeah, and so they redid it, and it was like they walked into a trap. It was like Texas, like, okay, well, if we have to redo it, it's going to be worse for y'all.
Not only that, if the governor was elected by the people, his will is by proxy the will of the people, correct?
Oh, should Gavin Newsom just not ask about putting it on the ballot?
That he did, but
well, no, he put it on the measure.
There's not much juice left to squeeze in Democrat states for redistricting, and I think Wall Street Journal did a study and showed Republicans are going to benefit like 10 seats if all states redistrict to that level.
Yeah, that's just empirically true. If everyone redistricts, I think Republicans win for sure. The point is, when I see these two things, I don't view them as equivalent as, all right, half of the people that are elected in this Texas state, once they're saying, hey, you have to redistrict, are the Democratic legislators who are saying, well, we're not okay with this, and our constituents aren't okay with this, and they're like, well, we're going to do it in a way that like you don't get to stay with this. That's how the whole they're going to leave, and they protested, but then they came back, blah 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 blah. Like versus, hey, let's put it to a vote for the people. It's like these two things aren't equivalent. In the same way, like Donald Trump saying, I'm going to subvert Congress spending isn't equivalent to we had COVID lockdowns, that were Trump and Biden, but both of these things can be equivocated in your brain. Like, you did it, so I did it, so you did it, so I did it. If no one's going to listen to the nuance of like when you explain, which to be fair, I do appreciate, Sadie, that you said, I will, take some of these things and look at that. Like, it's hard to reach these people. And if you're just screaming Jan 6, Jan 6, Jan 6, they're never going to listen to you, especially because that's not how you get to them. But it doesn't mean you should drop it. And I don't think that means that you should not try to reach these people. I just think screaming it as an argument or just saying Donald Trump is illegitimate on your, fucking party platform thing. Yeah, it's not going to work. I agree with that. Clearly it doesn't. Tyler has brought up the polling. It's not going to work like that. But I think you can legitimately reach out to these people who don't understand this elector thing and say, oh yeah, I do have an issue with that. That shouldn't be done that way. And if you want to draw comparisons to the Colorado thing or to the, any other thing, it's like, yeah, we can talk about why those things aren't the same, but just screaming about it isn't going to convince anyone. So
I think I made some headway.
Also,
to
re-up on
I
the
agree
Texas
with you
redistricting lawsuit. The lawsuit was filed because it diluted Black and Latino voters. Added more districts up, or not added more districts, but it diluted the vote in certain districts, and effectively it was racist. Like that's what.
That's about to be slapped down. That's about to be slapped.
No, that's what caused this to happen in the first place. Yeah. And Abbott said,
this went all the way up.
And then so Abbott set a new map, and the new map is what's being officially done.
Yeah. Racial gerrymandering is mandatory.
The racial gerrymandering came before the Texas redistricting.
But that might get struck down. That's about to go to the Supreme Court, I think, this week.
To tie it back, though, I think it is. I think it is valuable to point out the events of January 6th simply because there's a lot of well, first of all, for all the reasons I said in my opening, but also because there's a lot of like very novel like civics questions in this plot that a lot of Americans don't understand. I think it's very, very possible that if you were to actually walk any given Republican voter through what happened with the electors plot and didn't even mention anything at the Capitol, I think they would have a very, very hard time reconciling with most of the details of it. So I think there is value in bringing it up to people just because not a lot of people know. I mean, like a lot of people in this circle know because on panels, like you said, like you're asked to answer for it every time you're on a panel, but yeah, there's absolutely value in bringing it up, especially since like if we're saying like, oh yeah, one of my values is not violating the DOJ. That's why or not weaponizing the DOJ. That's why I voted for Trump. You can go like, okay, well, didn't he like try to make the attorney general lie for him to the states? Or there's a billion different things that I can tie back to. So I understand tying back to certain particular things, but I also agree that a lot of people on the left just aren't great at making that tie back in general. So it looks like a deflection.
Yeah, and I do want to concede now, having read it, like, I did not know this was started by that lawsuit. That's a total failure on my part. So
Yeah, so I just want to go back to the changes to the Electoral Count Act too, because I saw a lot of hands when I brought that up. I just linked that in the chat. The changes that they did, they revised the bill to make it so that the federal Congress now has to respect the state's certified electors. That was never part of the law prior. So that part of it that you're saying Trump violated was never actually part of the law. They just added that to it in 2021 to 2022. As well, the vice president during a joint session shall be mistrial in nature if he doesn't read out the right one. So
yeah,
they took
it
all that away.
also changed the amount of what was it? The amount of, I think it was the amount of representatives necessary to object to electors. So yeah, that piece of legislation did a lot of things, but the two problems are that one, that was mainly meant to just address the like the phone calls during the actual like proceeding, trying to get like a lot of objections or like trying to get the Congress people to play a role. But realistically, I mean, like a change to the law that they were asking to violate isn't actually going to do anything. Like if they were saying, hey, we need to violate the Electoral Count Act to prevent diverting onto Congress for debate on these electors, so the vice president can just unilaterally certify it, but we need to violate the Electoral Count Act because that's a constitutional right that the vice president has. Wouldn't matter how much you reform that piece of legislation at all if the idea was to break it.
I'm wondering how they violated it if they never had to take into account the rightful electors. If they
never had to take into account, why did they make people forge documents to appear to be electors that they could then choose? Why not just say? Why not just say since the ECA? Right. But why not just say, you know what? I don't want to count these electors
because they have to be
because it's not in the ECA.
That happened after the 1800.
The reason it was a violation of the ECA was because Eastman wanted to have Mike Pence just start reading off the electors instead of actually giving Congress any room to object to them. He just said, make the unilateral decision to read them all off, decertify Biden's and certify Trump's. That's why it was
one of his suggestions. If you read through the Eastman memo, he says if he doesn't do that, he can go this route. If he doesn't do that, he can go this route.
That was in the second
a different way.
That was in the second Eastman memo. The first Eastman memo was the unilateral thing. Donald Trump said in private communications, I don't know if you want to trust this, but said that he prefers that way. But there was also a thing where it's like, okay, we don't need to pass it on to a contingent or to decertify electors and pass it on to a contingent election. That would still suffer for the same reason. You're decertifying them unilaterally, not passing on to Congress. And then for the thing to put the pause on certification, and basically just wait. I'm pretty sure that there's like specific dates or particular dates within the Electoral Count Act, so it would have to be certified on January 6th.
And just to be clear, I agree with you three morally. I don't think anything illegal happened. I just agree with you morally. I just think that state of the democracy isn't one of the top 5 things people vote on. There's other issues. To boil it down to this is just kind of.
I probably agree that it's not an election-winning issue, but it's a super, super important issue to me. That it feels like my democracy is being like rotted from the inside out. I don't know.
Tyler, you can see I don't like that Trump tried to steal the election, but I think it's legal and I don't want to talk about it. But you do have a problem with it.
I just think it's a loser topic to bring up if you guys are trying to win elections.
But you do think it's a problem.
Only real contention?
That's why we debate politics online, isn't it? Is to like try to sway people to our side. That's why a lot of streamers go out and get people voter register.
Well, also I would hope it's also to try and increase the factual reporting on particular issues, right? To make sure that people have the correct facts on a particular issue. That's part of it as well.
Yeah, but the underlying intent is to expand your political narrative against the other side's political narrative. And I think
can we? I just want to clarify. So, for example, let's say that Donald Trump was, legally got away with committing some sort of like sexual assault, maybe per se. Hypothetically, he did this, and you would have a problem with it. But if you saw the polling was against like talking about this, you would say, yes, this is really bad. I just don't think we should talk about it. That's kind of where we're at with the.
I mean, maybe if it's individual, it's on topic. And again, as Rinyald said, as Trump keeps bringing it up over and over, then maybe, yeah. But at the same time, like, it's a losing issue. I feel like it's like we do grids debates and I judge them. I'll see people, Gibbs especially is good at this. He will bait people into a conversation that even if they win the conversation, nobody gives a shit. And he wins the overall debate because of it. And that's kind of what I see here is like January 6th being brought up is like people just like, oh, this again. We already talked about this for 5 years. We've already voted on this in an election. And right now, Trump's popularity is higher than it's ever been. People don't care about this shit. Like, it's just a loser message. There are instances where it can be brought up, absolutely. And I agree with you morally. I don't like what his intent was behind it. I just don't think he violated any laws in doing it.
I mean, wouldn't you think that like the intent to actually steal the election is like bad enough, even if it wasn't technically illegal?
I don't see steal the election is the framing you're giving, because in his mind he won
Right.
the election. There was something fraudulent going on, and we can't prove that in his head he thinks otherwise.
Well, we don't need to. We don't need to know what he thought. The point is, he is not willing to accept whether, like, first of all, it wasn't stolen based on all the facts we know. So he's not willing to accept the reality of the situation. So why would we trust him to do it again, regardless of whether or not he's going to try to steal it legally or not?
He's not right.
I stand by the framing that I gave, because I mean, it was like whether or not he thinks it was legitimate or not, he was actually trying to change the electors' results. So I mean, like whether or not it was a valid stealing, whether or not it was like, you know, moral shoplifting, I don't know. But I mean, it was an attempt to steal the election, no matter how.
Well, let me frame it as
he was willing to lie even after being corrected several dozen times on this. Like he had the intent of changing the outcome of the election.
Well,
regardless of whether the facts supported him.
Okay. So let me just frame this from the point of view of two different like groups of normies that I've interacted with, and one is like middle of the pack, one's like center right. And their argument is they're barely political. You know, they like their soap operas and their sports, and they like the normie shit, right? And when they're sitting here going, okay, they finally got motivated enough to vote, whether it was for Biden or for Trump, because politics is in the news and you can't get away from it. It's affecting their day-to-day life, right? And one group, they're like the righties, are like, we don't trust the government. There's a system in place. And finally a populist gets in there. And, Trump's even kind of said this a couple of times in his first terms. Why didn't he do some of the shit that he is doing this term? It's like, well, because I had to clean out some of these people before I could and get my people in there before I can even try to do it, because they're going to fight me tooth and nail at every single level, whether it's the local level, the middle level, the highest level, right? And he's kind of alluded that a few times, right? And I want to get my agenda pushed, all right? So you have these guys going, well, I want my agenda pushed. And at the time, Trump had only had his first half of his presidency in there. And he's saying there's a system working against him. Now, if you're a populist, and you get in the office, and there really is some sort of system that's like a deep state. Now, I know there's a conspiracy theory level working against you. I mean, how are you going to change the system? And on the center righties argument that are normies, they're like, okay, this is how you would do it. Now then you have the other group, this like group of normies that's kind of in the middle of the road. They're going, well, we've seen just unprecedented lawfare from both sides, like for the last, I don't know, since Bush Gore, right? I want to go back that far, right? And they're going, both sides are doing crazy shit. We just saw like this with Trump, and then now they've seen with Biden, being replaced and being lied about for all these years. They're going, okay, I want to talk about issues, and people are still going, we want to educate, and it's just like, if there really is some sort of corrupt core, what is like changing the system with like a new party person look like if it's not with Trump? How do you tell these people they're wrong, or like in a convincing way, or or not?
Let's take the example we just had, like Sadie. Like we came in here, and I don't think have we been rude to you, Sadie? I would hope not.
No,
and
I
like
don't think so.
you heard some of the things that we brought up and said, you know what? I hadn't heard about that before, which is the biggest issue, right? Like I don't think that.
No. I want to correct that. It's not that I haven't heard of it. It's just that I cannot regurgitate it like you do. And I need to beef up my understanding of it to be able to regurgitate it like you do, because I still think that foundationally we're going to come to a very different point of view about it. But I obviously don't have the ability to rattle off these cases and stuff like you are. So
okay.
I need to look into it.
Maybe I'm wrong here. It sounded to me like you're like, well, I hadn't processed XYZ. If you did truly, and I don't think this is true, I think if I truly laid it out all on paper, because this is a lot of stuff to process, and I'm not trying to be condescending, because like I said, it took me a while to put this out all on like my mind map and be like, okay, this is how we did it here. I think most people wouldn't be okay with that. Now, a fair amount would, but the problem is that like, hey, how do you disseminate this information when it's 4 years old, that people are already poisoned against the topic? But I do think you can have these sorts of conversations. I hope that someone watches this and says, oh, like I didn't even know about this like ECA thing and how it was talked about.
Yeah,
but I do need to issue a really quick correction. I apologize for saying I didn't know about the lawsuit. I didn't, but also the way you guys brought it up, I think is really disingenuous. So this was a lawsuit filed under Biden in 2020 about the racist redistricting. Then Trump said, completely irrelevant to this lawsuit, why don't we find ways to take more seats in Texas? They're dictating this to Greg Abbott. Then they brought this lawsuit that was retracted when Trump came into office back, and then said, let's use this as the precedent to redistrict and steal the seats that we were trying to do in the first place, and has nothing to do with this lawsuit. So it is actually fucking scummy and ridiculous, and I believed you for a second, and I apologize for that.
No, I mean, to be fair, it was once again, this is a tick for tack. Just because you get outmaneuvered with the original play doesn't mean that you didn't talk. Like, listen, they started the lawsuit, and under the guise of that lawsuit, they gave them the ammo to use. I mean, you can't retract the bullet once you fire it. So
The lawsuit was about violating,
and then it was brought back
No,
out.
but this is exactly it, Gibbs. Right? One is, hey,
it's
we
y'all's
realize that you're
tactic used
you're violating the Civil Rights Act right now by taking this and making Black and Latino voters disproportionately less likely to have a say in this. This is a violation. We want to take this up. And you say, you know what? I don't think so. We're not going to go after that at all. And then Donald Trump comes in and says, well, what if we actually use that to take more seats than we deserve? And they're like, oh, okay, cool. Bring that lawsuit back. The lawsuit that was actually about violating a law. And we're going to use this nefariously to steal seats. These are not the same things.
No, they just interpreted it differently. You put it forward, and you said now we have racially. Hold on, now we have racially equal
theory.
No, this isn't even novel. This is the exact what y'all wanted. The Dems filed this lawsuit. They said, "Oh, underrepresentation. Now we have equal representation in all these districts." And now y'all are crying poo-poo because it backfired. And that's really the bottom line. This is what y'all wanted. And then when they play the game.
It's two districts that
Two
are getting
very specific
redistricted
ones.
back to have a proportional representation.
Yeah, exactly. That was the whole crux of it. And it backfired. This is the problem. This is why, I just feel like Trump was a trendsetter, right? And he really changed things.
He was.
And now it just feels like the Dems.
Yeah, you're right. He was a trendsetter. You're right.
Yeah, and now it just feels like the Dems are just trying to copy Trump. Like Newsom is just like Trump light. Like that's what it sounds like all the time. Like I see all these people do that, and or they're just going off the deep end with Madani, and there's no in between because you can't have a conversation. I can't get any policy out of any of the Dems because I don't think there is any policy. I think Tyler might be right about this.
All there is just extremely unpopular.
The only thing I'm hearing is just like what Jan 6th. And I just like, at what point can we be like, okay?
Panel's about January 6th.
I know that. Obviously,
we can talk about policy if you want. But
I guess what I'm asking is like, at what point is it going to be after midterms? At what point can we stop with where January 6th is expected to come
when
up?
Trump is not running for office or not part of the electorate or is not part of the person in power, unless Rudy Giuliani or Eastman or any of these other people involved with the scheme are then trying to vie for power, any of these, because they are definitely just as implicated.
Any Republican that sided with them, when Lee Zeldin runs for office after Trump leaves office, it's going to get brought up for him too. It's going to get brought up for every single Republican that
I don't
sided
think to
with
the same degree.
I think
Jim Jordan. It already is.
Jim Jordan's a little more implicated.
Other than Eastman, Ellis,
no, this would not be a part of the conversation.
Other than Eastman, Ellis, Giuliani, Trump, I don't know if it's going to come up for anybody else.
It did come up for Lee Zeldin in his New York mayoral race.
Tyler's absolutely right. It's going to come up a lot. Like I literally, you can't even go on Twitter without I'll be like, I'll be talking about local election. I'll be like, Corpus Christi is city council shut down the desal plant. What a dumb move by the city council, or what a good move by the city council. And either one, right? I'll be talking about that, and someone will come in and be like, well, you're Republican. Why should we care what you're a fascist thinks? Because you were okay with January 6th. And it's like, but we can't even talk about local politics.
Okay, my
without
bad.
this coming up, at what point is it's too much? You know what I'm saying? I don't understand. How
my bad.
How
I think
we can argue that it's just I
actually think it's probably fair to discredit Zeldin based off of it because apparently he texted the people the plan for the elector. So I mean, yeah, probably. Yeah, that's actually.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. That's a little more implicating.
2 ideas for discrediting the election results. I mean, listen, I don't know a whole ton, but
anybody that supports Republican policy now is being associated with January 6th.
Well, no,
it's time to reshape
was
the
implicated
election,
in spreading the specific plan to steal the election. Not, hey, I think this is cool. This is like a very different thing. But Gibbs, to be clear, random Twitter users deflecting your very legitimate concerns about local elections or promotion of local elections is stupid. But those are random Twitter users versus hey, the people that are participating in what we deem as stealing the election are going to run for office again. Those people should absolutely continue to be called out for that.
I mean, random Twitter user number 337, Pete's Basement or whatever. Yeah, I get that. But whenever it's political commentators, they're like, oh, well, I make, videos, and then they're coming and do this. That's a problem, don't you think? That you can't even have local political pundits that you argue with in your area because they'll just be like, no, fascist, you voted for Trump, he's January 6th.
Right now.
It's the 3 go-tos. We can't have a conversation about desal? Like,
Oh yeah,
come
I can
on.
see. I
Right
can see that if
now-
that's all they're going to say. That's lame. That's not
Hold
a good
on.
argument.
Right now in Fulton County, the judge is being fined $10,000 a day because she will not certify 2 Republicans onto the election board because they supported Trump in 2020. Right now in 2025.
One person though, right? I mean, like that's bad, but that is
Fulton
one person,
County,
right?
It's Atlanta, Georgia. It's a lot of power. That's a huge city.
I'm not saying it's not a lot of power. I'm saying that like you're saying that this is a narrative that the left is going to keep coming back with against any Republican. I mean, that's
just Google
it's one.
I want to say
person.
if this is being represented accurately, which I'm hesitant to say it is, I would actually say that this is not okay. You can't use support of Trump ad infinitum into the future to say now I will not follow the law of appointing these people. I think that's ridiculous.
Well, you don't think that's going to happen, Soy? Like it seems like
No,
we're
it could.
getting more and more
Clearly, if you, like I
polarized.
said, if you're portraying this correctly, this is happening right now, and I wouldn't use the argument that's just one person. I think more people do feel this way, and as much as I would say that anyone who sees this and knows all the facts and is still supporting it, should never be able to hold office. Clearly, that's not the way the law works, and I think a lot of Republican supporters don't know all the facts or don't care, but aren't holding office, so it's not really relevant. But I understand it as I should never take your opinion seriously and bringing it up because it's like, if you are seeing like, for example, I crashed out on Tali on Wick's panel because she's like, no, I understand. She has our side of it. She agrees with all the facts. She thinks it was illegal. She's not cool with it. And then she says, but I might still vote for them again. Right. And it's like, wait, why? And her argument is, well, I think it will hold. Or like, I think the guardrails will hold. It's fine because I didn't get away with it. I think that's fucking insane. But if a Republican, like if Sadie sees that, it's like, I don't really agree with the facts on that necessarily. I don't think this thing was, or even if they're like doing Tyler shit where it's like, well, it's not even illegal. It's just a different interpretation. I don't think these people are like deserve ire forever. I just think they don't understand it correctly. That's a very different thing. If someone's I saw what he did and they should.
If you do know everything about it, though,
Empathy.
if you do know everything about it, though, as long as you come out and say like, "Hey, I fundamentally just don't really care all that much about democracy," then that's fine. We could move from there. I just wish that people were more.
I don't care about democracy.
Yeah,
to
and
be completely honest
I
with you.
respect that. I just
care
wish
about the
Republican. I respect that. I respect that. I just wish Republican voters were more.
Is something that you guys like to use as a buzzword, but that's not what we have. We have a
I wish
constitutional
Republicans.
republic.
I wish
We have
Republicans were a little more
representatives.
transparent with it. That's all. Yeah.
That's all. Yeah, that's fine. I agree with you. I definitely don't agree.
What
with
I
democracy.
see is like this idea, and the Bones even said that Trump is lying about 2020. That you have to get inside Trump's head and the people's head to think that they're lying.
No, we don't. No, we don't, because everyone around him is showing him the facts.
No, they're not.
He is acknowledging that.
The majority of his
I have to push back against that.
Tyler.
Trump, look, let me read this to you. I need to read this to you, Tyler. Trump recognized he had lost to Biden when on the day of, before the fake electors plot happened. He asked advisors to tell him what had gone wrong. He comforted one advisor saying, "We did our best." He told junior press aides, "I thought we had it," seemingly almost embarrassed by the outcome. But then his attitude changed. "I'm not going to leave. We're never leaving. How can you leave?" Like, this is completely like irrelevant. Now, maybe he changed.
This is a quote from somebody.
Yeah, no, from Trump.
This is a quote.
He said he lost in interviews since then.
Quotes of what Trump said.
Anonymous source
separated up,
for the issue.
An unsourced secondhand quote of fragments of sentences. That doesn't mean he admitted he lost. There's no way to prove.
No, I know. No, hold on. Let's be clear, because it says here, how can you leave when you won an election? There might be a case where you could say, well, maybe in his brain he's like, I should have won this. I'm saying he's not conceded, clearly, right?
There was no
but the point is,
smoking gun,
people around him showed him the evidence. He saw that it wasn't fraudulent, and so maybe he's just so fucking stupid he can't understand it. But he knows that he's scrounging for exactly what he needs to win.
Okay,
not,
hold on. Let me get my point out first.
We can continue quoting.
Let me get my full point out first, because I watched the January 6th panel 4 times. I know all that was said. I know that they took half sentences in the January 6th panel as well, and half tweets, and then disregarded the rest. Didn't even put it up on screen. That being said, Trump has nothing to gain from this. His voters don't like it. He has 25% approval when he talks about the 2020 election. He doesn't get anything from it. The election's not being overturned. It's already in the past. Why would Trump keep repeating this? Why would he keep repeating that he actually won if he has nothing to gain from it?
We've gone from, Trump wasn't actually lying. We can't get into his head. Well, until now we're at, it doesn't matter actually. Trump.
He must not be lying because he has obviously he knows what's politically viable to him and never says anything stupid that alienates him.
Yeah, he's not. We have no proof that he's lying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I disagree. Since you've watched the, Since you've watched the J6 committee thing, like, how is the example of him trying to fire Rosen if he didn't send the DOJ letter that he was told was inaccurate, not like an example of him knowingly lying about it?
Because he has two camps that are telling him two different things. He sided with one camp. The other camp said, no, that's not good. I'm not going to do that. So he fired the people that weren't doing the job that they're supposed to.
But this is a particularized claim. Like, the letter said that the DOJ had identified multiple, what was it? Multiple factors of impropriety or something along the lines of that. The Attorney General said, no, we didn't find that. The Attorney General said, no, we didn't find that. And then he tried to fire him and replace him with the guy that wrote the letter. How is that not an example of him knowingly lying to cause the DOJ to co-sign a... Well, how, like, he's literally... No, you can't disagree on whether or not the DOJ had... You can't disagree on whether or not the DOJ had found impropriety. You can't disagree... With the Attorney General?
Wait. I need to say something, because you did this fucking again. They are not approving them because they supported Trump. Both of these people that aren't being approved are election deniers. They said that Trump won the 2020 election, and that is why they're not being fucking approved. You disingenuous little fucks.
It's called First Amendment.
That's what an election denier is.
I'm gonna...
Right,
so,
somebody that supports Trump, I guess.
I'm going to start going down between some exchanges here. So I'm going to start with November 23rd,
well,
2020.
I'll save you the time. I'll save you the time. He's literally just going to say, "Oh, well, he had other people telling him separately." That's going to be the only.
No worries. But yeah, so Attorney General Barr. I specifically raised the Dominion voting machines, which I found to be one of the most disturbing allegations. Disturbing in the sense that I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations. I told them it was crazy stuff and they were wasting their time on that, and it was doing a great disservice to the country. And then 3 days later, on the 26th, Trump said, those machines are fixed. They're rigged. You can press Trump and the vote goes to Biden. All you have to do is play with a chip. And they played with a chip, especially in Wayne County and Detroit. Go back to December 1st, 2020. General Barr said, I said, look, if you have a machine and it counts 500 votes for Biden and 500 votes for Trump, and you go back later and you'll have 1,000 pieces of paper, and you put that through the machine, and if you see that there's any discrepancy, and there's none. And then Trump, 1 day later, in one Michigan county, as an example, that used Dominion voting systems, they found that nearly 6,000 votes had been wrongly switched from Trump to Biden. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is what we caught. How many didn't we catch? So
that sounds like he believes it to me.
I'm going to concede this. Trump might be so fucking retarded that he believes the election is stolen.
Yeah, that's true.
I will concede that. Because to be clear, in the quote I read, he did say, within minutes of saying, yep, looks like we lost. No, actually we won. No, whether or not he believed it, who can fucking say? But it seemed like he knew he lost.
If Trump is too retarded to accept the facts, that's just another reason to
This is why you guys lost.
If I have to if I have to insult Trump to get you guys to accept reality, then I'll take it. Whatever.
Wait, no. Is it fundamentally better to say that Donald Trump didn't actually try to steal the election because he thought he was so mind-numbingly retarded that he could never conceive with the idea that he lost an election? Is that better?
No, but if you said that with a shred of good faith, it would be better.
Yeah, exactly.
What's bad faith about that characterization?
Shred of good faith.
What's bad faith? What's bad faith?
Shred of good faith.
What's the bad faith?
Misinterpreting lawsuits. Yeah.
What's the bad faith?
That he's so mind-numbingly retarded that he believes something.
Well, yeah, that's the only other interpretation that I have. He's not fucking
That's
lying.
your only other interpretation.
No, well, here's the thing.
You're very
So get this. Like, let's say he believed the election was stolen. He thinks that there was fraudulence in Georgia. There was some sort of ballot stuffing. People were, writing in fake things,
like
fake ballots, whatever. Let's say, or in Connecticut. Let's say he truly believes this in his heart of hearts. Why would he then call up the people in Georgia and say, hey, can you just get me the exact number of votes that I need to beat Biden by one? Why would he not say, no, we need a complete investigation. Let's make sure all the votes are on the table. Why would he specifically ask for that specific amount of votes to beat Joe Biden by one vote?
That's the way he told. I don't know. There's multiple reasons for that. But
I mean,
based on that phone call, he didn't tell them to find votes that weren't there. You keep framing this. Rinyald already conceded. You're overstating what was on that phone call.
I didn't concede that it didn't look bad. I'm saying that it's overstated as a silver bullet.
looks a little bad when you quote 3 words out of a sentence. Yeah.
Well, let's go back once again to like
nothing
this kind of like
exculpatory in that
normie
video.
person, like I like point of view, right? Like I don't think it's too far fetched whenever most people think like that. Oh, JFK was killed by the CIA, right? Like if they're thinking their own
Most people
government can
don't
kill a
think that.
president, I mean, sure. I'm not saying most people. There's a large.
First of all,
large
it was
segment.
the Jews, Gibbs. Let's be clear.
Somebody killed JFK. All right, now, my personal bet's it's the mafia that then it'd be Johnson. Who knows? Whatever.
so it's the
I don't give a
Italians?
shit.
God
But
damn,
like
all right.
well, anyway. Long story short, I'm over here going. Like I see all these people going, hey, I don't trust the government. There's all these collusion, all this cahoots. There's a deep state, et cetera, right? And then we have Trump going, oh, I couldn't do all these agenda things, and that's why we're clear because we had to put people in power the first time. Then now we can run with this office. And it's like he's cleaned out a system, right? That's kind of how it looks like to a lot of these people on the outside. And you go, oh, well, we've seen all this lawfare in the last 4 years. And then now we're seeing Trump trying to finally have enough people in office to kind of do his thing. And it's like, what does like stealing an election actually look like if he actually had people in there telling you that you don't think there's any possibility that the president might be getting different information and running with that from different people within like the FBI or like
Gibbs,
there's different groups of people,
No, Gibbs,
like different factions within working in these organizations?
The reason I didn't believe this at first, because I was like, Trump surrounds himself with these like sycophantic yes men. Like, of course he probably like got told by the people who he wanted to hear this. The difference is people in his own inner circle who he otherwise would have listened to were the ones saying like, hey, you didn't win. Hey, there isn't fraud. Hey, your own DOJ is telling you this. So it's like past the point of like all the yes men are also telling him it wasn't stolen. That's why we think he thinks it was not stolen and is just lying because he wants to win.
By the way, it wasn't even just his attorney general. It was, okay, I have an attorney general. Was the election stolen? Then Bill Barr says no. And he's like, okay, was it stolen? Are you sure? Then he's like, he asked him so many times that Barr resigns.
No.
And then he appoints a new person. And he's like, hey, do you think the election was stolen? And he goes, no. And he goes, okay, I'm going to fire you.
Okay, let me try this a different way because I think maybe y'all are not getting where a lot of these people are coming from, right? Like, okay, do you agree within the Democratic Party there's factions?
Of course.
Like there's okay.
Yeah,
So would you agree in the Republican Party there's also factions?
Barely.
Sure.
Not to the same degree.
Not now as many, but there's still a few. But okay,
sure.
At the time when Trump was first coming up, would you say Mike Pence was put in there as vice president as like a olive branch to the old
course,
power?
yeah,
probably.
Okay, and so I have heard people come here and on a straight face go, "Oh, well, Pence was a Trump guy," and it's like, no. That's not true. He was the establishment guy that was brought in as a peace offering, kind of thing.
They needed the like homophobic Bible belter guy to make up for the fact that Trump wasn't particularly religious and kind of was viewed as more left on certain
however you want to spin it, but he's not a Trumper, right? Like, but he's the traditional neocon from like I guess wherever.
Right, and there's a reason he's not vice president right now.
Sure, I agree because now it has become more MAGA, right? But what I'm sitting here saying is when y'all go, oh, well, hey, Barr was Trump's guy. I'm like, how many of these people were really Trump's guys and were just like established people? And whenever all these people like, oh, we want Trump to get rid of the Uniparty, and that's all these people.
Yes. No, Gibbs, you're 100% right. Because of how many people he had to go through in the first administration who otherwise supported him die hard, who are now just like, holy shit, you're insane because this is so clearly not true. So either you're lying or you're misleading. Now he has to choose people who are so sycophantically dedicated to him that they will tell him anything he wants to hear to get their agenda done. It is so much worse. That's why his administration is so much worse now.
What's the term? Like team crazy or something like that?
It's wild how this framing is to me because politicians are allowed to believe things that are not factually true. Right. We have one party that says you can switch your gender at will, and we're talking about how the other side.
Can we believe men or women? But I can't believe the election was
wild to me.
Gibbs, can we run a panel on why the right can't let go of trans people's cocks, please?
Just because we're making policy on it right now.
You pardoned the J6ers. You pardoned the J6ers.
I didn't do anything.
I want trans women to play in sports.
You're playing defense for
I'm a Democrat before they went crazy. So we have one party that believes in a visible sky man and there's systemic pedophilia leading the government. We have another side that believes you can switch gender at will and meritocracy is white supremacy. So I'd say mostly all of our politicians have these deluded, unrealistic worldviews.
All of gender theory is about the same thing as stealing the election and believing.
I didn't say it was the same thing. All I'm talking about is people believe things.
No, you are.
that
You're literally
not
like, well, you're up
proven.
on Trump for believing the election was stolen.
No,
but
hold
you
on,
think a
hold
person
on,
can be a
hold
woman
on.
if they're a man?
I
Like,
mean, dude, you've been throwing out some wild
You're saying
hypotheticals there.
that
Just
Trump
like who he's
is
saying, I
mind.
think is ridiculous.
Yeah, they're intentionally
most
just
of them aren't
deflecting
hypotheticals,
because
they're just
they know that
realities.
this point completely crushes them right now. You're saying
You
that
got
Trump
me,
is
dude.
Trump is
if you
retarded.
have a
Trump,
trans-
hold on,
he is
Trump is
retarded.
retarded. There's no debate. It's not real. Trump is retarded because he believes things that aren't real. But our party inside believing things that aren't real, don't worry about that because
okay,
it's not
well,
a big deal.
or Tyler, do you think that a trans woman thinks they're biologically shifted their,
I don't
chromosomes?
care what a dude thinks that wears lady face.
Oh, okay. So you don't give a
You don't
fuck about the
care.
actual
Okay.
topic.
So
Yeah,
do you think
it's-
that I think? Do you think that I think they've transformed the biology? Because I respect their pronouns.
I don't know if you do, but I'm
Well,
telling
ask me.
what the politicians in the party
What do
are
you think the
doing.
politicians think? Do you think they're all like, "Yep,
Yes.
chromosome shifted"? Do you think they
Yes.
literally think this?
Yes, the trans woman is a real woman and should go into women's sports, women's bathrooms, womenens spaces. Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot they have chromosome checkers at the fucking bathrooms. It's so crazy.
And by the way,
We have
like
laws.
identifying trans women as women is equal in severity as stealing the election.
I didn't
that's
say it
that's
was.
what we're looking
We're
at.
not
as well.
talking about that. You guys are dodging the point. You said Trump,
is January 6th.
Trump lied, so everyone around him that believes his lie is
when
a
it-
sycophant.
when Enrique
but when we tell
Tario
things that aren't true,
told the
everyone's
Proud
just
Boys
being
to go storm the
innocent.
Capitol. All I thought about was
if there's an R in
damn,
front of the
this trans
name-
person's walking into the woman's
Do you
bathroom. Like,
do you
If
genuinely
there's an
feel
R in
like
front
that
of the
claim?
name, it's bad. If there's a D in front of the name, it's different. It's all
Do you
you're giving me
genuinely
right now.
believe that the factual claim there is the same as, hey, I need you to say that the DOJ found fraud, and then the Attorney General saying no, and then
I
saying,
don't think-
okay, I'm going to fire you.
No, your comparison.
Okay, so the
policing that-
lying is
I mean,
a different
hold on.
level. That's the
It
point.
doesn't
It's
matter.
a different level
Your
of severity.
comparison yes, I understand that. Doesn't make my point invalid.
It makes it a dishonest,
it's just
like,
a-
fucking
yeah, why would you
question
pivot
of
off
like,
to it? No, it
like this
doesn't.
is literally
No,
what
it
Gibbs is
doesn't.
talking about, where it's like, oh, so anything we talk about, you'd bring up January 6th, and it's like, yeah, I think this president doesn't truly
you
believe this. Like,
made a point.
okay, well, what
But
about men being
trans
women?
people?
Like,
You made a point that he was being
This
dishonest, and
trans person got
everybody,
into another restaurant.
everybody
Hold
that
on,
now
I
supports
think-
him after his dishonesty is a sycophant. I'm pointing out to you where the other side was dishonest, and you're saying supporting them.
President,
Not at the same level. It's not the same level.
Shit in the women's restroom.
I'm sorry.
Hold on.
You guys remember, guys?
I think
Joe
that
Biden. Joe Biden said there were at least 3
Lying
genders.
about
and
Joe
then
Biden's
a
age
bunch
was
of
lying.
people
Hold on.
around him.
Hold
a
on.
bunch of people around him said that wasn't true. Then he fired all of them. And then when he got reelected after that, he then tried to install only the trans people into the office. I
Joe
remember
Biden
this
was
happening.
firing people from the CDC who were going along with his COVID vaccination policy. The head stepped down because he wanted to give COVID vaccines to kids without verified proof, the booster shot. So yes,
Well,
Joe Biden was doing the same thing.
Well, hold on. I do think that part of I think there's a slight difference here, right? In the fact that, okay, there has been some like legislative push, and there was even in the last election, the whole like tampon Tim came up. And yeah, I get that Republicans are going to blow it out of the proportion on this because they feel it's like indicative of the greater culture war. They're like, if we let this go, what's going to go further, right? And I mean, I think we all know that like on both sides, extremists push the conversation, right? Like right now, the Dems have like Madani or whatever, right? He's pushing the conversation as whether we should go more right or if y'all should go like further to the left, right? Like that's kind of what happens. You have these people that come along and push an extreme thing, and I think with trans issues, the push had been kind of extreme for a while, like women with the sports thing especially. Right. And I think that now you're seeing like a backlash to norm. Like I talked to some of my friends who are like liberals and like trans individuals, and a lot of them are very upset with what they feel the Dem messaging has been, even though they still vote Dem. They're like, we just wanted to be left alone and have equal rights. And instead, y'all pushed us like to the forefront in a lot of cases. And now they're just catching strays. Because like they just want to live their lives and like be happy or do whatever, and that like most Republicans would have let that go, but since it went so far one way, now you're seeing the pendulum come back. I think in a way that they're not liking, and I think that that's a big issue. I think it's different though than like with the way the January 6th just like keeps being brought up. Like there's no legislation being brought up based off January 6th currently.
pardon the J6ers.
Yeah, wait. To
That's
be
not
fair,
legislation.
this literally a couple weeks
That's
ago,
executive action.
they
They're two
held
different fucking
an honorary like fucking memorial for Ashley Babbitt, one of the people who was violating the law and climbed
Yeah,
through
but
the
is that
window.
legislation?
And
Is that laws?
I will say this, deserved to
Military
get gunned down for what she did.
Well, okay,
So,
but,
like,
yeah, but can you tell me how that turns into policy, though? How does that-
because the current president is still harping on the fact that everything that happened on January 6th was okay. It was good to the way it happened. He deserved to win the election. That's not what we're like. It's not like, oh, we're just bringing it up out of nowhere. It's like, oh, clearly this guy is still a fucking issue with the fact that he thinks it's okay to steal an election and is actually going to give pardons to the people that helped him do it or tried to do it. Like, that's fucking insane. That deserves to be brought up too.
I mean, you don't think it could have been he
But
thought it was
Joyko,
going to help
what
the
about trans
nation
people?
heal by like, oh, let's just give him pardons and then we can all heal and move on, like Nixon? You don't think that might have occurred to
Pardoning
him?
the people who stomped on Capitol Police officers' heads is going to heal
Listen,
the
I was okay.
nation?
Hold on. I was perfectly okay. I came on before this happened. I said if I was Joe Biden, I would pardon Hunter Biden. I would do it like it's family. If you think I'm president and I'm not passing out pardons to everybody in my family for any potential illegal thing they've ever done, you're wrong. I'm absolutely gonna do that. Like, let's fucking go.
Remember
Like,
when Hunter Biden stomped on a police officer's head and then tried
yeah,
to
I mean,
steal the election?
Classic Hunter Biden.
He could have done worse. He could have
I
done
will say,
worse.
look, Gibbs, let me build a bridge. I think Hunter Biden should go to jail for smoking crack and probably fucking underage girls, allegedly. All right? I'll say it.
Money laundering and FARA
But
violation.
if you're the president, you're going to pardon your son. You're going to pardon your son. You know it. I know it. That's
I
what
don't
you're going
know.
to do.
I mean, maybe, but I don't think you should. I think it's corrupt.
Yeah, well, I would do it. Fuck it. I mean, maybe it makes me corrupt. I don't know, but it doesn't make me like I'm not sussed out about it. Let's just make it like you good. You're not going to go after.
What
the
if Joe
family
Biden had like
I
thousands
think it's
of
good to
sons,
pardon people,
and all of Joe
Yeah,
Biden's
Trump-
sons stormed the Capitol and tried to help him steal the election?
was-
Should he
Trump
pardon
was
all of
really,
them?
It shows mercy. You don't think it's good to show mercy, and like
Biden's
give
sons
people like
come back up
like
from the
out?
dead.
Trump nurtured that poor man who
Maybe
stomped
that's where
on
the
the
votes
Capitol
came from.
police officer's head since
What
he was
about all the
3.
rappers that have gotten
He had
pardoned?
such
Are
a-
you
he had
against
such
the
a-
rappers getting pardoned?
I remember
I think we should do it.
Joe
No, you're
Biden,
right. Gibbs,
his
we should
hand
pardon
came out
every
of the
person for every crime right now to heal the
Based.
nation.
True.
I mean, let's get wild with it. You know, get
Let's
real
go.
crazy.
Everyone should be released from prison tomorrow.
And then we'll just go right back to like even more draconian laws right after.
Wait, didn't
Everybody
Joe
get a clean
Biden give clemency to a guy that killed police officers?
Yeah, that was bad. I think he didn't. He give like thousands. He did like this massive
also,
pardon. I super
Did you vote
disagree.
Democrat after that?
Wait.
Because
The
the
clemency,
no, that's
that
the auto
clemency,
pin, don't you
that
know?
clemency didn't let him out of jail, though, did it?
Why didn't you vote? Why'd you vote Democrat after that?
That
You must be a
clemency,
sick
that clemency
Because
didn't,
that wasn't
didn't let
violating
him
the
out of jail,
fucking
did it?
democratic
That
process.
clemency-
It
that
was.
clemency
Hey, I
didn't
think
let
this was
him-
a bad decision.
Stopping on the cop's head was violating the democratic process.
Did that
It was
clemency?
It was in
it was in furtherance
participation of trying to violate the democratic process.
It was in
yes.
furtherance of stopping the certification of the election. Did that clemency
That
that,
was a
Biden
good action.
gave? Did the clemency that Biden gave let that person out of jail?
No, but he issued clemency to him.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Did the pardon that Trump gave let the person who stomped on the Capitol police officer's head out of jail?
Yes.
Okay, that's the difference.
Doesn't matter. He still gave him clemency.
Yeah,
That's-
that's still bad.
Yeah, sure.
He's
yeah,
still
that's
committed-
okay.
bad.
He also commuted death sentences.
I don't
for
even know what
multiple murders
I don't even
and
know what to
police
say
murder.
about that, man.
Gibbs, do you think that
Clemency and
Donald
pardon are
Trump,
damn
Donald Trump
near the
should
same
heal the
thing.
nation? Donald Trump should go up and say, "I'm granting amnesty to every illegal, all 60 million of them tomorrow, to heal the nation."
True.
Eventually, get a better Trump impression.
Why would he do that? He was elected
Say
in
that again.
Florida.
I'm sorry, I missed it. I cut out.
I said, should Donald Trump grant amnesty to 60 million illegal immigrants?
Well, do you know what's crazy, Soy? Is you want to know what? You weren't here for this. I will grant you this. Before the election, I offered, because my cattle were getting fucking killed and there's all this shit. I said, I will sit here. If you will build me the most crazy border wall, I'm talking North Korea level, like stopping everything that goes through. Maybe we do something for the animals. I don't know. And then I will grant every illegal alien up to a year. Like, that gets here before a year. Let's give them all amnesty. If everybody gets here before, give them to them. But I want the border secured.
Just
and
no
let's
more
make them all
after that.
citizens. But no more after that. No one would give that to me. I said, yeah, bring all these people. Give them a whole year.
Well,
So,
you know
yeah,
what,
I mean,
Gibbs,
maybe
I
I'd be
respect
okay
that
with
answer. I respect that answer. I don't respect how no one corrected me when I said 60 million.
Yeah. Well, it would have been
No.
60 million if we get it free
It's
whatever.
only gonna
Like,
There
keep
might
growing,
be.
okay?
It's been
Look,
11 million.
The
for the
Democrats
last
say they
3
didn't hate 80
decades,
million
so-
thought you were
illegal
being funny.
aliens.
Every time they say it, it
All
grows
90
up.
million.
Eventually,
So, I mean,
all 330
getting there,
million
yeah.
Americans.
I
are
mean,
gonna be
why is
illegal.
Newsom?
all
Why, hold
600
on,
billion illegal
billion
immigrants.
illegal
why is Newsom
aliens
worried
in
about
China.
I still want to keep.
They're being imported.
Well, hold
into
on.
the
Why
US.
is Newsom worried about
What's going on?
the ICE coming to the polling stations? Then you know.
Oh,
if it's
okay, wait.
not
I have a very
the
good place to
elections.
answer to this, okay? And you don't have to believe me, but I think this is very obvious, okay? Illegal immigrants legally can vote. We all understand this, right? Like, obviously, and I think we can all agree, maybe not some of the lefty, but they shouldn't be able to vote, right? They are not documented. Okay, cool. So we all agree there.
I agree.
So when you have ICE at polling stations, based on the things that ICE has been doing, and I know, by the way, Tyler's going to jump all over me in this, but I think this is so patently obvious. I don't understand how you don't, so I really want to hear why this is wrong. When you have people who have families who are undocumented, but they themselves are not. So let's say they were born and they were anchor babies. You can disagree with the citizenship, whatever. They are legal citizens. They can vote. Based on the way that ICE has been operating in the past few months, they might be worried that if they show up to the polls, ICE might connect them or go after their families. If their mom drops them off, if they, hey, like, you're writing down your address, by the way, we're going to ask you some questions. Do you not understand that some of these people who are legally supposed to vote might have some sort of chilling effect based on the way that ICE has been going into schools, showing up
I
at
agree with you.
workplaces, even rounding people up? Okay, thank you. That's all
I agree with
the
you.
argument I would say.
I think that like ICE or heavy police presence at polling stations, no matter what, are going to intimidate people. I would be nervous walking up to a polling station with a ICE MRAP in front of the polling station.
Wait,
or anything
let's see your 23 and me, Sadie. Why would you be nervous?
Absolutely not.
It's just I don't like the police presence like that. Like, I do have a lot of issues with rolling into cities and taking away guns from trans people. Like, these conversations, I am like a true libertarian at heart. So yeah, I do have concerns about
Sadie, you've won me back.
I mean, who cares? Who cares if they get to vote? Realistically, though, I mean, let's be real.
Well, okay, no, wait. I want Tyler to talk about it before we go crazy about illegal immigrants voting.
Wait, before we go,
I do think that was a stupid thing for the right to take and run on, because I knew what he meant as soon as he said it too.
Well, no.
Hold on. Let me jump in here too before you moderate. Let me jump in here before you moderate. So in several cities and states, illegals can vote in state and local elections. One. Two of the people you're talking about chilling are those harboring illegal immigrants, is what you're saying. Like, somebody's mom dropping them off, the mom is there illegally, then she gets picked up. Right?
Okay, so wait, are you under the prescription that anyone with undocumented family should right now go and turn them into ICE?
No, but you're saying it's a chilling.
There's a reward. There's a
You're
reward for it, by
chilling
the way, if you
people
do.
harboring a criminal, is what you're saying, right? If
Yeah,
we're
so
chilling
you think those
people-
people shouldn't be allowed to vote because they're harboring a criminal, as you so put it?
Yes, because that's a crime. I don't think they shouldn't be able to vote. I think if they're worried about police, that's because they're committing a crime. And the police are there to chill criminals from committing crimes. So yes.
No, to chill them from voting, not to chill them from committing crimes. Yeah, to chill them from voting.
It's not.
I mean, what if you got a little weed warrant, dude? No felony, just a little bit of a warrant. You want to show?
If they're not harboring illegals, they have nothing to worry about.
Wait, Tyler. In which state can undocumented migrants
Not
vote in,
California
state elections?
specifically.
There are local elections where they're like.
It was just
local
changed in Arizona.
There's
legal
a handful of
immigrants.
local elections, but I'm talking about state elections. Which
There are
ones?
none for the general. That doesn't happen in midterms.
Not the general, yeah, it's all state and local. It's all local elections.
But Arizona's law was
a handful
just
of federal
changed
elections.
that they aren't allowed to vote in state and local elections anymore. So they were before that point.
Well,
The law
here,
was just
Tyler,
changed last year.
Tyler, do you get nervous when there's like a cop at an intersection, even if you're not committing a crime?
No,
Okay,
I hate the cops.
I used to when I smoked weed in the car, not anymore.
Right. So it's like,
Now you
even
can smoke in front
I
of
think to Sadie's argument, like, even just the police are going to have a chilling effect on some people. But I understand, like, hey, this should make sure that nothing bad is happening or someone's committing a crime here. I don't think that police can exist there. I think ICE is a completely different story, especially when we have stories. And this is funny because let's say there was one story that blew up and it was totally out of proportion, but one story where a legal person who had no harboring of illegal family, as you so put it, was arrested, detained for a few days. They realized their mistake and they let them out. That in and of itself, that story is going to perpetuate this chilling effect for all of the ICE agents, even though it's completely irrational to worry about. It's only this one person out of tens of thousands that have been arrested. That in and of itself is already doing that. And that's why they're doing this. They're not putting them there because they're like, well, we got to stop the illegals from voting. Because when the illegals vote, if this was a thing that was happening in the general election, their signatures wouldn't be verified against their addresses because they're not registered to vote. They're doing it because they know it's going to get rid of a disproportionate amount of Democratic Latino voters who might otherwise be harboring illegal aliens.
Or in multiple cities and counties in California, illegals can vote in state and local elections, including San Francisco, Oakland, and all
Why
of Orange
why
County.
would this matter if their votes couldn't be counted in the state elections?
They can be counted in the state and local elections.
No, they can't. They're not registered to vote.
Hold on. Why would it
now we're
matter?
going
I'll
back
tell
to
you
this.
why
They
it would
can't
matter.
vote in state elections.
No, hold on.
You just said they can't
hold
vote in the election that they're putting the ICE people at the polling station for.
Well,
so
hold on,
let's just say illegals were showing up. 10,000 illegal immigrants shut up. They all voted.
Elections
None
are
of their
more than
votes would be
one.
counted.
Yeah.
Well, hold on.
It's
Well,
not
hold on.
just
Hold
the
on.
The
general
federal
they're talking
elections line up with the state elections almost all the time. And
Well,
then
no,
much more
there's
state elections.
hold on. There's a worse issue than this, right? Like you go, why would it matter if they're just doing local elections?
No, wait, because that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, let's say they were voting illegally, right?
In local electors.
No. Illegally voting
none of these
in the general, like the midterm, right?
Federally, yeah.
Yeah, in federal elections, they're voting in these that they're not allowed to. Their votes would not be counted.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if ICE is there.
That's not the problem. That's not the problem. The problem is we all here know, since we're all politically active, that the local elections are where it matters the most, right? Because you can set policy for your city, you can change things like some of these are just like very small margins, like 20, 30 votes in some counties. Like it's small. And now if suddenly we allow illegals to vote in a local election and they're all voting one way, and this party now sets new policies that enables them to maintain power. This is going to stack up more power within the state over time as more and more counties come under their flow. Like, why would you not see that as a problem?
I understand that, Gibbs, but that and we can talk about this right after. But there are 5 municipalities that allow this: San Francisco, Oakland, Tacoma Park, Burlington, Vermont, and Montpelier, Vermont.
Sure.
Okay. Why would Trump not say, if this is true, what Tyler's saying, that he's worried about them voting in these elections, hey, we're putting ICE at these places, but nowhere else?
I mean, I personally think you should have them all over the place. I feel like there's been a lot of people voting.
You think there's tons of illegal immigrants voting?
I mean, I think possibly. Maybe in California.
Okay, so despite every investigation into this, Trump himself trying to do this and not being able to find this happening, when he said, I think that X amount of millions of votes were for Hillary Clinton were for this, then doing an investigation and not being able to find it at all, you still think that it's happening?
I'm not saying that it's happening. I'm saying, what are we worried about if we don't just do it for once? We're already in the middle of this big policy push, right? If there's any concern, about this overall,
because I think what's really going to happen, and the real reason behind this, and I can't prove this, by the way, but I think the real reason, and I base this off of the precedent of Republican actions, is to deter people who would otherwise legally vote for Democrats from going to the polls. In the same way that I always bring up the South Carolina law, where they said, let's do voter ID. And voter ID is something that in principle everyone can agree on, right? Like, people who say they're who they are should probably show and prove they're who they are, right? This is just an obvious thing I think everyone in principle can agree with. The problem is, in this place in South Carolina, they said, well, we've specifically picked the IDs that we know Democratic voters, which they said is the reason, but turned out also to be black people don't have, just disproportionately. So it's not your license or whatever. The only ones that are available are these ones. And then the Supreme Court of South Carolina says, hey, your law targeted black people with surgical precision to not show up. Or at the very least, if they want to say I wasn't racist about it, was targeting Democrats. So when I see this ICE thing, and I know it's going to deter a non-zero amount of legal, probably Latino voters based on the way that ICE is operating, I think the real reason they're doing it is not to enforce election integrity, which we both agree. I don't think illegal immigrants should vote in the federal elections, but that's not why they're there. They're there to deter legal people from voting. And I bet, even if that's not why they're there, I would make a bet with you that more people will be deterred who are legal than people who are illegal who are voting.
True.
We'll see. But hold on. We're about that time, so I'm going to let y'all do closings and outros here because we got about 5 minutes left, and that's perfect. So, Tyler, why don't you kick us off? Whatever you're going to say, give us your closing and outro and all that good jazz.
All right, I will just say there's been multiple studies now, the latest one in 2024 by Pew, showing that voter ID does not at all infringe on the black vote, and it's racist to suggest that black people are too stupid to get a state ID.
Was he talking about voter ID?
Hold on, this is my closing. This is my closing. You don't get it. Yep. You don't get to interrupt.
All right.
Fire.
Thank you.
Go ahead, keep going.
I was just making a narrative. I'm having fun with it, guys. Relax. At the end of the day, I still think this is because the Democratic Party is flailing for a message. They've been trying to throw everything at the wall with Trump. A lot of it is bullshit. Some of it had some legs behind it, but didn't have enough to actually take him down. He's still Teflon Don. And most of the people that are going against him don't realize that the public dislikes them and their policies significantly more and are willing to look past Trump on this. At the end of the day, I view right now the Democrat moderates are the exact same in almost every policy stance as the extremists. They just have better PR and incrementalism to implement it as opposed to slam it all in right now and screw the other side. So I think that the Democratic Party needs a massive reform. Everyone here has probably heard my thoughts on Fetterman, and that's because I'm a Fetterman simp, but I'd say Whitmer probably has the better chance of actually winning a general election because she's a Rust Belt senator. Only 280,000 votes in the Rust Belt lost this election for the Democrats, and she would be much better suited for those people. On top of that, she doesn't have almost any of the extremist points that the rest of the party has that most people hate. She's not pro-illegal immigration. She's not anti-police and pro-criminal. You don't see soft on crime, smart on crime policies coming from her. So at the end of the day, the Democratic Party needs to pretty much drop 80% of what they're doing, go back to their basics. They need to get back on healthcare, especially the Medicaid cuts that came in the new BBB bill, Trump's BBB bill. They need to go back to abortion, even though that didn't pan out too great in 2024. It's still one of their top topics, and they need to go back to schools. These are where they excel, and they've just dropped all these things to become the anti-Trump party. It didn't work. 2024 litigated January 6th, and if Trump was electable again, and he won with even wider margins and more votes. Meaning that at the end of the day, even if you're saying all these things you're saying about Trump are right, you have to ask yourself, why is he still more popular than you if he tried to overturn an election and refused to completely get rid of democracy? And that's it. It's because the other side doesn't have a coherent message, and this is their comfort zone that they keep going back to every time they start taking L's on everything else. So they need to do better.
Well, two things. Someone just sent me a Just Facts article that says that 10 to 20% of non-citizens may be illegally registered to vote, and up to 16% of them may have voted in past elections. That's interesting. And two, I don't know if it helps or hurts Republicans when your favorite candidate or our favorite politician is a guy that had a stroke. And seems like a totally different person.
Oh, Fetterman. Oh.
I don't know if that's a good selling point for us.
It's
but
biased. It's biased.
I guess we'll take whatever we can get in our temple of undesirables.
Candidates who have strokes.
But yeah, go ahead, Bones.
Pro-Israel candidates.
Yeah, go ahead, Bones.
Can you actually send that link, by the way?
Sure. Yeah,
I
will.
All right. So first off, in response to Tyler's little tidbit about voter IDs, this is specifically North Carolina. This isn't voter ID laws as a whole. So in North Carolina, that law was struck down specifically because it had targeted black voters with surgical precision. Voter ID laws can still be nonpartisan and not racist, and we can still acknowledge that specific one was bad. On top of that, this entire debate, he's also been debating the theoretical Democratic Party and not Bones of Doom, Soy Pill, and I forget
Rinyald.
Rinyald. So he's been doing that the entire time, shadow boxing. As far as we're concerned, Trump is unequivocally a terrible fucking person. January 6th alone is enough evidence for that. All of the events of him denying the election, specifically lying to the public, even after several people in his cabinet keep telling him otherwise. Not on top of that, pardoning everyone in Jan 6th, giving Ashley Babbitt the Warriors funeral. Like, all of this should have disqualified him as a president. And quite frankly, none of this was nothing of what Tyler really said here, because he's the one making all the major contentions here. Really is convincing to either me or anyone else on the panel. And honestly, a lot of it was pretty fucking disingenuous attempts at kind of pushing away from that issue and obfuscating the actual facts of January 6th. And we should continue to talk about this as its moral condemnation of Trump specifically, and especially while he's president. We should be able to condemn past, present, and in the future any of his other terrible fucking actions.
All right. Rinyald.
Yeah, you can find me at Rinyald on all of the relevant social media places. Again, it was good talking to most of you guys for the first time. I have a proposition for all of the Trump voters. I think this is a solid compromise in the middle. We will all agree as leftists to stop talking about January 6th as long as Republicans abandon the facade of being pro-democracy, and we'll be good. So
No problem.
okay. I think as long as that
No
happens,
problem.
I think we're good. All right. I love you guys.
Rinyald, boom, handshake. We're good.
All right. Well, perfect. Sadie, go ahead.
Sadie, I'm Sadie Girl 216 on X. I'm Pentuple TV's alt account. For those of you wondering where he is, he will be back soon. I know it's been a while, but there's only a few Sadie streams left. We're coming towards the end of it. I'm an old lady. I'm 40 plus years old. I've had the privilege to vote for George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Gary Johnson, and Trump 3 times. And it was the Democrats that lost me, like, not the other way around. The fear mongering, the Trump is this horrible person, has gotten you into a place where now you're losing the popular vote, which don't lie, that was a surprise to all, even me. I was even concerned about making that claim. But the writing's on the wall. The one president that I do wish I had the ability to vote for was Bill Clinton. Because I do think that he was a great president. And I do think that the country was left in better shape after Bill Clinton than moving into the Bush eras. The Bushes are the ones that taught me how to hate the right. So the Democrat Party needs to shift. You need to regroup, and you need to get back to the common sense policies that made me a Democrat to begin with and why I'm not anymore.
All right. Thank you so much. Ed Soybill.
Yeah, just to really clarify on the voter ID, because Tyler's posting links, like people support it. Yeah, like I said, most people support the concept of a voter ID. The problem is not that, oh, black people don't know how to do it. The problem is when states like North Carolina, I got to correct myself, say, hey, what kind of IDs are these people more just likely to have? And then say, cool, let's not let those be part of the ID law. It's specifically targeting them. Yes, black people have the capability of getting IDs. The problem is when it's really hard to do. You can go look at the Ari Shapiro video where he's like, interviewing black people. They're in fucking Harlem where the local DMV is 2 weeks away or 2 blocks away. It's of course they can get it there. It's very hard in rural areas. If we were to do voter ID, give them to fucking everyone. Anyway, the reason we keep bringing up January 6th is because Trump tried to steal an election. He still hasn't admitted that he lost. It's fucking insane. The fact that we are like saying, oh, like just get over it is not something we can do when one, he's not over it. That's why he keeps pardoning people who tried to help him do it, who committed crimes, and like, you know, honoring even the people who helped him commit this crime. But two, it's hard to have this conversation in good faith when I think I'm reaching out, and maybe if I explain the facts, you guys will maybe switch sides. But then you bring up the not appointing Trump people, and I say, oh, well, yeah, I guess I don't agree with that. But when I look into it, turns out they're fucking election deniers too. Or say, oh, actually, this redistricting thing was part of this lawsuit. I say, oh, you know what? I didn't know it was about that lawsuit. When it turns out it wasn't, it was actually a predetermined thing they wanted to do before that lawsuit was even part of the fucking conversation. It's just so fucking disingenuous. I guess it doesn't really matter. Maybe we should just stop talking about Trump stealing the election. And we should just say, okay, these people are so fucking crazy and deluded that nothing we will say will ever get to them. We need to just overwhelm them with registering people to vote, or just once they turn full fascist, as Sadie seems to be sympathetic to, just kick them out. Just kick them out of the country. That's what I say.
Oh, well, thank you all for being here. This was a good one. I enjoyed it. I hope you all enjoyed it. And yeah, we're going to be continuing our subathon. If we reach our goal, our first prize is me getting a spray tan. We'll get a real dark one, so it's exciting September things. I can't wait to be a whole different person. It'll be fun. Dark. But yeah, I kind of want to do that scene from Friends where he like does one side and turns around, does the same side again. I think that would be pretty comical. But we'll see. But yeah, thanks for all for coming. And y'all have a good rest of y'all's night.
You too.
Thanks for having me. Nice to meet you guys.
Good night.
Yep.
Take her.
Ha ha. All right, I think we're gonna talk to Non-Fun and maybe JC. Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, what you got?
So I think you need to lock way harder into the Alien Enemies Act stuff. Have you there was that case named JGG versus Trump. Have you read the contempt thing from Boasberg?
No, but didn't they dump? Isn't that dump now, basically? I thought that was gone.
It got kicked down because habeas wasn't the right route, but that's kind of bullshit. But it's still being litigated, I think, under a different name because they all just kind of filed habeas stuff. But like,
I'm not talking about the case. I'm talking about the contempt in particular, that contempt charge. I thought that
Oh, yeah,
contempt thing
sure.
got eliminated. Yeah, I'm sure it's all still being litigated. Yeah, the Alien Aliens Act is fucking ridiculous, but nobody even knows what the fuck it is or what it means. So yeah.
So I remember, listen, one of my I go back to the one Twitter space where you were like, you know, you went into it saying like every conservative needs to answer to J6. I think the Alien Enemies Act is like comparably bad and a comparable wormhole, and I think you really need to lock into it because like the amount of like there are still hundreds of people in a foreign prison being tortured right now.
Yeah. But I mean, like, there's so many, like, I would argue that I think that is really bad. I agree. It's crazy. But I would argue there's one thing that's even worse, though, and people just skim over it, is the fact that our president is unilaterally conducting world economic policy right now by arbitrarily declaring emergencies everywhere. The fact that, like, if you would have said prior to this administration that the president of the United States is going to enact a 10% tariff on the entire world, people would laugh at you at how fucking retardedly doomsayer you're being. And now we've just accepted that we can swing anywhere from 10 to 145% tariffs on whatever fucking country every single day. And he's doing it off the backs of like, oh, there's an emergency, haha. And the deployment of the National Guard is like, I agree it's bad. How do you fix it on one thing? Like, there's so much shit that's just fucking unbelievable. I don't know. Listen, go to the range practice in video game. Just kidding. I agree with you. It's really fucked. It's really bad. I do agree, though. That is like really crazy that we're deporting people to other countries using a subversive like due process by invoking an act that says that we're basically at war with another country that I don't remember.
But we didn't even that I think is too charitable of a reading. Like we didn't even adhere, like the problem wasn't that we just like expedited the due process of the people being deported. It's that the expedited due process that they're allotted under the Alien Enemies Act, they didn't even meet that bar. Like the bar is literally just having any ability at all to contest whether you're an alien enemy, and they didn't even meet that.
Sure.
They didn't give them like any opportunity. I think like
I remember
a lot of the rhetoric
filing
around
because the issue was that like for the past invocations of this, it was very easy to just see who was like like Japanese or whatever for internment can't
yeah,
stop.
because they had a hearing board.
Yeah. But for the for this stuff, obviously it's way more contentious because they're trying to say like MS-13 isn't, and it's like, well, how do you figure that out? It's like, well, yeah, they released that guide. I remember.
Right.
Yeah, it's not good. It's bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would just recommend if you have any
last thing, then we're gonna.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
if you have any free time, I would recommend reading the Boasberg contempt thing because even though it's probably dead in the water, it outlays a lot of the really fucking crazy stuff that happened in that particular case, and it's like a really good, like well-rounded argument as to how that hits. Because I think even people on the left like underrepresent just how bad the AEA stuff is.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know my drill. You're all panelists who have been here before, so you know if I tell you to shut up, you shut the fuck up. Outside of that, I hope you all have fun. Enjoy your conversation. Feel free to restream as you please. Sasquatch, you were the first one here. What say you, sir? And while you do that, I'm taking a quick tinkle break. Be good.
Wick TV, my brother. Does America have a culture?
Different parts of different cultures, but sure, yeah.
Oh, so America itself doesn't actually have a culture. It's just a bunch of immigrants that showed up randomly.
No, the culture has evolved over the years, but I would say the culture that we have is also shifting, I think, right now. But when I was growing up in America, right, the culture was one that was pro-free speech. We tolerated each other's differences, and apple pie, hot dogs, 4th of July.
There you go. Now you getting it. Okay, so America has a culture, and we just want to defend our culture. Is that so much of an issue?
I think that you're attacking our culture right now. My culture, American culture, is under attack by people like you.
Like me?
Yeah.
I'm just asking a question, brother.
No, well, I think that the question is
attacked. That's because it's how you feel inside.
Hold on, the question is driving to a point, correct?
I want to know how you feel about American culture. You did a pretty good job at describing what American culture might be perceived as.
I like our culture. Our culture is better than other cultures.
Really?
Okay, can you describe other cultures?
Or would you rather export American culture?
Hold on, one at a time because I can't hear both of you at the same time. Sorry.
Would you rather import other cultures to America or export American culture elsewhere?
I think that importing other cultures, I believe that, well, for example, I'll give you an example. Okay. So there are portions of other cultures that I think are better than American culture. For example, Chinese culture, they take care of their elderly in a way that we do not. And I think that's better. And if I could graft that onto American culture, I absolutely would. However, I think we do free speech and almost everything else better than the Chinese. So I'm very big on taking what works from other cultures and putting into ours. And that's part of our culture.
That's part of American culture. Yes, sir.
American culture is grafting on other cultures into us and becoming more than the sum of its parts. And I think that by importing our culture, which we do, and do you know how we import our culture, sir? One of the major ways?
Immigration. Absolutely.
Yes, student visas specifically. We allow them to come to our colleges, to stay in our cities, to learn and to grow in our American melting pot culture, and then we send them back home where they can spread that to their family.
Do we actually send them back home, or do they just?
I really want to kick into this just real quickly because I'm really being bothered by this conversation. I'm going to ask it outright. Out of all these panelists out here, thank you for having me, Sarah. I appreciate it. Thank you. Out of all the panelists here, who have migrated in their life, who have exited their country and have gone to live to another country?
Technically,
I
I have
was in the military, and I've been in the military, so me.
I haven't killed anyone recently either, but I'm not trying to go out and try that.
Technically, I was a dual citizen.
Okay, so out of all the panelists, only 4 of us have lived and experienced migration outside of our borders.
Yes and no.
Which point?
Yes and no. And out of those 4, I am the only one who throughout his whole life, by the age of 16, I had lived in 6 different countries: United States, Mexico, Argentina, Ecuador, Venezuela, Costa Rica.
Are you claiming some sort of expert status here?
Hold on, Sasquatch. I know you love to bombardier conversations with that bullshit you throw.
I've seen you drivel
I'm going to make
straight myself. So we're going to have a conversation, and it's not going to be a soliloquy by you.
No,
but
it's not going to be a clown show by you. So let's put this on this perspective.
God, I need a clown nose.
The majority of here don't even know what the hell you're talking about. The experiences, the knowledge in that sense.
You are claiming expertise, aren't you?
What angers me the most and what frustrates me the most in this conversation is, let's put it this way. The United States situation with irregular migration itself, it is in its majority its own fabrication because of its own foreign policies and the impacts of those foreign policies. Not excluding, and I want to make sure this is clear, not excluding the internal problems of each country. I can refer to, and I can give a masterclass in regards of the Latin American and the migration. For example, Venezuela. Out of the 8 million people who have migrated, only about 5% have chosen the United States. The majority have chosen countries of grounds.
So can I ask you something though? Do you believe? Okay, so a lot of times we look at something like MAGA and say, well, I understand this because I understand Donald Trump. So I understand why Donald Trump talks about immigration. But do you, in any world, when we think about this sweeping platform and reform from the White House, do you believe it's possible that immigration can just be a policy and not a total paradigm?
I wish it could be just a policy. But the problem is that for the past 80 years, even more, if we talk about the last 200, 250 years, it has been a paradigm. So if you want to just shift it to a policy, lovely, but fix the problems that you have in regards of why irregular migration happens, why undocumented migration happens, why the so-called badly illegal migration happens. Look, the difference between illegality and legality is an economic one.
Still going, bro.
To me, the reason I can't agree, and I'm not going to bogart, I just wanted to fit this in, is that as an American, the thing of seeing ICE drag people out by their heels, by their socks, by their shoes, this is incredibly inappropriate. It also doesn't speak to any truth that Americans are familiar with, right? If I don't understand the cost, if I don't understand the impact on human well-being, I'm not going to understand a gosh darn thing. And so when you say that we have this 250-year paradigm, I say absolutely, totally, yeah. That's it. That's my time. See you guys.
Look,
my God. 10 minutes. Hold on. You got 10 minutes in the back, Doc, which is actually less time than Ryan because Chuck sent 20 to send Ryan to the back, but then Gourdzilla backed it up with another 5. So Ryan had 25 minutes in the back, which is now sitting at 21. And Doc, I'm starting your 10-minute timer now. And Doc, did you notice I gave you your own emoji in the membership tab? No ducks.
Hey, let me put it this way before you kick me. Duck has an emoji in the back for being a libtard. Okay. And so glaze it up, guys. Glaze it up. If you don't like Duck, provide that visual cue that people aren't a fan of my political beliefs and the way I debate. Debate. That stuff's all fine. That's awesome.
All
I
right, go play
appreciate
with
it,
your
guys.
duckies. Go play with your
I
duckies.
like roast duck.
Well, it took under 10
Well,
minutes.
I
for the
wanted to. I know it didn't take long. I wanted to ask, Ditso, you're speaking from the experience as an immigrant, but do you have experience as a naturalized American citizen?
Of course, I am a naturalized Central American citizen. So, in that
Central
sense,
American.
again, the question
Like
here,
the United States of America citizen.
as a
So
United,
it's an interesting thing that Disto said, right? He said there are a lot of citizens from LATAM that want to come to America. So the question is, and he's like, why do they want to do that? They want to do that because they look for, and correct me if I'm wrong, and tell me how I'm wrong here, they feel like there's a better life here, right?
Okay, so let's put it into perspective. Latin America in 33 nations has 660 million people currently living in them. That is from Mexico down to Argentina plus the Caribbean. That doubles the population of the United States. The amount of people who are migrating are originating from 3 or 4 major areas, which are Mexico, the Triangle of the North, which is Honduras, Guatemala, Salvador. Then you have the situation of Venezuelans, which out of the 8 million, only about 5% have chosen the United States as their destination. So it is untrue that we have to analyze why migration happens. What are the economic, social, political factors that force that?
Well, hold on one second here, though, right? So they're choosing other countries, but they're also choosing our country. And how many of them are actually coming here legally?
Right now, the majority of migration that happens to the United States is
actually legal.
Legal. So anywhere between 85 to 90% of migration that happens annually to the United States is legal.
Yeah, we're not concerned with that. Legal stuff's
The real
fine.
point of it is that nobody's actually arguing here, I don't think, that legal migrants are a problem, right? Like we accept people from China, we accept people from Latin America.
Can we confirm that, please? Because, hold on. Can we confirm that? Because while you might not, I've argued with plenty of people who say actually legal migration is a problem too. So is there anyone, I just want to confirm, maybe you're correct, but is there anyone who thinks that legal migration, I'm talking about visas, H-1B visas, student visas,
all of that's fine.
a problem?
Nope.
Okay, so I'll actually
okay.
I'll back
You're right.
you up
I just wanted
a little
to
bit here,
confirm
Wick.
so we can go forward.
Well, before we move on,
but
like,
there's
do
a
we
problem with that.
at least acknowledge that like there is a really, really big contingency in the Republicans that believe that legal immigration is also a problem? Like Charlie Kirk just came out and saying that we need to drastically curb
back up.
our legal immigration, and we're revoking student visas, and there's that one representative that's trying to pull the citizenship of the one guy who just got elected. Like there is a big contingency of Republicans that don't like legal immigration either.
So let's just put it.
But just give me a second, guys. Here, so I've been through this whole process, right? And there is a huge problem. And the last time I went through it, it was the Democrats in charge, and the problem still exists with the Republicans in charge. So I'm actually not bashing right or left on this, but when we went through our immigration process here, we had this problem where they said. Your visa's illegal, but you have to go to another country, but you're not allowed to leave the country right now. Otherwise, you'll lose your status. So you have to stay. So we're going to give you a temporary thing, but you're still going to be here illegally, right? Now, I think this kind of goes to the ICE thing, right? Now you're in this limbo where the government said you came legally, you applied to stay legally, but now you're in this limbo where you're actually not legal, but you're still allowed to stay legal. So, and this happened both with the Democrats and the Republicans. So there's a huge immigration problem.
So
when it's illegal citizens, but I don't think in this conversation we're actually talking about the people going through those processes. We're talking about the people that Sarah was talking about before that actually broke into her house.
But are we condemning the idea that the fact that like a lot of the Trump administration's focuses have been on people with permanent well, no, it is relevant to the topic because we're talking about revoking student visas.
I'm going.
This message is sponsored in part by
Kissy Cat. I hope you were watching that. Shout out from K2. Keep on trucking. Big kiss to you. It sounds like to me we're trying to make it a little tougher and becoming more, I guess, stringent maybe on how you enter and the rules surrounding. It sounds like we're trying to crack down and not let it be so easy, right? And so typically you have to clean things up first before you can lay your new foundation, and maybe that's what's happening.
I agree, but if they're trying to real quick, because if we're trying to say that they're trying to clean up the system, that's implying that there's a problem with the system. So if we're saying, we're trying to make it more stringent for immigrants to come into this country legally, that implies that there's a problem with the amount of immigrants coming in legally. That's the implication.
Let me kick in this real quick.
Oh, well, let me fire back. Yeah, if something's too laxed, right? If it's too laxed and we're like, hey, we don't like, people are just coming and going as they please. People are overstaying their visas, as Wick was saying earlier. People are doing this, doing that, all these things. And that means the system needs tighter ruling. And now you're arguing against that, saying, no, we want people to be able to come in and do this and do that. But we're saying, hey, no, we need to tighten up the reins a little bit and not just let any willy-nilly in the door.
Well, I just want to make sure that we all agree that...
If I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I may, just real quick, because there's a couple things that we need to really kind of focus on here so it's not forgotten. When they tighten the reins, so to speak, what they do is they reciprocally, or not reciprocally, I'm sorry. What's the word where you do it in the past?
Retroactively.
Retcon it. They retcon it. They retcon your status. So people who thought they came in here legally, who did the process legally, who were given legal status, suddenly and did it what they thought was the right way, are said, well, actually, no, we're going to consider you illegal now. We can consider that a crime now.
Well, in addition, I want to make sure that, like, if you want to say that we need to make it a lot harder for legal immigrants to come in here, then don't pretend like, I'm not saying that you're pretending, Sarah, but a lot of people like to have the conversation focused on illegal immigrants, but they also want to attack legal immigrants. But whenever they're, pushed on that, like, hey, you also want less legal immigrants, they always walk back to the illegal immigrants. I just wish people were more honest about them actually just wanting to curb immigration and not just illegal immigration.
And also,
hold on. Wait. Give me a moment.
Brain drain is good when we drain other countries and we bring their best and brightest here. Yes, America is stronger because of that.
You're missing the point completely. So let's just put it frankly. The difference between the legal immigration and illegal migration is an economic one. The saying that, we just want legal migration refers and it indicates that the wish is you want people who are economically viable towards your society and that have, that have a certain status to it. That has been the behavior for the past 100 and some years. Hold on.
These are separate issues, please. Border control is not the same as ICE enforcement. These are separate issues. Do not conflate them.
The problem is that today, the policies of Donald Trump don't give a damn about who is legally or illegally. They are directing the attacks of this ICE towards people they deem as different or with a certain, it has a racist undertone to it, or an ethnical cleansing
Why are we
undertone
bringing this
to
up?
it.
This has nothing to do with
Also,
anything. We
but
all
here
agree.
the discussion
Oh my
is
God, help
okay.
me.
Look, legal migration. Oh, great! It has. We can talk that till the cows come home. There are aspects, but if we talk about the irregular, undocumented, illegal migration that is happening, those are happening because of facts that are making people displaced in their areas and having to then forcefully move up to the north because of seeking that economic necessity. Why? What are those factors that are making people run away from the country?
Money.
Okay,
It's
money.
always money. And speaking of money, Evan Lord comes with a big 5, says, Ditso is going to take a quick break to learn how to speak concisely. I don't hold it against you. I know this English is not your first language, but you got 5 minutes in the back, Ditso. So hang tight backstage for me.
So the distinction between illegal and legal immigration, I think, is a non sequitur. You're trying to conflate the concept of having an enforcement policy that is actually being enforced from just allowing an open border. I actually open for easier entrance into the U.S. I don't want Pedro with his ice cream truck to have to leave. I like Pedro. I like his ice cream truck. I think he's a good kid. He's going to make a great American one day, but he needs a pathway to do it. And I'm not adverse to Pedro, who's been here for 15 years since he was 12 and has lived as an American most of his life, to become an American. I think
But
that
that's
should
who
be
ICE is targeting. You understand that, right? That is ICE through their policies. That is who ICE is going after, because going after the criminals is hard, and going after Pedro with his ice cream truck is very easy.
Sure.
And it's
And
also Squatch. You're not being clear. It's also people just starting that aspect of the American journey, which is why we have due process for immigration in the first place. Can you clarify your points if you're going to say something to a room full of hundreds of people? Sasquatch.
You know I got a
They gave up their rights.
Nice.
You guys are talking over each other.
I mean, I don't want to. I don't want to be that
Right.
guy. We're not. I don't think we're here to be talking about like our personal opinions on how global migration should look. This is about Trump's administration's actions. Like, if you want to say, oh, well, I don't personally agree with that, that's fine. Your morality isn't the thing that's at at trial here right now. We're talking about Trump's actions.
Hold on, this is the
actions,
problem.
yeah.
It's become a border control conversation, but that's not the conversation we should have, because it's not the same as talking about immigration enforcement when they're in our borders, when they're here, when we have an organization that, again, is going masked, without warrants, without badges, without uniforms, and they're finding people, they're black bagging them, they're putting them in a truck, they're not giving their due process.
What the hell is black bagging?
Putting a bag over their head,
Just
a
stick a
black
bag over your
their
head, jack you into the
put them
van,
in a
and drive
van.
off.
Oh, that's my girlfriend.
Oh my God.
So, Wick, I mean, what would your prescription be for this right now?
How many do you have, Chuck?
I got a whole closet full.
What would your prescription be right now?
So, first of all, start going and targeting criminals. That's good. And even if
They're all criminals.
Okay, there is a difference between someone who overstayed their visa and someone who is a leader of a gang that is human trafficking women.
There's no difference. If they walked across the border illegal, they're a criminal.
Do you think a cop should take more time to punish a jaywalker or punish a murderer?
Let me
jaywalker.
Well, let me ask you this though.
You're not serious. These aren't serious answers.
Let me ask you, Wick. If somebody is willing to be sneaky, right, overstay their visa and try to get away with it, then are they capable of doing more sneaky things to get away with it?
Citizens who are capable of doing all sorts of things. Humanity is capable of bad things, but we don't punish these things until they actually do them. So we can't.
They're already overstaying their visa.
That does not make them murderers. That does
It
not
doesn't make them a murderer,
rapists.
but it makes
doesn't
them
make-
doing something criminal.
But
Sarah, it makes them doing something. Sarah,
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Stop.
Let him
Let me answer the
Let him
lady's
answer.
question. let me answer the lady's question, please, because we don't treat all criminals the same, because we recognize that there are different degrees of criminals. Some are more dangerous than others. Some we need to go after more harshly than others. Some we need to punish more harshly than others, right? Some we put more focus on, with some we put less focus on. And I think that, again, to conflate someone overstaying their visa with someone who is a hardened gang member
my God.
is going to lead to bad outcomes, and it's going to be bad
Just
not
talking
just
past
for
each other.
America, but for its citizens as well. We don't want to conflate these things. It's bad to conflate.
There's
so let me
also
ask
a
you a
positive
question based
incentive
on
as
that,
well.
right?
Evan, shut the fuck up.
No, go ahead, Evan. Evan has sat here quietly for the
right.
last 40 minutes. He's okay. Go
All
ahead,
right.
Evan.
I will say there's like a positive incentive as well, where if they self-deport, then they get a chance to become a citizen, or they have a chance to go and immigrate legally. That's what's the positive thing is. And if they
But
choose
it's gonna be
not
harder to do that.
then they can go and will get they can get the carrot or they can get the stick. And them getting treated like criminals is the stick. And it's going and making it effective, because the problem of illegals going and working service jobs, they're not showing up, so the wages are increasing. There's a IHOP where I'm nearby, and they closed their doors because like the people that they were employing was only illegals, and it caused like a serious detriment of the quality of the place.
So let me put
And
this.
let me interrupt just for a moment. Christina, with her 7-month membership, hot diggity. This is starting to get like crazy to think about that. Like there can be people who have very long-term memberships. I'm very proud of that. Thank you, Christina, for sticking around. And I'm glad you like me. She says, breaking the law equals criminal. Duh.
Good
And Caldy with the big 5 says, calm down, Duck. Take a breather. Duck, you got 5 in the back, buddy.
fuck you.
All right.
Why did they
Don't yell at me.
That's why they do that to Duck, is because he comes in triggered out the gate. I mean, half the comments he makes in chat, we have to either uncover because YouTube hides them, or we don't. I don't anymore. I don't.
So let me put this into perspective. One, in the last 80 years, one of the major imports of migrants that the United States has had was Operation Paperclip, where you brought Nazi scientists to work on your space.
That was back in the 40s.
Hold on.
Let's try not to say that N word. Let's try not to use that N word if you don't mind.
You know,
the people back in the early 40s,
German
mustache guy.
Anyhow, I'm going to make a point here. Your country has benefited from the importing of the mines of not only Europe, but throughout the whole world. That's a matter of fact. Now, the question is, what has aggravated the conditions in the last 30 years for irregular, illegal, undocumented migration to happen?
There is no such thing as a
I was
regular
born
illegal.
and they all thought WIC is in America now. We gotta go, especially the ladies, those thick Latinas. Okay.
Well, Ditzo, you've been deported to the back. You got 5 more minutes in the back, Ditzo. Hang
Dude, I
tight.
love Ditzo. I really do.
I got a question for you, Sarah. I was doing a little research on birthright citizenship, and it stated that if they had allegiance to another country, that they were not to be eligible for citizenship. Their parents.
Where does it say that in the 14th?
How can you, as a child, have allegiance to another
No,
country?
I'm talking about the parents. The parents.
So what
Where
he's
does it
talking
say that in the
about is
14th Amendment?
14th Amendment is talking about people who are diplomats or ambassadors from other countries. And yes, our
that would
14th
make
Amendment birthright citizenship does not apply to them, because their families, the diplomats and their families, have what's called diplomatic immunity. You may have heard of it, right? Where they
Yes.
are not subject to the jurisdiction of America in the same way anyone else would be. It's a very special condition, and they carved that out specifically because they realized it could maybe cause some problems, right? So yes, if you're a diplomat and you have a child here, that child does not automatically become a citizen.
That makes sense
others.
because they're only here as like an ambassador of their country. So they're not here because they want to be here to work
It's the
here, live
jurisdiction,
here.
yeah.
Their allegiance is not to us. They're just here to help be an ambassador. That actually makes sense.
That's not an immigrant either. That's an ambassador.
No, that's not. Yeah, it's not an immigrant. They're not here to be an American citizen. They're here to represent their country on American territory and help aid the communication between the two. So
Technically speaking, anywhere they step is their native soil.
Yep, in the embassy or whatever that they bought.
Can I ask a question real
Right.
quick?
Mhm.
Okay, so it seems like we have this idea that if you do any crime, you should be met with some sort of criminal punishment. Like, do we believe that we should be deporting like criminals who are citizens?
No.
Why not?
No, you go to jail.
Our criminals are our problems.
So-
we're
so
not.
Well,
why-
Donald Trump disagrees with you, right? Because he suggested the idea of deporting homegrowns, quote unquote.
Yeah, true.
I don't know. Like,
I
I
just
think,
feel
that-
like
I think this is the problem of the whole debate right now is that we have to look at it in different sections, right? So we're talking about people that are legally or in visa,
Oh, boy.
visa,
Is he cutting out?
or
Is everyone
people
else?
that broke
Is that
over
Vibe?
the border.
Hold on. Is that Vibe talking?
Yes.
No,
He's
Vibe,
glitched out.
They got him.
Vibe, you froze up.
His job. The
Just
immigrants
like
took his
Megan.
job.
He got
No.
he got deported, and that's what happened.
They took his job.
And he got deported.
Okay.
All
Am I
right.
back here? Can you guys hear
Oh,
me?
there you are. And let's give it a minute to sink in. Alexander with the Big 10 says overstaying your visa is a civil violation, not a criminal one. People who overstayed are not criminal illegal aliens. Which are you all talking about? I don't think we're talking about necessarily. I don't think we're talking about all people who over. That was a claim that Wick made earlier, is that they were overstaying their visas, and that's why they're here illegally. But I would say people who are overstaying their visa and then tapping into new social security cards in order to keep working, using different names, aliases, so on and so forth, that is illegal. That's fraud.
Okay, so I'm about to go to the back, but I wanted to piggyback on this because this is a super important point. And I think we were absolutely conflating this earlier. Like when you guys we were talking about people overstaying their visas and accusing them of being criminal, and they are not. That's not a criminal offense. It is specifically a civil offense, which obviously they can be deported for that, but it's not like they wouldn't be prosecuted for being that. And I think conflating the two,
which is a problem of sending them to CCOT, right? Where they send a lot of them
exactly.
to CCOT. That again, we would, as I said during the one-on-one discussion we had, Sarah, if we were talking about just put them on a plane, give them a ticket, and send them to their home country, we'd have a different conversation. But that's not what we're talking about. We're in many cases, what they're doing is sending them to a foreign prison where we have trouble getting them back from if we do it wrong, as we saw with our Abrego Garcia, where the government said, well, it's hard for us we can't just get them back. And that's a problem for me, that we send people to a foreign prison for not being criminals in a civil violation without due process. That's a problem.
Yeah. So
in addition to
that's
that, just
the.
since I'm about to go to the back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Addition to that, like now after there was a recent Supreme Court ruling where they're now sending people to countries that they're not even from, right? And some of these countries are like active war zones and like really dangerous places. And this is, I mean, I imagine being sent to somewhere where you might get killed like super easily. And
They
you
should
had
have
no due
thought
process,
about that.
and you weren't a criminal. You were just like you're being like, and people are sitting on a panel. A bunch of Americans are sitting on a panel calling you a criminal, and then you get deported and you get killed. Like, just imagine being in that scenario. It'd be horrifying, right? Okay.
Look,
actual
this is
psychopath
about
behavior.
that.
If you can just return, this is simple. The issues of what you call illegality migration has to do with the impacts of foreign policy of the United States and also internal problems in each other countries.
Can we please stop broadening the conversation?
For the past 30 years, I out of those 30 years, I've been working 25 years in my respective country to try to fix those issues. Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, now Trump again. Last 5 presidents. Last year, we had 6 major meetings in Guatemala, Mexico, etc.
What's your point, sir?
Yeah,
Thank
please
you.
skip.
Give me a moment. I'm getting to the fucking point.
You've been getting
I don't
to it
think
the
you
whole
are.
time,
You've
dude.
gotten to this point
While
5
you take
times.
your time getting to the point, allow me to let all of the maters know we are going to be shifting over to the gauntlet here in just a few minutes. I will continue to drop the video link into the chat for you to just go ahead and move over now, or you have to wait and catch the raid. There's 180, 90 of you watching. So I expect to see here shortly all of you maneuver over to the gauntlet. I will shut the tomato down. Same show, different channel. Everybody on screen is staying
Do I have
in
to
place.
do I have to rejoin StreamYard, Sarah, or am I good here?
I just said everybody here on the panel is staying in place. You don't have to move, but the chat does. So if you're in the chat and you're enjoying it and having fun, start moving over. Everybody's already over at the gauntlet. They're moving over there. I will continue dropping the link. And here in a few minutes, I will shut Tomato down completely, and you'll have to catch the raid wave on over. Okay, did so. I think we're all ready to listen to you now.
In simple terms, Wick is too superficial in his analysis. There's things I agree with Wick, and I applaud that he's able to say. But the problem and the depth of the problem is something that has been ongoing for a long time. That's a fact. Now, there are clear undernotes of xenophobia, of racism, and other BS of the United States side that impedes them to really get shit done and fixed. Because if we could get, for example,
Is your point that America is racist? Because you got that across.
No. That's just one of the factors, but it's not the whole factor. I'm speaking in a more broader sense before we get into the whole depth of this whole issue. Because at the end, irregular, illegal, or undocumented migration is happening because of facts, of things that are being done. So why hasn't your country opened the table, and in the last 5 presidents, let's sit down with our governments and said, let's fix this. Because
you're asking questions to things that like we have no control over. Like that is ambassador, presidential kind of.
It's beyond the scope of the conversation. We're not talking about immigration in general. We're talking about immigration enforcement, ICE specifically.
Look,
there is a conversation to be had about border policies and border issues, but we aren't talking about that today. Today we are talking about once they're here, regardless of why, what do we do?
Okay, so let's put it simple. This isn't the first time ICE has acted like a terrorist group.
How did he maintain control?
Acting terrorist.
Here's this one's to all of you big booty. This one is to all of you big booty Latinas out there, just for Kissy Cat.
This message is sponsored in part by.
And Harry is booting Ditso. Ditso, I'm going to give you 60 seconds to summarize what you're saying much quickly.
Simple. ICE is a terrorist group. It's a criminal association, and it's a federal criminal association that deserves to be punished for violating human rights. That's what they are. And anybody who supports that supports terrorism.
Oh,
wow. See, he can be concise. He can do it. He can do it. He chooses not to do it.
So
you got 10 minutes in the back, Ditso. Go ahead.
The reason I asked the original
Non-Fawn's so pretty and nice.
I love
good
Non-Fawn so
person.
much.
Pretty. What the
New
hell?
haircut too? Oh my. So the reason I asked the original question was because we all agree that there's a certain amount of rights and there's a certain amount of process that people go through whenever they're being prosecuted for certain crimes. It's not as simple as, oh, you jaywalked or, oh, you did a civil offense, so we're going to get you out of the country as quick as possible with no ability for you to like, that's not how our immigration system is supposed to work. A lot of the reasons that Donald Trump is able, even kind of, like, has the ability, like the cloak of able to do any of this is because he's invoking emergency powers. This isn't normal. Okay, the things that we're seeing aren't normal. These aren't normal criminal punishments. These aren't normal civil punishments either. So, like, there's process that we need to go through, and everyone is so willing to look past that because we just see criminal, and then our like American like tough on crime brain kicks in, and we feel the need to kick them out of the country as quick as possible. That's not how this system's supposed to work.
Jaywalking is a city offense. Crossing the border is a national.
Crossing the border is a civil offense. It's not a federal crime.
Rinyald, I will say that there's a lot of illegal immigrants have built up over the years, and right now it's reached kind of like a bit of a critical point. So right now we should just go and try to get back to like 0.0 or as close to it as feasibly possible. And then after that, then we could potentially go and put forward with new measures after we go and fix immigration law. Because right now it's like a ship that has a lot of water and it's kind of slowly being dragged down. And we just need to bucket it out.
Does Donald Trump have a border bill in place? Does he have any plan other than just aggressive policing?
He got the law as it's written right now.
Yeah, and he's abusing it. He's going outside of that law.
I love how my chat is aggressively policing my panel and booting everybody you're all just getting deported. You're getting fired, and you're getting fired, and you're getting fired from the panel. All right, Rinyald, 5 in the back.
This is capitalism.
I do take issue with Evan's framing here. Like this is sinking our country.
I get to take a break for a second.
I would pause.
I don't know. I'm being way more aggressive here because we keep broadening the conversation out so far.
They're trying to fix that by taking a rocket launcher and blowing up the ship and saying, in the middle of the ocean, we're going to blow up our ship and then we'll fix it. Then we'll put it back together once we've blown it all up. No.
But there's another aspect here that you haven't even mentioned. No one here has touched it. The aggressive enforcement has acted as a deterrent to the flood of legals that were coming across the border. Those are the ones that this is actually aimed
the aggressive enforcement is illegal.
Okay, sure. I'm not trying to conflate the two like you are. I'm trying to make the point of illegal immigration has plummeted. Plummeted.
So I mean, I think that's a bad thing, but also again, like Rinyald was talking about, this is not normal enforcement, right? This is Trump invoking emergency powers to do
this. Is normal enforcement. Barack Obama did the same damn thing.
No, he didn't.
Did Barack Obama ever invoke the Alien Enemies Act?
Who did Barack Obama send to CCOT?
I love you, not fun.
Who did he
Oh
send
my
to
god.
A foreign prison.
To be fair, CCOT wasn't built yet.
But
Good
you understand
one,
my point? Who did Obama? Because we're not talking about deportations only. We're talking about sending them to foreign prisons, which is a different thing, and let's not conflate the two.
Well, speaking of foreign prisons, ladies and gentlemen, I'm officially shutting down the tomato side. Don't worry, it's automatically set to raid over to the gauntlet. If you're already over at the gauntlet, congratulations. You know how to listen and listen well. The rest of you, 130 of you, let's see, there's 80 smart people over on the gauntlet side. There's still 130 of you not listening and paying attention to what I'm saying. All right, I'm shutting down Tomato. I'll drop the link back in the chat again. Otherwise, catch the raid over to the gauntlet. Same show, different channel.
Who gave you authorization for that deportation act there, Sarah?
I am in charge. This is a dictatorship. I get to fucking decide anything. And every once in a while, every once in a while, I'll let my chat speak and I will listen. Deportation isn't a puzzle. Oh, I did that already. Kissy Cat with the big 5 says, "What about jaywalking across the border?"
Okay,
shots fired.
Kissy Cat should jaywalk onto this panel.
Get him out of here.
Okay, she can. We won't deport her, I promise. But you can.
I think we ought to just adopt the policy, shoot them on the spot before they get across.
Shocker.
That would put an end to illegal immigration.
All right, promise me you won't mention napalm, Chuck. Just don't.
Well, that's a thought.
Why are we cruel? Can I just have Chuck? Is that your name? Why?
Yeah.
Why do you want them to suffer?
Cruel. It has nothing to do with cruel. It's a matter of gaining control of a situation that's out of control.
So there are multiple ways to gain control of situations that are out of control, and I'm arguing tonight that ICE is making it worse. It is spiraling into chaos, and as I think was mentioned by Evan, or it might have been someone else. This is done on purpose to incentivize self-deportations. They are purposely creating cruel and conditions and causing chaos and saying, if you don't do it yourself, we're going to do it for you, and it's not going to be nice. They're being cruel on purpose and by design.
How are they being cruel?
So one of the ways that they're cruel is by deporting them from schools. So a mother who dropped her kid off at school. Did you see the video, right, of that mother who was being detained by 3 ICE agents, crying that she just wanted to see her child? Can you not agree that whether or not you think we should do it anyway, because sometimes we have to be cruel, I understand that, but that is cruel. Can you at least?
I haven't seen actual legitimate reports of ICE raiding schools. Are there some out there?
They were rejected. There was an attempt and
schools.
They tried
So
to,
it didn't happen. It didn't happen then.
Okay, it did. And I can give you examples. Schools.
Now wait a minute.
Churches.
We got one liberal saying it did and one communist saying it didn't. So which is it?
Well, here is what is being said by Ryan in the back. That's 10 from Console. And we got Golly with another 10. That's 20. You need to find some rich fans who can buy you back on. That's what you need. And then another 5, Ryan out. So
Can I read a paragraph before I'm gone for 25 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll give you that.
Ryan, give up on the chat GPT. Use your own word.
Just because you don't look, okay, Boomer, you don't have to understand ChatGPT. It's fine. Like, look, whatever. It's past your time. That's okay. But ICE is absolutely, they're jailing visa overstayers and asylum seekers indefinitely with no hearings, rushing people onto planes, sometimes to countries they've never even set foot in, under a tweaked Alien Enemies Act. They're yanking TPS from hundreds of thousands without review. They're tearing up student visas for political posts, and they're roping in local cops to profile anyone with an accent. All civil violations are being recast as national security threats, so the administration can skip the courts, skip lawyers, and bulldoze basic due process in real time. Where's the lie? Where's the lie? Tell ChatGPT and everyone else where the lie is. All right, Chuck?
Seriously?
Bye, Boomer.
Was it?
Hi, Boomer.
Wasn't it? He just indoctrinated himself through AI.
Ditso's got about 2 minutes left. Ryan's got 25 in the back.
Squatch, you're talking to no one.
Bear with me just a moment. Alexander,
I personally think that we need to build. Sorry, Sarah.
Sarah's reading.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Don't get in the way of a woman and her money.
I'm just gonna give you that look.
I know. I'm out of the way.
I
I'm out of
you
the way.
don't do
I
it
always talk
intentionally.
over her.
I know. See, Vibe is such a sweetheart, though. He's like, I started a Discord call one night randomly, and I was like, Maters, like, let's jump in the call. And Vibe actually came in, chatted with me, having a nice conversation. We talked about like computer dorky stuff and everything. So he has my heart on that one, and I know he would never intentionally talk over me. Alexander with the big 5 says, "What makes you believe that we're at critical mass now? Also, all immigration has plummeted." Any thoughts on that one?
I will say like wages have declined a lot for like basic service work, and and there's a lot of young people who can't get jobs. Like I know like a lot of my friends personally, like they are just coming out of college and they can't even find like temporary jobs to go and just do while they're looking for like their college careers. So that's kind of like
Evan, you don't have friends that went to college. Shut the fuck up.
Well, number one, there's too many college graduates.
Holy.
One, I don't think there's evidence that wages have declined even for basic service work. I don't think that you can find evidence for that effect. Like from all my reading, wages have trended upward over the last 30 years or whatever. But secondly, even if they have, you still have to find actual causal evidence that like immigration was the cause of that. And we just don't see that. Like we have studies where they look at cities that had a lot of immigration compared to similar cities that didn't have much immigration. And what they find is that like even with like pretty large amounts of immigration, the only people that are really hurt are like high school dropouts. And it's like a negative 1% effect on wages. And that's short term. And long term, you don't see the same negative effects. And we do have evidence, by the way, that deportations actually do decrease employment because Obama had his program, the Secure Communities program, that deported a lot of people. And we saw that when you deport like 500,000 people or whatever, we actually saw employment go down by 44,000 for native-born citizens.
Well, if people would get off their ass and do a job regardless of the job, well, that's what I had to do. I started off digging ditches.
True, you just
You
gotta go
know?
outside and dig a ditch. That's all you
And
gotta
burning
do.
witches. A kissy cat with a big 10 says dick matership. Didn't we come up with this word on another panel?
I'm pretty sure we did.
I'm pretty sure we
Yes,
did.
Mater.
I forgot of this wonderful word. I fucking love it. Dick matership at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, with my dick matership, I apply Jester Alt's $20 to boot. Duck to the bat. He says nope. Duck to the back. And ladies and gentlemen, I did carry over the no duck emoji over on the gauntlet side as well. So if you have a membership, I felt like that one was worthy of the love. And Alexander, again with the Big 10, says, does nobody care about how much it's costing us to deport all these non-criminal aliens?
ICE is $1 billion over budget. $1 billion with a B dollars over budget.
And we're what, 6 months
That's
in?
crazy.
Five?
That's crazy.
5 months in?
They'll recoup that from everything that the illegals are scooping up free of charge.
Hold on.
True.
Chuck,
And there's
let me
no
ask you
evidence
this:
that-
Are you a man who criticizes the deep state, who openly defies the deep state, Chuck? Are you?
If it exists, if it exists.
Okay, so why is it that? And riddle me this: why is it that today the movement that criticizes
Riddle me this.
institutionality of the United States, the so-called deep state, is now today the majority of that same organization, MAGA, supporting a federal institution to enforce xenophobia?
To enforce what?
Basically,
Racism.
like
He's
enforce-
saying American racist, but he's saying it differently.
Oh.
I love
That's
how you
what-
can translate that. Kokomo with the Big 10 says, what leftists can never understand, you can't just let anyone who want it. Let me start that one over. What leftists can never understand, you can't just let in anyone who wants to. The infrastructure and services can't handle it. Any thoughts from the lefties?
Thank God no one's arguing for
I don't
that.
think anyone
Hold on, I'm not an open
Yeah.
borders guy.
Thank
if I
God no
may.
one
I'm
argued
not
for
an
that.
open borders guy.
Go
I'm
ahead, Nick.
for reasonable restrictions on immigration. That's fine. We're not. No one's. At least I'm not arguing for letting anyone in. What I am simply saying tonight is that the way that we are enforcing the people who do get in, whether that be legally or illegally, what we are doing is hurting us as a country. That's my stand.
How's
And
it hurting?
in simple terms, you benefit more by migration because you obtain people that can do a whole bunch of things for your country than wasting your money and your taxpayers in funding a federal institution, a terroristic federal institution that is acting like thugs, like criminals.
They are not terroristic. They're there by the law of the land.
Deal with it. I don't care how you feel about
Doesn't
it.
make it terroristic.
That's a fact.
What
They
a
are
good
terroristic
conversation this is.
organization.
No, they are not. I will argue with you all day long, buddy.
You defend the deep state. Okay, good to know, Chuck. You defend the deep state.
Oh, boy.
That's good to know, and that's good to know that. And that's good to know that Trump supporters that are anti-migration support the deep state. That
If the law was there was no ICE, then I wouldn't support ICE. I would be fighting ICE. But it's
thing
written
is-
into
voted for a
law
felon.
that ICE exists and has a purpose.
I get it, Chuck.
Okay, well,
Again.
obviously, okay. Can we agree that
I'm
ICE
gonna
has at
go
least broken the
hyperbolic
law
on
at
this.
some points? Like
I'm
they
gonna go-
literally,
So if
they
you
literally.
break
they
the laws,
did at
ICE
least
is
with
a
Fuego
terrorist
Garcia.
organization. It's a federal terrorist organization. Like it or
No,
not.
it's not.
It's an organization that are fulfilling.
It's my let's say it's my normative ethics.
This message is sponsored in part by.
All right, I just wanted to do that. I wanted to cleanse my palate. Go ahead, did so.
Yeah, no. So, of course, I'm trying to be a bit hyperbolic here, but the point being is that Wick is right. ICE is making
It's
shit
true.
worse.
Yeah. I mean, Wick is
Wick-
right about everything, but yeah.
Wick is right, at least in that sense.
And also, Wick is very handsome. That's also true. And Wick is very, very
Rick is a
charming.
YouTuber and therefore correct. We are all correct.
The more money you give me, the more
Simple.
correct I become. Okay.
Good. Now you're happy, Wick. But the point being is, yes, ICE is making shit worse because they're having terroristic behavior. And that terroristic behavior is a policy of this administration. Why? Well, that's another conversation. But let's face it. ICE, as a federal institution, they are acting out like ISIS or any other organization.
They are performing
I don't know about
legal law.
I don't know about that, buddy.
You would.
Can I address the super chat? Actually?
Yeah,
Nice
can
beheadings.
I, if you want to read it first and then
Michael
address
Tugless for $5.
it. You have to say it's sexier.
Doesn't get any
You have to
tugs,
say-
right?
Gotta say it's sexier.
Okay, Michael Tugless.
Holy shit.
I can't do that.
You didn't say anything when 10 million were brought in.
I gotta go bark.
Damn. Give me your phone number, Wick. I'm ready.
Yeah, about a few thousand going out.
Okay, stop.
Give me a break. Hands where we can see him, boys. Hands where you too, Sarah. Hands where we can see him. Okay, exactly. Oh yeah. Okay, so one.
Hands up, don't
You don't know
coon.
my position on immigration because I haven't come here to state that tonight. You don't know it. You don't know whether I want more or less stricter enforcement at the border, less enforcement at the border. That's not my argument here. That's not what we're talking about. Border enforcement is not the same as ICE. Say it with me. ICE is different than borders. ICE is not
It's the same department.
No, it is not. We have the
No,
Border
security.
Patrol, which is a separate thing. They're separate for a
Well, yeah,
reason.
yeah.
ICE is for
border-
once
they're-
they get loose in the country.
True.
Get
Yes,
loose.
so they're
They're
different.
like the dogs running around.
Border
with
and ICE
the
are
police.
part of Homeland Security.
No,
They're
this is my problem, Chuck.
two
And I love you,
branches
buddy,
of
because
a
the Bears
different
is beautiful,
department.
but you don't know these basic facts of the matter, and it's hard to have a discussion with you because you don't know that there's a difference between these institutions and organizations.
So
I just said there was. Border
ICE-
control is when they're at the border. ICE is for the ones that get through illegally.
Okay,
True.
so
You know,
they're
I mean,
both-
I would
they're
kind of
both
agree with
branches
Wick
of one
on all
department.
of this, but when it comes
What-
down to it, right?
Go
Like,
ahead, Vibe. Go ahead.
we're all over the place right now. Like, we're going
Yes.
from the top, the bottom, everywhere, right? And I think really, if you want to have a proper debate on this, we have to start at the bottom, right? And determine who is
Would
like.
start at the bottom.
Do we
You are-
all agree what is illegal and what's not illegal? Now we have illegal people here, and there's a dirty little secret that
Ooh.
the United States actually really loves illegal immigrants because
Well, why
since
don't we just go back to
cracked down-
slavery then?
But it all
Why not?
matches back. It all matches back to minimum wage, right? So we have minimum wage here. I got to pay like $25 for somebody to flip a
Minimum
hamburger,
wage
or I
is
can.
not
I
slavery.
can.
These are not the same.
Might
Let's
as well
be
be.
No,
real.
but
honestly.
what I'm saying is we're all over the place. We have to start at the bottom. We have to start at the bottom of who's actually illegal. And I don't care if you've never committed a crime. If you came here illegally, it's like if somebody gets a drunk driving, they're still going to be prosecuted, even if they're a citizen. If you come over illegally, like this is the bottom level, right? It's the same thing as a drunk driving. You committed a crime, right? We start at the bottom, and then we start working up. We start working up from
gotta
there.
understand. Hold on, there are different punishments for different offenses, and we have
Agreed.
prosecutorial discretion in America, meaning we sometimes look the other way for certain offenses that are on the books. No one, to my knowledge, even though these laws are technically on the books, are prosecuted anymore for anti-sodomy laws, right? Even though these laws are on the books, right? Even though they exist, we have what's called prosecutorial discretion, where a prosecutor can, using his judgment, say, you know what, it was illegal what you did, but we're not going to go after you for different reasons, for extenuating circumstances. Again, I am not here to argue that we shouldn't deport immigrants. I am.
I agree with
So
you.
what you're saying is we ought to
100%.
sodomize
The way
them.
we are doing
Yes,
it right now, the way the
true.
Trump administration is conducting itself right now, the way ICE is conducting itself right now, I would say violates people's First Amendment rights, their Fourth Amendment rights, their Fifth Amendment rights, and their Eighth Amendment rights. And
They are not citizens. They don't have them right.
What I am saying is, let's work our way up there instead of jumping all over the freaking spectrum, right? Let's get to that point. Let's get to the point of that.
Sarcastic Warlock with the big 5 says, if you don't wash your underbits, you'll get dictators. Scrub more often. And yes, Dick Maters in the house. Speedy Lee with the big 10 says, nations have a right to be xenophobic, and Ditso is proving why. Boot him. Okay, I'm adding another 10. I booted him on the 5, and I got to add another 10 on to that. There you go. And then Evan Lord with the big 2. My ears and eyes need a palate cleanser, Sarah. It's going to cost more than $2.
More than 2, yeah.
Come on now. I don't even read them normally if they're 2. I normally just put the 2s on the screen and call it a day. And thank you, Mr. Bill, for kindly reminding me earlier to send to put the StreamYard link up and pin it. I always tend to forget when I switch channels. So thank you.
Figured
For
it was something
the
like
reminder.
that. No worries, no
Well,
worries.
you know, when you're a dictator, you forget things.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's
what's the
Dictator.
punishment for breaking and entering? You were talking about punishments for crimes. What's the punishment for breaking and entering into somewhere you're not supposed to be?
Depends on the state. Depends on what you
At
do.
my house,
Depends
it's
on the context
death.
too.
Yeah, it's depending on your situation there, but in most places,
There's
it's at
context.
least
You understand that all breaking and
6
entering
months.
is treated the same, correct?
6
Well,
months.
it's kind of the point, right?
Yeah.
Like we have to stair step up all the way to ice. And by the way, Wick, you're my favorite lefty, and I don't even know if you're a lefty because you are very intelligent. I love the way you go, and I want to get up to ice. But the very
Rick, are
first
you
thing we
more
need to
left
do is-
center?
I'm left of center, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I'm
Now,
not.
now that he-
I really enjoy listening to Wick. Okay, so I'm far right, but I still love you guys.
Or just go do it. Yeah, I love the verbal fellatio. Continue, please.
I'm slightly right of Attila the Hun. I believe we should all do what I say, but if we're not going to do that, let's work out this voting thing and make it fair.
But I want to build up to the ice on like the ice statements he's making, and we're all over the place, right? We're talking about.
You gotta put water in the ice tray, and then you gotta get it cold. You know.
I just always
speaking
feel
of
you
cold,
need building blocks.
Golly sent another 20 and says, keep Coder back there. We're going to keep you cold in the back, Ryan. I added the other 20
Damn.
on. And Evan Lord says, fair enough, Sarah. Let's get a stronger cleanser. Which one do you want, Evan? You want the horse? You want the butt shaker? You want the ballerinas? You want dealer's choice?
He better not say fireman.
Dealer's choice.
You want the fireman?
Oh,
That is not the fireman. Holy. That's crazy.
This message is
That's way
sponsored
crazy.
in part by.
That one's crazy.
Sponsored
Crack
by
kills.
Evan Lord. All of you fine gentlemen, not only in the chat but on panel, please say thank you to Evan Lord for that sweet,
Thank you,
sweet
Evan.
palate cleanser. All right, back to you, fine gentlemen. I'm going to tinkle. You'll be good.
Holy, that was
Rick,
so.
you leave
So
the
what?
mic
The ritual can begin. First of all of you who disagree with me, you're un-American, and I'll deport you immediately once I become
Kalima.
president of these United States. Second of all, right, Vibe, I am your favorite, just in general, and that's okay. And I should be
And
everyone.
I'm your favorite, right? On the
But
right.
Third, look.
Now look, you guys
my-
can get
my
a room. That's
favoritism
okay.
Is for sale. I am a capitalist, sir. Whoever gives me the most money is my favorite. So you can get that status, but you have to do the work. So thirdly, right? Thirdly, I just want to hear a good argument from any of the people who disagree with me tonight of why you're okay and why you trust a federal organization such as ICE to not have to show their faces, to not have to show warrants, to not have to show badges, and not have to wear uniforms, and to be able to be empowered to arrest and detain people. Why are you okay with the government having that power?
Called
Because
undercover.
the Democrats fucked it up.
the police aren't doing their jobs, so we kind of need to go and have people that can go and operate beyond the police because the police aren't working with them in a lot of cities.
It's not
Party
the
of states' rights,
police's
by the way.
responsibility.
Sanctuary city,
How many
but the
decades
police
did we
aren't
let
doing
this
their
happen?
Jobs. I would argue that ICE isn't doing it isn't doing its job of deporting violent criminals. They are specifically going after non-violent criminals, which is
They're
not what
still criminals.
Okay,
They're still criminals.
Let's look at this
Get
way,
all the
right?
jaywalkers out of
So,
here, please.
I'm gonna go back to the drunk driving, right? I get pulled over for drunk driving, and they go, "Oh my God, you have no criminal record. Keep on driving." Like, I mean, they came illegally, and this is why I keep on saying we have to start at the base, right? And let's build up from that, right? So we have illegal aliens that came here illegally. We have legal people that their visas expired or what happened. There's so many stair steps into this whole legality. And by the way, on whether it was Democrats or Republicans, every one of them have failed to do it right. Like, I'll say Republicans are failing at it. Democrats failed at it. They're multiple tiers. So if we argue it from the bottom and go up, then maybe we can get to a conclusion here.
Donald Trump is also failing at this. He is not adhering to the laws that bind his power in these deportations. He is failing at doing this in a legal way.
Every president before this.
No, not at least.
Not to the
nearly
degree that
same
Trump
extent.
is.
Okay, not from. How did Biden not fail at this?
I'm not
Biden-
saying whether or not Biden did or didn't fail.
Hold
I'm
on.
saying
Who
that
did
if you're
Biden
defending
send
Trump's
to a foreign
policies,
prison? Who did Biden send to a foreign prison? Who did he deport there without a trial?
No, I'm asking not from how Biden failed on this.
Trump. We understand
this
that
is
it
Trump's
failed in
policy.
different- Hold on, just real quick. Vibe. I understand what you're saying, but would you acknowledge that they failed in different ways? Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I
Okay,
think
so,
every
yes,
political party has been
good.
failing.
I'm trying to build something with you here, right? Okay, so carry
Oh.
on. So you agree with me that they were failing in different ways, that the Trump 1 failed differently than Biden did, then failed differently than Trump 2 has, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So we can also look at the ways they failed and say, well, hey, this way of failing is worse than this way of failing. We can measure these things. We can judge these things. We can look at the metrics and see which one has had a bigger, worse impact and which one has had a less worse impact. Correct? That's something we can do.
Yeah.
I don't think so. No, I
You
mean,
don't think so? Why not?
because there's been a long-term failure on the government side on handling this.
Okay, but again, I disagree with you on that point, and this is where our disagreement is going to be, is because I think that we can look at the ways that they've done wrong and say this is less wrong and this is more wrong. And my argument tonight that the way Trump is doing it, regardless of what you think of how the other people failed, is worse than Trump 1, is worse than Biden, is worse than Obama, is worse than Clinton, is worse than Bush, is worse than Bush 1, is worse than Reagan even. It's at another level. It's worse. Now, you could say that the failures of the others have enabled it, and I would maybe even agree with you on this. The executive has been eating up more and more power for my entire life, okay? Right? The executive branch has been gobbling it up like it's a buffet, like they're at an all-you-can-eat buffet. In Congress, spineless cowards that they are, have allowed it, okay? I agree with you. But this is the problem. I can't turn back time. I don't have a time machine, but I can address the issues with Trump.
Jim Croce.
And before anybody responds to the chat, DGen Power Hour begins in 15 minutes, actually slightly less than that, but only if you fulfill the goal. You've gotten your 2.5 to 3 hours already. Hit the goal and we will keep pressing on, but you have to hit the goal. So you got 0 out of 10 rate. And actually, I will apply because this super chat came through right as soon as I set the goal. So I will apply that 1 extra in there. So you got 9 more to go. Hit the goal or we shut down. I want to keep going. This is getting really good and feisty. I don't know about you all, but I do. Michael Tuglas with the big 5 says, hey, Wick, I say we use prosecute.
Say it sexy. I had to say it sexy. You got to read.
Michael Tuglas with the big 5. Hey, Wick, I say we use prosecutorial discretion for Trump's illegal deportations. What say you?
Well, with that, I don't know how I can disagree. No, what does that mean? What did you just say? We
should
use
use-
prosecutorial discretion for Trump's illegal deportations.
Yeah, like violations of
meaning
the
that
Fifth
Trump
Amendment. Yeah.
deports less, meaning that we don't prosecute Trump. What do you mean? You got to clarify, buddy. Spend more money to do so.
We just put a little pause on the Fifth Amendment. All right, just put a little pause on it, and then we'll be good.
And Ryan, you got an extra 10 in the back. And I love how he was such a good sport about it. He's telling people thank you for supporting the channel. And then additionally, another 5 minutes added on. One, let's see, 2, 3, 4. Oops.
Damn.
I need him at 30.
I thought I was the only one that gave him
All
the boot.
right. Your TikTok is now up to 34 minutes with time ticking down and time added on. Kissy Cat wants to keep on pushing. We will keep on pushing. And you know what, Kissy Cat, this one's for you.
This message is sponsored in part by...
I'm not sure why, but every time I see that one, I wipe my mouth.
Fair enough. Ditso has 2 more minutes, and Duck has returned. I guess he wants to continue supporting the
mighty
show. The
I have a
mighty
question.
Duck.
I have a question. So this is for the brave, and I know a lot of the MAGA folks here are going to be a little frustrated. They're seeing a democratic socialist like Mamdani. I'm sure we'll hear a lot more in the future about him. He's winning New
Oh,
York.
don't get me started on that clown.
Chuck, I'd love to hear your take on this, actually. So I'm just curious, how would we expect a United States sort of national platform to look like when, in reality, if we don't have immigrants in our country and small business owners, employers, managers, investors don't understand these people as their customers, as their coworkers, as homeowners, as people getting advanced educations, how would we expect to have a platform in the first place?
I'm sorry, I have to respond to this. I don't think the United States limits anybody coming into this country. We're just talking about illegals. That's it. Nothing else.
Nothing against the legal people. Hell
we
no.
educate the Indians. We educate the Chinese.
There is
we educate
one
everybody. We let them in. If they want to get a visa, we keep them.
If you're a criminal in your native
talking
country,
about?
usually default any attempt at a visa, typically. But
it is pretty hard to
This is a
immigrate to the
very
US
open
legally.
country.
Like, we do have a lot of restrictions on
Yes.
that. We cap how many people get green cards every year. We make there's 14-year waiting list for some countries, right? Like, not that justifies illegal immigration, but
there's not a 14-year
it is not
waiting
easy to
list
get
for the
here
United
legally.
States. There is not a 14-year waiting list for the United States. You can get here.
I'm pretty sure there actually is.
For some countries,
There's a long
it
wait,
might be even
yeah.
longer in Mexico. It depends on what type
All
of
right,
visa you're getting,
post
obviously.
post that in the chat. I want to see that. I don't believe that. I came here.
Remember when you had 5 years to get a court date?
What has been posted in the chat is by Duck. Duck has now 25 minutes in the back. Shots fired. Gestural just does not like Duck on screen. And Kissy Cat adding more to the goal. You guys have 6 more to go, and you only have 9 minutes to do so. So hurry up, get them in. I want to continue on to DGen Power Hour. I'm sure all of the panelists do as well. All
And
right.
I will throw out a shout out for Kissy Cat. She's always awesome.
She is.
And by the
We love
way,
her.
Wick, I always love talking to you. I think you're one of the most rational right guys, left guys I talk to. So.
Man, why don't you guys get a room and get it over with?
You got a haircut like a centrist now.
just give him a date. Go ahead. We got time.
Vibe.
Yeah,
who
he's
are
a
you
smart guy.
talking? Who is Wick?
Vibe and Wick. They're definitely
Ooh.
copacetic.
No, I don't agree with him at all, but always love talking to him. So there we go, Wick. What's up?
Hey, buddy. I appreciate the words. I don't want to lead anyone on though, so sorry. I'm only in it for the ladies, but I do appreciate your words. And honestly, no homo or anything, but it does make me feel good that people actually listen, right? And I feel like we are in a situation in America.
Do you really have to
where
say no homo?
Our brains turn off when we hear certain words, right? You hear a certain word or someone starts to say a point, and then you assume it's going to be something. And so your brain turns off, you stop listening, and you start formulating a response, right? And I think that that's harmed discourse. It's been great for dunks, great for debates, but I would argue that that kind of mistrust of our fellow citizens is part of the reason we're in the problem we're in. So thank you. I do appreciate that, sir.
Well, now that we're on a
Lovers too
one-on-one,
far away. Okay.
right?
Say one more time.
Now that we're on a one-on-one, because it's
Yeah.
just you and me right now. Do you realize that?
It's true.
And we've got like romantic music in the background, so
No,
that's
okay,
a little
great.
extra. But hey, so do you not agree that like we should look at this? I mean, I've seen the ICE things, right? But I want to build to that in our debate. So when this two on two is done, we have to actually start at the very beginning, right? We have to start at immigration. We have to look at like what's illegal, what's not legal. What are we doing? What does the United States actually think about this? Minimum wage.
No, we don't.
Totally fits
we
in
don't
that
need to think about that
when
at
we
all.
actually say, okay, are we actually allowing immigrants in here? Are we not?
No, you
agree
don't.
with you that
you
I think
don't.
that this takes the conversation in a direction that does not solve the immediate problem. We have
any problem.
triage. We have an immediate problem, and that is ICE. ICE is acting in such a way that is putting fear into citizens, not just illegal immigrants, but to citizens. We're in a situation where I know people who look like they're from other countries, who refuse to leave the house without having some form of proof of their citizenship on them.
So do you know the percentage of that?
Carry around, people shouldn't, Americans shouldn't have to carry around to the park identification, their papers. We shouldn't live in a country where the government can force you, basically, to have papers on you at all times or else. I think
Well, I hate to tell you this, even if you're legal and there were no illegals, that actually is a law.
No, it's not, unless you are driving or operating a motor vehicle. If I went to the park right now without any ID, do you think I would be breaking a law?
Okay, so
nope.
No, answer
yes
my question.
and no.
I'm walking in a park.
No, I am
now
answering your
with no
question.
ID. Am I breaking
So if
the
you're
law?
suspected for something, you do have to show identification.
No, you have
as
to
long as they
identify yourself, which is different.
No, if they
Yeah, that
actually
also depends
suspect
on
you,
the state,
you
though.
have to.
You don't have to have papers on you. I promise you don't.
No, if you're not suspected of anything, you don't have to have papers on you.
Even
you
if
are
you're
correct.
suspected.
No,
how
yeah,
would
if
I?
you're
How would
suspected,
that
yes,
even make
you
sense?
do.
How would I even know I'm suspected of something?
Well, they would have to show the burden of proof.
Okay, if the cops came to me and says, "Hey, we
This
there
is
was
going in
guy
a
the
stupid
area,
direction,
there's a
though,
report
including
of this
from Wick, but it's his
handsome,
panel, so fuck it.
bearded genius that was going
And we know
around
that's never gonna happen.
killing women, right, and stealing from them." Okay, that's not my problem. I mean, they have to. Even if I don't have ID on me, the only thing I have to do when they ask my name, I have to identify myself. I have to answer their question. But I don't have to have papers on me. I don't have to have ID on me. I don't have to have my birth certificate on me. The only time I need some form of identification is if I'm operating a motor vehicle or if I'm in some sort of like the airport or something like that. But like in a park or anything like that, I absolutely do not have to have ID.
No, you don't have to have ID. You just have to, if you are going to be detained, they do have the right to get your ID. That's it.
Okay, they have the right to identify you if they detain you, but that's a different thing. That's not what you're implying.
Yes.
What you're saying. What I am
I'm
saying.
not implying
is
that. I never was implying that.
Hold on. What I am saying, and my point that I'm trying to bring about with this, is there are U.S. citizens who look like they're from other countries, but who were born here, who now are afraid to go outside and walk in the park
Because they look
fear
different?
ICE will mistake them for a legal immigrant, and if they don't have their papers on them, they will be.
Okay, how many times has that actually happened? How many times is
More than
because
one.
I somebody looked like they were from Iran, that they got detained, and they were born in the United States?
Here, I'll give you a video.
Give me the give me the statistics. Don't give me a video.
Okay, we don't have the statistics because ICE doesn't release that information. Because you know why? They don't have to identify themselves. There's no way we can track that because they don't have uniforms. They don't have badges. We can't track this information. But just because I can't, that's part of the problem where ICE is operating in a way that we cannot track them. So we cannot hold them to account when they do these things because they have obfuscated how they're acting, and we can't know if they're acting correctly or incorrectly. And it's very important when we trust the government and government organizations and give them power that we, the people, be able to hold them accountable and be able to track their actions up to a point. I do not think it out of line to ask that ICE, before they deport someone or detain someone, have to show ID themselves, have to identify themselves with a badge or an identification number or something. So if they do it wrong, we can hold them to account, just like regular police do. We ask this of regular police. Why should we not ask it of ICE as well?
I think we should. I mean, I think
Okay,
ICE should be
beautiful. You
completely
agree
responsible for
with
that.
me.
But,
Wonderful.
but,
I love it. I love it. This is why I love you, Vibe. Okay.
and I have seen some videos, by the way, and I am appalled by some of those videos. However, that's a 1% of ICE. It's not 100% of ICE, right? This is not the standard procedure. We can always find where humans are not doing the correct thing,
Who's been
right?
prosecuted for any of that?
But what I would tell you is that ICE is the standard procedure is anybody that doesn't look like the idealized U.S. citizen, white, tall, blonde.
Oh Lord!
Oh God!
Hey, look, I cited in the back chat 2 U.S. citizen children were sent on the mother's deportation flight to Honduras without the opportunity to speak with attorneys, leaving a 4-year-old boy with stage 4 cancer without access to his medication, according to the National Immigration Project. Gracie Willis, an attorney with the organization. That's just one example of the many that have been happening for the past 6 months.
Wait, they have enough money to go and treat cancer, but they don't have enough money to go and get some basic citizenship?
No, they were U.S. citizens. They were U.S.-born citizens.
U.S. born by who? What was their parents? Were they?
That doesn't matter. The status of the parents does not matter once a person is born in the United States.
We acknowledge that if you're spending money on
your
cancer
law.
treatment, that's money you can't spend anywhere else, right? Like you need to pay that money in order to survive, and you can't pay it anywhere else.
Look,
they could have other use for that money if they have enough money.
So
to
they
make
should
for
stop
that.
paying for their cancer treatments?
They should go have money to go and stay there to be able to go and live their lives. without
Overpaying
any
for their
problem.
cancer treatments.
I understand where Vibe is coming from, that we should start from the bottom, that then it creates a whole conversation about the policy, about the paradigm, etc. Great. But right now, ICE is a state-funded terrorist organization. And they're acting like
one more
thugs.
time, and maybe we'll believe it this time. I'm sure if you say it with enough conviction and vitriol and hatred for America, we'll all fall to our knees and agree that Ditzo has found the key. He knows the racism of America, and we must forget.
Sasquatch, I know that you can't comprehend that
Look at how
criticism is
beautiful
not equal to hate.
Yeah, that's called
and that,
I'm attacked.
and that
You lose.
hold on. That your rhetoric only works to a certain degree, to certain
I'm not the
people.
one here delivering rhetoric. You are.
No, you are with the rhetoric. Of
No,
course,
I've
it's
asked you a
brownish
question.
rhetoric.
One of my points has been by asking you a question that you have yet to answer in a succinct, fashionable way.
What is the question? Say it again, because I've answered it in multiple ways. But you don't want to listen. You never want to listen.
I just
keep
want to
convincing
say
enough of you, bro.
I love animals. And the fuck it button sends a big 5, says you are impressively delusional. No citizen is scared of ICE. Glasses. All non-citizens have no opinion here. D's.
Shit, just wrong. Read the 14th Amendment. I don't know.
Freedom of speech is applicable throughout
Not
all
you two.
Can we
continents.
just take a moment? Can we just take a moment to recognize the Dunning-Kruger effect here? People who have no knowledge of the situation, no knowledge of the amendments, who've never even read the Constitution. I would bet money that this man has never even read the Constitution. Coming
So
up with
most-
their $5 saying, "You're so delusional, guy," who's cited all his sources, who's used examples, who's given a very, I think, strong argument onto my points. But I'm just going to tweet at you that no citizen is scared, and I said it, so that must make it true. Look,
Wait, one quick question.
Fuck it button. Is that your name? Fuck it button. It's fuck it button. It's gonna be fuck it button. I don't know if it's fuck it button.
Wait,
but it is.
one quick question.
Why don't
If
you
you
just
were-
come on? Hold on. Stop. Why don't you just come on? It's an open panel. Just come on and you can tell me why I'm impressively delusional. I'm sure that you'd be able to withstand the slightest pushback. I'm sure you wouldn't crumble or melt like a little snowflake. So please.
So,
I
Wick,
invite
how do
you.
you
Welcome.
how do you resolve this situation?
Let me add in right now, Duck was bought back up, but I need to boot somebody in order to do so. So
I'll go back for a little bit if you want to bring him up.
Oh, you didn't have to. I was going to ask Just Gerald, who paid to bring him back, if he wanted to select somebody specifically to boot in order to get Duck back up. So we'll leave it to the chat for Just to lay his claim and say, unless you gotta like do something.
I gotta go pee. It's
he gotta go poop. He gotta go poop. All right, so Rinyald to the back. Hold on just a second,
back.
and Duck back up, and then I also have backstage 007 who's waiting patiently for his time to shine on panel.
Got a break.
So somebody has to be booted in order to do so. Kissy Cat says Umbreon is making the best points on panel. I agree. All dogs that show up on our show, or cats, I'm more partial to dogs, but the dogs always win here. And Speedy Lee with the big 5 says, deport all Chihuahuas.
Ow.
No. Yeah, little ankle
Racist.
biters. Little ankle biters. It's okay.
So Wick,
oh.
can we go back to something real quick?
Yep.
Wick said a while ago that ICE is $1 billion over budget.
Mm-hmm.
If you scroll up the private chat there, you'll see that I posted something where for each year legal immigrants are in the United States, it costs the federal, state, and local area $150 billion to take care of them.
And how much do they bring the economy?
What's $150 billion minus 149?
How much do immigrants help the economy? How much do they give to our GDP?
Should illegal immigrants put into taxes?
Non-fun should know this. Non-fun. How much?
Immigrants or illegal immigrants, sir?
Immigrants.
Both.
Yeah, I mean, so it depends on it depends on what type of immigrant, obviously, and it depends on how you want to measure it. So I would just say, like, if you're concerned about like states, having to spend welfare on these immigrants or whatever, well, we should look at what type of taxes do these immigrants pay. And like the CBO has a really good study. Like they estimate that like the immigration surge under Biden actually would end up reducing the deficit by $900 billion over 10 years because immigrants
What's
just
$900
tend
billion
to...
minus 150? Only Mr. Bill.
We're talking about illegal immigrants that have a very
I
a lot of
rest
money.
my case.
No,
You
it's
use
like, yeah, like,
CBO as your source?
first of all, when you guys say illegal immigrants, most of the time you just mean asylum seekers, right? And like you can, I agree, there are a lot of asylum seekers who are making fraudulent asylum claims, but asylum seekers get work authorization.
We're talking
after
about
being in a
Just
country
so-
for 90. What? Sorry.
That's the ones we're talking about. We're not talking about the refugees. We're not talking about those people. We're talking about illegal immigrants who do not qualify for asylum and have not used the proper channels to enter the country.
How many? Okay, so when you guys cite these numbers, like 10 million people crossing the border or whatever, how many of those people do you think are like gotaways who like evaded border patrol versus are just claimed asylum and are in the country awaiting a court date?
Well, as I understand it, for the past like several years, they were all gotaways. They were pretty much
No,
just
that's absolutely not true. The
just
vast
released
majority of them,
as I understand
they
We've
were
had
like,
more
I think they
catch
were
and
like,
release phase, right? Yes.
catch and release implies that you are catching them and they get assigned a court
Releasing
date
them.
and they are released to the country.
Not dehumanizing, but yeah, they're like fish. You have fish, you catch and release it, which is all the fish that
Well,
went by.
so
and
my
everything.
claim here is simply like you can disagree with that policy, and like I think a lot of people claiming asylum don't have valid asylum claims. I think they are just coming here to get a job. But my only claim there is that when you claim asylum and you're awaiting a court date, you get work authorization after being in the country for I think like 90 days, and those people pay taxes. They are allowed to work legally. Like they contribute to the economy, so they're
Bro,
not like
let me-
there's no good evidence that they're a net fiscal drain.
Well, also
Let me
just to be
get
clear,
in-
you're
in there
legally
real
allowed to
quickly.
do that.
Hold on,
You're-
hold on. Let me get in there real quickly. Put a link on the back of the chat. I'm just quoting from that link. Undocumented immigrants are essential contributors to the economy, following the American Immigration Council.org. In 23, undocumented immigrants households paid $89.8 billion in federal, state, and local taxes and held $299 billion in spending power. In total, immigrant, both legal and undocumented or illegal, so you guys call households, paid nearly $16.80 in every $100 tax dollars collected by federal, state, and local governments, funding a wide range of social services that benefit all citizens. So if anybody has data that counters this, please go ahead and bring it up. Tell us exactly how
when you
that's
bring down the wages of the entire American economy, basically, and the wages go down. That means the rest of the people that are here legally, they don't have as much money to spend because their wages went down. If the illegals weren't here, guess what?
So-
their wages and their spending ability would go up. Thank you.
So the whole point of your argument is xenophobia. It's because this guy's coming here illegally, we are making less money.
That's what we mean by one-track mind, sir.
And that's not, it's not, where's the data proving that? Where's the facts of that proving that?
You don't actually have good data that immigrants are like decreasing native-born wages. Again, I talked about this earlier. We have studies on this. There's good economic theory behind it. Immigrants sometimes will decrease wages for unskilled workers like high school dropouts, and even then it's a pretty minor effect. Even George Borjas, who I think makes quite a few bad assumptions, but he's the biggest like anti-immigration economist, even he will tell you like, oh, wages are not hurt for anyone but high school dropouts.
Also, hey, like, listen, I'm not a big econ guy, but I'd imagine that if you're giving these like companies the ability to bring in more workforce, and if the economy is getting larger and companies are getting bigger, then that's also going to increase wages. That'd be my guess. I don't know, maybe not, but
Let me cite again this particular link. Immigrants inject trillions of dollars of housing wealth in the United States. The vast majority of immigrants are not dependent on state governments to guarantee them with housing. In reality, they're putting back let me finish. They're putting vast sums of money into the housing market and revitalizing neighborhoods. 2 years ago, immigrant households paid over $167 billion in rent in the housing market, over $6.6 trillion in housing wealth. So again, where's the data that represents all those things that you're saying, that it affects the local economy, etc.? It increases it. It injects into it. So again, the consideration on the economic analysis of legality or illegality is irrelevant.
And speaking of who's got an echo? Someone's got an echo going on. But speaking of money, JB says, bye, Ditso. And M. Dave, where you been? Sends another 5 to solidify the boot with a full 2 minutes backstage, Ditso. Hang tight. And then Sarcastic Warlock says, all illegal immigrants can stay after serving 2 years in a labor camp for the purpose of character assessment and re-education. Ditso would wash out.
Good question.
Another 5 added to Ditso for the sass. Go ahead, Wick.
Is that the gulag by another name?
The man or woman, I don't know, who just mentioned like 2 years service in a labor camp would get them citizenship or let them stay. Would that count for serving in the military? Because again, there are plenty of immigrants who use that as a path to citizenship, who serve in the military for a time in hopes to get a better chance of becoming a citizen, that are also being deported, right, by this administration. And that is shameful to me. And there's the story of the Afghan interpreter, who wasn't serving in our military but served with us in Afghanistan, who interpreted for us, who put his life on the line. And we promised him, okay, we're going to keep you safe. You can come here. You can have asylum. That's been stripped, and they're going to deport him. And I think that's shameful. I do.
I agree. And I shed a single tear in the shower for that man.
You're up to 20 minutes in the back now.
I want to hear from 007.
Go ahead, 007.
So, what you were saying about it not affecting wages or only affecting wages for high school dropouts, why the fuck should high school dropouts have their wages reduced because a bunch of immigrants have come in? I used to work in, I'm a college and a university dropout, and I used to work in construction, and I had a short spell. I had a serious car accident. Was in hospital for a long time and then was in prison. And then when I went back to construction, the wages were less than half of what I'd been earning before because of immigrants.
I mean, it's just a
You want
cost of
why is that? Why is that okay?
Yeah, it's
Why
just
is
a
that
question
okay
of
for them?
costs and benefits, right? So if we're weighing the costs and benefits of immigration, well, let's look at, some of the costs they have, like, oh, high school dropouts wages go down like 1%. It's like, okay, let's compare that to the benefit. Well, our working age
50%,
population,
not 1%, not one. Didn't you hear me?
you
I
don't,
said 50%.
yeah, I'm not gonna,
How do you know
no
that the
offense,
50%
take the-
decrease was immigrants?
Well,
right.
I guess it must have just been a
That's what I
coincidence.
figured. Yeah, that's what I figured. Thank you.
Yeah. So
Must-
exactly, you
must
don't
have
have very
been
good
a
evidence that.
coincidence.
First of all, I think if we look holistically, construction wages or whatever have not fallen 50%. I don't think there's evidence of that in the first place. But second of all,
do you live in
still have to
England? Do you live in the UK? Do you live in the UK?
I don't live in the UK now.
All right, so you don't know fucking
I'm
shit
not familiar
then,
with the UK
This
data.
panel's
Okay,
about
so
the
maybe,
US.
No, you don't know anything.
Like,
This
Mate,
panel's
don't-
about the
don't-
US.
Hold on, no,
don't
this
talk
is
about it.
important. This is important. This is important, right?
You don't know
There
anything
are
about the UK.
other
so don't.
countries that have
This is about
different
Donald Trump.
issues than America right now. I can't speak to those countries. I just don't know. So that might be true with England, with the UK, but it's not true for here. That's all I know.
Well, I know that what I'm seeing in the UK is a complete change of demographics in towns and villages, in rural settings and stuff. Complete change of demographics. Now, England's a lot smaller, obviously, much smaller than the US, but we've been dealing with this illegal immigration for the last 20 years or something, and we've got I don't know how many over there now. Now, for them to do that in America is going to be a lot more difficult, but it seems like over the last 5 years, there's been a massive increase, and you've had a lot of Muslims and stuff moving in. This immigration, I'm the result of immigration. My granddad fought in the Second World War for the Germans, got captured by the English, stayed over, had an affair with my nan. My mum was born, and here I am. I'm a quarter North African, so I'm the result of immigration, but not illegal. It wasn't illegal immigration. He was captured, he was shot down, he was captured, he stayed in hospital, and then he stayed on legally afterwards, after the war. Immigration is a great thing, man, but under no circumstances whatsoever ever is illegal immigration a good idea. The British Crown has used it as a tool for basically color revolution to destabilize. They've been using it for the last 200 years all over the entire earth.
I don't think
Beautiful
that's
monologue.
true. I think that the idea that there's some, first of
I
all,
like
the government would be competent enough to pull off a plan like that beggars belief. I
Well,
just don't
government
think
do what they're
governments
told to
that
do.
well.
No, government do what they're told to do. If you think the government
Who tells the
thinking
government
up
what to do?
any of their plans at all, they're not. They're doing
Okay,
what they're
can
told
you be
to
very
do.
clear
tells
with
the
what you're
government what to
saying?
do?
What group is doing this? If not the government, what group is doing this and why?
I have a feeling I might know.
I don't know, but sarcastic warlock says my labor camp is not a gulag, sir. It's a tortilla.
It's
Now I'm
me.
kind of
I'm the one doing it.
hungry.
I had a tortilla actually for dinner. It was delicious.
Me too.
I have some guacamole and tortilla chips upstairs. I might be
Yeah,
inclined to go
this
get
is
some here shortly.
Immigration got you that. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Oh, I'll
right?
get
That's
some
cultural
salsa
mix.
too.
That's cultural
Let's
mix.
do it. And Ryan's
Sure,
still
thank you
hanging
for
backstage. He's got 23 minutes left with all that time you guys were adding on. Poor Ryan, 23 minutes. You can buy him out right now. Buy him out.
Wick, to answer something you said before, you asked for an example of a high case where a immigrant or like someone was deported or denationalized because of like rapping about terrorism and stuff like that. There's
For
been
rapping,
several,
not about terrorism, just for rapping.
there's several Canadian
Rapping about support of a terrorist group.
black rappers that have been deported back to Canada and lost their right to stay in the U.S. because they've been supporting like gang or gangs and stuff like that.
Just through the raps?
There's a lad in the UK as well that's been put in prison for a rap about he was rapping in Arabic, I think, or either Arabic or Hebrew. I think it might have been Arabic though, about the Palestinians. He didn't even understand what he was saying, and he was put in.
The UK doesn't have the same speech protections.
And I don't know about the UK. I can't speak to the UK. I'm sorry, but to talk to you, Evan, when were they deported?
Like from what I've seen, there was a case in 2010 for, I forget his name, but it was something.
I disagree with the cases. I think that was wrong. That the American government, if what you're saying is true, and I'm just going to grant you, if this was the reason they were deported, I think that's wrong and that's a shame. We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't repeat our mistakes.
Wait, just to be clear, were they deported because of the rap lyrics, or were they deported because of gang affiliation?
I'd say it was a collection of things, like some of the stuff
They also kill someone,
so it's not comparable.
There's, I will say, for like rapping and stuff like that, a lot of rappers like gloat about the stuff they do, and it leads the police to go and say, hey, they have drugs if they're rapping about drugs.
But if we're saying that one person shouldn't be deported for rapping along to a song, and then you bring up, oh well, there was another guy another rapper who got deported because he was rapping a particular song, and because he was affiliated with like 3 gangs in Chicago. It's like that's a way different situation than the one that we're talking about.
I just want to say Ryan finally got back on. Somebody paid.
That's sexy.
The goat.
This goes down in Gauntlet history because it never works this way. So shout out to Alexander for the first
Thank you, Alex.
Ryan buyback, and also they said looking at construction worker wages in the last 5 years, they have gone up like 27%. I feel like 007 is a lying turkey.
Again, he's talking about the UK. This might be
lying
different in the UK. I don't know.
Well, the immigrants raised it 50%.
I haven't been in the UK for 12 years, so I don't know. In the last, I'm talking about 2004, 2005.
I mean,
in 2004, the immigrants raised the minimum. The immigrants decreased wages by 50%.
When I went back to construction, I was earning 50% less than I was when I was in there before I had my car accident and went to prison.
You understand that there's like 20 different factors that can contribute to your wage being decreased,
yeah,
right?
quite possibly. But I also know that the construction sites were full and are full now. Like all of the subcontractors. For my friend works in construction. She's an RLO, regional liaison officer who liaises between the contractors, the subcontractors, and the clients. And every single they're all immigrants.
Illegal immigrants or immigrants?
The only English people are the bosses.
Wait, hold on. Are they all immigrants or are they all brown?
No, they're all immigrants.
How do you know that they're immigrants?
They're Romanians.
Did you check their papers?
I can attest to what Double-O's talking about.
You mentioned earlier, like, oh, why do high school dropouts, wages deserve to be dropped anyway? And like, even if I take your argument at face value that construction wages dropped 50%, which I just don't think is true, and I don't think it's because of immigration. I mean, like, when the price of an input falls, production increases, right? Businesses make more.
I can attest to what 007.
Hold on, construction is an input to everything, right? So if construction wages go down, that means construction companies can construct more things, and that means businesses can expand easier. There's a good paper from 2020 in Minneapolis that finds it was looking at
reason to reduce
immigrants
everybody's
who came
wages,
over.
man. Why don't they just reduce
over.
everything wages so they can bring the cost of everything
Well,
down?
that's
and
not
they
the
can
in a
make it
second,
cheaper
but
for
again, this
everybody.
paper from Minneapolis in 2020 found that they were looking at immigrants who came over who don't have a high school degree, and they found these immigrants do
I
take
say one
more from
thing?
welfare. Oh god damn it, Coder, rip.
Okay, so I apologize. I was gonna
Yeah.
wait. I was just gonna let that sit there, non-fawn. But since you did stop, thank you. I appreciate it. They already were shooting the shots, and it wasn't enough yet to match the 50 that came up. But the full 100 here at the Gauntlet.
Would you like one sentence?
And yeah, I will. Let me bear with me a second. So Golly gave a full 100, which here is a full boot. However, we can give it a few minutes. I'll after you say your thing, we'll give it a few minutes, and somebody can buy it back. Okay, they can match the boot. It does have to be a full 100, but they can match it and buy you back up. But outside of that, that does mean you are done for the evening. So.
Yeah.
Presuming nobody's going to do that, Ryan, I will give you the floor to say your goodbyes.
It's been a pleasure.
Oh yeah, play the dog. Play the boy. You're weak.
That's a gorgeous dog, man.
Oh wait!
Holy! Wait, what?
You're back in
Oh.
the game.
Oh shit!
You're universally hated. Congratulations, Coder, bro.
Wow, that's
Shut up.
another
Oh, wow.
second. I thought you were a
bro.
goner for sure,
Me too.
Ryan.
I thought it was over.
I
The
really
dog.
thought. I
Sarah
really
owes you a
thought.
soy latte now. Sarah owes you a
Well,
soy
the thing,
latte.
the thing I was gonna say, I didn't even realize Evan wasn't still up here, but I was gonna call him out for calling Mamdani a radical Islamist. I thought that was a insanely racist and unnecessary.
Well, he is a communist. I mean,
I don't think he's a communist. I don't think he's a radical Islamist. I think it's insane to say. And well, we got.
you didn't see the dance they were doing? Oh my god!
Again, here's Umbreon. Look, if you guys. Well, obviously, people have very strong feelings about me, either way, positive or negative. People have donated a lot of money to see me go back and forth tonight. So if you want to check out me and Umbreon more, you can go to my channel, Radical Coder, like and subscribe. Make sure you support Sarah at the Gauntlet and on the Raging Tomato. Much love to her and most of the people on the panel. Thank you all.
Most
All right, hang.
Most of
I'll
the
give it.
people
I'll
are.
give it a couple minutes, Ryan, backstage. If anybody chooses to revive, they've got a few minutes to do so. If not, we'll say goodbye. Okay. Wow, that's crazy, Alexander. You threw me off there
$300.
on that one. You threw me off there. Hardcore. I've never seen Ryan get bought back up, and I especially haven't seen him get bought back up after a full boot. And while we're on that, and then after this, I'll hand it back to you, Non-Fawn. The Incredible Hawk says with the Big Ten, why do libs only seem to get upset at people who try to enforce the law and never the people who broken it or enabled it in the first place? Like the Biden admin and his migrant caravans. And before you answer anybody, Ryan, you not only are bought back, sir, but you got an
$500.
extra layer.
$500,
Damn.
girl. Holy.
That's
say,
insane. Rin,
John,
what are you doing, buddy? Your
Coder,
mind
I think you should
wailed,
get a word.
okay?
You need to
I'm
deliver a
little jealous
speech.
tonight, but that's okay.
What does Alexander like about Coder?
We like you, Rin.
No,
No,
what do you like
Well,
about him?
earlier,
but-
Alexander said it wasn't about. Hold on, and I missed it because it was a thing here. He said because we hit the boots, but he said couldn't care less about Ryan just ruining JB Peltier's night. Also, 2004, and that question was to you, Mr. Bond. At least that's what the chat is calling you, 007. And then I stupidly said, "Who's Mr. Bond?" Not thinking of the 007.
It's double. Oh.
I think this is just good advice, it's a good demonstration of how being a grounded, polarizing figure can be very beneficial. You know, I encourage people to speak their truth in spite of the haters and losers who want to silence you. Just stay strong and like hold your ground, because you know it always it comes back around. You know, and I appreciate everyone who's supporting the channel both ways.
Thank you, Ryan. I do appreciate it. I know you obviously are benefiting in other ways, but you being here all the time always helps me out. You are a very strong support network of this show. And Evan Lord says, and Nanfan, I know I interrupted you a minute ago, so I will allow you to finish your thought bubble, and then we'll put you to the back, kicking out Nanfan. Because he thinks humans are purely economic units. Globalists and metropolitans are evil for their host countries. Go ahead, Nanfan, spit it out, and then you get 5 in the back.
Yeah, I love globalism. Globalism is the best thing ever. We should have open borders and free trade with every country ever. But real quick, okay, last thing, finishing my thing. Okay, there's a good study, 2020, Minneapolis, looking at immigrants who came over without a high school degree. They find that although they did have negative, or they took more from benefits and taxes on directly, when you account for the indirect effects they have, because as I mentioned earlier, if they reduce construction wages, let's say, just accept that argument. Construction's an input for everything. Businesses can build more things, and that added activity actually it makes them net fiscal contributors. So accounting for the indirect effects, they actually contribute I think it's like $700 annually to the government.
Link it. Link the study.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Fair enough. All right, Nanfan, 5 minutes in the back for you, sir.
Can I say 2 things real quick?
Yeah, of course.
So the first thing is that I think it's funny that conservatives will make an economic argument against immigration, and then whenever somebody gives an economic argument back, they just call them a globalist and say that like people aren't money. Don't make economic arguments about immigration if you don't want them refuted. And then the second part is that to respond to the one dude who said, why does it seem like all liberals just want to criticize people enforcing the law? The problem is that the person who is enforcing the law is also breaking the laws in order to enforce the laws. The invocation of the Alien Enemies Act was probably illegal. The way that he was going through it was absolutely illegal. There's like a myriad amount of like injunctions that are being put on the president and pauses that are being put on the president. So that's why.
Has the court ruled on that yet?
Yep.
For you to say it's illegal?
Yep. JGG versus Trump and WMM versus Trump. Go read.
Have they been settled already?
Yep. Supreme Court rulings.
Thank you, Rick.
Said he couldn't use that?
Huh?
Oh, sorry.
The Supreme Court said he couldn't invoke that act?
No, it wasn't criticizing the invocation. It was criticizing the deportations using the Alien Enemies Act because they were robbing people of their due process rights.
Well, just the other, was it 2 days ago, yesterday? Whatever it was, Supreme Court just said he could go back to quick deportations.
That was a separate case. That was about third country deportations. That had nothing to do with the Alien Enemies Act.
But it is also a disturbing precedent.
Okay, I think I'm going to the back.
And no, you're not. Or did another one come in? Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm confused.
So a duck, goose, add to Nanfan's time. Nanfan, I already added it in. You got 10 more minutes back there. And then Rinyald, you got 5 in the back, sir. Enjoy it. Keep Nanfan company.
And I can attest to 007, what he was talking about. Back in 2010, the last time I hired an outside contractor where I worked, same crew I hired every couple of years whenever we had big jobs. In 2010, their quote unquote unskilled labor, which was your cleanup or to carry pieces here and there and drop them off, was all non-English speaking individuals. And I talked to the boss of the crew and asked what was going on. He said, we picked these guys up for half of what we had to pay our regulars. I'm going to make you into some Panda Express if you don't shut up.
I saw my dogs that too. I'm like, I'm going to Panda Express your ass. Chinese food, what?
Yeah,
I'm gonna, gentlemen, I'm just gonna,
progression, but
I'm gonna step away for just a moment. I am being paged upstairs to my daughter. I imagine you can all
Sasquatch has got it.
Manage this. Yeah, Sasquatch is in charge. I'm sure you'll be fine. If there's boots or anything, just if you get booted, just shut up for a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So, is there anyone up here who?
I just want to make something clear right quick. I have unlimited power, and I'm not afraid to use it. So go ahead.
Yeah. So, is there anyone up here who still thinks that undocumented immigrants do not have the right to due process?
I don't actually think anyone's made that statement tonight.
Yeah,
I'm
we
just
won
kidding.
that
did.
battle.
I
think.
did.
We won that
Chuck,
battle.
I'm sorry, Chuck. My bad. Chuck's
Oh,
talking napalm and bullets. I
They
mean,
they
Garcia
they
got
broke
twice due process.
they broke due process when they crossed the border illegally. Therefore, they
That's
get
not,
no due
Hold
that's not
on.
how due
process.
process
Let me
works.
ask you, Chuck.
Wait, wait.
Do criminals, people who rape, murder, and steal, do they deserve due process?
American citizens,
Anyone,
American
Anyone under U.S.
citizens.
jurisdiction.
everyone.
Oh, my tummy hurts.
Due process.
If they're not
Hold on,
a
let me ask you.
citizen,
Let me start at the basics. What is due process?
the right to or have the charges brought against you. You walk through the steps, through
Okay.
initial charges and court process and all that.
No.
Right to an
Right?
attorney.
Put simply, is the idea at its basic level is that you will be notified of the charges against you, right? The government will tell you why they are doing the thing to you, and you
Right.
have a chance to answer those charges and to say, no, actually, I did not do X. I am not X, or there are extenuating circumstances that should clear up my X. What that looks like depends on the circumstances. So due process for an illegal immigrant is different than for a citizen, and it's different from if you are sued in a civil court versus if you are brought to a criminal court. When we talk about these things, when it comes to due process for illegal immigrants, I think that they have less when we send them to their home country and just release them than they should if we send them to a foreign prison, which is what the Trump admin has done in many cases. That's my problem here, is that we are sending people to prison.
Okay.
giving them-
Are we sending border crossers, or are we sending convicted criminals to another prison?
Convicted criminals.
The problem is there's no process to
they
determine
sent
which
that
one,
guy.
Chuck. That's the problem.
They sent that lad that had the hairdresser lad that had the two crowns, a crown on his wrist,
no
got
trial,
one for his
nothing.
mum and his dad, and he got
Yeah,
sent
two
off to
trials.
Venezuela or wherever it was. He got shot. He didn't even
Salvador.
come. Yeah, he'd left there because he was gay and he was seeking asylum because he was being persecuted because of his sexual preference. I mean, that when I heard about that was, I think that sucks, man. There's some people getting. It sounds like there's too many people getting caught up in the net that maybe shouldn't be in the net. Right.
And if the administration would just kind of take their time a little bit more and follow the legal processes that were in place and stop trying to bend and break them, then we wouldn't have to deal with stuff like that.
True. That's just true. This is my problem. Like, look, the government, when they make a mistake, well, let me just ask you guys, if the government gets it wrong, should they have to make that right? If the government makes a mistake, should the government be responsible for fixing that mistake? Just as a basic level.
One would think so.
Yes, that would be the ideal, right? So when the government makes a mistake and sends someone to a foreign prison without due process, I am advocating that they should have to make restitution.
I'm so hungry.
By bringing them
Oh my
back
God.
and giving them whatever process, whatever sentence we want to give them, or whatever charge we're charging them with, is due, and then act accordingly. Like Abrego Garcia, they brought him back because
He's on his
Supreme
way
Court
out.
Acknowledged. Hold on, let me finish. The Supreme Court acknowledged what the government did was wrong. They violated his rights. And so they brought him back and they are hosting a trial. If he's found guilty in that trial, by all means, put him away, send him away. I don't care. But the important thing is that he has the chance to have a trial because, again, they're not just deporting him to another
Are
country.
you
They're sending
talking
him
about
to a prison.
what he's in Tennessee jail for right now?
I don't know what jail he's in right now.
He's in Tennessee, but I was just reading an article yesterday, that as soon as if he makes bond or gets released on bail, that ICE is going to pick him up and promptly deport him.
When they can do that as long as
Weaponization.
it's not to El Salvador.
Right. I don't think it'd be El Salvador. I think it's
They can't
Sudan.
El Salvador. They, as
I
far
think
as I
he's
know.
going to Sudan or Zimbabwe or one of those
He's
countries.
afraid of is
I
no
want to
longer
add. I
there.
want to add something real quick to
Therefore,
that.
there's no
I think it's
reason-
really important to note that with the Abrego stuff, like Trump was very clear that for months that he could have brought him back and was deciding not to, and it's only because of the courts and extreme heavy political pressure from the left and liberals who were saying, "Hey, this is fucked up. This is unconstitutional. This is bad," and were very loud and critical. And MAGA was just lying and standing Trump for as he did this illegal act over and over and defending it. And so I think it's really important to acknowledge it.
I think you're taking a lot of credit
Trump
there,
didn't
bro.
just hang on. I'm almost done. I promise. Trump didn't just decide like, "Oh, I'm going to follow the law." He was actively trying not to follow the law, and it was because of political pressure from people like us
The
and the
pressure had
courts,
ended for
people
about a
supporting the
month
courts
on
like
that
us.
situation. The pressure had ended. The left kind of gave up on that story for about 2 or 3 weeks. What happened was we found out more information about his crimes and everything, and therefore we wanted to basically troll that information and say, "This is the guy you wanted back. Look at all the other stuff that we've got him down for and everything. Here, you really want to have a court?"
Yes, I would give a court trial
fine.
to the devil himself because that protects my rights, protecting the shield
already-
that keeps.
He had
me
2
safe
trials,
is
Wick.
also
2 trials that said
Not before he was deported.
Yeah, wait,
Yeah,
hold on,
and
Bill.
hold on. The result of that trial was to be given an order, a withholding order, so that he wasn't deported to El Salvador. Had
And
they
then they
deported him
violated
to
it.
Venezuela or another country, we would having a different conversation. But that's not what
It would still
they
require
did.
a hearing, though.
They admitted, the government admitted they messed up. They made a mistake. It was a clerical error. And they did it by mistake, violating the due process that he originally received in those first 2 trials.
Yep.
Should he
The
have been in the
government
country?
admits that.
No, he should not have been in the country.
The 14th Amendment. They have due process anyway.
Check out your Supreme Court information on that. But anyway.
I can cite you the literal
agree.
case that they
They-
ruled on for
Yeah, we're
Abrego
talking about
Garcia.
Abrego
They ruled it
Garcia.
was illegal.
Explicitly. And they even said that like the justification that Donald Trump's administration used to deport Kilmar could be used to deport anyone, even U.S. citizens, without due process. This is explicitly written in the 9-0 Supreme Court ruling regarding Kilmar.
You're cherry picking a piece of the dissenting opinion.
No, that was the
No,
majority
9-0.
opinion.
It was 9-0. There is no dissenting opinion, dude.
The ghost that dissented.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I'm 100% sure. Yes.
So I have
There's
a
been
I have a
several-
question.
Hold on, there's been several rulings on this. There were dissenting opinions in some of them, but the one he's referencing, there was not.
Can I
Okay,
ask a-
thank
Can
you.
I ask a question? It's going to
Yeah.
be kind of a lengthy one, so I need people to go on a journey with me.
Oh
though.
God.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on.
Mhm,
We're gonna do this right. If it's a lengthy one,
It's not that lengthy, but it's like relatively okay. So there's these guys, right? And they are from where? Oh my god. Okay. There are these people. I think it was Venezuela. They were from Venezuela, right? They were illegal immigrants, but they were not able to be expeditedly deported, right? So Donald Trump has the idea to sign the Alien Enemies Act, right? To basically expedite their removal. Before he signs this proclamation, these people are being rounded up and they're being put on planes, and they're trying to be shipped out of the country as fast as possible without the ability to appeal to any outside body, like a lawyer, like anybody else. This is, by the way, they're detained before the proclamation of the Alien Enemies Act even becomes public, okay? So they're not given the ability to reach out to a lawyer. The only reason that this person named JGG was able to reach out to a lawyer was because his plane broke down and they couldn't get him out of the country quick enough. So this demonstrates that the Trump administration not only wanted to get these people out as fast as possible, but they also wanted to mitigate their ability to challenge any of the claims that the government was just unilaterally making against these people. Do you think that's appropriate? Thank you.
Before anybody answers that, somebody asked in chat, "Are those shoulder pads?"
It's a new shirt, okay? I haven't tried it on. They're a little big. The shirt's really small. I don't know what this fit is, but
I'm sorry. I've been thinking about who was the reporter for the Ninja Turtles, April O'Neil. I've been thinking
the new shirt. Listen, $10 is $10. It's pretty.
Digging at you. I'm just saying.
Rinyald, JB Peltier. didn't like the fact that you came out with a full mouth and
I wasn't
yapping.
I wasn't expected to be put up on the giant screen, okay?
But you were talking with your mouth full, sir.
That's
so you have 5 minutes in the back. Non-fun only has a minute left, so we'll trade you out here in just a second. All right.
Before you drop me down,
yeah.
Please, conservatives, please answer that question. Please. Okay, thank you.
They will, absolutely.
Do they remember the question?
No, I wasn't listening. I was talking.
Okay, well, hold on. Ask it.
know what it was either.
No, hold on. This is
I'm
my
not
larger
sure.
problem. This is my larger problem.
They had a
with these
presumption on it also.
conversations. And this is the asymmetry of it. Had I not answered one of Sarah's questions or one of the audience questions or even one of your questions, you would have lambasted me. Look, he's dodging. Look, he's not even paying attention. But you guys can just ignore all the points we're making. And
He presupposed something in his question, so why should we
the
acknowledge the
asymmetry
presupposition?
is what bothers me. The hypocrisy is what bothers me. Well, go on.
Why should we acknowledge his presupposition that he had in his question?
What did he presuppose? Be more specific.
Forget all the question and everything, but at the end or whatever, he made a claim or whatever that could not be backed up with just a basic claim. Like
What was the claim?
I don't remember every
You
single
don't
word.
know,
or
so how do you know
I made a
it?
presupposition. What was it?
You don't know what the claim is.
Bring him back up if you want
Back
to.
up.
Do you want me to recap it for you?
Give the claim, Rinyald.
Wait,
what
what was the presupposition?
Go
He doesn't know. Okay. So there's this group of Venezuelans, all right, and they're being rounded up before the proclamation of the Alien Enemies Act has even been signed by Donald Trump. They're being put on the plane to be deported as quickly as possible without giving them the opportunity to appeal to a lawyer. The only reason that they were able to appeal to a lawyer is because the plane broke down. Is that appropriate?
No, yes. You said something else after that.
I sure as shit didn't.
Yes,
I don't know what question you listened to, but it wasn't mine, I don't
You
think.
had something.
Well, answer this question then, Bill.
Trump. What was it? What did he say? 007.
Trump had signed. He was just about to, or hadn't yet signed, but was going to sign the aliens thing,
the Alien Enemies Act.
It hadn't been made public right yet, and they.
Well, I don't know if we don't know if he signed it, but it wasn't a public proclamation. True. So the Alien Enemies Act shouldn't have been in place, but he was rounding people up to deport them as quickly as possible anyway.
Right, and the only reason that they weren't shipped off was because their car broke down or something.
The plane that was going to ship them off to El Salvador broke down.
Right, so that gave them a little bit of recourse, gave them a little bit of time, obviously, to say, hey, what the fuck's going on here, right? I'll answer it personally. I'm not conservative. I'm not a political person. I'm an anarchist. I don't agree with government, but I don't agree with that either. You know, there's got to be there has to be a fucking happy medium. But we're dealing with.
Did everybody get what they needed from Rinyald?
Yeah.
I didn't get an answer to the question, but I mean,
well, they're going to continue marching through it. But I think we got the position from you. So yeah.
Bill, do you have like a caretaker or someone who can help you with the question?
Are you ageist? Are you afraid of my age?
Yes, I am.
Yeah,
I am.
I'm sorry. I guess you're not only.
Sorry, Boomer.
Just you're a sexist. And you just.
I'm catching strays. I'm old too, Radical. You know that, right? I'm an old guy.
Hey,
you're not that old.
Not that far either. Okay. I'm already
strays. Friendly fire, blue on blue. Okay.
Look, it is what
I'm already
it is.
like looking at retirement. You know what I mean?
What is it? What's the word? Geriocracy. It must be dismantled. Okay.
It's okay. My average audience is between like 35 and 45. So we're all okay here. We're in a safety zone. We're surrounded by our peers. It's good. We'll be all right, Wick. We'll be all right. All right. Did anybody answer Rinyald's question?
There's too many holes in his questions to be answered.
Name one, Chuck.
The first hole he made was he wasn't sure if it was signed or not signed. It was the first statement he made.
He said
about the proclamation.
He specifically said it wasn't public yet.
Right, yeah, that
No.
was me. That
Then
was
he
me.
changed it.
Chuck,
Oh.
that was me that said that. I said I didn't know if it was signed or not signed. I couldn't
I
remember.
think we
the
got to shut
kryptonite
down
question.
all boomers coming into the panel until we figure
Holy.
out what the hell's going on. Okay, this is unacceptable.
No boomers here. I'm not sure if you know your generation.
Where did the plane break down at?
Why is that relevant?
Is this the same group that's sitting over in Africa at the moment?
No.
No, the plane broke down like in
Venezuelans.
America. Like these were people who
Okay.
were going to be deported.
Because there's another group that's sitting in Africa on their way to
That might
Sudan or
be. Let's back on target. Back on target. Okay, back on target. So, in the incident he outlined, what are the holes? You said there were holes. Name one.
Okay, the first one was he said he wasn't sure if the proclamation was in effect or not.
He
Well, it wasn't made public, so these immigrants they had no like how are you supposed to make like a habeas claim or whatever if there's no public proclamation of what you're even being deported under.
If he signed it, it is therefore law.
Chuck, it wasn't public. How did that?
It
A proclamation
doesn't
needs to
have
be made public.
published.
Yes, it does. What does a signed executive order do if it's not public? If no one knows that it's law?
They put it on the Federal Registry.
They
That's
didn't.
where
That's
you
what I'm
find
saying.
those
They
No,
didn't.
you think that the government is it's okay to have secret laws that no one knows about?
No, I'm
You
not
think
talking about
that's okay?
secret laws.
They hadn't put it on the register yet.
But he wasn't. He didn't seem real sure in his story in the question.
So that's the
Because the
that's the
first
bullet to
time
this
out of the
question.
gate, he was bubbling words all over the place and couldn't even think about
Yeah,
who or what it was.
I was trying to remember if they were
But he's
Venezuelans.
Very well spoken.
What's that?
I don't know who Rinyald is, but this is my first time meeting you, sir.
Oh, I don't know who he is either.
Yeah.
Rinyald's
He
my
did
goat.
not mince his words. He was quite upfront with what he meant, and he made his point clearly. If you think his point has holes in it, I'm willing to hear you, but you got to give me something other than he may
Okay.
have not known about the public order signing, which isn't relevant to what he's trying to get through.
Yeah, I feel like the question was painfully clear, and the only answer that I've gotten to it is like some vague posturing that I made a presupposition that they can't identify. So, I mean, I don't know. That seems like the kryptonite question.
Well, it just you didn't seem
You know
to
what?
have
I
any
changed
facts.
my mind.
These
I am now
people
for intelligent
at
tests
this
to
place.
vote. I'm now for intelligent tests before people vote. I want that.
Okay, wait.
I think that we need it. You have to have at least 80 IQ. Okay? Or else you can't vote.
115.
Damn it.
Wouldn't go that
I'm out.
Okay?
Yeah,
Well,
sorry,
women,
Hashtag
women are
115
different,
or higher.
okay? Women have a different skill. We're not judging you on your IQ, Sarah. We don't want to play chess with you.
Rinyald, were
But, you know,
the
we're going here, and we have standards, and I think one of the standards should
I think there should be a height
you need to have
requirement
at
too.
least 80 IQ.
Fuck.
Damn.
6 foot one or taller. 6'1" or taller to vote.
Oh, I'm definitely out. I'm
That's
a whole foot shy of that one.
So I just want to real quick to kind of build on the whole thing about the plane.
Do you
breaking
got
down.
the actual information, Ryan?
Sort of. Well, I'm referencing the opinion
sort
that I
of.
cited earlier regarding the Supreme Court, right? The 901. I just wanted to read this line because this is really relevant to the idea of the plane breaking down, right? So this was with regards to Kilmar. The government's argument, moreover, implies that it could deport and incarcerate any person, including U.S. citizens. That's most of the people up here, right? Without legal consequence, so long as it does so before a court can intervene, which is why like the plane breaking down is what would like protect those people in that case, which is I mean this is a pretty important thing to contend with, right? Like if we have a precedent where US citizens can be deported as long as they do it quickly, like this is incredibly dangerous, especially for people like us who are speaking out against the regime.
Also, just to be clear, the judge in this case ruled that there was probable cause for contempt because of the actions of the Trump administration.
And Stephen Miller was the one who pushed for them to do what they're doing right now.
Mm-hmm. No, I will agree with you there. I think he's doing a lot of the pushing.
Stephen Miller is a
when we
ghoul.
talk about
we
the
got to
deep
get
state,
Stephen Miller out.
We got to talk about Stephen Miller.
I'm not a huge
Miller
fan of
fan.
Stephen Miller.
Neither is Trump, and neither am I.
Well, I mean, since
he's got his hand on the wheel, you know, he's
Well,
very
wait a
powerful
minute.
right now.
Because Trump, look, let's be real here. Trump's pretty old. Okay, he's not all there, and he has a handler, and his name is Stephen Miller. Who's really running the country? Republicans.
Damn right.
Who's really running the country? Is
Well,
it Trump
Who
or
was
is
for
it
the past
Stephen
4
Miller?
years? Who was?
So I don't bog up the whole panel with that question. Just in case anybody in the chat is curious, look up JGG versus Trump Boasberg contempt ruling. It'll come right up. There's 48 pages detailing all of the information about this
Did
case.
you say JGG?
JGG versus Trump contempt ruling. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll look that up here when I get off of.
Well, for
Okay.
you, I linked it in private chat, so you could.
Oh,
look at
thank
that as
you.
well. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate it.
I'll drop it in the gauntlet chat as well.
You just didn't seem real sure as you was asking the question, so it almost sounded like you were making the story up for the question.
Do you really think I would just make up a random ass story to?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right.
A lot of people, I don't care which side of the political spectrum they're on, a lot of people got a bad habit of doing that. Well, I heard
It's just a
Martha
very
say,
convenient.
Well, luckily he cited the source, so we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, we could. Yeah.
thank you. And I thanked him for it.
All right, well, we can move on from the kryptonite question, but I feel like we've acknowledged that Trump was actually robbing these people of the right to a hearing based on whether or not they were deportable. Seems like pretty bad policy to me, especially when you get shot down in SCOTUS twice for it, and it's ruled that you have probable cause for contempt of court. Seems pretty bad, but I mean, that's just me.
Yeah, it's very concerning. Does anyone think it's not
look,
concerning?
I want to.
Nuclear?
Can
Or
I
sorry,
just
go
say
ahead.
I haven't seen many of these. Right, I haven't seen many of these Thursday throwdowns. So perhaps I'm just ignorant of this. But man, we just cleaned up, liberals. I mean, we just cleaned up. They can't answer basic questions. We have swayed the audience. We have swayed many on the panel. I think we have done just a fantastic job, and in no small part thanks to me. Honestly,
the audience ran out of money trying to get rid of
Thank you for your
coders.
service, sir.
FYI. So
True. Wick really carried the liberals on his back for this debate.
You know what? It's okay. I do what it needs doing. It's okay. Not all heroes wear capes. Some
Yeah.
wear hoodies. Okay.
They're
Some wear hoodies.
They're hiding.
On that
Whereas
note, Sarah, I'm going to say goodbye. Thank you very much for having me.
Sure.
It's been a pleasure.
Andrew Wilson is still hiding because he knows he challenged me. He said he would pay me $20,000 to go 3 rounds with him in a boxing ring. And he asked me for a date. I gave him a date, June 28th. And he has been conspicuously silent since then. It's not tomorrow. Well, it is.
Well, it is for me.
Technically, yeah.
Technically, I guess it is if you're on East Coast. And he hasn't said shit, right? He hasn't said yes, no, maybe I need to push it back a little bit, discuss the venue. Nothing. Where are Andrew and Jim Bob? They're hiding because they're scared. That's what
cowards.
It's a shame that immigration was the #1 issue for a lot of Republicans, and none of them are willing to come up and defend the agenda. That's kind of concerning. I don't know. The death of truth may be upon us.
We're the Gen Z men who were swayed towards the Trump administration. We've got the geriatrics up here defending the regime.
Hey.
Even they're accepting. Even they're accepting that there's a lot of problems here. So I don't know. It seems like like Wick said, a liberal win, and even on the left of the liberals, I appreciate these W's just as well. So.
And I even did it with my mouth full too. How about that?
Pause.
Of goldfish.
I was going to say, what was his
brain is
name?
So much in the gutter tonight. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Any Andrew fans out there, if you want him here, you got to go get him. I do not bother that man.
I have about 30 minutes left before I have to go, so
Train for your fight.
Man, no. If he wants to pay me $20,000, we can fight tomorrow, right? I'd be okay with it, right? But I would like some time to train, like a little bit. If
Hell, just give me the money. I'll lay it out on the mat.
I mean, yeah, that would be the easy way, right? Like take
There
take
you
20
go.
grand just for you to take a swing. Oh, damn, I lost. Oh, what a fucking pity.
Oh no, I guess I'll have to cry my eyes out with my $20,000.
As I'm walking to the bank.
True.
Think of all the dental work we can get for 20 grand.
So stick, is it stick or which? I can't hardly see it. Small on the screen.
You got to drink less, buddy. It's Wick TV.
Wick. I don't drink, buddy.
Good.
On the phone, it's just super small. So what do you suggest the solution is?
Well, first of all, I think that what ICE should focus on instead of nail salons and Home Depot is actual violent criminals. So again, put ICE back to work. I'm not saying for abolish ICE here, right? Like some of the lefties might. I'm saying put them back to work getting actual criminals, actual violent gang members off of our streets. Base. That's what I want, right? That's my first and foremost advocacy here. Then we need to look at some laws about how they can do things. I would be okay with a law in the books, much like Trump is trying to do with protesters not being able to mask up, unless there are extenuating circumstances, which I can imagine if you're like undercover or something, and going after like violent gang members or cartels. But in the normal course of events, you should not be able to disguise your identity. You should not be able to mask. You should be required to wear a uniform. You should be required to show a badge, and you should be required to have some sort of identification number that can be referenced. So if you break the law in the process of doing your duty, that you could be held accountable.
Also, just at the foundational level.
Are these not reasonable? Are these not just reasonable things? These seems eminently reasonable.
Indeed.
Right and left can agree on these things. Assuredly.
I feel like even on the ground level.
Hold on, only Mr. Bill and
what if showing your face endangers
yeah.
your children? What if showing your face endangers your children and your wife?
That's part of the job.
What?
That's part of the job. We accept, as I was saying,
The
sorry,
job-
in the beginning,
your
the
own
reason
safety is
why
part of the job.
military members
Your
have
wife's
to wear uniforms, even
children's
though it puts them in danger,
not
and
part
the
of the
reason
job.
cops have to show a badge number because it puts, even though it puts them in danger, is because we give them an inordinate amount of power. And people with that
They can go
amount
after
of
and they
power
can call
need to be held
get the
accountable
police
by
guy
the
arrested,
public.
not so that they can squat. They can have somebody go to their person's house. What's the word I'm trying to go after? Swatting. Trying to swat them and have police go after them at their
I'm
house.
asking that
That
their
continually
addresses
happens
be
in Portland.
public.
That has happened multiple times in
I'm
Portland.
asking for a badge
ICE
number.
agents.
Are you arguing for a secret police? Is that the solution here?
Yes, that's what he's arguing for, a secret police.
No.
It seems
If
like
they
you are.
want the number, what the ICE people usually do is say, we're taking him to this place, come and find out about him at that place. And at that place where it's a lot safer to be able to communicate between people, then they can sort of get the information that they need. Not when they're surrounded by 30 people that are yelling and screaming at them.
Should
How is that a
police
safe thing to do?
should police be required to show their face? Police officers?
No, not even show their face. Have a badge. Should police require, if the police come to your house, knocking on your door, should they be required to show a badge?
Okay, let's try to meet halfway here.
No. Just answer that question.
I'll give you this. Well, as long as that number does not associate to their house.
Okay, ICE doesn't have to do that, even if it doesn't associate to their house. I'm
And
not
then
asking
and if there's no way that anybody can possibly find their house.
Hold on. If we disconnect that from their house, would you be okay with a law that said ICE should be required to show a badge to identify themselves? So a badge with their identification
where
number.
they work or
So
something
if
like
they
that.
break the law in the course of their duties, the people who the law was broken, right, can report them to the relevant authorities.
Yeah, and they can show where they work as their station job at that point.
Not
there.
just,
Yes.
not just,
But
but
not
it's
where
something
they
to
live.
identify the specific officer.
Yeah.
If we're talking about police or ICE.
Both.
Okay. Yes, same situation.
Yes. Okay, great. That is one thing that we can bipartisanly agree on needs to change because it's not the case now.
And
but it
it is
should
the
be
case now in many cities where that number associates to their house. There's ways people can find a way around and
Okay,
swap
fix
their
that.
house.
Fix that. That's a skill issue.
Then
Fix
call
that.
out the radical left that continues to do that. Yeah, I have not seen you call them out hardly at all. That continues.
You've never seen me call out the radical left for violence.
You don't watch Wick then.
Not to this degree.
As the radical left representative, he calls us out all the time, okay?
People get you guys think I get called a conservative
I know you're
constantly.
center left or whatever, but
Did you not see me? I was the first person.
You should not do that.
Hold on. Let me give my bona fides here. Bona fides, if you will. I was the first person, literally the #1 guy, to call out Destiny after he made that gross comment about the fireman who was shot after the Trump rally. I was the first one to hold his feet to the fire on that, to have him on my show and say to his face, right, that was unacceptable. I have called out the left. I've called out Josiah from Pondering Politics. I've called out Econoboy for wanting to get rid of the filibuster and violate all these norms and things like that. To act as if I don't hold the left accountable just shows that you are ignorant of my content, which is fine. Not everyone has to watch me, but let's deal with reality here. And I'm just informing you all. When Biden was in power, I criticized him all the time. I think Trump is worse than Biden. And Trump is in power. Biden is no longer in power. So I'm going to criticize Trump more now.
I think that's honest. I think that's honest. Kokomo with the Big Ten says the right position is somewhere in between Trump and Biden/Obama. Trump is too strict, Biden was too loose, and Obama had a good pathway to citizenship.
I don't agree, but I think it's a reasonable position to hold.
I disagree. I don't think Obama.
Yeah, we know you want to shoot him, so we know you disagree.
And Alexander, Ryan's new friend this evening, sends the big 5, says, Mr. Bell, how the stupid do you know it's actually ICE and not some people posing as them to kidnap you?
I just got through saying, as long as they have a number they can give that does not endanger their children or something like that, then yeah, they can sort of give that number.
I think what we're saying is they're not giving that number though, and I think part of the reason is, and I think we need to be honest, part of the reason is that they understand that a lot of what they're doing right now is illegal, and they don't want to face the consequences later on. That's what they're afraid of.
Where's it illegal?
The illegal kidnapping of people they're doing right now. They're without presenting any sort of ID. I mean, it's.
What's the federal law?
There are going to be consequences for this. Like,
what's the federal law for ICE agents? I don't know what the federal law is on ICE agents.
To show ID?
Do you know what the law is? It's impersonating a federal officer, very steep. So if they're out there doing that,
so they won't do it.
Take a picture of them. They can go after and say, "Hey, this person might be impersonating an officer." FBI or ICE, could you look into
what do they take a picture of? Some guy with a black mask on? How do you identify the person?
It has been happening.
Okay, we have videos, right, of people photographing ICE agents, and those ICE agents pulling a gun on those individuals and detaining those, wrestling to the ground and handcuffing them, right? ICE does not want
resist arrest. What are you supposed to do when you resist arrest?
No, for trying to film them.
We're trying to film them.
Yeah. Because they don't want to be on film, because they know there's going to be consequences.
Because maybe their buddies have been swatted before by similar people.
No, they know there's going to be legal consequences.
So you aim a gun at them for trying to take a picture of you, and that's your solution? Taking a picture of them is your solution to fight the fake secret police people?
Put words in my mouth. Quiet.
What did I mischaracterize there,
well,
please?
no, let me just ask. Let me just ask a basic question for you.
Did I say that? No, I didn't say that.
That
Mr.
was
Bill, please, a very basic question for you, sir. Do you think it is reasonable to expect that police, military, and other agents of law enforcement, ICE, be held to a different standard, right, than the general public? Held more accountable because they have more power. Do you think that's a reasonable thing to ask?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do we hold them accountable if we can't identify who they are?
I just said you can identify them by that number as long as they're associated.
ICE
that.
doesn't
I don't think they should have to, but if you really want to compromise the thing, that's the compromise I'll give you. Have a number. Say my number, ICE number is such and such. Say that's where the person's based. Go to that.
Well,
questions about it, go to that base.
Then we're in agreement on that. Thank goodness, and I appreciate you for agreeing me on that. But this is just the tip of an iceberg of problems that ICE is doing right now that is making it harder. It's making it more dangerous for ICE agents. You understand that, right? Because people don't know if they're actually law enforcement agents. People are more likely to do violence towards them because they think they're kidnapping people.
When they have an ICE badge and they have a suit that
They
says
don't have
police or
Not
ICE
showing badges,
or
that's the problem.
CBP all around
They
them
don't have that.
when they've got
They're
5 or
unmarked
6
vehicles,
people,
not showing badges. This is the whole issue.
Plainclothes officers.
when they've
They
got
are
a
not wearing badges. They are not wearing
they're-
uniforms. They're in like, have you seen these? Like, they're in masks, and they look like with like what looks to be like different tactical gear, but this is the same stuff you'd see going to paintball, like, or you'd see a gang member wear or something.
Or Charlottesville.
And that's a problem.
Right, let's
That's
try
a
another
problem because
compromise. Let's
people-
try another
if I-
compromise here.
Hold on. If I see 3 dudes in black masks harassing a woman on the street, and I have a gun, what's going to happen? If I don't know they're law enforcement, if I don't know them from Adam, what's going to happen?
I go back to the question I was
What
about
would
to
you
ask
do?
there before. If they
Yeah,
come
what
out
would you
there
do?
with a
What would
driver's
you do?
license,
What
Chuck,
would
do
you
you
do
want to
if
deal
you had a
with
gun
your
and you saw 3 masked men
my
who
question.
you don't know from Adam, who have no identifying badges, don't have police on their thing, anything, right? If you saw them dragging a kicking and screaming woman into a van, what would you do?
I'd be against
What
it.
should you do?
You can tell them, hey, please stop.
Thank God.
If I knew that they were ICE,
You don't
Or-
know
or
that.
You
that's
don't.
some-
Yeah.
They don't show badges.
okay. If I don't know that they're ICE, and there's no way that I could possibly find out that they are ICE, like taking a picture of the license plate, checking
It's
it against
unmarked
the
the
rule.
vehicle.
woman's
no
gone by
license
the time
plate.
you do that. They're gone. They took her and she's gone. Right? You have moments to act. This is my reason I'm
anecdotal with
pointing
this
this
guy.
out
Everything's
is because
anecdotal.
most people, not most maybe, but a larger group than not might take some shots. This is why my argument is saying that the way ICE is acting is putting ICE in danger.
Caldy with the big 5 says, how do you feel about the Nashville mayor panel releasing ICE info?
I don't know.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
They
I'm not familiar.
they published a list of local ICE agents, I do believe.
He's okay with that because that way you have all the information about the ICE person and everything. It's okay to have all the information. It's got to be public information.
That's exactly why he did it.
Exactly. But yeah,
You're right. We should have
Wickman and
all
these
the
other
police
guys, they don't care
officers
about
never
having
identify themselves, never show their
information out
face, never
there.
show a
Who the
badge, never have a
squad is.
license plate. They should just walk around
I
in
don't
militarized
believe we should
clothes and
have secret
kidnap
police
people.
in America.
That's the.
I'm
going to
make that brave stance. I don't think America should have a secret police force.
Seconded.
I don't know,
Third.
Wick.
Yeah, of course not.
We do have a secret WIC force out there, but that's different. Okay.
That's right.
We
serve honorably.
I mean, even the undercover, I can't even talk. Even undercover cops, once the takedown is happening, all the badges come out.
Yeah.
You know, that's
Not with ICE.
now are they?
I wonder if there's got to be some kind of reason behind it, right? Like you don't just go like undercover. And I mean, I even know that Baltimore police, like they can't even do undercover necessarily anymore because somebody, a cop did get hurt that way. He was undercover. And before he could identify himself during like a raid, like there was a miscommunication error. And they happened to end up, like hurting someone that was not supposed to be on that side of the bullet. So it is dangerous. There's a lot of risk to it. You scare the people around you. You risk misidentifying. You risk the idea of posers out there, all of those things. But is the good greater than the bad? Is there an outweighed system in there in place somehow, or things to that nature? I don't think releasing personal information, especially if it's directly targeted, I don't think that's very wise. I mean, they don't send out lists of people who were going after, do they?
I'm not asking that they give their like home address. I'm asking that they have something on them where they can be linked back if, again, they do something wrong and someone wants to report them for misconduct, that they can be linked back to their authorities, and if it is found that they have done something wrong, be held accountable. A badge number, some kind of identification card, I don't know, right? But something. Right now they have nothing.
Is the law right now? Do you know if the law says they have to be identified or they're allowed to act in this manner? Does anybody know?
Wick is saying that they shouldn't be able to act in that manner, not that they
Right.
have any legal imperative to.
And Hector says legal consequences, they're getting doxxed. If they're not real agents, then they should face consequences. Mass invasion under Biden resulted in mass deportations. Blame the Democrats.
The word
Democrats.
The word
Never.
invasion
What is
has been
this
so
failure
corrupted.
to
No,
take
funny.
accountability for one's own actions? Where is this failure to own your mistakes? Why is it that I cannot get conservatives to admit that when you make a mistake, you should fix it and not pass the buck? Whatever happened to people who saying, you know what, I'm in charge, I have responsibility. If something goes wrong, it's on my head. And this basic integrity, valor, and valiance that I think all leadership has failed at, but especially MAGA.
We got to be more like Jake Tapper, don't we, guys?
Trump
we got to
the
be more like
US.
Jake Tapper, who ignored something for 4 years and then all of a sudden decided to write a book about something. Yeah,
we
gotta
should be
more like Jake
holding
Tapper.
we should be holding Donald Trump to the same standard as Jake Tapper. Thank God.
Yeah,
but the Democrats
So
don't.
I'm just gonna,
They're still going to
because
say,
this is
Jake Tapper,
gonna be-
thank you for your book. We didn't know that Biden was a senile old man for 4 years. Thank you for informing us.
I mean,
The same talking
frankly,
points.
even Biden's like worst debate performance ever. If you actually look at the transcript of that conversation and ignore like the tone of and like the performance itself, like Biden was the only one on that stage actually engaging with the questions. He was the only one giving real answers and actually like responding to what was going on and describing real foreign policy, real national policy as well. And Trump was just absolutely embarrassing as usual and not speaking.
We destroyed Medicare. We destroyed
not
Medicare.
in reality.
Yeah. Is
And
that the
but
transcript?
people just heard Biden like make a gaffe about like stopping Medicare or whatever, and that's like the only thing people remember from that
It's in the
debate.
transcript. We can stop Medicare.
Also, the job of the president is to uphold the Constitution. I don't care what a bad debate performance looked like. Donald Trump is not upholding the Constitution. He said he wants to terminate it. Okay, there's one very simple job of the president, and it's not what Trump is doing.
Because I realize it's also
Go ahead. Kokomo says, thanks, Sarah. I enjoyed this debate/discussion. It's been fun. And I just posted another debate coming up on July 5th. 2 new people to the show. We've got Geeky Stoic versus RTP Talks, and they will be having this exact discussion. Our Trump deportations, I think like good for doing more harm than good, something along those lines. But it's all about this very same conversation. And of course, that will go into open panel after the debate, but July 5th. So go hit that notification bell and set that one up if you really like this one.
I would like to.
hang on.
Sorry, I
I'm gonna go
interrupted
after
Ryan.
this. I
Go ahead.
promise. I'm
Yep.
about to leave. Yeah. So, secondly, to plug in 2 days, I will be up here debating Rob Noor on a bunch of different Trump topics, which will be a lot of fun. And yeah, I just want to say that this panel tonight raised over $500 just off the chaos that my presence alone stirred up. And I think that I think that speaks highly of me personally, and I think it also speaks that highly of Wick and the topic that he brought to the table tonight. But just to be clear, Trump's ICE is not just detaining people indefinitely for civil violations or deporting them without hearings. They're doing it while hiding their identities because they know that just following orders isn't going to save them when the legal hammer drops. They're using wartime laws to bypass the Constitution, surveilling political speech, and deporting people to countries they've never lived in, all while shredding due process and hoping that no one notices. But guess what, bitches? We noticed. I'm Ryan. This is Umbreon. Have a good night, everyone.
The GOAT. Thank
Good
you.
night, Ryan. Thanks for your time this evening. He actually got to stay on panel. Like
After $500.
I am still in shock. I am still like in awe. But yes, it took a little convincing from the chatters, financially convincing. But he actually got to stay on panel. That's impressive. Hector says, I wish Andrew Wilson or Rob Noor were here to put these overconfident
wish
Dems in their
too.
place. Look,
I love destroying both of them.
you guys know where to find Andrew and you know where to find Rob. They both have access to message me as well if they're minorly informed of particular things happening. However, I'm not going to be the one to bother either of them because that is not my job to bother people. Actually, it is, but not that way. So.
Just FYI, though, I got about 10 minutes. So if anyone in chat has something for me, you got about 10 minutes.
10 minutes. The countdown is on. Actually, I'm getting pretty sleepy myself. So
Okay.
this was like a pretty, well, I didn't get in my nap today. My daughter, I got home from work and usually I'll lay down for like a good solid half hour and that helps get me through the rest of the night. But my daughter's like, Mom, can you please take me to do this thing at this place and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, that's my nap time. Like, you really, 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 really have to do this today. And she's like, please. And I'm like, okay. And then we get there and it took twice the amount of time that it was supposed to. So I got back and then I took her on a little dinner date too. But the point is I didn't get a nap. So I am getting extra sleepy, but yeah.
I want to make sure that this is addressed because I want to make sure that we all know that I am correct on this case. Somebody in chat, Steven, I invited him to come up and he didn't. I wonder why. Said that I was lying about JGG versus Trump because it's a DC Circuit case and the Supreme Court threw it out in favor of Donald Trump. He's only saying that because he didn't read the Supreme Court case. The Supreme Court said that the appropriate jurisdiction to file it was habeas, but that the people who were trying to be ushered out of the country as quickly as possible had the right to a habeas petition. So it's exactly how I characterize it. And then it got brought back up in WMM versus Trump, the same exact case in a different jurisdiction. And the Supreme Court ruled again that 1 day isn't enough notice of your deportability. So, yeah, I don't know. Keep coping. Keep looking for different ways to where I'm wrong. I'm right. If you want to come up and argue, then feel free. Or if you want to schedule something with Sarah, I'll argue about it for an hour and a half.
Gladly.
Wick, I got a couple of questions for you.
Please, by all means.
So you're concerned about ICE agents' safety in, potential situation. I agree 100% with you in the situation. If 3 women or, Owen was being grabbed by 3 people, I'd do the same exact thing. I would go ahead and react.
Do what you need to do, right?
Yep. The safety would disappear. So, in the terms, now, what is your alternative to try to help mitigate that situation?
Uniforms?
Without, that type of situation, pretending like it is a situation of undercover. Okay. What would be something that would help them in the terms?
Badges, uniforms, identification numbers.
Okay. Would local law enforcement assist in that situation?
Depends on the situation.
Okay.
I don't know if it's appropriate for local law enforcement to assist when there's not really, when the risk of violence is low. For example, if they're going to a hospital or something, right? Then why would that, like the ICE agents, I mean, they can, I have nothing against it in principle, but like, I don't know. I think that an easier solution, again, is just identification numbers that are plainly visible, that people can reference and see, or even just when asked to produce a badge, they must produce a badge containing that identification number. I think that's a simple change that we can make that would make it much easier and safer. It wouldn't be, obviously there's some there's just some danger in the job, right?
Yep.
And that you're never going to get rid of.
I hear that. And let me kind of go down the logic train here a little bit with you. So in the state that I live, highway patrol and sheriffs, they typically are one unit, and they are situations, if they're on the freeways and such, that they require the local law enforcement to come and help them in support. They cannot do certain situations by themselves. Even in undercover situations, they are not allowed to do certain situations without local law enforcement being around and being able to respond. So now, given that type of scenario, what is going on? Do you think it's right that the local police and the local government are absolutely 100% refusing to help out in these situations that are putting the ICE agents in danger as well.
Sanctuary cities is kind of something I go back and forth on. I think that it becomes a states' rights issue at the end of the day. And so while personally, if I was in charge of a state, a governor, I would encourage my officers to work with federal authorities. However, I think the state should have the ability and power to make that decision for themselves. And I would not want to force on a federal level that the local and state governments must help out with a situation. Does that make sense?
I agree. No state should be forced to have to follow something in that situation other than our Constitution. Yep. So in that situation, but I'm just pushing back because now I'm going to just kind of say this. I love, sometimes when I come on here, Duck likes to think that I'm on the far right, and then I've had a few people think I'm on the left side. I'm right in the center. Okay. So the reason why I'm kind of arguing a point to this is that these states where these ICE agents have to go primarily are those areas, and they're putting extra danger for those agents regardless. Now, because they are not even willing to assist. Some officers are in those states are willing to help out, but their departments are refusing them to be able to do that. Doing so would be endangering or causing their job to be disappeared.
Okay. That is something, if you want to advocate for it, I wouldn't necessarily be against that. But I would say that the onus here and what is creating more of a problem is the way that ICE is behaving. And keep in mind, ICE doesn't go to the dangerous areas, right? They don't go to the cartels, to the gangs, and that's by design, right? Thousand immigrants, I think, either a month or a day or something. They have a pretty insane quota that the New York Post is reporting is just too much. It's lowering morale, right? So they are going for the easiest fruit they can find. We're talking schools, we're talking hospitals, we're talking court appearances where immigrants who are following the law and trying to make their asylum and immigration appearances. That's who they're going for. I don't think that they need to behave in such a manner under these conditions. What's the guy in the hospital going to do?
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think
so that we don't have a disagreement here, really. I mean, we can argue on the nitpick.
No, the only reason why I came up was I wanted to actually have the conversation to kind of put the scenario to have the conversation back and forth. Because I honestly, no offense to you, but I think you're actually not a left centrist. I think you're an actual classical liberal.
Okay. I mean,
I'm saying the back in the 90s.
There's nothing wrong with it. I do believe in free speech and free trade, so there.
Yeah. So I'm just kind of saying it.
Maybe, right? I do have some conservative views. That's true. But like, I would have voted, or I did vote for Harris. I would have voted for Biden had he run. I think that MAGA, as bad as Democrats might be sometimes, and no one hates Democrats more than Democrats. Okay, let's be real.
I mean, the extremes on both sides are kind of circling around and becoming down the other side of each other in the terms. They're getting so bad.
And the
horseshoe theory.
We can talk about that for hours. But yeah, at the end of the day, thank you. I do appreciate you coming and having the conversation and actually pushing back. I want pushback. I want my ideas challenged, because if I don't have my ideas challenged, or if the challenge is just empty slop, I don't get better. Right?
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly it. We don't. If we stay in our
iron.
Yep, and if we stay in our own little bubbles, we never get to hear any dissenting voices to challenge our thoughts. So I like that. So,
cool. Well, thanks for showing up.
If you want to keep civilians safe, keep ICE out of the civilian area where they don't want to sort of fiddle with that situation. So you're against sanctuary cities and states.
I go
at
back
least in the sense of the prisons and everything. You have a convicted we'll say convicted. I think it should be less, but if there's a convicted person that's illegal in that prison, should they call ICE and say, we've got somebody here that might need to be deported, it'll cost us less money, can you guys come and get them? Should they be able to do that? I mean, if the state law allowed it.
I don't know if I want to release dangerous criminals to other countries. I think I want to keep them in prison.
And let's say if the ICE's policy is, if there's a convicted person in the U.S., they're going to send them to a, El Salvador prison or whatever, so they'll still be in prison.
I don't know if I trust other governments to do prisons in a way that
the person is not a citizen of the United States.
I understand. I don't think anyone,
they're going to another prison in another place.
I don't think anyone, regardless of their prisoners, their citizenship status, should be subject to cruel and unusual punishment. And I trust our government as more than I trust like El Salvador's government, right? Because I can hold my government accountable in a way I can't hold El Salvador's government accountable. So again,
I can agree.
I'm okay with deporting violent criminals, but if we already have them in prison, why not just keep them there?
Because it's costing U.S. taxpayers money for somebody who's not legally, that already did something against U.S. taxpayers by committing a crime.
The deportations cost money too, right?
Huh? Yes,
deportations also cost money.
I can imagine it'd be significantly cheaper though. Like
$800 plane ticket versus 30 years in prison. Are you kidding me?
Hold on. You do know we pay CCOT to keep those prisoners, right? It's not free.
Yes, true.
But there could be a situation where this person committed a crime not only in the U.S. but also in their original country.
Well, we have extradition laws in that case, and whatever the extradition laws say, we'll do.
Speaking of deportation, it's time for everybody to get the fuck out. So, Non-Fun, would you like to start with your closing statements, please?
Sure, I'm non-fun. I'm the ultimate globalist, okay? The gains from free trade are large, and the gains from immigration are arguably even larger, okay? I think Wick is absolutely right in everything he said, and Rinyald is also right. He's my goat. I'm non-fun. I'm going to keep streaming for a while, so if you guys want to check me out, I think we'll be talking about, we might be talking about ICE a little bit more, and then we'll be talking about Zorhan and probably some of the Iran stuff as well. Stream on YouTube at Non-Fun and Twitch and Kick at Non-Fun420.
Thank you, Non-Fun. And if any of the wrenches want to drop your link in the chat, that's perfectly welcome. I am already set to raid Resla this evening after this show, but we're more than welcome to drop the link so that if people want to continue this conversation, they can follow you, Non-Fun.
I appreciate it.
Dragon Rage, would you like to give your closing statements, please?
I didn't even think to have anything prepared at this moment, so give me a second.
Sure, we'll skip on. Rinyald, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I'm Rinyald. I like the Constitution. I like defending the Constitution. I really don't like that half of the country is not interested in defending the Constitution. All of the people who were in the comments who disagreed with anything that I said didn't actually disagree with anything that I said and were just looking for nitpick things that weren't related or criticized my shirt. So that's how I know that I won an argument. I'm trying to get to 500 subscribers on YouTube. It's Rinyald's Notebook. All right. I want to start making money, so help me start making money. And yeah, Wick, let me on one of your panels.
Anytime, just DM me on Discord, buddy.
And feel free to drop Rinyald's link in the chat as well, please. Thank you very kindly. Mr. Bill, sir, what the fuck is that?
Somebody called me a boomer earlier.
I'm going to have fucking nightmares. Send him away. Goodbye, Mr. Clowny Face. To you, Mr. Bill, your final thoughts, please.
Only Mr. Bill. As you'll notice that when I was talking to these guys, I came to try to come to some kind of compromise in most situations. None of them would come with any kind of compromise from my position. And also, in most cases, I got cut off in the middle of most of my thoughts.
Compromise.
But anyway,
the
if you guys want to sort of help me out with my headache
only
after
a little.
talking to these guys tonight, check me out at Only Mr. Bill on YouTube or Twitter or whatever is out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bill.
I am ready.
Fair enough. And before you go, shots are fired over at Rinyald from Hector. Says Rinyald would easily get dismantled by lower IQ than Wilson or Noor.
I know you got to run to your safe daddies. I know that Andrew Wilson and Rob Noor could never do anything wrong. I know that, there's no conservative debater that's better than that. And you have to, anytime a conservative gets beaten in an argument, you'd be like, well, you wouldn't beat Andrew Wilson. Like, okay, come talk to me. I don't know.
Fair enough. Go ahead, Dragon Rage, with your final thoughts.
So I do have to say I really do enjoy listening to Wick. Some of the conversations I've listened to over the last couple of months kind of sometimes sounds like a screeching owl. No offense, just in a couple of the debates, but tonight it was absolutely 100% perfectly. Sorry, I'm having a brain fart. Audible, understandable, and actually intelligent in terms of it. I really appreciate what he brought forward and the fact that he's willing to listen and push back as well without getting insane about situations. So I really like it. And, I think the Trump administration is going a little bit overboard. And I do think that, unfortunately, is a cause and effect from previous situations. So do I think it's right? Not 100%. Do I think it's an inevitable thing that would have happened? Yeah, unfortunately. So just one of those situations. So that's where I stand tonight.
Thank you, Dragon Rage. I appreciate it. Vibe, I know you just got back. We're doing final thoughts if you have some closing statements to kick around.
Yeah, my closing statement, and thank you for bringing me on in the last minute because I realized I was coming in at the last minute. Wick, I actually want to have a one-on-one with you. Not a debate, just a discussion, because I actually do respect where you come from. I like the intelligence from there. Love to just have a conversation with you one day. With that, I mean, that's all. I just came on to say I do respect Wick. I disagree with a lot of things, but I think we can find some common ground. So just want to jump in and say always appreciate listening to you.
No. If anyone, and this goes for anyone, I guess is a common theme. If you want to be on my show, or if you just want to talk to me, my DMs are open on Twitter and on Discord. Just DM me, and I'll probably answer as long as you're not telling me to that you're going to find my family and kill them, which has happened more than once.
Oh no!
I'm not going to do that.
You are against that.
I do want to have a one-on-one.
I might answer you and tell you to do things that I can't say on stream.
I can connect Vibe and Wick. I'll connect the both of you on Twitter if you want, because I know Vibe uses
Discord too. I mean,
oh, he already has your
he
Discord.
does. He's DM'd me before.
Oh, you guys are already be making out and shit. Well, fuck that. I didn't add any work to this then.
I just didn't want to say it publicly. So yeah, I'd love to have a one-on-one with Wick.
Yep.
Have a debate discussion.
You didn't want to tell him publicly that you guys already have a little date. Is it like a Netflix and chill kind of thing, or what are we talking here?
We ain't chilling at Netflix. Okay?
We'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be big.
Although you two, you fucking nerds, you would be sitting there like watching some Star Wars and shit and being like, "This is so fun, guys. Who brought the popcorn?" And Hector with the shots firing one last round before we close says Rinyald, who is the Democrat leader at the moment who holds their true values in modernity.
I don't know. I mean, like, if we're defining true values as like not wanting to terminate the Constitution that you take an oath to uphold, then almost anybody's better than Donald Trump right now. I don't know. It's not time to vote. I don't know. I'm not even super strongly aligned to the Democratic Party, but it takes, apparently it makes you a diehard, bleeding heart leftist to fight for the Constitution. I don't know. It's a shame where our country's at right now.
In other words, he means Crockett.
No, I hate Crockett.
Yeah, all right, fair enough. And look at this. They're just still sending the love. Kissy Cat with the 20. Not 1, not 2, not 5, not 11, but 20 gifted Gauntlet memberships. Love sent across the board. Thank you, Kissy Cat, from the bottom of my missing heart. It's black. I'm soulless. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be sure we have Friday night. I've got a whole list of them. Friday night, we've got a debate with. It's titled as Mod Monday, but that's only because of the format. You got to get used to this, okay? Friday night, tomorrow night, we've got Andrew Wilson, Jim Bob, and then 2 of the Mormon debaters. We've got Josh Stacy for Senate on Twitter and Dennis oh, I can't remember his last name. Anyways, but two very kind gentlemen who are excited to come and debate the continued series of the Mormon debates. This is number 2 out of, I believe there will be a third, I believe. And we will kick those off again tomorrow night. Then Sunday night, of course, as Ryan said, come back. Him and Rob Noor are debating on the Trump administration and the miscommunications and false and true and this and that and all of that. It's a well-needed debate that is coming. I'm very, very, very excited for it. I've actually have a whole Word document of their topics that they want to go through. And then, of course, Monday night, it'll be posted here shortly. We've got Moderator Monday with Andrew Wilson, Marte Rules versus Charlie, thanks to Wick TV, and a new person. It is Personality of Cult. He's really big over on the Threads side of things. So click a bunch of buttons, hit a bunch of notification bells. There's even more scheduled beyond that. Outside of that, I love you all. Fuck off.
We love Sarah.
Hi, welcome to Modern Day Debate. I'm the moderator for the evening tonight, Mike. Some of you may have seen me earlier. We're going to be tonight talking to 4 individuals here, letting them talk to each other and get some truth out between them and see where the debate will go. So tonight, we're going to be talking about immigration and Trump's policies and kind of where they stand. I'll let you guys kind of define a little bit more specifically the prompt y'all outlined once I turn it over to the openings. Real quick, get your tickets to DebateCon. That's going on in Nashville coming up, and it's going to be a lot of fun, I've heard. So hope to get out there. So we're going to start with 12-minute openings, and we're going to give it over to the affirmative side first. You guys can go 6 minutes each, or if one of you feels like you have a stronger opening and you want to give them time, go for it, and then we'll kick it over to Rinyald and Scratch. You guys go ahead. If you want to do also a little plug on your own channels and who you are, get it started. We'll go ahead and turn it over.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Mike. Nice to meet you. Thank you for Vic for doing this debate with me. Rinyald, Scraps for filling in last minute. Appreciate you guys. Should be fun. You can find me on YouTube at Wi-Fi Gospel. I do a lot of debates, do a few here on Modern Day Debate as well. You can check those out. And yeah, all right. So imagine this. A young mother in a quiet Texas suburb, tucking her kids into bed, no longer glancing at the shadows outside her window, wondering if tonight's the night a cartel thug deported once, twice, now back on our streets decides her home is his next target. Or imagine this. A factory worker in Ohio clocking in for the first time in years, earning a paycheck that actually covers the rent, because the job that used to go to shadowy labor brokers is now his, fair and square. That's the reality President Trump is forging right now in his second term. A reality where America puts Americans first, humanely restoring order to a broken border, banishing the criminals who prey on our communities, and rebuilding a legal immigration system that welcomes the best, not the lawless. Tonight in this debate, our opponents will spin tales of chaos and cruelty. They'll ignore the facts, the numbers, the lives changed, but I stand here to make the case clear, compelling, and unapologetic that Trump's immigration reforms are a beacon of benevolence, not division, but deliverance, not walls of hate, but bridges to safety, prosperity, and justice for America, backed by hard data, overwhelming public will, and a mandate from the people who elected him in a landslide. First, let's talk about the obvious, the borders. Under the previous administration, our southern frontier wasn't a line on a map, it was a sieve, hemorrhaging illegal aliens along with drugs and sex slaves. Over 2.5 million encounters in fiscal year 2023 alone, leading to an all-time high of 14 million unauthorized immigrants by that year. An increase of 3.5 million unauthorized immigrants, overwhelming cities, straining schools, and turning border towns into war zones. But President Trump, he declared a national emergency on day one, suspended asylum processing, axed the failed CBP One app, and unleashed the full might of our resources. The result? A 95% plunge in illegal crossings, down to just 264 apprehensions per day by March 2025, the lowest since the 1970s. In October of this year, U.S. Customs and Border Protection recorded just 30,561 total encounters nationwide, the lowest October in CBP history, 29% below the previous record low, and 79% lower than October 2024. For the 6th straight month, Border Patrol released 0 illegal entrants, processing every apprehension strictly by law. In fact, during the first 9 months of President Trump's term, total encounters along the southwest border were lower than a single average month under Biden, marking an unprecedented turnaround in border enforcement. That's not hyperbole. That's CBP data straight from the front lines. Our agents, once outnumbered 10-1, are now guardians again, not firefighters. And this isn't about cruelty, it's compassion for the migrants themselves. No more deadly deserts, no more human traffickers preying on the vulnerable. Trump's shock and awe has saved lives on both sides of the border, deterring journeys that end in graves. Absolutely benevolent, because a secure border protects the dreamers who come legally and not the desperate funneled into danger by open invitations. But enforcement isn't just about stopping the flow, it's about removing the threats already here. Record-breaking deportations prioritize humanity by targeting the worst first. Over 2 million unauthorized individuals have left since January. 527,000 formal removals by October, plus 1.6 million self-deportations. Incentivized with cash and flights to avoid family separations. And that's DHS's own tally, shattering records from any prior administration. 70% of those formally removed, a number of about 369,000 out of 527,000, were criminals who had convictions or charges, from DUIs to drug trafficking. In the first 100 days alone, ICE arrested 752 murderers and 1,693 sexual assaulters, many who roamed free under lax prior policies. No more catch and release for predators. The Lake and Riley Act, signed January 29th with bipartisan cheers, 264 to 159 in the House, mandates detention for those charged with theft or assault, preventing tragedies like Lakin's murder by a repeat offender. We've expanded detention to 66,000 beds, up from 39,000, ensuring due process while swiftly removing dangers. This isn't vengeance, it's vigilance. It's Trump saying to American families, I've got your back.
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm going to pause the time right there. Do you want to take the whole 12 minutes? You want to let him do that, Vic, or that was his 6?
Cool. I have 2 sentences.
Okay, go ahead.
And then I'll hand it over. Okay. I've got your back, says Trump. And the proof? Homicides down 17% in major cities through June 2025, per the Council on Criminal Justice, on track for the lowest murder rate since 1960. Safer streets, stronger communities, that's benevolence in action. Now I'll turn the rest of my opening over to my partner.
All right, you still have 6 minutes and 34 seconds.
All right. Well, thank you very much for getting us started, Wi-Fi. Thank you for being my partner tonight. Also, thank you to Modern Day Debates for hosting this great debate. So let's talk about the impact of Trump's immigration policies on the economy. For too long, unchecked inflows have suppressed wages and stolen opportunities from hardworking Americans. But Trump's crackdown curbing unauthorized labor and enforcing the public charge rule has flipped the script. BLS data from January to June 2025 shows 100% of net job growth. 744,000 positions went to native-born workers, the first time in over a decade. Foreign-born employment down for 543,000. As the illegal labor force shrinks, opportunities flow back to citizens. Real wages for low-skilled natives surge 5 to 8% year over year, with construction pay hitting $32 an hour, up 8% because fewer illegal workers means fairer wage negotiations for Americans. That's AEI and BLS reports, by the way. The foreign-born population itself plummeted 2.6% to 51.9 million by June, the first decline in 50 years per Pew Research. No more taxpayer burdens, welfare costs slashed, and jobs reclaimed. And for legal immigration, Trump's reforming it smartly. Expanded H-2A visas for farmers, waived fees, but with wage floors to protect Americans. Tariffs and Made in America incentives have poured billions into domestic hiring without spiking inflation. This is Trump the builder, not the wrecker. Lifting boats for citizens while offering a humane ladder for the world's talent. Prosperity for all who play by the rules. Finally, none of this happens without you, the American people. A mandate so thunderous it's shaking Washington to its core. Trump didn't just win, he dominated, receiving 312 electoral votes. He won the popular vote by 5 million, with immigration as voters' top issue for 32% of the electorate per CNN exit polls. Hispanics, he flipped to 46%, up from 32%, because families in border states know the stakes, and the polls, they're a roar of approval. CBS/YouGov in January, 63% of voters support mass deportations, including 47% of Democrats and 62% independents. Pew in March, 71% demand enforcement as top priority. Gallup in June, 67% approved Trump's handling of immigration, the highest for any issue. Even Axios/Ipsos in September, 81% support deporting violent criminals, 59% for all unauthorized. Bipartisan laws seal the deal. The Lake and Riley Act, the one big beautiful bill with $170 billion for walls and agents, passed 289 to 146 and 68 to 32 in terms of the votes. 28 states now mandate E-Verify, and 287 partnerships, 53 agreements nationwide. Florida alone arrested 1,128 criminals this year. This isn't French, it's the people's verdict. Trump hears you, and he's delivering with 88% GOP approval for troops at the border and 86% for wrapped-up removals per Pew. A mandate for mercy, humane removals that prioritize criminals, reform legal paths for the skilled, and heal a nation torn by neglect. This is Trump's benevolent blueprint: secure borders, safe streets, fair paychecks, rebuilding the American dream. And that is my opener.
Okay, guys. Well, I appreciate you guys giving that statement there, opening it up, and we're gonna go to you, Scratch. We're gonna go to you, Scratch, and Rinyald there.
You want to go first, Scratch?
Start. Let me just start the timer again, and then you'll be set.
Hi, I'm Scratch. I'm a leftist who does political debates on TikTok and YouTube. You can find me at Scratch 9258 on literally all platforms, minus Substack. Let's get an opening statement. Trump's immigration policy of not just targeting low-skilled illegal workers, but also targeting high-skilled legal migrants through implementing things like $100,000 fee for H-1 visas and illegally deporting legal migrants will have devastating effects on the economy. The CBO predicting the immigration surge under Biden will contribute to a $8.9 trillion increase in GDP from 2024 to 2034. These economic benefits will not be realized if Donald Trump continues to not only bar legal immigration, but also continues to actively get rid of current immigrants in the United States.
All right.
You
got 11 minutes.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to use the whole 11 minutes.
Not necessary.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Rinyald. I do debates. I talk to Trump supporters, mostly on TikTok, but I upload everything to YouTube and stuff. Trump supporters, especially on immigration, live on narrative instead of any real policy. They will use loaded terms that have no real definition, like closing the border or securing the border, but never really define what the policy looks like. They will point to things that happen and attribute it to the president. This is intentional. The policy proposed by the Trump administration is either so distasteful that no one would support it if it wasn't labeled as vacuously as closing the border, or it's so ill-defined that it may as well not exist. Would the people genuinely support the open admission by the president that he will not pursue new legislation? Would they support the robbing of people's constitutional rights? Would they support the suspension of asylum? is all of Trump's border policy literally just funding enforcement instead of doing anything to actually reform the immigration system? It seems like probably. It seems like it's just harsh enforcement, deterrence through strength, robbing people of their rights, making it so no immigrants want to come here. It doesn't really matter what the effect is on those people or the economy more broadly. They just are interested in getting these people out.
What's going on? Okay. All right. Well, then I guess now that we are done with the opening statements, I just want to remind everyone again to get your tickets for DebateCon. That is coming up Sunday, November 15th and the 16th. Get your 2-day tickets. And we're going to kick it into now the 60-minute open dialogue back and forth. Since you guys just spoke on your side, we'll go ahead and let Wi-Fi Gospel or Vic maybe pick it up. And you guys.
Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, Wi-Fi, you're muted.
Wi-Fi, you're muted.
There you are.
My bad. All right. So basically we made about 5 points. I just want to run through those points as quickly as we can and talk about them. And then it's totally fair to let you guys drill us on those or bring up the other arguments that you brought up in your opening statements. So Rinyald or Scratch, you guys can answer. Do you agree that 95% less illegal border crossings are a good thing?
When you say illegal border crossings, are you referring to border encounters?
Well, border encounters include illegal border crossings, or at least apprehensions, but it doesn't include.
So what does illegal
also
border
other
crossing
things.
mean? So like, where are you getting that data specifically?
From DHS, I believe.
Could you send me a specific link? Because whenever anybody can go look up like illegal border crossings. Whenever somebody refers to like illegal border crossings, it's almost always just encounter data. Like this was super famous, like the sign that Trump was pointing to when he almost got unalived.
Yeah, so
the graph said illegal border countings. It was just a graph of encounters. So I have never seen any data from the DHS release that specified illegal border crossings. It's always just border encounters.
So from I actually have from Congress.gov and track reports for fiscal years 21 through 24, distinctions between apprehensions and admissibles. Is that what you're looking for?
Inadmissibles?
I think the.
Yeah, so
go ahead.
Well, inadmissibles would be like people requesting asylum at legal ports of entry and being denied. Neither of us would say that's like an illegal move, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they do count that under encounters. But even just if we look at apprehensions, there were 7.4 million apprehensions from 21 to 24. And then even if we look at the encounters, the average daily right now is 264, something like that. So if you take the average for the 7.4 million over 4 years, it's over 5,000. So that would be still a decrease in 95%.
So I want you to acknowledge two things. So number one, from December 2024 until Trump got in office, we saw border encounters decrease by those 200,000. And even prior to that, in the last couple of months of Trump's first administration, border encounters went massively up.
Well, so this is about Trump's second
you're trying to say it's Trump's second term, right? And you're trying to correlate border encounters with Trump's policy, but it'd be a little disingenuous if border encounters are already going down massively before Trump got into office. This is a continuing trend. This wasn't something we saw magically when Trump got into office.
So
border
it
encounters
would
are already
be
going down.
disingenuous to say that 7.4 million apprehensions down to less than 300 a day is not due to Trump's policies.
Yes, because for two reasons. So the first one is that they were already falling at the tail end of Biden's administration, right? So if you're tying it to Donald Trump's policy, we wouldn't expect it to also be dropping during Biden's presidency, the first one. The second one is that encounter numbers get hyperinflated whenever we see policies like Title 42 or Remain in Mexico, because what happens is we send people to Mexico and then they come back, they try and seek the same exact thing that they seek the first time. That's two encounters, right? So you're having super inflated encounter numbers just based off of the fact that we were sending people to Mexico and they were coming straight back.
Right. So what rate of recidivism are you giving then?
That'd be 20. It would be 26% according to Pew Research.
Right. Agreed. So it's still a vast number of border apprehensions, even if we take it up to 26%. So again, 2023, there were about 2.04 to 2.06 million apprehensions. The total encounters was almost 2.5 million. Then to 2024, total encounters only went down to 2.135, or total apprehensions to 1.5. How is that a major decrease?
Yeah, so two things. So number one, you would agree with me that apprehensions can include people coming here legally, or at least for some kind of asylum. Yes, you could cross the border.
Encounters do, not apprehensions.
Well, a lot of people are apprehended
You
and seek
understand
asylum.
Title 8 apprehensions are under border encounters.
Yes, exactly, and so are admissibles.
So
an apprehension is an encounter, but an encounter is not strictly an apprehension.
I understand that. So I'm saying, right, if you came across the border to seek asylum legally, that would be counted as a border encounter. True, if you were also
not an apprehension.
That would be counted as an encounter, right? It would also be counted, right, if you were admissible and you got, as Biden had a massive parole program, right? If you were paroled into the country, that would also be counted as an encounter, right? So these numbers aren't just looking at illegal immigrants; these are looking at people who are coming.
No, you're
through.
confusing.
I'm not confusing.
Yeah, an apprehension
coming here for legal status.
An apprehension does not include a parole.
What is included in apprehension numbers?
It's just someone who enters illegally and is turned away.
Okay, so those would also be, yeah, those, yeah. I don't think that's, I don't think that's apprehension numbers. But on top of that,
Title 42 expulsions with Title 8 apprehensions.
On top of that, though, I mean, like we would expect those numbers to also be going up.
Apprehension numbers.
We would also expect those to be in a feedback loop because of Title 42 and remain in Mexico, right? Because you get apprehended and turned away.
You already said 27%. I'm willing to grant that number, but that's not that doesn't change the numbers for 95%. Even if it did, it would maybe be 90%.
You accept that, like, people coming here to seeking legal status, either through parole system or through asylum, would also be included in encounters if they were seeking.
He's talking about apprehensions.
Encounters.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes.
He's talking about apprehensions, not encounters right now.
Yeah. For example, in 2021, there was 1.734 million encounters. 70,000 of those were inadmissibles, which are asylum seekers. And then the other 1.6 million were apprehensions.
Yeah, if apprehension is someone being detained at the border, right?
Yeah, after an illegal crossing, not someone seeking asylum at a legal port of entry.
Well, you can seek defensive asylum even after being apprehended. That's something that's legal to do as well.
But if you're in the country and you seek defensive asylum, right? What happens?
You go through the asylum process.
Right, and while you go through the asylum process, you can't be deported, correct?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
All right, unless like you commit some serious crime or something, or some other extenuating circumstances. However, what are you going to do if you're an illegal alien and you cross into the border? Maybe you make it in there, or maybe you get paroled in. The first thing I'm going to do, if I'm at risk of deportation, is claim asylum, even if I have absolutely no chance of winning an asylum case, correct?
Potentially, sure. I mean, there's potential for that to happen, yeah.
Right. In fact, under Biden, I think it was an average of either less than 15 or less than 10% of asylum cases got approved. Right?
You also acknowledge, though, that it is reasonable to come to the, like, there are people who are genuinely seeking asylum who are apprehended through that process, right? So including that in all, like, illegal crossings when there are legal immigrants within that batch is probably not right? Yeah, especially when seeking asylum is a legal process.
Even if we cut the entire number in half and give you, instead of 7.4 million apprehensions, even if we gave you 3.75, whatever the number is, it would still be down massively, something like 90%, correct?
Something like 90%. It would be down, yeah, sure. But again, I mean, like we're looking at a trend, right?
Just real quick.
No, hold on.
The people.
I want an answer to this though.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is U.S. border apprehensions, meaning and less people trying to cross illegally, is it being down 90%? Is that good or bad for America?
I don't know. It really depends on with the economic conditions of America, honestly.
Hold on. So you're saying that it could be good for millions of people to try and cross the border illegally?
It's not ideal, obviously.
It's not ideal, but I don't think it's necessarily going to incur something bad, especially if there's some kind of humanitarian crisis. Absolutely.
No. Well, if it's a humanitarian crisis, it wouldn't be an illegal crossing, would it?
Well, it would be
Not
if
necessarily.
you get
Sure, if there's a
apprehended and seek
humanitarian
asylum.
process and
Get
somebody
myself
crosses
muted
the
on
border
both sides.
illegally to then apply for asylum, that would be due to
Minimizing this,
humanitarian crisis. But
James,
once
you're
again,
not muted, by the way.
Sorry. So first of all, somebody
hold on.
No,
are you trying to
every
say
time I
something,
try to
Mike?
go back to
Wait.
my
Mike, you're
Mike, you're not muted, by the way.
Yeah, affirmative asylum is something that happens when somebody isn't in removal proceedings, right? The defensive asylum is when you're already in removal proceedings and then you seek asylum. So somebody, if you illegally enter and then you seek asylum with like the nearest border agent, that would count as an affirmative asylum case. That would also count as an apprehension because they would apprehend you, detain you while you did your asylum case, right? So that would be
and
that would be an example of somebody going through the legal process underlined in the INA to seek asylum legitimately, but still included in apprehensions and encounters.
Right, but why are they crossing at an illegal port of entry?
Because you're allowed to do
fear.
it.
You're probably in fear of some kind of persecution.
And so if you're in fear of some persecution, then why do for example in fiscal year 2024, why did 635,000 people get turned away at legal ports of entry? And how many of them do you think got turned away at legal ports of entry and said, screw this, I'm getting it anyway, and went through an illegal way?
I don't know if I'd want to speculate on that.
I don't know how many of those people.
Well, you've been asking us to speculate on how many of the apprehensions are not actual apprehensions, correct?
No, we're not asking you to speculate on that. We're saying that the numbers that you're illustrating, you can't really get a grasp on what you're trying to illustrate because you cited encounters as crossings, right? But there's a lot that go into encounters and a lot that goes into apprehensions. So to say that these are equal to crossings is something that you can't necessarily do. I'm not asking you to speculate. I'm pointing out that there's a problem with the statement that you're making.
All right, but then all things considered, even if I gave you half the numbers, it would still be down 90%, which I did get a concession on. What I didn't get a concession on was that it could somehow be good for America to have illegal immigrants crossing the border. Why is that? You said like an economic benefit?
Once again, you say like you still haven't addressed a point, right? You say down 90%, and I'll just repeat what Rinyald said previously here, right? One, apprehensions and encounters still do include people who could be seeking legal forms of immigration, right, through asylum or like some kind of being like paroled into the country. And number two, right, even though it did go down 90%, nobody's denying that trend was already happening for a year in the Biden administration before Trump
No,
even came into. Yes, it absolutely was.
So then how is the trend going down if it goes from 2.4 million encounters to 2.135 million encounters? How is that a trend going down?
Over what span?
Between fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24.
Yeah, you're just
Is it possible?
Yeah,
is it possible that they were super high at the beginning of 23 and they plummeted at the end of 23?
So I'm talking from December, right? Anybody can go look at this, and I'm having to change my stream here. From December of 2024, right, until September of 2024, it went from 300,981 border encounters to 101,790 border encounters. I'm looking at the CBP website right now.
So it got cut in half in 3 months, the beginning of December 24, you said?
From December 2024 to September of 2024.
Okay. Was Trump announced as the winner of the presidential election by December 2024?
Was he announced as the winner in September? He said between September and December. He said between September and December.
Okay, sorry. The way he said it, he said from December to September. So I got it mixed up. So you're saying from September down to December. In September, it was 300,000. What was it in October?
No. In December of 2024, it was 300,000.
So this is what I don't understand.
What?
In December, it was 300,000, you said, right?
Yes.
And then what did it go down to and when?
By September
of what?
2025? 2024.
How do you?
Are you saying December 23? Wait, hold on. Are you saying December 23 to September 24?
No, December 24.
Okay, so you're talking about September 24 to December 24. You swapped the months. Yeah, you swapped the months. Sorry. Okay.
So what was the number in September of 24?
100,000.
So it went up then. Everybody was trying to get in before the big bad orange man got in. That's what happened.
So
Okay, maybe I could share my screen. I'm not like October, November, December, January, February, March, April to September 24. I'm not going insane. Like I'm looking at it. It goes down by 200,000.
Read that. What are you reading off of?
Here, can I send you this on Discord? I'm looking at the CBP website.
Well, don't send it to me. I think there's a side chat here. If I think we could use that.
I do believe there's a side chat. Okay. Yeah, use the Zoom side chat. I'll pull it up.
So, just out of curiosity, like what do we think we're attributing to, like, what do you think Donald Trump did in order to? Because your claim is that as soon as Donald Trump came in, encounters dropped 90%. What do you think that he did to actually? What do you think he actually did to achieve that?
I mean, he did a ton of things, but just the literal speech that Trump ran on, just the campaign that Trump ran on, is enough to scare everybody into not coming. Obviously, because they started dropping going into his. By the time he was announced to going into his term, it started dropping tremendously already. He basically increased border security, right? Like you in your opening statement, you said the only thing Trump did was fund enforcement, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's funding enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
He signed things like the Lake and Riley Act. That means if you actually apprehend somebody, you have to detain them, correct?
Sure, but I mean that's not going to stop like any of that. That has nothing to do with the border, right?
Right, but if they commit a crime at the border, such as entering, right? If somebody commits a crime,
you can't indefinitely detain somebody under the Lake and Riley Act for entering illegally. I'm pretty sure it's for things like theft, assault, like things like that, right?
Yeah. So if you assault a CBP officer, is what I was saying.
Sure, but I mean, like, then we're not talking about crossings. We're talking about assaulting CBP officers. So, like, the Lake and Riley Act. Sure, but like the Lake and Riley Act isn't going to deter something that's not already illegal, right? It's already illegal to assault CBP officers on your way over to the border. That's already illegal, right? You're already turned away if you do that, right? So the Lake and Riley Act isn't adding anything new there other than like indefinite detention.
Yeah, I understand that. Now if
well, hold on. Do you think that like with Trump, with his the fact that he overwhelmingly won, and the messaging is, hey, we're not going to tolerate all this illegal immigration anymore. Don't you think that's enough to send a message across the world that, hey, look, maybe you should slow down a bit. Like, we're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore, knowing that he's going to be more harsher?
One, yes, potentially, but I don't want that, right? Like, I don't want our means of deterring immigrants from coming across the border being that we're going to treat you so poorly that you won't want to come to the United States. That's not something that I want the United States to do. And second of all, that's not policy, right? Like him giving a speech about how poorly we're going to treat illegal immigrants isn't policy. That's not passing anything. That's not fixing anything. It's just making people scared.
Well, if it's a deterrent is a deterrent, you know? I mean, a deterrent.
Sure, but I mean, the debate is on policy.
We would have to then concede, right? If we're saying that it's Trump's messaging which is causing people not to come here, it's also Trump's messaging which encouraged people to come here in the first place, right? This is the person who lied about like FEMA money going to immigrants when it was really just from an SSP fund that was actually funded by the CBP. This is the person who was demonizing immigrants in like Springfield, Ohio agent. This is the person who had a different number of illegal immigrants coming across the border every 2 days and was constantly saying the border's wide open, anybody can come across, right? If we're saying, oh, Trump's messaging is encouraging people not to come here, we'd have to say previous his campaign, it was his messaging that was encouraging people to come here.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that, like, I think, like, you know, especially after the whole Biden letting in, what was the number, like 14 million? There's not even an official like number. There's 10 million, it could be 14 million, but millions have let in. You don't think that maybe Donald Trump saying, hey, we're going to be even harsher than even his previous term? I mean, you guys are spurting out after about what's going on right now. I mean, you don't think even the imagery that they're showing, the prisoners that are in El Salvador, the prison in El Salvador and such. Yeah. You don't think all that messaging out there is not a deterrent in itself that, yeah, listen, we're not effing around this time?
Sure, but I mean, again, here's the problem, right? Is that we already litigated the encounter numbers. So, like, I'm going to reject the 13 million, 10 million, 50 million, you know, whatever day it is.
Wait. That's how many illegal immigrants are in the country. 14 million.
14.
14.
I don't know
that's
where.
not so. The 14 million
that.
statistic.
That's from Pew Research
So the
Center.
14 million
Yeah.
statistic is unauthorized immigrants. If you look at that, that includes people here
Yeah.
on TPS. That includes people here on
Sure.
who are asylum. So that would include
Yeah.
people of legal statuses. So that's not actually
You're
legal
right.
immigrants.
Sure, but on
Unauthorized
top
is
of
a
that-
better word. You're right.
On top of
Okay,
that, like again, it goes back to the thing of like, if we're arguing that Donald Trump's like master border policy is showing people getting ushered off to a torture prison to prevent people from coming here, I don't think that's a good way to do it, right? Like, I don't
Wait,
think that's
who's-
good border
who's getting-
policy.
Who's going to a torture prison?
We're sending people to CCOT, right? Like, that's kind of
Okay, and
that's the whole
they
point.
torture people there?
Yes.
Okay, what do they do that's torture there?
We have State Department reports talking about how like they would zap the wet floors to shock everybody within the cell. We got like credible reports from multiple people that we sent there saying that, you know, they were being beaten if they weren't getting dressed quick enough. Like, we have 2 separate State Department reports talking about the like detailing the conditions of El Salvadorian prisons. Like, it wasn't a mystery how
Okay.
bad these places are.
So normal behavior for third world country prisons, correct?
Sure, we shouldn't be sending people there though, right? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it's
Who are
still
we-
we're
who are
still
we sending
torturing
there?
them.
Yeah, who are we
I
sending?
don't
there,
know
though?
what the I don't know what the standard is.
Well, you're saying that
Who are
this
we
was
sending there?
you're saying that this was the thing that was deterring people from coming, is us showing them like frog walking people through this prison. I don't think that's a good
Yeah.
thing. I don't think that's what the U.S. should be engaged with.
Okay. So then we also shouldn't publicize how prisoners live inside of prisons in America to deter criminals either, correct?
If we're torturing them, no, right? But also
Alright,
keep in mind that a civil person like crossing the border is different than like the kind of criminals that you would be talking about sending to U.S. prison.
Yeah, and the civil person crossing the border isn't getting sent to CCOT. Do you know how many people were sent to CCOT?
It was about 200, 300. The problem is that their due process rights were robbed of them, so we didn't actually get the chance to see if they were who they said they were.
From who? You're talking about
From
Kilmar
the people
Garcia?
that Kilmar, Abrego Garcia, and the Alien Enemies class.
Okay, so if you're gonna sit here and defend Kilmar Garcia and say that we didn't know who he was and that his due process was violated,
Well,
that's wrong. Now,
when
if
I
you
said
wanna
that, I was
say-
talking about the Alien Enemies, right? I wasn't talking about Garcia there, but I mean,
Yes.
Garcia also got his due process rights robbed of him, so that's also, you know, part of the people who we robbed of their process.
There should people,
Well,
people like
isn't
Andy
he
Hernandez.
sent
There
back?
should be people like Andy Hernandez,
didn't he get
right?
brought back, though?
Who was a gay makeup
Sure.
artist in Venezuela, who was actively getting persecuted for being gay, seeked asylum in the U.S., was in detention his entire stay while he was seeking asylum, and the Trump administration deported him without any ability to, one, seek habeas corpus, or two, any kind of like no deportation within like any timely manner. Their due process
Yeah.
rights were stripped from them.
No, and we can there's very, very few cases of these in every single administration over the last 5 administrations, right? Biden, Obama, Bush, Clinton, all had these issues. These are not unique to Trump's administration. However,
sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
well, I want to get back to my 5 points, because I did say we have 5 points. I want to get through them quickly. I want to just make our argument, and you guys can pull up any other arguments you guys want. It doesn't look like we're going to get somewhere on this first point, but I do just want to say one more thing, because you bring up that your reasoning that some illegal immigrants coming over the border in mass numbers could be good for America is economic reasons. Can you explain?
Yeah, absolutely. So before I explain, the numbers I was looking at earlier for ZP, they go by fiscal year, and the fiscal year for them starts in October. So when I said December of 2024, that was really December of 2023, and then it turned into January. So it would be December 2023 to September of 2024 when we saw a 200,000 decrease under Biden.
All right. Well, I want to let you answer my question, but I don't want to let that go.
Okay, I just
unspoken.
want to be I just want
Yeah.
to be clear, so that from my prior point.
No,
of,
I'm
like,
glad
this
you
is a
brought that
continuing
back
trend.
up. But it's also from fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 24, 2.4 million to 2.135 million encounters. Apprehensions went from 2 million to 1.5. That's not a drastic decrease. But back to my question. How could economics make up for illegal immigrants crossing the border en masse?
Yeah, absolutely. I guess if we just want to like take a look at research by like the Cato Institute that looks at like the economic impact of illegal migrants, or we can look at like studies by the National Bureau of Economic Research, which predict illegal immigrants provide about like 1% of our total like private sector GDP. Two, these immigrants don't actually seem to be lowering wages, right? When immigrants come into the country, they also induce a demand in the economy, which the supply needs to meet, right? That part of that supply is increasing increasing employment. So we don't see them typically lower wages, but in fact, the new jobs that are oftentimes created because of that demand that immigrants incur in the economy tend to be these like managerial or like supervisor positions, which the better English speaking and usually slightly higher educated Americans tend to take up. So for about 95 to 80% of the country, we might even see slight wage increases because of like illegal immigration. But once again, I just contest the fact the majority of people coming to Biden or people here on some kind of legal status, and the numbers to support that are extremely flawed.
No, that's not true. But again, to answer my question, you said GDP increase was one of the factors that, okay. So if the GDP is increased, or if doing something that would decrease the GDP, you could do something then in order to avoid those consequences. You could do something that would normally be looked at as criminal or against the law, correct? That's your argument?
No, I would say we probably shouldn't like have people just like illegally coming in here. But what I would say is that
so then why would you use that as a point?
Yeah, yeah.
What I would say is that people who have come in here, who are currently here, who are like illegal immigrants, right? Those people who have been here for 10 or 5 years plus, who are actually integrated into the economy, those are the people making up the private sector GDP, right? Okay. People who have just newly or recently like crossed the border, I don't know like how good those people are going to be when it comes to adding on to sector GDP. Now, the people who, once again, because my entire argument, most of those people came into Biden, they came under some kind of legal status. Those people like can pay taxes. Those people can get those their work permits. They're going to integrate into the economy way quicker. But if somebody's just going to illegally cross right now, I'm fine deporting them.
Okay, so then it's not a bad thing for illegal crossings to be down.
Yes,
no,
but I'm contesting.
It's not necessarily a bad thing. I don't think anybody would have said that it's necessarily a bad thing.
So it's a good thing for America then.
I don't know if it depends, right? It depends on how you're getting the crossings down.
No, it doesn't.
Absolutely.
No?
That's completely separate. The fact that people are not crossing into the country illegally, is that a good or a bad thing for America?
Okay.
You don't think it depends on how that happens, on whether or not it's good or bad?
You can add intention to it. I'm just simply asking.
Well, the intention is the whole point. I don't think it's necessarily a good or bad thing.
Like if people, hypothetically, if people are illegally crossing the border because there's a giant humanitarian crisis and they're trying to seek asylum,
that's
and the
not
ports of
illegally
entries,
crossing.
and the ports of entries were, yes, you could illegally cross, and the ports of entries were clogged up, so they're illegally crossing the border to seek asylum. And we were just we're just gonna like shoot all these immigrants who try and cross the border. We'd probably say that that's a bad way to try and stop illegal border crossings.
Okay. All right. So then if 100 million illegal immigrants crossed because they were being persecuted, that would be good for America?
Did they have a reasonable claim for persecution? Like, are we?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Okay. So flooding the country with 100 million people who are not integrated in society at all is going to be good for America. You don't think that's going to put a strain?
You're kind of loading that, right? Because you said, okay, you added that they're not integrating into the country. I'm going to obviously push against that.
Already integrated.
Yeah,
as the same for every other immigrant.
Right. So do you understand what 100 million people would do to this country if they entered?
Know we are halfway through right now. 30 minutes left.
All right, so
on the open dialogue.
Okay.
Carry on.
I didn't know. All right. Well, look, we're not going to get anywhere on this first point. Mass deportations. Can it be considered successful or good that approximately 1.6 million self-departures and 500,000 formal removals occurred under Donald Trump's immigration enforcement policy?
Again, it's going to depend, right? Like, I'm not interested in just looking at metrics that happen and then removing all of the context that led to those metrics happening, right? Like, I don't think it's necessarily a good thing that these removals happened. I want to know how these removals are happening. I want to know the effect of these removals. I want to know like different claims of whatever's happening during these removals, right? The removal numbers aren't necessarily good or bad.
We can get into that. I just want a concession then. On the face.
That's not a concession. Right?
Hold on. I'm asking for a concession.
He's asking.
I didn't say you did concede. I'm asking for one now. On the face, without context, you're saying that millions of people crossing the border, up to 100 million people crossing the border, technically illegally, and 2 million people being removed who were here illegally, those could be good for America.
I mean,
could be bad for America.
We could remove all of the context from all of our points and make them sound stupid if you want to. I don't want to look at this with no context. I don't know you would build that into the question.
Sure, I think
That's not a fair question. You're asking to literally remove all of the context.
Yeah, I literally, like, I even said,
I don't understand any context where 100 million people enter America and good things happen. There is zero context in which good things happen because of that. I'm telling you that right now.
What if there was like a
Very
million,
simply,
100
look at our
million people
healthcare
born?
system.
What if there was like 100 million people born? Do you think if our population rose by 100 million because they were born, do you think that would necessarily be a bad thing?
How would 100 million people be born?
They would be.
How would that?
They would
what
give
would
birth.
Be required? Wait, who would give birth?
Their mothers, right? Like I'm just saying, like
American citizens, right?
Sure. Does that?
Okay.
You're saying that you can't conceive of a world where adding 100 million people would be good.
No, I actually don't think. I think that would be way too quick of a growth inside of America.
Okay, so what? Then the question is, what would you want to do about it, right? And it's the same question. What would you want to do about it?
Yeah, not let 100 million people in. That's what I would want to do about it.
Yeah,
At any means?
just during the baby boom, just for instance, like 70 to 76 million people were born. So are we?
Yeah, and how many years?
1946 to 1964.
Okay, so 20 years. Yeah, I'm talking about 100 million people entering the country.
Did 100 million people enter the country?
Enter the country in 1 year?
Well, that was literally the hypothetical I gave you.
Yeah, so the hypothetical doesn't, like, the conditions that you're using for this hypothetical don't exist right now. I'm granting that in this hypothetical situation. Yes, I know, I understand. That's why I'm granting in this hypothetical that I would not refuse these people service, because I don't think that sending people back to a place in which they're being persecuted is something humane. Now, if you want to say that you would send them all back, that's fine. You could make that argument. Okay,
yes,
like,
but how about 1 billion?
Okay, would you send, let's say, like a couple 100,000?
No,
would you send them all back?
How about 1 billion?
1 billion.
No, I wouldn't accept 1 billion.
No.
Why not?
Unless
because
we
there's
had,
no
like,
feasible way to do it.
Unless there was
so
unless we
feasible
had like
way to do
unless we
100
had, like,
million?
yeah,
Probably, yeah.
Absolutely. I think we could absolutely have like the processing facilities and infrastructure pre-built to house these people. Absolutely.
Now, I don't know
Let's
what
talk about the context.
I don't know what you were trying to prove with that hypothetical, right?
Let's talk. I was trying to prove that you weren't being logically consistent, because when I went to 1 billion, you immediately said no. I don't think you're in your right mind to think you can. Because to have 100 million people enter this country and think good things would happen is absolutely asinine.
This is like asking.
Anyway,
this is like if I own a house.
Let's
you
talk
asked
about
me,
the 1.6
would you let
million
20 people into your
self-departures.
house to help them? I said yes. And you said, okay, would you let like 1 million people into your house to help them? I said no. And then you said, well, you're being inconsistent.
What's
well,
the difference between 20 and 1 million? Is it more than 100 million
I
and
have
1 billion?
I would say in 20, I could actually help those people. In 1 million, it would just become a situation that was worse for the living standard of all those people in the house.
All right, cool.
So just out of curiosity,
this is such a bad like line of
1.6 million self-departures.
Well, before
we
we
know
move
how
on,
those happened, right?
Before we move on, let's talk about, okay, so within this hypothetical, right? Or let's move away from the hypothetical. Within this reality, right? We have like what, 100,000 per year? Is that where we're at, right? How many claims of asylum were there last year?
Claims of asylum or granted?
Claims of asylum, because Donald Trump tried to suspend asylum, right?
And are you talking about the last year, like last 9 months of Trump?
No, we're just talking about like last fiscal year, 2024.
2024, I think there was 600,000. The number I have, 600,000, is people turned away at the border, I think.
Okay, so let's just say it was 600,000. Do you think that that's going to strain the country so bad that we have to send them all back to the place that they're fleeing persecution from?
I think that currently in our current state, where we have up to 14 million unauthorized immigrants here, it very well could.
I'm not asking if it could. I'm asking, does it? Do you believe that? Do you believe
600,000 a year? Could we actually take in an extra 600,000? Yes. Do I think it's smart? No.
Do you think that we should send them back to the place that they're fleeing persecution from because it would hurt the country so bad? Okay, what's the argument for that?
What? I don't want them here.
That's it? You just don't want them there, so you want to send them back to the place that they're fleeing persecution from?
Yes, absolutely.
Are you against the concept of asylum?
No, not at all. But I think we need to deal with
sounds
the
like you
problem that
are.
we have
It
before
sounds like
going
you are,
back
because
to
that's
asylum.
the policy you're advocating
No.
for isn't just like
No, I think
explicit-
asylum's fine
the
in
policy
a
you're
limited manner.
the policy you're advocating for is explicitly against international law. So if
No, the policy I'm advocating for is there have been millions of people who have completely abused the asylum system, as Rinyald has admitted previously on streams. And I think we need to deal with that problem before just allowing more in.
So in order to do that, you would send them all back to the place that they're fleeing from on the grounds of persecution, right?
I would start with the people in our country, and for the time being, yes, do not enter the country. Now, Trump's actually allowing pretty much not as far as like people in, but anybody with a legitimate application. I think he's granted about half the amount Biden did in 23.
Yes, the reason that is
Or
because he
24.
tried to sign an order suspending all physical entry into the southern border, and it got blocked because it's illegal, right? So the kind of thing that you're talking about, he tried to do, and it got blocked due to illegality. So he like doesn't even have the power to do that unless he does it through Congress, which he can't do, right? And there's no popular support to suspend asylum, right?
I think it's
And
good
yet
to-
somehow he still was able to drastically limit how many people are even coming to legal ports of entry to seek asylum. How could he do that, do you think?
Because they don't want to be here. Because they've seen that Donald
So it
Trump is
must
willing to
be
treat
better.
people
It could
incredibly
be- it could be the
inhumanely.
100
No, not
it
not
could be the
better.
$100
So
fee
what's
to apply
worse?
for
They
asylum.
saw that Donald Trump is is more likely to treat people inhumanely, and they don't want to come here. But I don't want to make America so bad that nobody wants to come
a
here.
deterrent then.
Yeah,
It could be
I don't.
the-
I don't think. I don't think deterrents are necessarily good. Like if Donald Trump was saying, "Hey, every illegal immigrant."
Let me go ahead and stop everybody and give Scratch a chance. I can see he's trying to get in there.
Yeah, I think if you're going to point at anything, it's probably the $100 fee you have to pay to apply for asylum is probably deterring people the most, right? A lot of these people are extremely poor, they don't have much money, and they spent it getting down to the border so they could apply for asylum. I don't know if it's Donald Trump's big scary rhetoric that's doing them, but probably just the financial barriers that the Trump administration is explicitly setting up for these people, right? And as somebody who actually cares about like humanity, people's humanity, right? I don't want a mother, maybe her crying children who are being persecuted by the.
Clutch your pearls.
Oh wait,
all
wait,
right?
let me do some crow clutching right in front of you, okay?
Well, you were
You're
talking
doing a
about
little-
like
you were
saving
doing-
people from the
really,
desert, right? So
look, this. By the way, these are the same people who were literally crow clutching, crying at the very start of their thing about, oh my gosh, we don't have to look at our windows and be careful at night for this poor mother in the suburbs. Okay,
And,
so
and
I
these
just
are the same people who are okay with mothers murdering their own children. Are we going to start slinging mud? Or
Yeah,
what's
I
going on here?
famously
You gonna
love
make
that.
an argument.
If I would like to make a point. You painted this picture like, oh, they can't even afford the $100 for asylum. Meanwhile,
500.
aren't they paying like thousands? Okay, 500. Aren't they paying thousands of dollars to cartels to help smuggle them in?
Yeah, that's my point. They spend their money
Wait,
getting
what's your
down
point?
here. They spend their money getting down here, and then they don't have the necessary money to apply for asylum.
And
Well,
they
no,
also
the cartels are
fleeing
smuggling them in.
persecution.
you spend money, you can't spend that money somewhere else. It's already spent.
And they're also fleeing persecution, but Donald Trump's way too harsh. They'd rather go back to the persecution than deal with Donald Trump. That's what
Wait,
you're
yeah,
saying.
then be indefinitely suspended in like in ICE detention facilities that they're preventing oversight into. Yeah, I don't know
So
if
it
I'd ever
must
want to
not
stay
be-
there.
It must not be as bad then in their own country.
Or
right? So they
maybe,
can stay there.
maybe the U.S. should just stop treating people so inhumanely. Maybe.
what?
Not letting people in is not inhumane. If
No.
I go, hey, Rinyald, can I go to your house? And you're like, no. I'm like, oh, you're treating me inhumanely.
Okay, so Vic, if you came to my house, wait, hold on. If you came to my house and then I stored you in a shed for months until you could come in, and then the police came to ask, like, hey, what's in your shed? And I say no. Like, do you think I would be in the right to do that?
So in a shed? You're
Yeah.
comparing like a cell or
Which
something, a
people
shed?
who are
So yeah,
the
that's
country to
so
a
what I'm
household,
saying.
bro,
Yeah,
okay?
what I'm saying is that when we're putting people in ICE detention facilities and then preventing congressional oversight, right? That's probably not good, right? It's not as simple as like we're just turning people away.
Yeah, no, sorry, I didn't hear that. I got distracted by the little bro comment. Could you say that one more time?
I said it's not like we're just turning them away. We're putting them in ICE detention facilities and then preventing congressional oversight.
Yeah, and,
Well, not
and
that.
you're saying it's not as bad in their own country. That's actually worse than what's going on in their own country, right?
It depends on the certain asylee.
If people
Well,
are
they
if
all
people are
think
coming
it
here,
is
if
'cause
the-
they're
if
not
people are
coming.
coming.
Well,
if people are
again, this
coming-
isn't the only thing that's deterring them. There's a $500 new fee through the One Big Beautiful Bill that makes
Yeah.
it so if you want to
Okay.
seek asylum,
So
which is
it's not
detrimental
worth-
to the entire point.
if
No,
people are
you
coming-
can't spend $500 you don't have.
Yeah.
Okay.
If people are coming here with the intent to seek asylum and they don't have the financial ability to seek asylum, they're just gonna go back. They're not gonna stay here.
Yeah, and how has this not been true otherwise?
What do you mean?
What has it always been a problem where people are poor and they can't afford to seek asylum?
This is a new provision.
No.
This is a new provision.
Okay.
The $500
Yes,
fee just came under
before this
Trump.
before this provision, has it been the case that people have been too poor and can't seek asylum?
No, because there's not a monetary fee. There's not a monetary.
Okay, so there's nobody in the world who wants to seek asylum who's too poor to get to America.
There's probably
There's
some
nothing
people,
we
yeah.
can do about that.
Oh, exactly. Thank you.
Okay, there is something we could do about putting a financial barrier in order for people who are at ports of entry to seek asylum. There is something we can do about that.
Yeah, or we could actually try to deter people from putting in applications when they have no chance of getting asylum, like has been seen even under Biden. They approved maybe 10% of the asylum seekers.
So wait.
So they already have incentive not to do it if they're rejecting the.
Wait, just a minute. How do you determine if someone has a valid asylum claim or not?
Well, there's requirements that are listed, right? And then those requirements, people look at those requirements and they have to determine if they have a leg to stand on. Now, there's obviously tons of people who have no leg to stand on, otherwise they would be seeking asylum now.
Okay, so what do you have to do to even know? Like I'm an illegal immigrant, or not even legal. I'm just an immigrant coming to the border. I seek asylum. What does the government have to do to determine if I have a valid claim to
First,
asylum?
you have to determine if you have a valid
Okay,
claim
but
to
I
asylum.
seek asylum. Okay, what does the government have to do?
Yes, the government, I don't know exactly the process, but they would obviously have to validate your claim of asylum.
Yeah, so there's like two steps, major steps. There's your initial application, there's a credible fear test, and then there's going to be like your actual like court date, right? So and through all three, so these are just like the initial these initial screening steps. But understand, for any of this to happen in the first place, you have to seek asylum, and some amount of processing has to happen. Right?
No.
The claim that you made was, oh, these people
What
who
you
don't
just said
have
was
the
false.
valid asylum cases anyways. Well, the way you determine that is by letting them seek asylum.
Yeah, and so when someone comes to seek asylum at a legal port of entry and they're turned away, why are they turned away?
Probably because they
'Cause
don't
they
even
didn't-
pass.
they didn't pass the credible fear interview.
test.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. And so when someone comes into the country illegally and claims asylum, they bypass that and they get a court date, correct?
No, the credible fear
they do the-
interview still happens just in detention facilities. And if you don't pass that, then you can get like two more times to appeal that and try again. And if you don't pass it those other 2 times, then you just get deported.
Okay, so you do stay longer.
In a
But you're not gonna
detention
get, like,
facility.
a work permit or anything. You're going to be in a
Okay.
detention facility.
And you're still incentivized if you want to be in America, especially if you're fleeing persecution, right? You're still incentivized to enter illegally and claim asylum.
These
I'm
these asylum
incentivized
seekers
because
don't want to.
I get to have a nice cushy stay in Alcatraz for 4 days.
Wait,
while I get
is
to
it-
apply for credible
Is
fear.
that
Wow.
better or worse than being in your country because
Probably
of
worse.
persecution? Then
'Cause you're
go
not
back
work-
to your
because
country.
A lot of these people are coming over to support a family. If they're not working, then they're not
Okay.
gonna be supporting their family.
If they're coming over just to support a family, they're not fleeing persecution.
You can do both. Those two things aren't mutually exclusive.
Okay. So just because you want to come over and support your family doesn't mean you get to come here. You've been talking about asylum.
Your original
Switch
wait,
it now.
no. Okay, you're going right because your original point here was that these people are somehow incentivized, but I don't think anybody is incentivized to come over here if they know they have a invalid asylum claim. The only thing that's going to happen is they're going to rot in detention for like a couple of days.
Well, yes, now they are. Not under Biden, they weren't.
Really?
Yes,
Can you
yes,
tell?
under
Like,
Biden.
by the way, I have.
That's
and this is
absolutely
very-
not true.
I have sorry. There's a good article, and I can't believe you're using this. There's a good article by CBS.
that's
There's
not
a good, wait, give me a
true,
sec. There's a
then
good
why aren't
article.
people coming to asylum anymore?
There's a good article by CBS, which was reporters who went down to the border and they like documented the journey of asylum seekers. And the process I just laid out is exactly what's happening under the Biden administration.
Yes, but you're still incentivized to get into the country illegally because the arrests were not made as frequently as they are now.
What does that even mean?
You had a way higher chance of living a life undetected and unbothered illegally in America under Biden than you do Trump. Yes or no?
Illegal?
An illegal life
Yes,
in
as an
America,
illegal immigrant.
unbothered. Yeah, sure, but that's not asylum, though.
Okay.
That's not
All
asylum.
right, so you're still all right. So if you go to a legal port of entry and you get denied asylum, you're still incentivized to cross illegally because there's much better protections for you inside of America. Right?
Much better. Like maybe, like potentially.
Why? All right. Yes, tons of people were doing this under Biden. They're not doing it under.
I don't
Trump.
think tons of people were doing this under Biden, though, right? You pointed to encounter numbers, right? And we saw the encounter numbers go down massively throughout.
No, we didn't.
Yes. So wait, I literally went to fiscal year. I said I mixed up in the fiscal year.
You took a screenshot of several months inside.
I didn't.
Fiscal years.
I didn't take a screenshot. I posted the actual link in
No,
side chat.
I didn't mean you actually took a screenshot. I meant a screenshot of several months. Like
Yeah,
you
that's
took
how you
several
demonstrate a
months
trend.
The year.
No,
the
you compare fiscal
before
years.
Trump got the fiscal year.
Why would you
before Trump
compare
got into
fiscal
office.
years?
Because so all you're saying is if it was on a downtrend, then it spiked massively at the end of it.
Yeah, we can expect.
No,
certain...
it was on a no. It didn't spike.
So it
massively
wasn't
at
on
the
a
end of it.
downtrend.
No, that's not true. It didn't spike massively at the end of it. It was on a downtrend from December 2023 up into Trump's administration, second administration.
No, it wasn't. Because in 2023,
do I have to
if there was a downtrend, then how come 2.2 million encounters still happened? How does that happen on a downtrend?
Am I allowed to share my screen? Can I pull this here? Okay. Actually, I can this is the best I can do. This is for the entire this is for chat, this is for everybody. Oh gosh. Google, please don't do this. Okay, I don't know if you guys. Yep, it's gonna be bright white. Yeah, can't see that shit. Can you click on can you click on a link in the side chat?
I just did.
Okay, do you see? Can you click on 2024?
What are you trying to
Click on
show?
it again. All right, Southwest land border
So,
encounters,
I
right?
don't know. Yeah, there.
Where does it say? What am I looking for?
So it's the camera isn't flipped.
Okay.
But that's the trend is going downwards, right? And then this line below, which is you see the
Wait,
low.
yeah,
under
which
Trump.
line? Which year?
So this is the one that's highlighted currently that you're looking at. Everybody in screen chat. That's
Which
2020.
color this? So the orange.
The orange one. Yep, the prominent orange one.
Okay.
That's fiscal year 2024, right? And you see the giant
Right.
decrease, 200,000. And let me get up. So this is 2025, and this is the continuing trend, right? It was going down the entire fiscal year previous to this.
So there was a spike in December of 24.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then it went down
300,000.
all throughout that year,
November
and
of
then into
23.
Trump's administration.
Okay, so December of 2023, fiscal year 2024, there was 300,000. And then yes, so there was up until September. What about October? Why are we missing October and November?
Well, it
Because it's
flattened
the
out
next
for-
fiscal
for
year.
a couple months.
Yeah.
It flattened
And then
out for.
and
yeah,
then
this
look
is
at the
this-
drop. Look at the drop from December to February.
Yeah, it flattened out a couple months.
Is
in
that
Feb-
continuing trend or
Huh?
is that a new trend?
No, that's a continuing trend. It flattened
How?
out. In
How?
Yes.
It flattened out,
It-
right?
It flat-
So
wait,
that's,
give me a sec.
that's a
Give me a
trend.
sec. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. First of all, no,
Scratch,
it went
if-
down
if,
from
if you have that on your-
October to November. It went down. It went down
Scratch,
from.
if you have that on your computer, you could share your screen instead of trying to hold your tablet up.
Okay.
And then I can just make that one bigger.
Yeah. See, from October here to November, it went down.
One
by-
second.
You know what the best part of this is? Compare it from December to February. Guess how much it drops by?
From October to November, it went down slightly here, and then there was this initial dip. But it also
Yes.
leveled. But
Okay.
it also. There were
90%?
multiple.
Did the same. It did the same thing in 2024.
Yes. See, there are multiple periods of it leveling out and then dropping. Right. This happened all throughout this trend of going down.
And then
Right,
look,
so
when it spikes, are we seeing that same spike now?
No, we're not seeing that same spike now.
Hey, we're not, right?
We weren't seeing the same spike all throughout.
Yes, we were.
2024
Look
either.
at yeah, huh? June 22, June 23, June 24. Okay, so besides 24. June
I'm not
23,
I'm talking about
June
from
22, we
okay.
see the spikes,
Let's
right?
limit. I'm talking from December of 2024, right? Right up until Biden got fiscal year 2024, right until Biden got into office, we did not see these major spikes. We saw
Right,
it.
yes.
We saw it drop majorly.
Yes, there
level
was
off, go
a
down,
downtrend.
level off, downtrend, and then it went down more into Trump. This was a continuing trend.
It's
This
not
was
a
continuing downward
significant
trend.
No, it's not a continuing downwards trend. It was a downward trend, and then it continued flat, and then it was a new downward trend. Do you know how trends work?
This is what it. Yes.
Yeah,
This
trends
ain't
are in
trend over a
group,
fiscal
not-
year. It was
Yeah,
a
you
downward
don't
trend
count-
over the fiscal year.
Okay, so then how would you have a flat trend? Do the numbers have to stay exactly the same to have a flat trend, or can you have a flat trend where the numbers slightly decrease month to month?
Sorry, your mic is going really bad right there. What?
Can you have a flat trend, whatever you want to call it, where months are either going up slightly month by month or down slightly month by month?
Yes, you can have a trend which it's going up slightly or down slightly.
Yes, and would that be an uptrend or a downtrend, or would it be a flat trend?
It would depend on what the overall trend is. If
Right,
you, for
so
instance,
if
if
you
it
have
spiked
several
here,
months-
if it spiked here, and then it continued to go down, the trend for fiscal year 2024 would be downwards. And it
There
did.
were
It went up
several
slightly.
months- There were several months in which it was flat. And you're out of your mind if you think it would have stayed that way if Biden remained in office, or if Kamala.
There weren't. It wasn't several months. It went up slightly. It went down for literally what 1, 2, 3, and then Biden and then Trump came to office. See, it went from 100.
have
It went from 170, 107, 473, 3,000 border encounters to 101, 790,000 border encounters, and we'll click
No.
on to 2025.
Yeah.
To one. Sorry, to this would be the last fiscal year. So 94,000, 183,000, and then to 96,033.
Yeah, so for 5 months, it was a slight decrease. It was a flat trend, but several months.
The overall trend before Trump came into office is downwards, though.
Okay.
But look at that sharp
And then what
dip, though.
happened? Yes, it started a new downward
Look at the
trend.
sharp.
If you
Look at the
think
sharp dip in
that
24.
If Kamala was in
Look-
office,
Look at the sharp dip.
if you
Let's
went,
ignore-
if
let's
you
ignore
think
all
that
the-
Kamala going into
let's
office would
ignore all
have made
this.
that trend go
All right.
down, you are
Hold on.
insane.
Hold on, let him get his point out.
Berg.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you think that if Biden remained in office or if Kamala won, that trend would have continued downwards like it is with Trump, you're out of your mind.
Why did it go downward
And
in
if-
2024?
Yeah.
There could be several reasons.
There could be several reasons that this one went down too. I mean, let's be real.
Well, look, I'm just saying,
Oh,
you're
okay.
literally making the point that Trump is doing things like adding this $500 fee to asylum seekers and all of these things that are bad, but they are causing the crossings to go down or the encounters to go way down, right? But you're saying they're
Sure.
bad. If he didn't do these bad things, would the crossings go down?
I don't think doing bad things in order to get the crossings down is a
Hold
good
on,
thing.
that's not my question.
Yes.
That's not my question.
No, I
They
don't
would have
think-
continued to go down.
No, I don't think they would have gone down in the same way had Donald Trump not added the $500 fee and dehumanized a bunch of
thank you.
migrants. Yeah.
So what's the argument here then?
That these aren't good. These aren't good policy. This is
No,
the,
no,
that's
that
been the
wasn't
argument the entire time.
The argument from scratch was that it wasn't Trump's policies that did this. It was a continuing trend from Biden.
It was a continuing trend, and then it spiked down. You saw it.
Yes, and you just admitted it wouldn't have spiked down if Trump didn't do these things.
Not in
Thank
the
you.
same way, not as fast. Sure.
Oh, okay.
Not as
But,
fast.
yeah,
Okay.
the Democrats would have turned around and they would have been hard on the border, and they would have gotten
In the same way that they
encounters down to
apparently did in
10,000
24.
Yeah,
in the same way that they apparently
24.
did in 24, because a giant spike happened then too. So
how
the
is-
Democrats were just
yeah,
super
and
harsh
how
for
is-
1 month, I guess.
How is 100,000 encounters a month being harsh on the border? Are you kidding?
Because it came down from 200,000, right? We're talking about spikes and trends.
300,000.
No. 100,000 in a month is being harsh
Why,
on the
why do you
border,
think?
being
Why,
strong
why
on
do you
the
think that?
border?
Why do you think that did
No,
happen in
answer the
24?
question.
I've been asking this question for the whole time.
100,000 encounters a month is being.
Why do you think that dip happened in 24?
Yes, actually. Wait, actually, 100,000 could be
That's
harder.
3,000 a day.
Wait, give me a sec. 100,000 could be being hard on the border, right? You could have very high expulsions where a lot of people are coming across the border, and you have the necessary border agents there to expel those people. And a lot of people are also seeking asylum, and you have the necessary border agents there to process those people for those claims or parole them in. That would be
you could, but that's not what happened.
That'd be okay. So what's your evidence that didn't happen?
We have 5
What,
minutes
the evidence
left
that it
on
didn't
the open
happen
dialogue,
was that
guys.
let's see here, the table I had earlier.
Because we can look at encounters. They were super high up until May 2023.
Yep, and 600,000 of them were asylum seekers abusing the asylum system because less than 10% of them got approved, abusing the asylum seeking process in order to stay in America.
So just to be clear, 6,000 asylum seekers does justify shutting down all asylum, right? So you don't care about the fraudulent claims because you want to shut down all of asylum on their grounds, right?
You said 6,000.
Sorry, just give me a sec.
600,000.
If I'm correct, this is just going off of Trace. 65, at least up to 2022, 65% of the people who were at the border who seek asylum affirmatively were getting their asylum granted.
In 2022, yeah, because what were the numbers? How many people sought asylum in 2022? Or you said 22? Yeah.
Some numbers I have up to.
I have 173,000 from track reports.
For affirmative?
Total encounters for asylum seekers.
We're talking about.
Oh, that's legal ports of entry. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, we need the overall affirmative number, and we couldn't include defensive because that would fuck the data up because we're only looking at people coming across the border.
Wait. You can't include defensive? That's my whole point.
Defensive would include.
That's my whole point.
Well, defensive would include people who are in removal because defensive is people who are in removal proceedings, correct?
Yeah, exactly. When they get into the country illegally because they're incentivized to do so, because when they get caught, they can just say asylum.
Those are old. They can be old immigrants being deported, though, right? Those aren't all new arrivals.
Yeah, and if they're old immigrants being deported, why are they claiming asylum?
Because they can do that.
Yes, because they know how to game the system.
It's not gaming the system. That's built into the system.
Yes,
that is the system.
Do we?
This system is just claiming asylum when you have no.
Sorry, do we have data that like people who were seeking defensive asylum under the Biden administration were like new arrivals for the most part?
I never made any claims. I was just responding to Rinyald.
But that's necessarily what your claim implies, right? That's a presupposition because you're saying
no. I'm saying there's an incentive.
But you're saying, well, yes, you're saying the incentive caused certain people.
Damn,
to take
bro,
actions.
Rinyald, you can't call your boy out mid-debate. Save it for after the debate. Sorry, ask me again.
You're making a presupposition here, which is that people.
Hold on, Rinyald said that's not a presupposition. You got to check your boy.
Yeah, but
well,
it's
no,
all right,
it really, Rinyald, it is.
Scratch go. I don't care.
Okay, fine. Necessarily, what you're doing here is you're saying that
2 minutes.
People who come into the country are coming in, right? They're avoiding like seeking asylum initially and affirmatively. They're evading law enforcement. The law enforcement catches them, and then they seek asylum.
Those could happen, but I'm just saying, even if you seek it affirmatively, you're still incentivized to come back and do it illegally. And now you no longer are, which you agree with. We just disagree on exactly why. You're saying
we disagree on whether or not it's good.
Yeah, well, you're saying it's because of the incentive for the fees, the provision, the $500 fee. You said it was $500.
$500. Yep.
That's in effect right now.
Yep, through the big beautiful bill.
So you're saying that this is the reason why they're not incentivized any longer. But
it's one of the reasons, yeah.
That would still be an admission that they were incentivized earlier. Are you saying that?
Not necessarily. If you're adding a disincentive, that doesn't mean that there was an incentive.
Well, the disincentive is aligned with a massive drop in border encounters.
Yeah, that's what disincentives do. But that doesn't mean there was an incentive beforehand.
So if you disincentivize somebody and before they were doing it, that kind of means the opposite, that they were incentivized to do it.
Well, in the same way that, like, if you're standing somewhere, you're not incentivized to stand there. But if you're standing somewhere and then there's a person that's standing there that wants to shoot you, right? That's a disincentive. But you were never incentivized to stand there.
Hold on. Yes, you were. I love this. This is very philosophical. You were incentivized to stand there because of safety. You were safe to stand there, therefore it was an incentive to stand there.
Well, if you want to use incentive in that way,
this is a subconscious incentive.
Okay, so it's not an incentive from the government. That's a subconscious incentive, right? That would exist
They're
regardless.
still incentivized to do it. It's like
Yeah, because
I know
necessarily they're incentivized to do it because they're doing it.
Guys, do you think that we'll hit a consensus on that point there, or should we go ahead and move on to Q&A?
I don't see a
do we get
consensus.
closings?
I mean, I'm okay if you guys want to do like 5 minutes apiece or something.
I would just even like just 2 minutes.
Yep.
All right. 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Who do you want to go first? I don't care. Who.
Well,
I just-
you guys opened it up, so I believe it's going to be them to close it out. Or is
Whatever
the
you guys
first
wanna do.
person who opens also closes?
It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
different for
Doesn't matter
everybody.
to me.
All right,
I'm
well,
good. That's what it done. There.
whoever starts talking first, I guess.
All right, I'll go. I do enjoy the conversation. This
You
is
guys made
one of-
my job pretty easy. I'll just want to butt in and say that real quick. So for first moderated debate, I appreciate everyone bearing through any technical difficulties before you give your opening. Go ahead.
Well, to be fair, we couldn't see you half the time because your face was blending in with the
Yeah,
green
half
screen.
gone,
I'm just
yeah.
kidding.
Oh well, yeah, on y'all's end, but on outside.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay,
two
cool,
separate
cool.
cameras.
Gotcha. Okay, sorry. But yeah, basically, I was trying to run through my main 5 points. I honestly did not think that there would be such contention around these first 2 points. It seems crazy to me to think that at one point we didn't even get into how these people are being self-deported, but if we did, I would think that my opponents would even agree with me that the self-deportations are really really good. I mean, no matter where you're coming from. These people are going voluntarily because they don't want to deal with these issues, and they're going back home, and they're even being paid to do so. And I would like to see the stats on how many of those people were asylum seekers. I do think that it's tough to have this conversation at this point in Trump's second term, and I think it would be an amazing debate to come back and maybe even do it 3 more times as the terms progress. I think that would be fun. But the overall point, I think it's insane to think that less border encounters is bad for America, and more to think that more deportations, 2 million illegals deported, would be bad for them. The next 3 points were in my opening as well, but I do think there was a public and political mandate just by the bills that were passed and by the 5 million vote, as well as some research that shows at least a majority, and in some cases an overwhelming majority, support for Trump's policies and his execution on these policies. The other 2 here, Americans getting their, yep, right here, last 2, I'll be quick, sorry. Public safety increasing, it's for a fact that there are less illegal immigrants with serious criminal backgrounds. Whether or not you think it's a high percentage of deportations or a low percentage, it's still a fact. A big number are gone. That makes America safer, and Americans getting their jobs back. Whether or not you want to quibble over the 100% number, 744,000 positions went to native-born workers, first time in over a decade. Foreign-born employment was down 543%, 543,000. So I think those are all good things for America. I think Trump's doing a great job, and thank you guys so much for being here and debating this.
Awesome, thanks. Vic, before we turn it over to the other side, do you have anything you want to say, add? He got 2.5 minutes, so you're welcome to the same.
Yeah. Thank you very much to Rinyald and Scratch for debating us here today, and also thank you to Modern Day Debates for hosting it, and also thank you to Wi-Fi Gospel. I hope his back doesn't hurt too much from carrying the team, but I think he, mostly him, did a great job today of establishing that what Trump is doing is good on immigration and for the country. And also thank you to Big Bro Scratch for showing that nice flat line in that graph that proves that Donald Trump's policies and his rhetoric is indeed working in keeping America safer. And that is all.
All righty. Well, at Rinyald and Scratch, let you guys pick who you want to go first there. Resetting the clock. 2.5 minutes. We're a little over. Go for it.
Where do you think, Scratch? You want to go?
Yeah, I can go. We never really hit on the economic points, but if we want to, that's fine. So, number one, we can just look at any of the research I said earlier, National Bureau of Economic Research. We can look at studies from Penn State. Cato's also done extensive research into like immigrants and if they lower or replace immigrant jobs. Overwhelmingly, no. I already explained previously how immigrants come to the country, they induce the demand in the economy. The supply has to increase to meet the demand, which means that more jobs are actually created by immigrants coming to the country. I'd also like to point out that at least previous to Trump coming into office, that we were near full employment while still having massive amounts of job openings, which meaning that we didn't have enough labor. We consistently have an aging population with over half of the people who aren't in the labor force being 55 and over. I think it's pretty clear that these people aren't taking our jobs. In fact, that is completely, it's actually economically negative to us to deport these people. And the last point, if you don't know how trends work, you take a data set, right? You're gonna take the mean, you're gonna average it out, you're gonna see how well correlates across the line. If you've ever taken a statistics class, the correlation you're trying to draw is just extremely poor. I'm sorry that you saw 2 flat lines and decided to cream your pants. That's not really my fault.
Okay. You done there?
Yep.
That was
all right.
gross.
Rinyald, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this is a debate on Trump's policies. The policies that I got that were good is that Trump dehumanizes migrants. And that's it. So, yeah, those were really good policies from the Trump supporters to support. It's literally just like correlation doesn't equal causation. I think there was something really illustrative that happened during this where I was asked a question like, okay, let's look at this thing that happened and remove all of the context. Is it good? It's like, well, I imagine that that's probably how a lot of Trump supporters view things, right? But like the context matters. The cost of doing a certain thing matters to whether or not it's a good or bad thing. We didn't really want to look at the cost of doing anything, right? We just wanted to quibble about like a trend happening or not. The really good policy that Trump has to offer on the border so far is dehumanizing rhetoric. And yeah, that's a really good policy for me. I don't know why nobody thought of that before.
I'm not responding to the closing statement. That would be wrong of me.
Yeah,
I just
real
want to say
quick,
that that's not the debate prompt.
What was the debate prompt?
You don't know the debate prompt?
I thought it was Trump's policies good or bad for America?
No.
Or Trump's immigration policy?
No, was Trump's second term successful on immigration? Let me get the
Hold on.
exact.
What's the name of the stream?
Well, the name of the stream, as James famously does, it's not the prompt for the debate because he wants a better title for the algorithm.
Well, I mean, most of this planning, so to be fair, most of this planning was through Corbin, so that's the prompt that I got. But
to be fair, I also, this is my first time doing this. Maybe I could have been more clear what the prompt was, but you know, I got as much information as what I have here.
What do you have
either
there for
way?
the
Basically, just immigration and Trump is kind of the bullet points.
To be fair, it was my fault. I was gonna say it in the opening statement, and I should have. I couldn't find the exact wording. Sorry, but either way,
it happens.
Well, I have a super chat that anybody could probably respond to because it kind of addresses you all. That'd be pseudonym 8344 for $10. I don't get either position. When you talk borders, it's either Canada or Mexico. You guys made this debate really weird. There are other immigrants, or are both parties using borders when they mean border? Shake my head.
my grandfather and my family, my dad's side, legally immigrated through Canada. I don't know. This was 40 years ago. I don't know if it was just an easier pathway, or for him, I think he had family in Canada and that worked his way down to America. But I think that most of the statistics, I don't even know if we have many statistics on the Canadian border, but we have two forces of border patrol, right? We have American and Canada. I don't even know if there is a Mexican border control. If there is, it's very, very small. And most of the statistics we have come from the southwest border. I don't know if you guys aware of any other statistics that we have.
We do have the Canadian ones. When you go into CBP, you just need to limit it. But you're right. It's almost all the numbers are almost entirely related to Southwest. Barely any people come through the southern borders. Interesting enough, I dug into the statistics a while ago. In 2022, we had 200 Canadians come across the Southwest border illegally. So what? I don't know what they're doing, but
maybe we should suspend their entry.
maybe we should. Should I also kind of ironic how my opponent here was talking about how immigrants are like replacing our jobs, but at the same time his own parents are immigrants. So I'm pretty sure they would be
I said
included in that. So
illegal. I said
maybe
illegal.
we should legal immigrants would also do the exact same thing, right? Legal immigrants are actually more likely to be in the same labor pool as native born citizens that are more predisposed to actually displacing those jobs over the short term, wouldn't they?
Right, but the legal immigrants, the data is correlated with illegal immigrants being deported, and so you would assume with that correlation does not equal causation, but you can assume that it was those deportations that led to 540,000 non-native born, foreign-born employment.
A lot of deportations included legal people, right? We can look at cases like AAUP versus Marco Rubio, where the Trump administration has been blatantly going after people who are on visas and then trying to remove them for the country. So,
Not a lot of cases.
Huh? Absolutely, in a lot of cases.
I mean, cases nonetheless, right?
The Harvard case
Yeah, but
involved
not
like hundreds
correlated
of
to the data.
The Harvard cases include literally had like hundreds of people represented by those organizations. So absolutely, that would include.
And
legal
those
people.
hundreds of people in the face of hundreds of thousands is not a lot. Actually, millions when you consider self-deportation.
Okay. I'm gonna stop it there so I can hit the next one. At Wi-Fi for $5, Basil Problem says, "Did you read?" And you're gonna get a couple from him. Did you read the New York Times article about CCOT that was published on 11/8/2025, which documents torture of deportees?
I haven't personally read that, no, but I do. There probably is torture that happens there. There's torture that happens at our prisons too.
Way more there though, and we paid $6 million to send them there in
way
particular.
more?
Yes, way more.
You ever hear of a guy named Larry Lawton?
No, does he?
Yes, on YouTube, on TikTok, the TikTok.
Yeah, he's actually really cool. There's a lot of guys like Larry Lawton, and they document the vast amounts of stuff that correctional officers do to inmates that goes completely uncovered.
Sure. I mean, like, if we were to look, do you genuinely think that there's more mistreatment in U.S. prisons than El Salvadorian?
Maybe not by percentage, but number-wise, probably. Considering we have the most incarcerated people in the world.
Yeah, so we would look at percentage, not done, right?
No.
Okay.
All right. We'll
okay,
go
I
ahead.
guess.
Do you want to say one more thing?
If we're looking at two differently sized populations, we should probably
You
look
said
at percentage rates.
You said,
instead
is
of
there
the total
more?
amounts.
Yeah, but the wording you used, you said, is there more torture in El Salvadorian prisons?
Yeah,
or American
yeah, we're
prisons?
obviously
when I
talking
said
about
more, referring to
percentage. Yeah.
percentage, not
Oh,
referring
so
to a total number.
I wasn't.
Oof.
I feel like everybody would be.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Pseudonym 8344 also said for $5, I feel like I'm watching Scarface. The world is yours. At Wi-Fi, are you scared immigrants can be more successful than you, or should they get gone before?
Many immigrants are usually more successful. I think it's generally speaking, I mean, I don't know the percentages, but when you come from a harder place, especially a place that may not have as many economic opportunities as America, you're much more grateful and willing to sacrifice for those economic opportunities when you're here.
Yeah.
Usually.
Hard times create good men. Good men and create soft times. Soft men make me hard.
All
True.
right. Okay, this next super chat was for me from Basil Problem. Mike, host, just checking in. Have you surrendered to God anymore in the last 30 minutes? Yes, I have. Thank you for that. At Vic for $5 from Basil Problem as well. In case you don't know, SOS in Morse code is ... long pause,
How much money does this dude have?
He also
Holy
said
shit.
you could right before that to blink if you're being held hostage. Vic, so that was another $5 he sent to say that. One more from him. I'm just gonna get him out of the way real quick, so we can get to one that starts a little bit more of a conversation. Pan also works as a distress message. Just say it, man. We'll save you.
Yes, come save me now, please.
Under
I'm being
duress,
held
it
hostage,
sounds like.
actually,
Yeah,
yes.
man.
I'm locked in Rinyald shed, please.
This one is from Pseudonym again, $5. Scratch and Rinyald, are you guys so leftist that given the charts y'all gave, you can't contribute to actually have a conversation? What's the argument? What is it?
I'm too leftist to contribute to a conversation. That is correct.
Sure.
Like I don't even know what to. I mean, my argument is that Donald Trump's policies aren't good. I don't like his policies. Now, if there was miscommunication on the prompt, that is what it is. But that's what I came here to argue. I was ready to go into the policies. I don't like what he's done. That's what I was here to argue.
No, I think
it seems. Yeah, it just seemed that don't get me wrong. It seemed that our approach are basically saying the concept of asylum incentivizes people to misuse the system sometime. Therefore, we should get rid of asylum. I guess every system incentivizes some misuse. I don't think we should not go by our literally contractually like legal international legal obligations under 1951 UN Convention. Okay, under 8 UC and 1158 under the INA. And under 1980 Refugee Act, I think that we should keep asylum, and I think we should help people.
Let me ask you a question. If SNAP, for example, had a 90% disapproval rate, if that's how you say it, do you think we should look into why so many people are applying for something that has so little approval rate?
Absolutely.
And you're right. It could go either way. Right? There could be arguments on both sides, but one of those sides could be that people think they could wrongly get this status.
Sure, but the problem isn't looking into it, right? Like we don't have a problem with looking into it. That's what the asylum courts do, is look into it. That's not what we have a problem with.
Something needs to change then. If there's a 90% disapproval rate.
Donald Trump doesn't even want to change it. He just signed an illegal executive order to suspend it and then got shot down, and then it is what it is. So then he just added a $500 application fee. I mean, that I just don't.
So
that's
that
like
change.
Sure, but it's not a good change, right? Like that's antithetical to why we provide asylum.
Right, but even so, there could be arguments for legality, and honestly, I didn't look into the legality claims that you just posted. What I will do that. But the argument that it's still not a bad thing to not want a bunch of people coming into the country, even seeking asylum, when we have a problem with the people that are already here.
On that note, I am going to read another super chat from Basil Problem to Vic again. Vic, are you a presuppositionalist? If not, how do you justify your worldview?
Wait, what? Am I a presuppositionalist? How do I justify my worldview?
And if you're not, how do you justify your worldview?
All right,
Quite
so
off
listen.
topic, Basil.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you could take it or leave it. I mean, this is just super chat.
Yeah, I think I'll leave it.
Fair enough. Pseudonym 8344 also said both asylums don't actually exist anymore, related to something that you guys were saying.
Affirmative.
Wrong.
Defensive, maybe.
Affirmative and defensive asylum still exist.
Yeah.
It's not true.
Yeah,
but,
it said
okay.
asylums don't. Oh, okay. He spelled actually wrong. That's what messed me up. Asylums don't actually exist anymore.
Wait. Are you talking about like insane asylums? Is that I
think I feel like that question is more saying like that people who have like valid asylum claims don't exist anymore.
Yeah. Well,
not true.
Maybe.
I mean, yeah, you can interpret that how you
We
will.
don't have. I was gonna say we don't have the exact numbers of how many people have successfully claimed asylum in 2025. I think I found 1 month of statistics, and it was like 1,700. So we could just assume that it's about, close to 20,000.
Okay. Well, this one is a conversation starter here. Aiden Shavase says 500K deported and 1.5 million self-deporting is a working policy. Sorry your lock-on votes and cheap labor is done.
So actually, that's not a policy. A policy is not a result. A policy is a policy. Like it's something that's a change in the way you do something, right? Like if you want to point to the policy, like we have policy that we could talk about. We could talk about Remain in Mexico. We could talk about the suspension of asylum. We could talk about removing CBP1. Like we could talk about policy, but saying like, oh, people were deported, so that's like policy. It's just not, right? Like it's just not what policy even is.
I don't know where are we getting the 500K number exactly, because if I'll just like look at ICE removal data here. Last time I looked at it was like 17,000.
Whoa, that's extremely low. So on brand new
I'll just check
October,
that one more time.
so I have from DHS, the White House, 527,000. Let me see my notes here.
So
Hey, you
That's
guys, I need to
ICE.
get some more super chat
Okay, so I'm looking.
questions.
So okay,
You guys need
so,
to send more questions. I don't care if it's still Basil doing
Sorry.
it, but give good questions.
Sorry,
These
what's the 17?
these
I want
guys
Basil to
are
do it.
eager.
I want him to show me how much money he has.
Just empty the bag, dude. Just into modern day debates, super chats right now. Get it off your chest.
Yeah, it wasn't.
DHS, I'll put it
It
in
wasn't
side chat.
71,000. It was 17,000. 71,000 removals in 2024.
This is
Sorry,
October
2025. Sorry,
Oh,
2025.
okay.
Sorry.
October 27th of 25, DHS removes more than 500,000 illegal aliens from U.S. The first sentence is more than 2 million illegal aliens have left the U.S., including 1.6 million who have voluntarily self-deported, and more than 527,000 deportations.
500,000.
So I don't think all of them are ICE, because look, this is DHS, ICE, and CPB. No,
ICE is under DHS.
Okay. Well, I was just reading it. That was.
I don't like.
I'm not sure if all of these are just
Trump. By the way,
ICE.
just real quick, the Trump administration lies about data a lot. So I'll just bring this up here. So you can just highlight. You can just highlight this, and it shows the number for removal. So 71,000 from ICE.
I was just on this website. Hold on. Can you send that ice.gov?
Yeah, no problem.
Is
chat.
The super chat might be relevant to what you guys are already talking about. Manga fan Dan for $2 says, "Is the Super Mario Brothers legal immigrants?"
No, I don't think they're in America, but
Superman definitely is an illegal immigrant.
True.
For Tom people.
maybe he's an illegal immigrant to like the Mushroom Kingdom or something. I don't know.
Some people might even call him an illegal alien.
Top of the line
You
social
guys,
commentary here,
by
by the way.
You guys done with the screen sharing? Gotta let me know when you're doing that. I didn't
Yes, yes. No screen sharing.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going off of the White House. The DHS. This isn't even the White House. This is DHS.
The DHS like press releases?
DHS.gov/news.
Is it like a preliminary release or just a press release?
Press release.
Yeah, I think the Trump. I'm sorry to say it, the Trump administration lies about numbers a lot. Just look at that like official release statistics, and those will actually be the numbers.
Sounds a little conspiratorial, my friend.
Not conspiratorial. Just looking at the officially published numbers on the actual statistics website versus just a press release, and they don't match up.
So Aiden Chavase, who had the last point that you said wasn't policy, just super chatted again for $5, said, actually, the result of the policy aren't the policy. Way to miss the point with the autistic pedantry and pretend that's smart.
Well, I'm rejecting that it's like the only reason that I'm seeing like the only manifestation of anything that I'm seeing from the Trump administration is A, he was dehumanizing, and B, put the $500 fee on asylum. I don't think those are good, but the reason that you're just pointing to results and not actual policy is because when we actually have to engage on what a policy is and what it does, we actually have to engage with what the policy in totality does instead of just one mark that you like, right? So like if I were to pass a policy saying that, you know, I want to kick like every kindergartner out of school, right? It would free up a lot of people's times, right? And it would result in less property taxes going to schools. But I can't point to that as a win, right? Because it's also going to absolutely tank our nation's education, right? That's why I don't say like, oh yeah, Trump, yo, he cut property taxes. Oh, he's such a good president. Like, yeah. That's not what I want, right? Like, I don't necessarily want that at any cost. I don't want lower encounter numbers at any cost.
It's like pointing to it's like pointing
though.
to North Korea, saying they have a low crime rate and saying we should become North Korea. Or there's a whole bunch of other things like negative reasons why we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't just point to crime as the one thing to say, yes, let's go become North Korea.
But it seems like you guys, or at least Scratch, was doing that with GDP. It seems like having an increase in GDP at all costs was fine when Scratch was talking about it.
Oh,
I don't think he believes that at all costs.
Yes. Actually brought two statistics. I said wage increases and GDP.
couldn't
But
hear you.
obviously, obviously not at all costs. We should like just increase GDP. If we were seeing like significant like crime increases or it's like other negative economic effects, obviously we want to just let people in.
Criminal activity is okay as long as it increases GDP.
She's making mess.
Depends on the criminal activity.
Illegal and legal immigrants commit less crime than the population. Of course, minus
is
the
crossing the border.
Minus.
illegal?
Oh, I was about to say, finish my statement. Minus the fact that they crossed the border illegally.
Right. So is that a criminal activity?
Is jaywalking criminal activity?
Yeah, I guess
Hold
both
on.
are.
Speeding?
Yeah.
I mean, like
All right,
speeding is
so-
probably going to result in net
So,
GDP.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, speeding isn't. Well, it could be criminal. It'd be excessive speeding.
Well,
But,
illegal immigration isn't criminal either. It's civil, right?
Yes, it
so
is. No, it's federally illegal. It's a federal crime.
it's a civil offense. You don't get criminally
It's
punished for
both.
illegal immigration.
No, you don't. They don't do that because it's extremely taxing on the system to have a
Right.
jury and all
So,
of that.
so yeah,
But
it's
still illegal
expensive
just
to
because
enforce
it's
some
not
laws to that
enforced.
extent.
It's still illegal and it's still a criminal activity.
So is
Therefore, the
jaywalking.
argument-
So is
But-
going over the speed
okay.
limit.
Yeah.
So is criminal activity okay as long as it increases GDP?
Sometimes it depends on the criminal activity. Just like
All right.
jaywalking can be okay sometimes if it makes you a more productive worker. I'm not gonna come out and say that every jaywalker needs to be caught by ICE.
Also, I just
All
want to
right,
sorry,
I'm
I also sorry, just
Go
one
ahead.
last point here, right?
Yep.
Immigrants as a whole, like their population commits less crime, both legal and illegal. So when immigrants move into the U.S., they actually overall decrease our total crime rate. Isn't that pretty cool? Isn't that cool how statistics works?
I would want to dive into those statistics.
That's a good prompt for another time. We'll come up with that. Basil says once again for $5 at Vic, you should do more of these. You're a natural.
Why, thank you. I try.
And then he sent another 5 right after. He's doing what I asked him to, empty the bag. He dropped another 5 saying hashtag Ryan did nothing wrong. I guess there's a little bit of controversy in the comments here that I'm replacing Ryan. That's not the case as far as I know.
I didn't hear anything. Mike is a valuable new asset to modern day debate. Welcome, Mike.
It's just
True.
like if you
Welcome,
be
Mike.
duplicated, you know.
We've all made history tonight, by the way. When
Yeah.
especially when modern day debates at like 10 million subscribers, and Mike's like the #1 moderator after that. We'll be like, yeah, remember we did the first debate with Mike.
True.
Remember how he accidentally streamed about 30 minutes before? Told his life story.
Maybe next time we'll get the top of his head too.
Yeah, next
True.
time. Next time. Oh well, you can see it in the replay video actually.
Oh, that's good.
You in the Zoom chat cannot see me. All right. Well, I think we are hitting the wall. Oh, there is a question here that was kind of directed at everybody. I think they wanted me to read, but I don't know if they had any money. Maybe I shouldn't read it then. Okay. Oh, okay. Mike, the host.
No
I guess
handouts.
they want me to bring this to everyone's attention, though. So I'm gonna do one solid. Everyone gets one phone in from me. I'm gonna write his name down though, because he won't get another one. All right. If we make all 193 countries to work on 7 trillion economy, anything less or more will put them in gray zones, worldwide solutions. So you guys are welcome for that one, because I think that
Not
might have
sure I
just
understand.
solved.
Yeah.
That might have solved
Yeah.
everything.
There may have been some transitional words in there that we.
I read it
needed.
exactly true to form.
Yeah, I don't know. Immigration,
another one
border
here.
enforcement.
Aiden-
I don't know. Just say
Aiden's
words.
back with another 5. I
Uh-huh.
think this is probably dedicated to you guys here on the left. He said, by dehumidifiers, Nixon immigrants, do you mean enforcing border detainment and enforce RCIMG deportation?
So I assume instead of dehumidifier, they meant dehumanizing, right? And when I said
Yes, okay.
dehumanizing, I meant
The
like
YouTube
sending people to
Super
CCOT.
Chats is a little delay. It's a little glitchy when you're typing it. I've noticed.
Yeah,
You
what
don't
I
really watch it.
when I was referencing dehumanizing immigrants, I wasn't talking about just like doing expedited removals like Obama did, right? Like that's not dehumanizing people. That's just following the process, right? When I'm talking about dehumanizing people is when we're like putting people on planes and frog walking them through foreign prisons that we paid $6 million to send people to, that we do torture their inmates, right? Like that kind of thing. Or like when we're like posting AI pictures of like feeding illegal immigrants to crocodiles, right? Like that's the kind of thing where I'm like, that's dehumanizing. It's not just enforcement.
Well,
Yeah, that's it.
Who's being sent to CCOT though? What kind of people?
200 people. They didn't have any ability to challenge who they were, so it was just whoever the government alleged being a alien enemy.
Some people like
Well-
some people like, and I was pointing out earlier, Andy Armendez, the gay makeup artist from Venezuela, who had fled here because the government's persecuting him for being gay, for being gay and going after him. He had 2 tattoos on each of his arms, which had crowns, and they had the name of his mom and his dad under them. And the government took those to be gang tattoos, even though they were just tattoos with crowns and his mom and dad. They were supposed to have literally no gains. And he was one of the people who had this due process right stripped from him, right? He was seeking asylum and flown on a plane and sent to a torture prison.
Okay.
And how
real
should
quick,
we hold on?
real quick, I have to address something. Basil, I'm not skipping any of your super chats. I know Ryan would never skip them, but I'm not skipping them. And Ryan's not chained up behind me, behind this green screen. So just people quit posting free Ryan in the comments. It's
He's
getting
not.
annoying.
He's not behind the screen. He's in your shed.
Yeah, he's outside. You guys wouldn't even be able to hear him. But he did autocorrect. Sent another $2. Aiden said it was dehumanizing. You were correct on that one. And then Corbin said for $2, sorry for missing this one, boys. Good show.
My goat.
Corbin.
So that was the gentleman who was supposed to be in the debate.
Yeah, I guess he had an emergency come up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I hope whatever's going on is going better, Corbin. What was the last thing you said, Scratch? I was going to reply to it, but I forgot.
I was talking about the Andy Armendez guy who got his due process right stripped
yeah.
and sent to torture prison. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not intimately familiar with the case, and in that case, it could be an awful misuse of it. But how else would we determine if someone is in a gang?
What you would do is you would give them the ability to file literally any contest to their deportation, right? So the way that it worked, previous invocations of the Alien Enemies Act, the way it worked is you were put before a hearing board by the Attorney General. They would determine that they are who you said, or that you are who you're alleged to be, and that meant that they were subject to the Alien Enemies Act. In this case, we were rounding people up before the proclamation of the Alien Enemies Act had even become public, and we shipped them out during a hearing on the TRO as to whether or not they were allowed to do it or not.
Right, but how are we supposed to determine if somebody is in a gang?
You get them out, you provide them reasonable notice to their deportability, you allow them the ability to challenge. That's it. If they don't challenge it, then they go.
So even within the challenging, how do you determine if someone is in a gang or not?
In this case, it would be through habeas petitions. I mean, you would file in front of a court.
This is maybe relevant.
You're telling me
quick,
hold on, I do want to finish this fight.
Yeah, I'll let you get that
You're
idea.
telling me the process. You're saying you go through a process. I'm asking what process?
You file for
how
habeas
do you do
corpus.
it within. Yeah, so when you file for that, how does somebody then determine that you're in a gang?
So what you would be contesting is the fact that you're an alien enemy. So in this case, it would be that you're from Venezuela and you're a member of Tren de Aragua. That's what would be litigated in the filing.
Yes, and how?
By a judge.
And so you can't determine if somebody is in a gang based on tattoos.
It could be admissible evidence, but to act like I mean, there's a reason why they weren't giving these people notice and the ability to file, right?
The reason I brought up Andy was
they were
the specific tattoos that they alleged were gang tattoos. One, weren't a part of any gang that existed in Venezuela, and they were literally just tattoos representing his mom and his dad. That's why that one was so heinous. And he seemingly had a really strong asylum claim at the same time.
Yeah, so they made a mistake. They were wrong about tattoos.
Well, not only that, they were
still
robbing people of their ability to challenge the determination, right? So it's like, you have a tattoo, you're a gang member, you're out of here. You can't even raise an objection to that, right? That's insane.
That's literally how we classify gang members all throughout America.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you can punish them based off of that classification alone.
Actually, yes, it does. In fact, if you have a felony and you're considered a gang member, you can't be within I think it's 30.
Yeah, if you have a felony
within another gang.
People that have felonies.
If you have a felony,
have a criminal background.
Listen, they were. If I'm saying solely based on gang affiliation, they have added punishments.
But having tattoos, but wait. First of all, the tattoos
already proven through the felony.
You're switching. No, you're switching the narrative.
If someone
is
a felon,
the tattoos he had weren't affiliated with any gang. They were just
they made a mistake.
Correct.
You can't.
They
You
thought they
can't
were.
summarily
Okay.
punish somebody for having tattoos.
Yes, you
But
can.
at the same time,
No,
not
you
only,
can't.
Wait, okay, wait, he doesn't understand, right? They
You
made a
can
mistake.
classify
They
them
made
as
it,
a gang member.
They made it. Wait, they made a mistake, right? And on top of that, this wouldn't have happened if they had given him his due process rights and an ability to file some kind of habeas petition to contest deportation.
Which, by the way, the Supreme Court
and I
already
already
agreed that
granted
the
this
Trump administration was
case.
acting illegally here, right? So
Right, and I've already granted this case. I'm just saying you're acting as if him having these tattoos does not allow people to classify him as part of a gang.
it doesn't allow you to
That's
punish
how they
them.
do it.
It doesn't allow
Yes,
you to
it does,
punish
because
them.
if you're a
No,
part
it
of a
doesn't.
gang and you're here and you're not a citizen, your presence is a threat to America and they can deport you.
You're
Okay.
just
You-
saying,
you're genuinely
if
saying-
you're a part of a gang, but this person, like, to all of our
Wasn't.
knowledge, wasn't part of a gang
Before
and
it
didn't have the
turns into
tattoos that were even
another
affiliated with the
debate
gang. So, like, I don't know why you keep bringing that up.
Gang identification. Before it gets to that point, I got to read this super chat by Aaron Padilla. For $4.99, he says, "What about the Nick Fuentes argument about demographic change hurting America? Import third world, get third world culture. Econ equal reverse, race equal not? Question mark."
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with Fuentes.
I feel like we need to work on our grammar skills a little bit. I don't even know what that
Yeah,
half
they're
part,
trying
what
to.
that, the second half
The
of that
problem
was.
is they're not sending enough money, so they're trying to get cheap with the letters.
Yeah, I mean, the argument of demographic replacement, you again, you just have to prove like that the cost of actually doing anything about it outweighs the cost of not doing anything about it, right? So like, if your answer is like, okay, demographic shift, that means we need to have a white ethno state, I'm gonna be like, well, fuck no. Like, I don't want that. That's not something that's good for the country, right? So it depends on what you want to do, and if there's anything that you can do to actually be better than the counterfactual of doing nothing, right?
Yeah, I'm not arguing for a white ethno state either.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
All right, let me see if they got any more here. Oh wow, I didn't know you could comment that on YouTube. Basil Problem said, "Did Vic say fewer words than?" Is that your account with the 3 X's? Or
3 X's?
M
People call me triple X.
XXXD?
No.
MXXD? I don't know.
No, that's Max.
Oh, okay.
That's another moderator. Or no, a chat mod.
That's how new I am. I don't even know the mods. But I do appreciate everybody. Scratch says Scratch was right when he said presupposes. That's Scratch 9250. I don't know if that was you.
Thank you,
That's
Scratch.
you.
Must be a coincidence. Must be a different Scratch 925.
That's a completely different Scratch, actually.
Scratches unite, I guess.
I actually I don't even remember what the contention was on the presupposition. I just thought it was funny that Rinyald couldn't help himself.
I didn't think you would hear it.
It was
I'm
a
sorry.
correct presupposition. I'm sorry, Rinyald. It just was.
Basil,
there was
Basil.
there's a premise that I was trying to point out, and the PC that
Listen, it could have been all right. It could have been right.
Okay.
Basil, I didn't see your comment about why I got suspended from work. I didn't see it. It's not on there.
Because he was moderating debates on at work.
Based.
I was literally trying to do that if you wanted to know. So that's what happened. Okay. Scratch, I read that one. There was one more from Aiden. Let me double check that I did that one. That was Aaron. Yeah, I did that one. Okay. Well, we're almost hitting 10 o'clock here, so it's been a couple hours. You guys focus on anything in the last 20 minutes that was kind of like important to get another word out about?
I mean, we could litigate the tattoos more if we want to, but
I think he wanted to, and that's why I had to kind of stop it just in case there was going to be another super chat. I didn't want to go on too long.
I mean, in any case, I mean, if you're being punished because you have tattoos, you're always going to be afforded the ability to challenge that designation of a gang member based off of your tattoos in any case. Now, whether or not if you've already gone through the process in which you would challenge it and it came back with nothing, well, then you're going to go forward with that, you know, like classification by the government, right? But like, it can't simply be the case, and this is just like a foundational thing, even outside of like immigration. It can't be the case that the president or that, you know, the government sees a tattoo and then deports you because of it without giving you the ability to challenge, like, hey, I'm not Venezuelan, I'm not a gang member, I'm not even here illegally. Like those kind of challenges you need to be able to have.
It's not actually true. Because if your presence, like, let's even make it harder, like, if it's for a T organization, right?
Mhm.
And the tattoo is, if they consider you to be part of this T organization, I
Mhm.
believe it's the Secretary of State, and it's in the INA.
Mhm.
I'd be able to get a exact one, but it's the one that like they're
For
trying to
the
use
visa
with Mahmoud
revocations.
Khalil.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Adverse to the foreign policy interest in the United States.
Which-
That's 237.
We got a super chat here from Pable73. He sends in 750 Uruguayan pesos. Thank you. That's probably a lot there. I bet there are many people in the chat who think Earth is 6,000 years old. You are funny.
True.
Yeah, we could just go right into another debate if you want. If you got...
Just go right into it.
There's another one here from Aaron for $2. He says, "So demographics don't matter? That's important."
I'm not particularly interested in
Well, I
demographics.
think
but...
I do think there is something important about the demographics. See, we have a very pure Anglo-Saxon race here, and personally, I'd like to keep it. We can't have any of these other migrant. Okay, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I just see no reason to be that concerned.
Yeah.
Now, do you think it's always bad? I haven't really developed my
What?
position here, but like, you know what they say about what is it? The UK. The UK is I don't even know if it is majority white anymore, or if it's on the road to not being majority white. Do you think that's bad in any sense?
That
No, I think
that
we
a
should
country's no
all- I
longer
think-
majority white.
I think we should all become beautiful olive-skinned people, so we can't divide ourselves on race anymore, and we don't have to deal with any of this bullshit demographics.
Yeah, I mean, like, if it's the case that there's like actual observable problems that come from, you know, changing demographics, then I'll accord to those like real problems. It seems like any problems are like pretty minor, that it's not worth any amount of like compromising freedom or compromising, you know, laws to adjust it. I just need like a really, really compelling argument that it's something to care about. I can see a world where I would care about it. It's just not this one right now.
Thank you for that response. Go ahead,
Oh,
Dave.
just real quick for Scratch. You said like, oh, you wish that we could all become just all skinned people, so we don't have to worry about this race
You bet.
anymore.
It's pretty
So,
cool.
all right. So in other words, all one skin color is what you're trying to say?
Yes. All right. Wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that be base?
Okay.
Ultimate we need a race mix max. Okay.
Yeah, after this debate, me and Scratch are going to start.
Okay.
That
Cosmic.
is impossible.
How do you know?
Cosmic
Wait, how do you
sends
know?
in, wait, I don't want to know what you guys are.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
Cosmic says, or he sends in 2,500 Nigerian Naira. That is $1.74. Thank you. Saying immigrants commit less crimes sounds like allowing a patient get infected by malaria because the COVID he already has kills more.
I don't think it does sound like that.
I don't. Yeah. not at all.
I don't see the analogy.
Yeah, I'm just pointing to, like, I guess, if I want to talk statistics, like the PNAS study that was done a while ago, back in like 2018, that's said that like legal immigrants commit less crime, and legal immigrants. I guess if we want to look at the Cato study, instead of like looked into like incarceration rates, same thing, legal immigrants incarcerated less than legal and native citizens, and then they have also done their own crime analysis. So yeah, I think ultimately they commit less crime, and if they come into our population, that means the total crime rate is going to go down since they commit less crime. Cool.
Are you for deporting people who commit crimes who are here illegally?
Well, it depends on the crime.
So you're.
And also depends on how long they've been here. If you've been here like 5 years plus, then, and you've, I don't know, speed in traffic, or I don't, it's like steal a candy bar from a gas station once, then no.
What about a DUI?
Yeah, probably. That's fine.
Okay. Corey 77777 says for $5. Should Trump's policies that enforce our laws against illegal entry into our country be ignored? By the way, all jails dehumanize criminals. That's the point.
So that's not the point. But like, no, I'm not coming out against the idea of deporting people. Like I even previously said, if you were listening, I even saw a little head nod. All right, I got a little bit of approval when I said that, like Obama doing the expedited removals. I don't necessarily have a problem with that. If you're just turning people away at the border, or like getting rid of people who are in border cities, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with deportation. I care about illegal deportations, and I care about like giant, wide scoping intrusions into cities with no like discernible benefit to be reaped from it. Right. Like, I don't see why we need to have ICE as like the most well-funded executive agency period right now, or law enforcement agency period right now. I don't see any need for that. But like deportations in general, that's not what I'm coming out against.
Yeah, well, do you agree on that point there with the comment that all jails dehumanize criminals?
No.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if we're gonna call like the jails in like Norway and Sweden to be dehumanizing them when they have amenities that are similar to just like apartments and stuff to try and
think
like
that
rehabilitate these people.
Do you think enslaving somebody is dehumanizing?
Yes, necessarily.
Yeah.
Okay, so then all prisons enslave people, therefore all prisons are dehumanizing.
I don't know if I would agree with the characterization of enslaving them, but I mean, even in this case, by the way, it's unrelated to the. Well, even in this case, it's unrelated to the initial thing, right? Because I wasn't saying that the problem is that CCOT is dehumanizing people. I said the problem is CCOT is torturing people, and the way that we're deterring immigration is by dehumanizing migrants, right? I'm not saying the problem with the prison is dehumanization, right? Because I acknowledge that there probably are a lot of U.S. prisons that do dehumanize their prisoners. I don't think it's a necessary thing, but even that wasn't my contention. My contention was the torturing, right?
True.
Do you think that enslaving somebody is inherently torture?
Probably not.
Why not?
Because I don't think it's necessarily torturous.
Does slavery inflict pain on somebody necessarily?
Necessarily? I mean, like physical pain, no. Psychological pain, maybe. It depends on how you're defining pain.
Well, yeah, I mean, you would, if I psychologically, like if I feed you with a bunch of psychedelics and play a bunch of crazy stuff, I could torture you.
Sure. Yeah.
Mentally, right?
Yeah.
So I would say that you would have to be consistent. You would have to say slavery is inherently torturous.
I mean, listen, I'm not a philosophy guy. Okay. My guess is that like, just intuitively, when I say torturing, I feel like we all know what I'm referring to, right? We're talking about like using physical, like unnecessary physical pressure to achieve no end, right? Like it's almost like cruelty for the sake of cruelty. I don't see the need to be torturing people in CCOT. It's not like they're even extracting information, right? They're just zapping wet floors or like beating people if they don't get dressed quick enough, right? Like so the kind of, even if I was to grant that it's like a form of torture, the kind of torture we see in CCOT and the kind of torture we see in the U.S. prison system is not comparable.
Yeah, like how would you define enslave? Like some being enslaved?
Well, it's tough to get like a strict definition because pretty much every definition that you give, you can find a case in which you would call someone not a slave who meets that definition. But generally speaking, someone where you limit their freedom of movement, their freedom of choice, and you economically benefit off the situation.
Okay. Like I don't know if I'd call
all
I don't know if I call. I guess in Norway you're kind of doing that, but like they have like way more freedom.
Criteria.
You have way more freedom compared. I guess everybody to some extent has their like freedom of like movement limited, and freedom of choice limited.
Like in the sense that you can't leave.
Sure. I mean, what we get down to though is that like
is a child enslaved to their parent? Like.
I wouldn't say enslaved. I would say owned.
I guess like the definition, like I don't really think that we're hitting at like anything useful here, because even if our definition of torture is technically different and you want to say that every prison system is necessarily torture, well then the burden kind of moves off of torture and it goes on to like unnecessary cruelness or like unnecessary physical punishment.
Yeah, I don't think CCOT is as bad as we want to make it out to be.
I would recommend reading the State Department reports. It's pretty bad.
Yeah,
in the
and
testimony in the
the
UN
same
reports.
stuff happens in America.
I disagree.
I
All right,
like,
then don't send people to prison.
Well, someone
People-
asked here in the comments, I'm not going to read the name just because they didn't send any money, but are you guys open to prison experiments on people who are going to be like locked up indefinitely, as like that's what they're trying to get at, I guess, is like,
It's an
can we use
experiment.
them as test subjects for the
I mean, maybe for like
animals?
in place
I
of
don't know what
animals,
they're getting at
absolutely
exactly.
not.
They're going back
Um,
and forth between how it's relevant to slavery and torture. Like, if they're already enslaved, I guess, in the prison system, is doing the experiments, you know, torturing, or is it helping humanity? Kind of, that's what I think is kind of being discussed there.
I would say like in certain cases, like for PDF files, I think we should experiment by all the PDF files that are locked up. If we castrate them, do we see PDF crimes go down?
well, I mean, they're in prison, so you couldn't really measure their crime rate, but
No,
like
it's an incentive.
sure, but I mean, like if you're talking about its effect on crime rate, I don't think you could do that if it's you're testing on prisoners.
No. Here's what I'm saying. I think you're misunderstanding me. If you were to say unalive all of the PDF files instead of locking them up, that would deter people at a higher rate, whether or not you think that's moral.
Yes.
have we seen
That's what I'm
that?
saying.
Like, I guess, like,
Well,
I
no,
point back
that's
to-
like
I would-
necessarily it would.
necessarily really, I would like point back to Victorian England, where they were just like mass like executing people for like even the pettiest of crimes, and the crime rate was still horrid and consistently
Right, but I mean,
on the
like,
rise.
like doing that for like unavoidable crimes is different than doing it for avoidable crimes, right? So, like, if you're doing it for PDF files, that's different than doing it to prevent like shoplifting, right? Like, I would grant that like almost as necessarily true. Like, if you're removing the amount of those people, I don't know what I can say on YouTube anymore. Listen, if you're removing the amount of
It's all
those
right, we're all
people,
TikTok guys, so.
right? If you're removing the amount of those people, then necessarily there's going to be less instances of that kind of thing happening, right?
And I think to your point, Scratch, it would probably have the opposite effect if just every crime was punished to the max, because then it's like, who cares?
Mhm.
I'm gonna get punished either way, no matter what I do.
I'm trying to get James to send me a couple of the ones that were at the very beginning that I might have missed before I had it open on my phone here. But Aaron Padilla just said 199 for 199. Cesar Chavez was against immigration. Thoughts?
Okay.
I actually drive on Cesar Chavez Road every day.
I don't know why I
I'm
should.
happy for him. Okay, all right, good for him.
Any thoughts on the other side there?
Well, I don't think anybody on here is against immigration, point blank.
I think
Yeah,
the
I'm
point
not-
of maybe
I'm not
bringing that
against
up
legal.
is I don't know, was Cesar Chavez an immigrant or of immigrant descent?
I've got
Is
no
that what they're
idea,
claiming?
man.
Is that what they're trying to make a point of? Like, is that
He's honestly, I don't know who Cesar Chavez is. I was assuming it was a bad person, but apparently
Me as
he's
well?
a civil
He's a
rights
politician, political
activist.
guy.
Civil rights, yeah. A lot
My
of-
guess is that he's trying to like you know,
An American
MLK
labor
said this. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I don't want to appeal
Yeah.
to civil rights leaders for all my politics. It's just
Abraham Lincoln has some pretty cringe opinions too. So
true.
Well, I think that what's being said is he was probably fighting against the idea of immigration for better labor in America, like a better labor market in America.
Do you think it was probably like a socialist thing?
Socialism
Actually,
is cringe.
I wonder if you were Alexander, if you were like a policymaker back during like the late 1800s, early 1900s, when you saw like massive waves of immigrants that were, or this is the only time it was matching the current waves of immigrants we're seeing, would you take steps to limit the immigration coming to the country?
Say that again, sorry.
If you were a policymaker back during the late 1800s and like early 1900s,
Basil,
and you saw
repost
massive amounts of
repost your
immigrants
question.
coming in, like as a proportion to like the waves that are coming in today, would you take steps to limit immigration coming to the
Did
country?
was it illegal or was it all legal?
That's a very blurry line.
Well, I'd say under the current laws, if it was legal, and we didn't have a massive illegal problem, I would probably say that it's okay.
Okay, but you seemingly were making arguments earlier about like, oh, we can't let this many people into the country, otherwise it's going to be bad, correct?
Yeah, if you let the reason I used 100 million is because I thought it was a fair number to say that's too much. Apparently, I had to go to a billion to get that. But if you let like I mean I think it's just common sense. Like you could even make the hypothetical crazy and say a billion people in a day. Obviously, it's not impossible logically, but it would never happen, right? So like obviously nobody's gonna say that's a good thing for America.
But do you think, like, because I report to you, like, we don't have any good like illegal immigration statistics. We're just pointing to counters, which doesn't even imply people
Well, yeah,
stayed here like illegally. Like, are you saying that Biden let in too many people legally and illegally?
I would definitely say that he allowed too many too much asylum abuse, and he didn't do anything to stop it.
But those people would still be classified as a lot of them legal immigrants.
Yeah,
Also,
but
by
that's
the way,
obviously based on statistics now, it's not going to happen under Trump's term.
It's also super not true that he did nothing to stop it, right? Like we saw the bill in Congress, we saw the executive order that ended up getting shot down to try and restrict asylum to ports of entry. That was the whole point of CBP1. Like it's not true that he did nothing to stop it.
Well, I mean, we could get into the bill, but you don't think that was a legitimate bill, do you?
I think that it was an attempt to, give the president statutory authority to put a memorandum on immigration. And that's the
Maybe
whole
we could
point.
do a debate about that.
Yeah,
That's
going
a
back
long
to
topic.
my previous point, it seems so you were against Biden letting in certain people legally. It seems that it's not just
Yeah.
your distinction just isn't illegal legal. There seems to be something more. There's something more specific about like.
Do you think
asylum
it's
seekers.
okay? I mean, if we take Rinyald for his word here, even Biden thought that was a bad thing.
I think that Biden was just being rhetorical.
Yeah. By the way, I don't support Biden in that either. But
I don't actually think I think the Democrats did a really bad job at messaging their immigration policy, and the Republicans consistently lied and took over that narrative. And then they, instead of actually coming strong out and like what they did during the administration, they just cucked out to the Republican stance.
Yeah, I think that there's truth to that because they wanted to pass other things, and they thought if we could get this immigration stuff passed, then we can get our cake and eat it too.
Yeah, that bill
Basil,
was,
give me
full of fat.
give me a couple minutes. James is getting me the first couple chats I missed, but sorry, go ahead, Vic.
I mean, the fat
just
passed separately, right? Like the aid to Ukraine, the aid to Israel, that passed separately from the bill. So.
Sure, but the border bill wasn't just about, oh yeah, let's solve this border crisis. It was like 80% fat and 20% of it was actually going to go to what it promised to do.
Yeah, but if you're saying that it didn't pass because of the fat, and then when separated, the fat passed, right? It probably wasn't the fat that tanked it.
Yeah, but still, this narrative that, oh yeah, never mind. But still, yeah, it was it was full of fat. It wasn't not passed because of this narrative that, oh yeah, we need something to run on, or for Trump to run on to win the election.
Okay.
I should have
What
this
in
here
the bill?
just
Oh,
a
go ahead.
second.
What in the bill dealt with asylum?
If I think it was at a certain amount of encounters, I think it was 5,000 a day, it would have shut down the border. So, and a moratorium on all of it, you wouldn't be allowed to seek asylum. You wouldn't be allowed to. It would basically restrict physical entry.
But wouldn't it have also moved asylum cases from judges to asylum officers?
Yeah.
So wouldn't that make it easier for asylum cases to be approved?
Or just
Yeah. I mean,
Or
like it would be more easily rejected as well.
Yeah, depending on who's directing them, right?
Sure, but I assume that like if it's more likely that legitimate claims get approved, like do you have if we could guarantee that 100% of asylum seekers had a legitimate claim to asylum, would you let them in?
Yeah, but obviously that's not the case considering the
Sure, yeah, but in
high
this
rate of
case,
disapproval.
sure, but in this case, you're saying, oh, well, they're also going to be letting more people in, while you're also like, it's because they're like, just because they're hearing claims quicker. But if they're letting more people in, it's only insofar as they pass their asylum process, right?
Yeah, but having no judges and just these asylum officers who can hand wave them in could create a scenario in which, say,
it reversed, and 90% of the approvals came in, and this was a way to legal to a visa and a green card by just coming across illegally, defensively claiming asylum, and then getting expedited through the process.
I think you would have to demonstrate that it would result in like a less stringent process. I mean, my guess is that they would probably be rejecting more because, like, I assume it's more paperwork in order to approve an asylum thing, right? Like, you would be incentivized to not have as many. That'd be my guess.
Come across illegal doesn't necessarily mean you're making a defensive asylum claim. If you come across illegally and immediately seek asylum for a border agent before you get put in removal proceedings, that would just be an affirmative claim.
Okay, I finally got those super chats real quick. Unless you guys want to go on, I'll give you another couple minutes.
Well, I was just saying that you're saying if you immediately, like as soon as you get apprehended, claim asylum, that's not a defensive asylum case?
Yeah, because defensive is you're already in litigation to be removed.
Yeah, that would be
I guess we would
affirmative.
Do you have statistics on how many affirmative versus defensive?
I said up till 2022 from Trace. I know 65% were granted at the border, at least.
65 of what? Asylum in totality?
Affirmative.
So then it would still be the same problem.
I don't think it would be. I mean, like, you wouldn't be in the country for as long.
See, like, if defensive is the lion's share of defensive asylum cases, right? But if affirmative is like mainly the people at the border, and the people at the border have like a way higher rate of getting accepted, then obviously, like, our policies are probably more focused on people who are already here in removal proceedings and like what their standard is to seek asylum. I think that the good policy actually would probably just be to up the standards for the initial credible fear test for people seeking asylum defensively. That would probably solve the problem for the most part.
All right, Basil problem. This is a catch up. Three different super chats that you sent in the beginning when I was not looking at them because I was on the phone with James. Cut me a break. So at first one, at Mike Host, during the pre-show, you mentioned you were surrendering to God. How far along in percentage are you? Well, that I would say that was part of the viral debate con marketing I was trying to do. So I hope you fell for it, but maybe you want to say like 80%. And then another one here during the pre-show, you mentioned you were suspended from work and why? Too based. So at Wi-Fi, here's this one actually relevant to the debaters. When RFK, I think is who he meant to say. He said RJK Jr. Declares obese people terrorist. Would you prefer El Salvador or Sudan for your destination?
Probably El Salvador. I feel like that might be a little bit better. But yeah, I mean, maybe that would get my fat ass into shape. I don't know.
I know that their national currency is Bitcoin.
You know, I was gonna congratulate Basil for not commenting on my weight for once during a debate, but you don't get the congratulations anymore.
I'll speak too soon.
Yeah.
Well, I think he owes us more money now to weigh in on that.
True.
No pun intended.
Look like Rob North better hair.
Okay, I'm gonna meet Rob this weekend. I'll let him know at least one person thinks I look like.
Better hair, huh?
Yeah.
It's true. Yeah, he does have a very nice head of hair.
Thanks.
Rob always wears a hat.
My dad still has all of his hair, so hopefully that trend continues.
Okay, we got all of those ones done, and I think he emailed me one. Nope, that was the only email. Okay, I thought he was emailing twice. All right, guys. I don't know how late you guys are trying to go, but I mean, I'm sure within the next 5 minutes you'll get a couple more if you want to touch on anything that you've already touched on there.
Probably got about 15 more minutes ish.
That's fair.
Okay. I got.
There was a lot in the opening statement that we didn't get to touch on.
That's true.
We can go back to a lot of stuff.
You want to pick one thing until we have a suitable super chat here from someone who has their shit together and has something good to add to the conversation?
I have something. Do you think
obviously it would be hard to say there isn't a political mandate for what Trump is doing, at least in the sense of dealing with illegal immigration. Would you at least concede to that?
Sure. Yeah, it seems like immigration is a real problem. A lot of people want to fix it. I would just I
They
think
just don't know
I
the
touched
actual
it.
problem is.
Yeah, I touched this in my opening. I feel like when like most normal people, this is why I'm super hesitant to point out like mandates in general, is that when people think about politics, it's on a very, very, very surface level right? Like, so when they think about like, oh, fixing the border, that's all they think about, right? Like, they don't think about how, they don't think about what's even wrong. They think like, oh yeah, fix the border. Yeah, I want to fix the border. I've heard the border's bad and I want to fix it, right? And that's pretty much all they think about, right? So like, whether or not specific policy is popular or not is a different question. I haven't looked at polling, but it seems like the vibe that I've been getting is that generally a lot of like the harsher enforcement stuff is not super popular, especially in like the areas directly affected. But
What standard like are you using for super popular?
I mean, it's kind of vibes based. I mean, but I would have to look at the like polling and then make the determination there.
Because what percentage wise would you say is like a high percentage when it comes to polls like that?
Probably like, I don't know, like high 40s to onward.
Yeah, because those can seem low in most contexts, but when we're talking politics and considering we're so divided on so many things, I would agree that is high. And even the polls I was seeing, at least most of them I didn't see any below 40% on Trump's execution on his immigration. Now I did see like GOP is super high, like that's like extraordinarily high. But that's kind of to be expected, especially since he campaigned on it so heavily, right?
I mean, a big part is like also that this is a big problem with polling in general, is that like they ask super misleading questions and I don't know why, right? Like, so like, it wouldn't shock me if like 40% responded favorably to, do we want to deport illegal immigrants, right? Like I wouldn't be shocked if 40% said yes to that, right? Or like, do we support ICE? You know, like I wouldn't be surprised if 40% said yes to that, because it's so broad as to what it even means. Like, are you talking about specific deportation efforts? Are you talking about like, what are we talking about when we say I support ICE existing, right? Does that put me in the 40%?
Okay, I got something to create a little container here for a second. So the debate prompt was kind of more geared towards Trump's immigration policies here in his second term, right? So how in that process of him prioritizing national security and making, you know, all Americans kind of think about this daily, how do you balance like the border security with, you know, humanitarian perspectives that people like Rinyald and Scratch have, that it's like, you know, this is negative in this regard, but you know, we do absolutely need the border security. So how do we balance that? Like, what is the medium?
I guess the question is like increased border security something that's gonna like protect the country, right? Like, or is that actually something? I guess I point to previous administrations. I'd say like we saw like the increased border security under like Clinton Bush. We saw the fact that illegal immigrants were some massive illegal immigrants are still like coming to the country. We consistently see things like we consistently still see like T attacks happening. We saw like under Trump's first administration, still saw people like, and nobody mentions it, like Miley Tibbetts, and people are always complaining about Lake and Riley gets murdered. So I just don't know like how effective is this at actually doing anything. And then on top of that, we have all these other super negative effects of violating people's rights and economic detriments that we see.
I think they're unavoidable to an extent. I think that's an excuse to let it happen in mass. But when you talk about dealing with any problem, like even going back to prisons, there's a bunch of people literally get tortured in prison, not at the direct of the government, but it just happens. We see people get abused by police officers, you know, hopefully less and less the more body cams are present, but we see abuses of solutions all the time. It's just human nature. Again, it's not an excuse to just let people do whatever they want. I think there was a point to, I think it was Rinyald when he said like you could just remove all kindergartners from somewhere,
Mhm.
some sort of result that seems good. Well, if nobody's here is gonna say, well, what if we just unalive all of the immigrants in America? Then problem solved, right? It's like, no, obviously nobody wants that, but I do think there is a balance, and it's very hard to achieve. But I don't think there's like insane humanitarian crisis happening because, you know.
So would you just say that the humanitarian crisis that people on the left would be concerned about is more of like a propaganda thing from the left, or would you think that there is, you know, some things that the right is promoting that is just being, you know, interpreted that way?
I think it's definitely blown way out of proportion. Is it wrong to point out certain cases like where Scratch said, I forget the guy's name, the gay guy from Venezuela?
Andy Hernandez.
How do you say his first name?
Andy Hernandez.
Andy.
Hernandez.
Yeah.
Sorry, you talk fast, Scratch. But I don't think it's wrong to point those things out, and I don't think it's good that those things happen. Again, I'm not instantly under the case, but just going off what Scratch said, I don't think it's wrong to point those things out. I think that it would be wise to limit those situations as much as possible, but to take a handful of cases and throw them out the front and say Trump is a Nazi because of these things, no, that's going too far.
I think there's some important delineations there. So like I think you kind of hit at this in the beginning, right? Like there are bad things that happen, right? But you have to, it's always like measuring consequences, right? So like obviously there's bad things that happen by extension of us imprisoning people who commit crimes. But then if you look at the counterfactual of not imprisoning anybody who commits crime, well, then the country's like unlivable, right? And that's kind of what we saw in El Salvador, ironically. So like that's a problem, obviously. I just don't see the giant net negative that we're seeing from illegal immigrants to the point where we have to do like harsh crackdowns like this at the expense of economic growth, at the expense of, you know, the national debt for funding ICE so much, at the expense of certain people's due process rights. And then the second part is that like the government direction is the part that's really bad, like, right? Like with Trump actually really benefits from living in a system like this, right? Because you can do like all of these crazy ideas and satisfy the further right option, right? And then get blocked by the courts and then actually not even do anything all that bad because it got blocked by the courts. So you can still say that you tried to do the really crazy thing and then like all of these activist judges, LOL, stopped me from doing it, but you get to reap the benefits of it not happening as well, right? So you get to reap the benefits of doing the policy and then reap none of the negatives from doing the policy because it got blocked. And I think that's part of the problem here is that like we can look at like these giant humanitarian problems that present themselves from the robbing of due process of the alien enemies class, of Remain in Mexico, right? But before any of these manifested into giant problems, they were blocked by the courts. So you could only see so much harm because, you know, they were either enjoined or they were there was a temporary restraining order and they're still being litigated or something or other, right? Like there's a reason why we haven't even heard about the birthright citizenship executive order since January, because it got enjoined and nobody's even being affected by it until it gets ruled on by the Supreme Court.
Isn't that the check and balances we want? Isn't how the system's supposed to work?
Yes, it is. And I'm very grateful that it does function that way. But I'm saying that like it's really hard to point out like or to say that like the humanitarian consequences are being over exaggerated when we're not seeing the over exaggerations, not because Trump doesn't want to do extreme things, but because the way our system is designed prevents him from actually being able to do the things that he actually wants to do.
And to be fair, I'll go ahead, Vic.
I was just gonna say, but you're okay. What was I was gonna say? Yeah, you're saying we're not seeing these extreme exaggerations. However, you're already claiming like, oh my gosh, there's so much horrific things going on. So which is it? Are we not seeing these extremities, or is really terrible things going on and their humanity is being stripped away?
So there's two things, right? It's a degree problem, right? So I think we got 20% of the way there because part of the policy of Trump was acting so quickly before the courts could actually stop him. But once the courts stopped him, they stopped him, right? So like the reason that we didn't get 100% of the way there is because the court stopped them at 20, but we still saw the 20 and it was really bad, right? Or in some cases we saw 0, but like the idea that the Trump administration wanted to do it is almost bad enough in and of itself, right? So like we saw bad humanitarian outcomes because Donald Trump was trying to move so quickly, but he didn't actually get to do everything he wanted to do because the court stopped him.
I mean, I think you're assuming that it would have turned into something extremely large to a large degree.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, like, I feel like I'm within rights to do that, right? Like it was obviously the case that Donald Trump was planning more people to be deported under the Alien Enemies Act because more people were detained under the Alien Enemies Act than got deported, right? So we could reasonably assume that more people would have been sent to CCOT, or because he had like a multi-year long agreement with El Salvador to house people in CCOT, we could probably make a reasonable guess that he would have sent more people there. Or like the suspension of asylum, we can guess the results of what that would look like, even though it didn't result because the Trump administration or because the courts blocked him.
But
Okay.
if the courts didn't block him, right? Or for example, like with Mahmoud Khalil, which is still undergoing, it'll probably go all the way up to the Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court rules in the Trump administration's favor and deports Khalil, we will assume that two things will happen. One, immigrants on visas and green cards will definitely not speak up as loud, right? And secondly, if they do, they will be deported on certain issues.
Yeah.
Do you think that creates a humanitarian crisis?
I don't know if I would describe that as humanitarian per se. I think it creates like almost like, I don't know if I'd say constitutional crisis because that carries a lot of baggage, right? But like, it's definitely an attack on our First Amendment, right? Like we should be able to speak. In the case of Mahmoud Khalil, it gets a little more complicated because there was like handing out of flyers and whether or not he did it or not. But like, a comparable case is Romesa Ozturk, right, who went through the same processes as Mahmoud Khalil, but the only thing that they used to substantiate the revocation of her visa was an op-ed asking her university's president to divest from Israel, and that was all that was attached to her report of intelligence, right? So in that case, and they're using the same argument to justify that as they are Khalil. If that gets approved by the Supreme Court, then fuck, I think our First Amendment is like more or less broken, right? Because clearly we're not upholding the principle of free expression, even if it's not providing material support, even if it's not providing support that's contrary to the conditions that you signed up for on your visa.
But if an expression of your free speech determines a negative outcome for foreign policy relations, that's like the INA 237, what it allows. I mean, well, the free speech part is what is being determined in court right now. But if it is determined that based on what they say, it could be deemed, like there was a 1999 case where I can get the exact name, but it's a Mexican attorney general who fled from Mexico into the US, right? And he fled there and he didn't say anything, but they were aware of his presence. I'm pretty sure he entered legally. And they revoked his visa once they found out he was here, or once they found out the circumstances around why he was here, because his very presence created a foreign policy relation issue.
What year did you say?
I believe 1999. Let me double check here.
I'd have to see if there were like ongoing conflicts at the time with Mexico. That would really change the way that I look at it. But generally, I would say you probably shouldn't do that either. I would probably say that that's not good.
All right, guys, I got a really good super chat to maybe end this on if there's none other after this conversation. But Pable73 sends another 750 Uruguayan pesos, or approximately $18.43. That he said Native Americans should have had similar border policies back in those days. ... He. So I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
Probably true.
They would have lacked the enforcement, but I get the point, and I think that's a good point.
However, I mean, like we can point to the direct harm that was faced by the Native Americans, right? I mean,
what do you mean?
I guess that opens it up.
I think there's a lot more like articulatable harm to the Native Americans than there is to the Americans right now for letting asylum seekers through.
I would definitely agree with that, especially because of what was done. However, I don't think that do you think there's any harm at all to America if millions of illegal immigrants were to come across the border year after year?
Sure. Yeah, there can be.
Maybe.
It's just not worth enforcement.
That was just like it depends, right? Like circular migration patterns can be a good thing. That was something that existed like up until the ending of the Bursara programs in the 1960s, where millions of migrants would like come across the border each year to do agricultural work in the United States and then move back into Mexico for the winter.
I mean,
think
that was
a pretty good thing.
there's
Like, I don't
obviously
think
going
that
to
was bad.
be there's obviously going to be give and take to everything, right? Like nothing's going to be like, I don't think there's any policy that's wholly good that comes with no consequences, right? It's just a matter of whether or not A, the benefits outweigh the consequences, and B, whether or not like the response that you would have to those consequences would prevent more or would present more problems than it would solutions.
And I think the circular migration argument could hold if there wasn't actually enough Americans to fill the jobs or to do what is needed to be done. But what we're seeing is there are enough Americans to do these jobs. How do we know? Well, the statistics of that we went over earlier, where 744,000 or something native-born Americans were new hires, and that was at the deficit of 540,000 foreign-born. So
we're just I guess we're just assuming that they're moving into those foreign-born workers' jobs, right? And that this isn't just like general job growth in the economy.
True.
Yeah, we would assume that. It would be a very easy assumption to make, considering like what happened
Okay,
to those
so-
540,000 jobs.
Well, that's literally what I'm saying. That you are making that assumption. You
Yeah.
need like proof. You need further
It's a
data
fair
to prove.
assumption.
Huh? I don't think it is a
Not
fair
necessarily.
assumption. It's not necessarily. Yeah, it could just be
I
due
mean,
to economic
if
growth.
you want to quibble about 100%, that's fine. But how did 100% of the people that got those jobs were native born, and why didn't that happen for over a decade?
Well, because we've been in a period of job growth that already happens. Right,
Yeah,
like
but before it wasn't 100% native born people getting these jobs. Why was that?
Are you saying it's 100% of native born people who got what jobs, like over the span of what period?
I believe the 9 months that Trump's been in office.
There's not one. There's not one
Yeah, I
foreign
don't
born
believe
person
that.
who got a job.
Yeah.
I just
For
can't
new
believe
hires?
that.
No.
That's just unbelievable.
I don't believe
to me.
that.
I don't buy that.
That's I think what you're probably looking at is like this amount of native born workers got jobs versus this amount of immigrants lost jobs. It doesn't mean necessarily mean there weren't like foreign born workers. It just means like
Who
as a
got
percentage
jobs, yeah.
overall, it dropped.
I mean, it dropped by 500. It's whether or not it's 100%. It hasn't happened this way for over a decade.
Okay.
So why is that?
That could be due to like numerous like economic policies.
Name
I
them.
feel like, huh?
Name
I don't know. You're the one making the correlation. I'm not making the causation from that.
Yeah, and you're saying no, it's not that way, and I'm saying okay, well, how could it be another way? And you're saying I don't know.
I feel this could legit just be like, I feel this is when people point to like says like, oh my gosh, unemployment's at an all-time low, and it was like, oh, the previous low was like 4.1, like 1%, and like ticked lower to like 4%. Like, oh my gosh, this is like unprecedented in a decade. It could just be to like unreasonable, or not even unreasonable, but just like increased like GDP or increased job growth in like a certain time period. Like this isn't.
Okay, so now are you the one making assumptions?
Well, you're asking him what it could possibly be. It could
Yes.
possibly be that, but the burden would be on you to actually prove that the correlation was causation, right?
I just think it's a fairly reasonable assumption, considering it hasn't happened in over a decade, and it's correlated with the fact that 2 million immigrants have left.
Well, I mean, Scratch just gave you a way that it could reasonably be something else, right?
So I don't. Yeah,
No,
like
logically,
we could just
logically possible. Yes,
I think it's
reasonably no.
I don't think what you're saying is reasonable either, right? I think we can just look at the fact, like, what's the reality? Over 50% of people are in the labor force are like over 55 years old, right? We have an
So
aging
two-
population. Out of the other half of those people, they're either like disabled, and then the rest of them just don't want a job, right? You can look at like you can look at the A38. It's not that they haven't aren't looking for a job, it's that literally they just don't want a job. And that number has stayed pretty consistent since like 2008, like barring other economic factors. And right. And then we can look at like, okay, but if we just look at the total population of everybody in the labor force, and then we look at the amount of jobs open, there's more jobs than there are people in the labor force. So that would just mean that we have a labor shortage.
I just want to say real quick, I think I've got to wrap up pretty soon here, so I don't know what.
Yeah, we can go ahead and give some sign-offs here.
I just real quick wanted to say, last thing, is so 2 million immigrants leave the country, and 543,000
less foreign-born people have jobs or get new jobs, right?
500,000 or
540,000. Is that correlated?
Yeah, it's correlated.
All right. Is it reasonable to assume that those are probably of the 2 million that left?
Yeah.
Okay. But it wouldn't be reasonable to assume that the 744,000 positions that went to native-born workers was because of that.
Yeah, I think it could reasonably just be increases in jobs as a whole.
M3999999. Yeah, I definitely had to clean up before I started doing this. I'm not from Canada. I know people in the comments keep saying, you know, got Ryan in the back, so that means I must be in Canada. I'm from Texas. So I'm in Austin.
He's in Texas because he's one of the 200 Canadians that snuck in through the southwest border.
Yeah, he had to leave after the kidnapping.
Sure.
Actually, in South Texas, where I'm from, they do have a lot of winter Canadians that come here for the winter because it's
Not helping your case.
More of a summer. I'm familiar with them and they're very friendly. So you know, it's kind of like when you see like a nice dog in the street, like you say hi to it. I'm not comparing Canadians to dogs, but
I was just, you heard it here first.
Damn.
Man's best friend, Canadians. All right, guys. Well, let's start from the top left and go over. Give us your channel names, and if there's any super chats, I will say it right after you finish. But I think we're all done here for the night, unless someone wants to throw me a tip that James could Venmo me. So we'll start with Rinyald. Go ahead, give us your channel name, and where will we find you?
Yep, I stream on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok at Rinyald on all platforms. I think on TikTok I have a couple American flags and a couple bald eagles after it, but it should come up if you search Rinyald. And I post the debates on YouTube at Rinyald, and it will show up as Rinyald's Notebook. Typically, they are a little more policy-driven, but again, you know, it happens. You know, there was some confusion over the prompt. I am very grateful to both Modern Day Debate and Corbin for setting everything up. Thanks Scratch for filling in on super short notice. It was great talking to you, Wi-Fi. Vic, I didn't get to talk to you much, but you know, maybe if you want to have a future conversation, so I don't just have to think of you as a picture in the corner while I'm talking to Wi-Fi, that would be great. But yeah, I'm just grateful to everybody for having the conversation, and Modern Day Debate for hosting it.
Yeah, I'll be better about dragging Vic in next time. I didn't notice that he wasn't speaking as much.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, I guess I'll go next. Scratch, right? You can find me almost all platforms, but I'm mostly on YouTube and TikTok. It's at Scratch9258, Scratch9258. I also have a link tree in my bio, at least on YouTube, if you want to find all my other stuff. I have a Discord server if you want to join it. If you want to debate sometime, just hit me up in DMs or join my TikTok panel. We go live whenever I feel like it. So yeah.
Awesome.
Just so you know, you have to search Scratch Debate to find the YouTube channel through the search on YouTube. So you got to get more clout or change the name for the Scratch to come up first.
Just type in Scratch9258. You'll find it every time.
Oh, okay.
Every time.
So there's a guy named Breakfast Tacos, and I'm like, you're not gonna beat the algorithm on Breakfast Tacos. It's just not gonna happen.
Well, I know who he is, but only through other people talking about him.
My old screen name was Donald Trump, but I finally figured out that.
Damn. All right. Okay. So, well, with me, you could find me at I'm on all platforms, but I'm mostly on YouTube. That's my primary platform. You can find me under Cool Vic, KEWL space V1C. I live stream Mondays through Fridays. I put out new videos every day. I have a Discord as well, and yeah, that's where you guys can find me.
Awesome. Yeah. Okay. Well, I appreciate you guys all being here tonight for my first moderation. You know,
I think we're missing one outro, I think.
What? No,
it's all right.
Wi-Fi's
we already went over channels, and
I thought he passed it on to Vic. My bad.
All good. Yeah,
go for it.
Not that everybody knows me, but I've been on Modern Day Debate a few times, so you should be more familiar with me. But yeah, at Wi-Fi Gospel on YouTube.
All right. Well,
And,
yeah,
and
we
yeah, it was a pleasure to debate you guys. I think we had a fun time.
Yeah.
And thank you, Vic, for being my partner. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, no problem. Like I said, I hope your back doesn't hurt too much from doing all the heavy lifting for us. You know.
awesome.
And
We had a lot
yeah,
of fun.
Hope his back doesn't hurt too much from last night.
Hey,
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Who said? Wait, I think that pause. Big pause.
Hey, me,
I think that
me
was
and
just a
Vic
win.
are married, okay? Just
I
saying.
think that was just a win.
Not
Saying.
together, not with each other.
Someone commented the
Just so we're
moderator
clear.
won, in my opinion.
true.
All right. Well, guys, appreciate everybody. Go to DebateCon this coming week on the 15th, 16th weekend, and get your ass to Nashville. Go meet all the greats, and I'm probably gonna make some last minute plans to get out there myself. So maybe you'll meet me and we get to meet all you guys.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. Super chats, you keep sending them, even if I'm not gonna read them, and we're turning it off. Just keep sending James super chats the whole time, forever. I'm gonna get used to saying that, and then we're gonna go ahead and call it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Peace, guys.
Problem,
Yeah.
guys.